I, Feng Che, was once a nobody in the Emperor Plane, a world of endless wars and ruthless survival. To thrive in this cutthroat realm, I chose the path of a Curse Lord, a master of curses and deceit. My journey began with a single truth: it's better to stab people in the back than to show off in front of others. Armed with knowledge from my past life, I crafted cursed items, each more sinister than the last. My first major act? Pouring molten aluminum into a cave filled with terrified warriors, turning them into twisted statues. Their screams fueled my power, their curses a blessing in disguise. With every curse hurled at me, my Curse Lord gem grew stronger, culminating in the birth of my profession. I stand on the mountaintop, my gaze drifting upward to the Emperor's massacre order etched across the sky. The words are harsh, unyielding. The beings of this plane do not respect kingship, their character is base, they are fickle, and people are like pigs and dogs. The Emperor issues this year's third massacre order: leave the land, but not the seed. I lower my head, no longer interested in the decree. Instead, I reach into my bosom and pull out a megaphone. My steps are deliberate as I approach a dry well nearby. Peering into the well, I see it, a solution cave, about a dozen meters below. Inside, battered plain warriors huddle together, trembling. I raise the megaphone to my lips and speak, my voice cold and devoid of emotion. My name is Feng Che. I'm here today to slaughter you. You may curse me to your heart's content. The sound echoes into the cave, and the warriors look up, their faces twisted in terror. They resemble humans, save for the two black whiskers sprouting from their foreheads. I watch as their eyes meet mine, and without hesitation, I set the megaphone aside. I reveal my face fully, then reach for a porcelain bottle. Inside is scalding aluminum liquid. I pour it out, and it cascades downward like a molten waterfall, crashing into the cave below. The impact is deafening. Boom! The liquid engulfs the ground, drowning out the screams that follow. In moments, the aluminum hardens, trapping those it touched in grotesque, twisted statues. The remaining warriors scramble away, their terror palpable as they press against the edges of the cave. The fragile stone wall gives way, revealing a hidden passage. Desperation drives them forward, but chaos ensues. Some fall, trampled by the panicked crowd, and the aluminum liquid claims them too. Their screams are brief, cut short as they too are transformed into statues. The curses begin, loud and venomous. Damn Feng Che, you will be punished by heaven, one shouts. Feng Che, I curse you to die childless and without descendants, another cries. Their voices are filled with hatred, but I feel no fear. Instead, I sense a dark, powerful force gathering around me. I close my eyes, my consciousness retreating into the Naiman palace within me. There, I see it, a black altar, vibrating incessantly. As the warriors' curses reach their peak, their twisted forms materialize on the altar. One by one, they solidify, until 999 statues stand before me. Then, in an instant, they explode, dissolving into streams of black mist. The mist coalesces above the altar, forming a jet-black gemstone. Etched into its surface are three crimson symbols: Curse Lord. The gemstone pulses with power, and I feel the planes will react. Above me, dark clouds gather, lightning crackling within them. The plane seeks to punish me, an invader who has dared to claim its power. But I am unafraid. I am a newcomer from the Emperor Plane, and its will shields me. The lightning strikes, but a thick black mist rises from within me, swallowing the bolt whole. When the mist dissipates, I am gone. I awaken in my dormitory at the Slaughter Blade Academy, the familiar scent of wood and ink filling my nostrils. The black mist that carried me here fades, leaving me seated on my wooden bed. A vast, ethereal presence envelopes me, the will of the Emperor Plane. I close my eyes once more, my consciousness returning to the Naiman Palace. There, above the altar, a massive eye materializes. It is the Plane Eye, the embodiment of the Emperor Plane's will. It gazes at the Curse Lord gemstone, and three light clusters form around it. These clusters represent the paths before me: flesh curse, mental curse, and item curse. I already know my choice. Flesh curse requires physical remnants of the target, hair, blood, anything tied to their life force. It is powerful but limiting. Mental curse manipulates the enemy's subconscious, bending their will to my own. It is subtle, insidious. But I choose item curse, the path of cursed objects. It is complex, requiring skill and creativity, but it offers infinite potential. The plane I acknowledges my decision. The item curse light cluster merges with the gemstone, and two skills manifest, nimble fingers and flash of inspiration. The former allows me to replicate existing cursed items perfectly, while the latter grants me the ability to create entirely new ones. I choose flash of inspiration, and the gemstone glows faintly as it absorbs the skill. I am now a Tier 1 Curse Lord. But there is more. The plane eye rewards me for my unique awakening ritual. A white light emerges, solidifying into a piece of jade. This treasure guarantees the successful creation of any cursed item. I take it in hand, feeling its power. My mind races with possibilities. I move to the corner of the room, where a wooden box sits. Inside are strange, arcane materials. I sift through them until I find what I seek, a bamboo slip. On its surface are 5 seal characters, 7 arrows book with nail head. I open it, reading the instructions within. It describes a ritual to create a straw man, imbue it with the enemy's essence, and pierce it with 7 nails. Over 21 days, the curse will grow, culminating in the target's death. This is my creation, born of my knowledge and the rules of this plane. With the jade in hand, I no longer need to painstakingly refine the item. I press the jade to the bamboo slip and activate flash of inspiration. The slip darkens, the characters turning blood red. The 7 arrows book with nail head is complete, radiating an ominous aura. I hold it, feeling the weight of its power. This is only the beginning. I stored the Nailhead 7 Arrows book in my Naiman palace and reached out to touch the cursory gem. As soon as my fingers brushed against it, a tiny pattern of the Nailhead 7 Arrows book appeared on the gem's surface. At that moment, the book became bound to me, a cursed item exclusively mine, nearly impossible for anyone else to seize. Almost immediately, the vast and ethereal will of the plane focused on me once more. The eye of the plane materialized again in my Naiman palace, its gaze locking onto the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. A beam of white light shot out from the eye, transforming into a scroll titled Mouan Curse Cultivation Method. The eye vanished, and the planes will withdrew from my body. I examined the scroll, recognizing it as the legendary cultivation method from the Mouan plane. From what I knew, the Mouan plane had once thrived with cursory professions at its core. 600 years ago, it had invaded the Emperor plane, only to lose and be devoured. The Emperor plane absorbed its essence, preserving its cultivation methods. Yet, this particular method wasn't publicly available, it was reserved for those with exceptional potential. The Planeswell had clearly acknowledged my potential. But even without its recognition, I was confident in my ability to grow stronger. After all, I had the pair of illusory eyes that had appeared after my transmigration. I closed my eyes and focused, silently commanding, "Observe." Instantly, my consciousness shifted, and my illusory eyes appeared in the Naiman palace, scrutinizing the Mouan Curse Cultivation Method and the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Under my gaze, parts of the text in the cultivation method blurred and transformed, improving in clarity and efficiency. By the time the process was complete, the method was smoother and easier to comprehend. Similarly, the Nailhead 7 Arrows book revealed new improvement pathways. I had already used my eyes to deduce its creation method, ensuring a 100% success rate. Now, it was time to refine it further. I noted down the materials needed for the book's improvement and turned my attention to the cursory gem, searching for ways to advance to Tier 2. However, no matter how long I observed, no improvement information appeared. There were 2 possibilities: either the advancement method was already optimal, or my current strength was insufficient to perceive the necessary insights. Reluctantly, I stopped observing and began cultivating the improved Mouan Curse Cultivation Method. After a brief period of cultivation, the cursory gem and the Nailhead 7 Arrows book rose into the air within my Naiman palace. Curse energy from the surroundings flowed in, forming a small, illusory altar between the existing altar and the gem. According to the method, once this altar fully materialized, I could advance based on the information recorded on the gem. Just as I was making progress, a woman's voice echoed through the communication tube in my room, all students have completed the assessment. Please immediately gather in your respective classes. I stopped cultivating and left the dormitory, heading to my class. Around me, other students emerged, each radiating the unique aura of their newly awakened professions. When I arrived, I noticed the class had thinned significantly. Many of the missing were those who had attempted to awaken defensive professions, a risky endeavor that often ended in death. Defensive professions required enduring immense damage, and many couldn't survive the process. Despite the high mortality rate, these professions were highly sought after due to their rarity and lucrative job prospects. It was a brutal cycle. My gaze fell on Lingjia, a strikingly beautiful woman who had awakened the living bodhisattva profession. To achieve this, she had to strip naked and pacify 99 hostile beings of the opposite sex using her body. In the past 50 years, no one had survived this process. Yet, here she was, exuding a serene, holy aura, completely unfazed by the stares of our classmates. Before I could dwell on her achievement, a man approached me. It was Wang Yuan from the Fierce Tiger Gang. He slapped a contract on my desk, his tone arrogant. Fang Che, you borrowed money to buy aluminum water and had our gang capture warriors for your cave. The debt is substantial. I expect repayment soon. I glanced at the contract, realizing it was different from the one I'd signed, or rather, the hidden clauses were now visible. I had paid a reputable mentor, Lu Jing, to review it, but it seemed he was in cahoots with the Fierce Tiger Gang. Anger simmered within me, but I quickly suppressed it. Why worry about debts and contracts when I could simply eliminate my creditors? This would be the perfect opportunity to test the Nailhead's 7 Arrows book. Feigning frustration, I gritted my teeth and replied, I'll repay the money as soon as possible. Wang Yuan laughed heartily, patting my shoulder with mock sympathy. Our gang lends a lot of money, but many borrowers die during awakening. We have to make our profits from those who survive, like you. Don't take it personally. With that, he moved on to other indebted students. I watched him go, a cold sneer forming on my lips. The Fierce Tiger Gang preyed on the vulnerable, using high-risk awakenings as an excuse to exploit us. Their claims of losses were laughable. Suddenly, another student slammed his fist on the table, shattering it. Your gang takes advantage of us with these false contracts. It's outrageous, he roared. Others who had borrowed money joined in, their anger palpable. Wang Yuan, however, remained unfazed. He raised his head arrogantly and shouted, So what if we're bullying you? What are you going to do about it? The room erupted into chaos as students surrounded him, ready to fight. But before blows could be exchanged, a commanding voice cut through the tension. Quiet. It was Lu Jing, our mentor. Her voice carried a strange energy that instantly calmed the room. The students, their anger dissipating, returned to their seats. Lu Jing stepped onto the podium, her presence radiating authority. Congratulations to everyone on awakening your professions, she said with a smile, her tone soft but firm. The room fell silent, the earlier conflict forgotten. Lu Jing's voice was not loud, nor was it particularly pleasant, but after these words were spoken, Fang Che remembered them all in his mind, not forgetting a single word. This was not because Fang Che had a good memory, but because Lu Jing's mentor profession had a forced memory skill that allowed students to completely record all knowledge. Lu Jing on the podium continued to speak. Tomorrow, everyone can graduate and leave the school. You can join some war groups or accept missions to improve yourselves. Before leaving, you must leave your reproductive genes. If you are unwilling to leave your reproductive genes, the academy will help you with blind dates. Upon hearing the words blind date, the students all felt fear. This fear came from the soul and was bestowed upon everyone by the will of the plane. The reason for this was closely related to the Emperor Plane's core profession, Soul Master. 130,000 years ago, the Emperor Plane was invaded by other planes. At a critical moment, the plane comprehended the first profession, Soul Master. To awaken the Soul Master profession, one needs to kill their own parents and use their parents' souls to condense a professional gem. After the Emperor Plane survived with the help of the Soul Master profession, it increased the authority of the Soul Master profession. Now, the Soul Master profession has become the core profession of the Emperor Plane. The ruler of the Emperor Plane, the Emperor, is the one who awakened the Soul Master profession. Yuan, the Soul Master profession, as the core of the Emperor Plane, receives the most preferential treatment. The will of the plane even weakens the strength of parents when ordinary people choose to awaken as Soul Masters, making it easier for them to kill their parents and awaken. Because of this, cultivators have completely abandoned the idea of forming families, and even if they have children, they choose to abandon them, not letting the children find them. The primitive family relationship has thus disintegrated, various conflicts have emerged one after another, and internal strife is fierce. To resolve the conflicts, the will of the plane condensed the life witch profession. As long as professionals leave their reproductive genes, life witches can cultivate new lives and send them to various academies for nurturing and education. As for parental information, it will be hidden by the will of the plane. Feng Che and the other students around him were all cultivated by life witches using reproductive genes and sent to the Butcher Academy. Now, Feng Che and others must also leave their reproductive genes to contribute to the continuation of the race and the development of the plane. On the podium, Lu Jing continued to explain, after leaving your reproductive genes, the Butcher Academy will abandon the contract previously signed with you. In the future, when the Academy encounters trouble, it will not issue a rallying order to you. Of course, you can also retain the contract and exchange your reproductive genes for other resources, the choice is yours. Alright, I've finished speaking. Wang Yuan, do you have anything to say? Wang Yuan immediately stood up, glanced at the students who had signed loan contracts, and reminded them, the later you repay the money, the higher the interest. I suggest everyone exchange their reproductive genes for money and repay the money as soon as possible. After saying this, Wang Yuan ignored the angry gazes of the borrowing students and turned to leave the classroom. After Wang Yuan left, Lu Jing called out class dismissed and also left the place. Bang, bang, damn, as soon as Lu Jing left, the borrowing students lost their minds, smashing tables and cursing loudly. Feng Che left the classroom expressionlessly, quietly following behind Wang Yuan. After Wang Yuan left the school gate, Feng Che quickly returned to his dormitory. At this time, outside each dormitory door, there was a beauty magazine and a glass bottle. Feng Che took the two items and entered the room, closing the door. After a period of time, Feng Che took the reproductive genes in the glass bottle and went to the Butcher Academy's welfare office, handing the reproductive genes to the administrator. The administrator's eyes glowed, examining the reproductive genes, and stared at Feng Che for a while before putting away the reproductive genes and saying, "The reproductive genes are not fake. What do you want to exchange for? The academy contract, or cultivation resources?" Feng Che quickly took out a piece of letter paper from his pocket, placed it in front of the administrator, and respectfully replied, "I want to exchange for the items recorded on this letter paper." This letter paper recorded the various materials for improving the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, which was what Feng Che needed most at this stage. The administrator checked the letter paper and shook his head, saying, "The things you want are very expensive, exceeding the value of the reproductive genes. I can give you at most one item." Feng Che was slightly disappointed, and then replied, "I want a purple gold adumbra." The administrator nodded lightly and opened the drawer next to him. The drawer seemed like a bottomless abyss, with only darkness visible and nothing else. The administrator stretched his entire arm inside and quickly took out a purple gold flower bud in a glass bottle, placing it in front of Feng Che. "Thank you," Feng Che said, putting away the glass bottle and quickly returning to his dormitory. After closing the door, Feng Che flipped his hand, and the Nailhead 7 Arrows book appeared in his hand. Feng Che opened the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and placed it on the table, then opened the glass bottle. In the next second, the surrounding energy quickly poured into the glass bottle, absorbed by the purple gold flower bud inside. Immediately afterwards, the flower bud slowly bloomed. Feng Che took out the flower bud, and when the flower was fully bloomed, Feng Che directly placed the beautiful flower on the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and used the skill, Flash of Inspiration. In an instant, the flower withered, and the weak-time energy in the flower merged into the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Immediately afterwards, the seal characters recorded on the Nailhead 7 Arrows book changed. The original information of worship 3 times a day, worship for 21 days became, worship 63 times continuously. At this point, the first improvement of the Nailhead 7 Arrows book was completed. Fang Che smiled slightly, tore some straw from a wooden box, and weaved it into a scarecrow. Immediately afterwards, Fang Che wrote the two characters Wang Yuan and pasted them on the scarecrow. Then, Fang Che mobilized his curse master energy and injected it into the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. The words in the Nailhead 7 Arrows book instantly detached from the bamboo slips and gathered into 7 parts, transforming into 7 long nails that pierced into the top of the scarecrow's head. After doing these things, Fang Che placed the blank Nailhead 7 Arrows book and the scarecrow together, bowed and kowtowed, and recalled Wang Yuan's appearance in his mind. After the first kowtow was completed, the Nailhead 7 Arrows book vibrated gently, and the 7 long nails stuck in the top of the scarecrow's head seemed to be pressed down by an invisible force, piercing into a deeper position. After completing 63 consecutive kowtows, the 7 long nails had completely disappeared into the scarecrow. Fang Che smiled slightly, picked up a branch and rope, and made a simple wooden bow. Then, Fang Che took out a sharpened wooden stick, placed it on the wooden bow, aimed at the scarecrow, drew the bow, and shot the arrow. The sharpened wooden stick instantly pierced through the scarecrow, and a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out of the scarecrow, staining the table red. At this time, outside the school, Wang Yuan, who had just finished buying cultivation resources, was walking on the road when he suddenly felt a sharp weapon pierce through his chest, and the intense pain twisted his expression. Wang Yuan lowered his head and saw a hole in his chest, with blood gushing out like a spring. But strangely, there was no trace of any weapon in his chest. Wang Yuan opened his mouth in disbelief, then fell to the ground, his body trembling slightly, and his consciousness quickly dissipated. Only blood flowed out of the hole, staining the ground red. The surrounding passers-by quickly noticed the situation and quickly moved away. Only a man with a tiger printed on his clothes walked to Wang Yuan's side. The man glanced at the hole in Wang Yuan's chest, then looked around, the expression on his face becoming more and more confused. Strange, where is the murder weapon? The man couldn't figure it out, so he took out a token and quickly crushed it. Before long, a group of men with tiger patterns printed on their clothes arrived at the scene. A man with a beard said, "Old Zhang, who died?" Old Zhang, who discovered the body first, walked up to the bearded man and reported, "Captain, the dead is Wang Yuan, who joined the fierce tiger gang a few years ago and is responsible for loan contracts." The captain immediately said, "Then there's no need to think too much about it, it was done by a borrower. Just find an opportunity to gather the borrowers and ask them." Old Zhang frowned and said, "I don't think it was done by a rookie. I came here as soon as possible, but I didn't find any traces of weapons or enemies. Apart from a second-tier assassin, I don't remember anyone who can kill Wang Yuan silently." The captain frowned slightly, walked to Wang Yuan's body, observed it carefully, and said, "A cursory observation shows that his wound doesn't have any special professional aura. It's likely that an assassin did it." Old Zhang looked at Wang Yuan's body and said curiously, "This kid just awakened and became a first-tier professional, and he was attacked by a second-tier assassin. I wonder who he offended." "Humph," the captain suddenly snorted coldly, "what is he? This must be someone targeting our fierce tiger gang. Killing him is just a warning to us." The faces of the other members of the fierce tiger gang instantly turned ugly. The captain squatted down, groped Wang Yuan's body for a moment, and took out a pile of loan contracts stained with blood. The captain checked the contract and then reminded, "Don't go out alone recently. Don't go after things like overdue payments, wait until the gang leader and the others return from destroying the plane before looking for the traces of this second-tier assassin, understand?" Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." The captain stuffed the contract into his pocket and ordered, "Carry the body. Let's go to the Butcher Academy to collect Wang Yuan's belongings. We can't let the Butcher Academy take advantage of us." Everyone said in unison, "Yes, sir." Then, everyone carried Wang Yuan's body and walked towards the Butcher Academy. At this time, in the academy dormitory, Fang Che saw the arrow-struck scarecrow fall to the ground, and the 7 long nails turned into words and returned to the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Fang Che understood that Wang Yuan had been cursed to death by him. Fang Che put away the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, cleaned up the bloodstains on the table, then packed his luggage and left the Butcher Academy. On the way, Fang Che saw a group of people with tiger patterns painted on their clothes arguing with Lu Jing and other academy instructors. Beside them was Wang Yuan's body. After seeing Wang Yuan's body, Feng Che didn't panic or get scared. Instead, he walked into the crowd of onlookers to understand the situation. After a moment, Feng Che learned that Wang Yuan had been killed by an assassin not long ago. The Fierce Tiger Gang believed that the Butcher Knife Academy had failed to protect their member, so they came to demand compensation from the academy and take away Wang Yuan's belongings. The academy's instructors, however, believed that the Fierce Tiger Gang was extorting them. Neither side mentioned anything about the Curse Master. The reason for this was that Curse Masters would leave traces after killing someone. A Flesh Curse Master would leave a cursed aura on the victim's body after killing them. A Mental Curse Master, while not leaving a cursed aura, would cause the victim to exhibit unusual behavior before death. For example, someone cursed to die from a fall would actively jump from a high place. Someone cursed to die from lightning would stand in a high place during a thunderstorm or hold conductive objects. The cursed tools crafted by a Tool Curse Master borrowed the methods of Mental Curse Master and Flesh Curse Master, leaving traces with characteristics of both. However, Feng Che's Nailhead 7 Arrows book employed a completely different method of killing, more akin to that of an assassin. This was why Feng Che dared to kill someone directly inside the Butcher Knife Academy. Feng Che hid in the crowd, memorizing the appearances of these Fierce Tiger Gang debtors and listening to their conversations. As more and more people gathered to watch, the instructors, in order to reduce the impact, directly led the Fierce Tiger Gang members away. The students, seeing that there was no more excitement to be had, shook their heads in disappointment and dispersed. Feng Che was also somewhat disappointed. Feng Che had originally wanted to clearly hear these people's names and then find an opportunity to curse them to death. Unfortunately, they didn't reveal any name information, leaving Feng Che helpless. Feng Che still needed to further refine the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to bypass the need for real names and directly initiate the curse. Afterward, Feng Che left the academy with his luggage and found a tavern run by the Butcher Knife Academy. He checked into a room on credit as a student and put down all his luggage. Immediately after, Feng Che bought a cloak and a mask, walked onto the street, and carefully sensed the surrounding curse energy. Before long, Feng Che discovered that all the curse energy was converging in one direction. Feng Che moved towards the place where the curse energy was converging and soon arrived at a small alley filled with grapes. Climbed over the top of the alley, blocking the sunlight and making it appear very dark. Continuing further inside, Feng Che found many practitioners, each exuding the unique aura of a curse master. Feng Che knew that he had successfully found the curse master's exclusive mission hall. Mission halls were buildings found in every city, where all practitioners would go to accept missions and receive rewards. There were also some profession-specific mission halls, which only released missions for that profession. The missions were more difficult, but the rewards were also more generous. These exclusive mission halls were hidden in inconspicuous corners and could only be entered by members of that profession, excluding all others. Feng Che continued to the end of the alley and saw a small house, with many practitioners going in and out, and occasionally some people like Feng Che, concealing their identities. The space inside the house wasn't large, but as soon as these practitioners entered, they disappeared. The moment Feng Che walked into the house, the Curse Master gem vibrated slightly. Immediately afterward, the small house in front of him transformed into a spacious hall, with hundreds of people gathered there. On a conspicuous wall, various rules for Curse Masters to accept missions were recorded. After reviewing all the rules, Feng Che began to look for missions. On the other walls, many plaques were hung, recording various missions and their rewards. Most of the missions here were about defending the Emperor's plane and cursing invaders. Most Curse Masters were gathered in front of these missions. A small number of missions involved cursing enemies to death. Those gathered around these missions were all wearing masks and concealing their identities. Feng Che walked to the area with the curse to kill enemies missions and carefully observed them, discovering that all the missions here were cooperating with assassin practitioners to complete the curses. On each mission token, there was a unique crystal box. This crystal box was where the curse time was recorded. The curse time was arranged by the assassin practitioner. As long as the curse master completed the curse at the specified time, it was considered half the mission completed. Once the target died, they could receive the reward. If the target didn't die, there was no reward, and they might even be hunted down and killed. Because of this, all the curse masters around had covered their bodies to avoid being recognized. Just as Feng Che was observing the missions, the box on a token suddenly flashed, and a fixed time was condensed. The surrounding curse masters all reached out, but someone still managed to press their hand on the token first. As soon as this person touched the token, the others around sighed and withdrew their hands. Then, the person who touched the token happily left. Feng Che didn't compete for missions like them. He directly accepted a mission to assassinate a member of the Fierce Tiger Gang and went to the place to register for accepting the mission. The registration manager saw that the token didn't display a time and was slightly stunned before asking with some doubt, "This practitioner, your mission hasn't been claimed by an assassin yet. Did you take the wrong one?" Feng Che shook his head and said, "I didn't take the wrong one. I want to accept this mission." The manager pondered for a moment and then suddenly realized, reminding him, "You must be a newbie, right? You don't know that after a curse master releases a curse, the curse takes a long time to take effect, making it easy for the target to notice. Our assassination targets are all important figures, and they have special means to detect and remove curses. In most cases, a curse master is just a combat support profession. I suggest you wait a bit." Feng Che had seen what the manager said on that conspicuous wall. The reason for choosing the mission was because Feng Che had confidence in the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, and also to get all the rewards. The rules stated that after a curse master accepted an assassination mission, the assassin would give up the mission, and when the mission was completed, the curse master would get all the rewards. Feng Che said, "I have an assassin friend who doesn't want to show his face and entrusted me to accept the mission. Please help me register it." The manager was a little embarrassed to hear this and said, "I see, I thought you were a newbie. Sorry, I'll register it for you." The manager quickly recorded the mission, then handed the token to Feng Che and took out a notebook, reminding him, "The notebook contains information about the mission target. You need to complete the mission within 1 day. If you can't complete it, please return the token as soon as possible. We need to arrange for someone else to complete the mission." Understood. Feng Che took the token, checked the contents of the notebook, and then turned to leave. Walking out of the Curse Master Mission Hall, Feng Che grabbed a handful of grass from the roadside and returned to the inn. After closing the door, Feng Che weaved this handful of grass into a straw man and wrote the words Muhai on it, sticking it to the straw man. Immediately afterward, Feng Che took out the Nailhead 7 Arrows book from his mud pill palace and activated it with the energy of a Curse Master. The words in the Nailhead 7 Arrows book instantly turned into 7 long nails, piercing into the strawman's head. Then, Feng Che placed the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and the strawman together and began to worship. In the Fierce Tiger Gang's base camp, a group of people happily carried Wang Yuan's body back. At this time, a man stopped them and said, "Captain Li, why are you carrying a corpse back?" Captain Li's eyes revealed a hint of disgust when he saw this man. However, Captain Li quickly adjusted his emotions and smiled, "Young Master Muhai, this person is Wang Yuan. He joined our Fierce Tiger Gang earlier, and just now." Muhai frowned and said, "He's just a temporary member, just awakened not long ago. He shouldn't be officially employed yet, right? It's fine if he dies outside. Bringing him back is an eyesore and a waste of money for burial." Captain Li quickly explained, "It won't waste any money. We took the body to the Butcher Knife Academy and extorted a sum of money." Muhai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he reached out his hand, saying, "Give me the money. I'll register it and give you a reward later." Captain Li hesitated slightly, but still took out a money bag and handed it to Muhai. Muhai took the money bag and turned to leave. After Muhai walked away, old Zhang said, "Once it falls into his hands, we definitely won't get a share." Captain Li frowned and said, "Who told him to be the gang leader's disciple?" Before he could finish speaking, Captain Li suddenly saw a hole appear in Muhai's body, and blood flowed out. Improvement of the 7 arrows. Book. Seeing Muhai injured, Captain Li, unable to complain, shouted loudly, "Muhai is injured. Activate the defense barrier, don't let the assassin escape." After shouting this, Captain Li rushed to Muhai's side, quickly took out a medicine bottle, poured out healing potion, and sprinkled it on the wound. However, the blood from the wound quickly washed away the healing potion, and Muhai soon died. The moment Mu Hai died, a semi-transparent barrier appeared out of nowhere, like an upside-down porcelain bowl, covering the entire Fierce Tiger squad. At this time, others also came to Mu Hai's side. Old Zheng pointed at Mu Hai's wound and shouted in panic, "Wang Yuan also died like this." It was that second-order assassin. Captain Li looked at Mu Hai, who died with his eyes open, reached out and closed Mu Hai's eyes, and ordered, "The defense barrier is already activated, the assassin can't escape. Everyone put down what you're doing and go find the assassin. Also, tell those wastes who are staking out the assassin mission hall that next time they find one of us being assassinated, they must report it immediately." At this moment, a man beside him said, "Captain Li, I just received information that a curse master accepted a mission. I was about to report it, but young Master Mu Hai, what?" Captain Li stared at the reporting man in disbelief and questioned, "Are you saying that as soon as the curse master accepted the mission, an assassin immediately took action, without even a preparation process?" "Yes." The reporting man nodded, thoughtfully answering, "Young Master Mu Hai has been cultivating in his room recently. He only went out for a stroll today and ended up like this. I suspect there's a mole." Captain Li's face was gloomy. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's just speculation now. Immediately send someone to the Curse Master Mission Hall. The others continue to search for the assassin. I believe he can't escape." The crowd responded in unison, "Understood." After that, the crowd carried Mu Hai's body away quickly. As for Wang Yuan's body, it was casually thrown in a corner, unattended. At this time, in the guest room, Feng Che saw the scarecrow fall, and the 7 long nails turned back into text, returning to the 7 arrows book with nail heads. Feng Che put away the 7 arrows book with nail heads, quickly cleaned up the blood flowing from the scarecrow, then put on his cloak and mask, and came to the Curse Master Mission Hall. Feng Che walked to the mission registration manager, took out the mission token, and said, "The mission has been completed." The manager glanced at the mission on the token and said in surprise, "So fast? Wait a moment, I'll check." Then, the manager took out a basin, poured in clear water, put Mu Hai's portrait into the basin, and chanted a few spells. The next moment, the portrait dissolved and disappeared, and the word death condensed on the water surface. "Amazing!" the manager exclaimed, then opened the drawer next to him. This drawer, like the drawer in the Butcher Knife Academy, was as dark as a bottomless abyss. The manager took out a wooden box and a money bag from it, placed them in front of Feng Che, and said, "This is the entire mission reward, please accept it." Feng Che only took the wooden box and pushed the money bag to the manager, and said, "I need a cultivation room with rich curse energy, and the cultivation room must have a secret passage to leave the mission hall." The manager put away the money bag, took out a token and placed it in front of Feng Che, and introduced it, "This token is the key. As long as it is attached to any wall, you can enter a cultivation room. However, the token is one-time use. After opening the cultivation room, the token will disappear. After the token disappears, it will provide curse energy to the cultivation room. The curse energy is limited and cannot be used all the time. Do not use it to refine curse props, lest the refining fails. Thank you for the reminder." Feng Che put away the token and walked to the missions near those that cooperated with the assassin, looking for new missions. Before long, Feng Che found another mission to assassinate a member of the Fierce Tiger Squad. The mission reward was a pill containing curse energy. Although the pill was not as good as the material for improving the 7 arrows book with nailheads, Feng Che had no good feelings for these people who modified the contract in the Fierce Tiger Squad, and he would kill them even without good things. Therefore, Feng Che directly took off the mission token and headed to the registration area. At the same time, a masked man instantly stared at Feng Che, his eyes following Feng Che's footsteps. After a while, Feng Che completed the registration. The manager who registered the mission told Feng Che the information of the assassination target, and whispered a reminder, "Someone is staring at you, you have to be careful." "Thank you for the reminder." Feng Che nodded lightly, but didn't care. Since he was killing people, others would definitely track him down for revenge. This was inevitable. As long as Feng Che protected his privacy and left here quietly, he didn't have to worry about others taking revenge outside. As for retaliating against Feng Che in the professional mission hall, it would never happen. The mission hall was a place established by the emperor to improve the combat strength of professionals, and was watched by the will of the plane. No one dared to run wild here. After that, Fang Che came to a wall and stuck the token on the wall. The next moment, a crack appeared in front of the wall, directly absorbing Fang Che, and then the crack disappeared. The masked man who was staring at Fang Che not far away did not ask the manager about Fang Che's origin after Fang Che left, and left this place directly. On the other side, Fang Che was absorbed by the crack and entered an ordinary room. There was only a cushion for meditation in the room, and a closed wooden door with the word exit written on it. After a simple observation of the room, the token in Fang Che's hand disappeared, but the curse energy in the room suddenly became much richer. Fang Che sat cross-legged, took out the 7 Arrows book with nailheads, unfolded it and placed it in front of him, then opened the wooden box he had just obtained. Inside the wooden box was a piece of mud. Fang Che put the mud on the 7 Arrows book with nailheads and used the spiritual inspiration skill. The next moment, the mud turned into energy and merged into the 7 Arrows book with nailheads. After the fusion was completed, the text on it slowly changed. Now, in addition to using scarecrows for curses, you can also use mud to create mud figures and use mud figures to curse. This mud is everywhere and is easier to obtain than straw, and the difficulty of cursing has been greatly reduced. After that, Fang Che put away the 7 Arrows book with nailheads, adjusted his breathing according to the information recorded in Mo curse practice method, and meditated and practiced. The surrounding curse energy instantly poured into the Naiwan Palace, making the illusory second layer altar more real. After a while, Fang Che sucked up the curse energy in the room and opened the wooden door of the exit. Behind the wooden door was a stone wall, with no exit at all. However, when Fang Che reached out and touched the stone wall, his palm passed through. This stone wall seemed to be just a disguise to deceive the eyes. Fang Che stepped into the stone wall, and the next moment he appeared in an empty alley. Fang Che took off his black cloak, turned the gray side of the lining outward, put it on again, and then changed his mask before leaving this place. Before long, Fang Che returned to the guest room, made a mud figure with mud, and wrote the name of the new target, Li Yuan, on paper. Fang Che put the name on the mud figure, took out the 7 Arrows book with nailheads, condensed 7 long nails, and pierced them into the mud figure's head. Then, Fang Che began to kowtow to the mud figure and the 7 Arrows book with nail heads. The first kowtow was quickly completed, but the 7 long nails were just shaking and could not continue to penetrate the mud figure. Just when Fang Che was puzzled, the 7 Arrows book with nailheads suddenly began to absorb the curse energy in Fang Che's body and condense 7 illusory fingers, pressing on the long nails. Fang Che instantly understood that there was a powerful protective force around the target, and only by breaking through this protective force could he curse and kill Li Yuan. Fang Che closed his eyes and injected the curse energy in his body into the 7 Arrows book with nail heads. The 7 Arrows book with nail heads was supported by the curse power, and the 7 fingers pressed harder on the long nails. After a while, the long nails were inserted to a fixed depth, the 7 Arrows book with nail heads stopped absorbing the curse energy in Fang Che's body, and all 7 fingers were retracted. Fang Che performed the second kowtow again, and the 7 Arrows book with nailheads began to absorb the curse energy in Fang Che's body again, condensing 7 fingers to press on the long nails. In the following time, Fang Che recovered his curse energy while providing curse energy to the 7 Arrows book with nailheads, slowly completing the kowtow. At this time, in a secret room of the Fierce Tiger Squad, Captain Li was staring at a man holding a book, with a dignified appearance. The man suddenly closed the book inside. "Captain Li, you keep staring at me, I'm not in the mood to read." Captain Li looked at the man and said with a serious expression, "Young Master Li Yuan, there is a message from outside that someone wants to assassinate you. I must protect you at all times." Mission Hall. Li Yuan put down the book in his hand after hearing Captain Li's words and said, "After junior brother Mu Hai was killed, the murderer has not been found. It is obvious that the murderer escaped before the defense barrier was activated. Now that the defense barrier has not been closed, the murderer cannot come in. I will be fine." Captain Li reminded him with a serious expression, "Young Master Li Yuan, you must not be careless. There are countless ways to penetrate the barrier in this world." Li Yuan shook his head gently and said helplessly, "Even my master can't stop professionals who can penetrate the barrier silently. As for those props that can penetrate the barrier, they are very expensive. It would be a waste to use them on me. Captain Lee agreed in his heart, but still felt uneasy. Therefore, Captain Lee insisted, no matter what, I must. Before he could finish his words, Captain Lee saw with his own eyes that a hole suddenly appeared in Li Yuan's chest. Alert! Captain Lee shouted, grabbed the potion on the table, and poured it into Li Yuan's mouth. But Li Yuan couldn't swallow the potion at all. How much potion was poured in, that much would be spat out. Li Yuan ultimately did not escape the fate of death. Captain Lee raised his head angrily, glanced at the room, and found that the doors and windows of the room were closed, and there was no exit. The angry emotions slowly dissipated, and Captain Lee shouted to the outside of the door in some panic, "Are the rooms closed?" Old Zhang's voice quickly came from outside, "They are all closed. The brothers are guarding nearby." "Captain Lee, what happened?" Hearing this, Captain Lee stared fiercely at the surroundings, and said sternly, "Come out, I found you." No one responded to Captain Lee, and cold sweat instantly broke out on Captain Lee's forehead. "Captain, are you okay?" Old Zhang's voice came again from outside, scaring Captain Lee to tremble. After that, Captain Lee could no longer maintain his fierce appearance, and slowly moved his feet towards the door. After standing firm at the door, Captain Lee shouted to the outside, "Young Master Li Yuan is dead, the murderer may be in the room, find someone to come over and catch the person without destroying the room." There was a burst of exclamation outside. Then someone answered tremblingly, "Yes, sir." At this time, in the inn room, Fang Che collapsed on the bed, looking exhausted. The clay figurine on the table fell in a pool of blood, and blood was still flowing from the pierced area. The 7 long nails have returned to the 7 arrows book with nailhead, and have been transformed back into text. Fang Che was too tired to move at this time, and without dealing with these things, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. When Fang Che woke up, it was already dark. Fang Che put away the 7 arrows book with nailhead and cleaned up the bloodstains on the table. Afterwards, Fang Che put on a cotton coat to make himself look fatter, and put on several layers of insoles to make himself look taller. After doing all this, Fang Che put on his cloak and mask, came to the Cursed Master Mission Hall, and handed in the mission token. The administrator glanced at the mission on the token, then glanced at Fang Che, whose body shape had changed, and didn't say much. He just took out Li Yuan's portrait, put it in a basin of water, and verified his life and death. When the word dead appeared in the water basin, Fang Che immediately made a request, "Can I use this mission reward to exchange for a storage ring, a training room with an escape channel, and 10 silver coins?" The administrator reminded, "If you exchange it, we need to charge a handling fee, can you accept it?" Fang Che nodded lightly, "I accept." The administrator smiled slightly, opened the drawer, took out the storage ring, 10 silver coins, and the training room token, and placed them in front of Fang Che. Fang Che put away these things and turned to the curse mission area. At this time, many curse masters were surrounding the curse mission area. They did not receive tasks, but stared at those who wore cloaks and masks. As soon as Fang Che came here, he was targeted by these people. Fang Che ignored them and just quietly looked for tasks. Before long, Fang Che found a mission from the Wild Tiger Group. The mission target was a second-order professional, and the reward was more generous than other second-order professionals. Presumably, this second-order professional had offended people too badly, or possessed great strength. But with Fang Che's current ability, he couldn't kill him. Fang Che could only give up this task and continue to check other tasks. It's just that the other tasks didn't have good rewards, and they had nothing to do with the Wild Tiger Group. Fang Che directly chose to give up. After turning around and leaving, a curse master who was watching nearby immediately followed Fang Che and whispered, "This brother, I see that you haven't found a suitable task. I happen to have some private work here, can you help me deal with it?" Hearing this, Fang Che instantly understood that this person was here to fish. After some professionals are killed, their friends will hire some people to get close to the assassins and investigate the assassin's situation. This is called fishing, and the hired people are the fishermen. Now that Fang Che had just killed 2 members of the Wild Tiger Group, he didn't dare to contact strangers casually. If they were targeted, he wouldn't know how he died. Fang Che shook his head gently to refuse, and without speaking, walked directly towards the task administrator. And the curse master did not give up, and still followed closely behind Feng Che, begging in a low voice, "Brother, please help me, I have encountered too many troubles, and I have no choice but to do this. I promise to give you enough benefits." Feng Che still didn't answer. The curse master said impatiently, "Just give me a straight answer." Feng Che still didn't answer, and quickened his pace to the task administrator before turning his head to look at the curse master behind him. The administrator also looked at the curse master and reminded him with a serious expression, "You can tell me if you have a task to post. It is forbidden to find people privately here." "I didn't want to find someone privately, I just wandered around." The curse master quickly denied his behavior and turned to leave. After he left, Feng Che nodded to the administrator to thank him, then walked to the wall and stuck the token on it. A crack instantly opened on the wall, absorbing Feng Che, and then the crack slowly disappeared. Feng Che entered the crack, and the token instantly shattered, releasing cursed energy. At the same time, a mist floated out of Feng Che's body and was absorbed by the wall. Feng Che looked at the place where the mist disappeared, and felt slightly relieved. The rules of the Cursed Master Mission Hall record that the training room has the ability to clear abnormal states. And the so-called abnormal states are monitoring, tracking, and means of stealing breath. Feng Che didn't want to be targeted after completing the task. Therefore, after the last task, he used that bag of coins to rent a training room. However, Feng Che was not subjected to an abnormal state last time, so the training room did not play a role. Until now, the mist was absorbed by the wall, and this training room really played a role. Feng Che waited quietly for a moment, until the cursed energy stopped growing, then he opened the door of the exit and walked towards the earthen wall behind the door. After passing through the earthen wall, Feng Che left the Cursed Master Mission Hall. The place where Feng Che is now is not the alley last time. What is the same as the alley last time is that no one is passing by nearby. Feng Che took out the storage ring he had just obtained, cut his finger, dripped blood on it, and at the same time, Feng Che released cursed energy to wrap the storage ring. The next second, the storage ring absorbed the blood cleanly, successfully established contact with Feng Che, and became Feng Che's personal item. Feng Che put all kinds of items on his body into the storage ring, changed his mask, made a disguise, and then left this place. Walking on the street, Feng Che used silver coins to buy several replacement cloaks and masks, and then went to a nearby furniture factory to buy a table, and put them all into the storage ring. Then, Feng Che returned to the academy and took out the table he had just bought, replaced the blood-stained table, and completely removed the bloodstains. Immediately afterwards, Feng Che practiced for a while, then went to bed to rest. Sky Group the next morning, Feng Che headed to the mission hall, where all professionals could accept tasks. Feng Che wanted to earn some money through legitimate channels to provide himself with a normal source of income. With a legitimate income, those righteous professionals would not be constantly watching Feng Che, thinking about eliminating harm for the people. Walking on the road, Feng Che deliberately passed by the fierce tiger gang's residence and discovered a defensive barrier enclosing the entire gang. The members inside the defensive barrier were moving in groups of 3 or 5, and everyone's mental state was very poor. They often looked around, giving people a suspicious feeling. Feng Che also saw that Wang Yuan's body was casually thrown in a corner, with no one taking care of it. Feng Che left the place expressionlessly and soon arrived at the mission hall where all professionals could accept tasks. This mission hall was built on a bustling street. Inside the mission hall, there was a stone wall every 2 meters, covered with mission tokens. If these stone walls were replaced with bookshelves, this place would look like a library. Feng Che wandered around here for a long time and found that most missions were issued in team form, and these missions were more welcoming to mental curse masters. As for blood and flesh curse masters, no one cared about them at all. Item curse masters were also welcomed by some teams, but they had to possess a mental curse item with a fixed effect. Feng Che's Nailhead 7 Arrows book could not meet the requirements, so he basically couldn't accept these missions. Moreover, the Nailhead 7 Arrows book's method of killing was too strange and could easily be discovered by the fierce tiger gang, so it couldn't be exposed now. Feng Che could only look for some guard missions without any professional requirements. However, a large group of professionals with weak early combat power gathered around these guard missions, and Feng Che couldn't squeeze in. "Feng Che, you're here to accept missions too. a pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Fang Che turned his head and found that Ling Jia, who had awakened the physical bodhisattva profession, was standing behind him. Beside Ling Jia were a man and a woman, who were also classmates. The man was called Yun Tian, and the woman was called Yi Ling. Fang Che said, "I'm here to take some missions." "Are you here to take missions too?" "Yes," Ling Jia nodded lightly and invited, "We have already accepted some missions and would like to invite you to perform the missions with us. Do you have time?" Fang Che wanted to participate in the mission, but in order to avoid exposing the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, Fang Che said, "I am an item curse master, and I haven't refined a single item yet, so I'm afraid I can't help you." Ling Jia smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, we are classmates and more trustworthy than others. I just hope you can come and help me with things and join my team." Fang Che then understood that Ling Jia was recruiting troops. In most cases, students from the same class are natural allies and closer than anyone else. Those with ambition will gather classmates to form groups to better obtain benefits. Today, the groups in the Emperor's Plane that are known by name, their initial members all came from the same class. Fang Che really wanted to join this so-called group. Having a group to help can allow Fang Che to develop faster. From the perspective of accepting missions, any professional can only accept one mission at a time. Before the mission is completed, no matter how well disguised, the will of the plane can identify your identity and prevent you from accepting a second mission. If there is a group, you can take all the missions you like and let others help you perform them, without wasting time running back and forth, and without worrying about others taking the mission. In addition, the more professions the group members have, the more missions they come into contact with, and the easier it is to obtain rare rewards. Everyone can share what they have and quickly gather the materials they need to speed up their strength improvement. Especially professions such as item curse masters, which require a team to support them. Near this Butcher Academy, the most powerful group is the Fierce Tiger Gang. However, the Fierce Tiger Gang is strict in recruiting people, and Fang Che was tricked by the Fierce Tiger Gang, so Fang Che did not consider joining the Fierce Tiger Gang. Now that Ling Jia has come to extend an invitation, he can stay with Ling Jia for a while. After making a decision, Fang Che said, "I can join you, but there is one thing I must say in advance, if I have a better place to go, you can't stop me." Ling Jia smiled slightly and nodded, "No problem, if our team can't help you, you can leave at any time, but after you leave, please complete 1 or 2 team missions for the sake of the team having helped you." Fang Che nodded and said, "A very reasonable request, I agree." Ling Jia smiled and said, "Then welcome you to join my Blue Sky team. I have applied to the academy for a courtyard as a residence. You can go back with Yun Tian, and I will continue to win over some people." Fang Che nodded lightly, followed Yun Tian out of the mission hall, and came to a courtyard on the edge of the city. This courtyard has been expanded with space energy. It looks small from the outside, but it is very spacious inside. Yun Tian took Fang Che to a room facing the gate, pointed to a dozen stickers on the wall, and introduced, "These are the resources needed by other members of the Blue Sky team. If you find mission rewards in this area in the Curse Master Mission Hall, you can take them, and everyone will help to complete them. If you have something you need, you can also write the information down and post it on the wall, and others will help you find missions in this area and leave a message to remind you." Fang Che nodded lightly, picked up the paper and pen on the table, and quickly wrote down a bunch of materials for improving the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Then, Fang Che wrote down the items for refining other curse items. After a while, Fang Che wrote down all the information and pasted the paper on the wall. Yun Tian looked at this pile of items and asked with some doubt, "Existing curse items don't seem to need these things to refine, right?" Fang Che explained, "I want to refine curse items myself." Yun Tian instantly understood that Fang Che had chosen the Flash of Inspiration skill. This skill was still very good in the first few years after the Curse Master profession was born. However, after so many years of development, curse items have been studied almost completely. Now the curse items being developed are basically borrowing from existing items, and the power of new items is not as good as existing items. Even if the newly created items can be strengthened, the materials consumed are difficult to estimate. Nowadays, even if someone creates a new curse item, no one pays attention. Yun Tian did not expect that in this era, Fang Che would choose the most material-wasting Flash of Inspiration skill. Yun Tian really didn't know how to evaluate Feng Chie's choice. However, since he invited people to the Blue Sky team, he must be responsible. Moreover, because there are few physical bodhisattva professionals, the local physical bodhisattva exclusive mission hall has been closed, and Ling Jie cannot accept exclusive missions. Now he can't lose Feng Chie, the only curse master in the class. So, Yun Tian persuaded, although the flash of inspiration skill does not create existing curse items 100% like the dexterous skill, there is always a chance of successful refining. I still suggest you take some common materials, refine some existing items to improve your combat power, and consider the issue of innovative items later. For ordinary people, Yun Tian's suggestion is appropriate, but this suggestion is not suitable for Feng Chie. Feng Chie still insisted, I want to try, so I won't change the requirements. Yun Tian did not expect that Feng Chie, who is usually withdrawn and silent, is actually stubborn, which made Yun Tian a little angry. However, Yun Tian still tried to calm his emotions and took out a notebook and handed it to Feng Chie, saying, since you insist, I won't persuade you anymore. Now there are some things you need in the Blue Sky team's treasure house. Some were exchanged by everyone from the Butcher Academy, and some were accidentally obtained before awakening the profession in other planes. As long as you can take out various things that others need, you can directly exchange these treasures. Feng Chie took the notebook, looked at the items recorded on it, and his eyes flashed with joy. There are many good things in it. If he can get them, Feng Chie can try to refine the second curse item. Yun Tian looked at Feng Chie's happy appearance and reminded, if you don't have what others need, you can perform missions with others, and the merits will be divided equally after everyone completes the mission. You need to complete a good mission before you can exchange an item. You must remember this. In addition, I don't recommend you to complete missions alone to exchange resources, it's too dangerous. Feng Chie understood that Yun Tian did not trust his strength. Feng Chie did not explain anything, just smiled and nodded, understood. Objectives. After reading the item information in the notebook, Feng Chie returned it to Yun Tian, then walked to the wall to carefully check the items needed by others. Just then, Ling Jie rushed into the room. Ling Jie glanced at Yun Tian and Feng Chie, and said with great joy, I found a good mission that requires 4 people to accept it together. Hurry up and come with me to take the mission first. Understood, Yun Tian nodded without hesitation. Feng Chie, who was learning about the needs of others, raised his head and said, I'm going to the Cursed Master Mission Hall to look for missions. If we take this mission together, won't we be unable to accept new missions? Ling Jie smiled and said, the missions in the Cursed Master Mission Hall are not as important as this mission of mine. As long as you accept the mission, I can give you some materials to refine cursed props. Feng Chie was a little delighted to hear this. Just accepting a mission to get materials is much better than completing a mission. Yun Tian wanted to tell Ling Jie about Feng Chie's situation, but Feng Chie was here, so Yun Tian couldn't say anything in person and remained silent. Let's go, Ling Jie ordered, and the 3 left in a hurry. Walking out of the yard, Yun Tian quickly closed the gate and locked it. Then, Yun Tian handed a key to Zhuqi and said, we don't have money now, so we can't set up a defensive barrier, and we don't have so many people to watch the house. We can only use the original iron lock. You can come over at any time to check what everyone needs. After a while, you can also move your luggage over and find an empty room to live in. Feng Chie didn't want to reveal his strength, and he didn't want to live in the same yard with others, but it was good to be able to come back at any time to check if there were any clues about what he needed. Therefore, Feng Chie took the key and said, understood. Yun Tian's eyes turned to Ling Jie, and he asked curiously, what is this mission about? Ling Jie walked ahead in a hurry and whispered, in previous years, someone didn't accept missions, but chose to secretly rob newly awakened professionals, which seriously violated the rules. Many people are investigating his whereabouts. These words instantly evoked the memories of Feng Chie and Yun Tian. Yun Tian said, I remember this person. Instructor Lu Jing mentioned him. Do you have any leads on him now? Ling Jie nodded excitedly and said, now we have locked down this person's information. The mission hall just released the assassination message, and Yi Ling and I discovered it. Yi Ling has hidden the mission token. We are going to quietly accept the mission now. The mission reward is secondary, the main thing is the reputation. Yun Tian was also a little excited to hear this. Many people know about the murderer. If the mission is completed, other professionals will definitely come here and strengthen the Blue Sky Squad. Fang Che didn't care about reputation or anything, he just wanted to know what the reward was. If the reward is high enough, then you can kill the mission target. With the power of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, as long as the target's strength is at the first level, no matter where he hides, he will not escape death. Before long, the three came to the mission hall and saw Yi Ling waiting anxiously. After everyone gathered, Ling Jie took the mission token and quickly came to the place to receive the mission, and handed the token to the administrator, and said anxiously, "Senior, we want to accept this mission, please register us." The administrator took the mission token and glanced at Ling Jie and the others, and reminded, 4 people are just the minimum standard for accepting the mission. I suggest you arrange more people, this target is not easy to deal with. Ling Jie said, "Don't worry, Senior, our team has many people and is confident in catching him." The administrator nodded, took out a notebook, recorded the mission information, and then put the notebook in front of Ling Jie, and said, "You 4 sign your names." Ling Jie picked up the pen and quickly registered her name. Then, Fang Che and the other 2 also signed their names in turn. After the 4 people finished signing, the administrator handed a notebook to Ling Jie and said, "This is the target information, you have 3 days to act." "Thank you, Senior." Ling Jie put away the notebook and left in a hurry, for fear that others would find out and prevent her from completing the mission. After returning to the Blue Sky Squad's small courtyard, Ling Jie opened the notebook to check the information inside. Fang Che and the other 2 quickly gathered around. "He is actually an emotion master professional, this is troublesome," Yi Ling exclaimed when she saw the target's profession. Ling Jie and Yun Tian also frowned. Emotion master professionals have a strong perception of the emotions of people around them, and no matter what the emotions of the people around them are, they will be discovered by the emotion master. If a certain emotion is directed at the emotion master, it will be easier to be discovered. If you want to assassinate an emotion master, you will inevitably generate murderous emotions, which will inevitably be discovered by the emotion master. Only by dispatching enough manpower to block the emotion master in an area can he be killed. As for the size of the area, it is difficult to calculate. There are many props in this world that can increase the range of perception. Ling Jie frowned and continued to read the notebook. The notebook records that this emotion master is named Zhou Duan, and he often assassinates professionals when they are in low spirits, and has never failed. The reason why Zhou Duan was discovered was also because Zhou Duan was about to advance, and he was eager to find advancement materials, and he committed crimes more frequently. However, Zhou Duan has not yet advanced after all, and the mission was hung in the first-tier professional area and was discovered by Ling Jie and the other 2. Ling Jie continued to check the notebook, and soon saw the portrait at the end. After reading all the information, Ling Jie frowned and said, "Now I don't know if this Zhou Duan has advanced. If he advances, it will be useless no matter how many people we send. This is troublesome." Yun Tian and Yi Ling frowned and remained silent. Fang Che reached out and said, "Let me see the mission token." Ling Jie casually handed the mission token to Fang Che, and said worriedly, "Although the mission reward is high, it has not reached the 2nd-tier standard. Even if I want to gather all the members of the Blue Sky Squad, they may not agree." After Fang Che saw the mission reward, he said with joy, "If you give me all the mission rewards, I can try it." Ling Jie and the other 2 looked at Fang Che in unison, and then Yun Tian asked excitedly, "Do you know a 2nd-tier expert?" Fang Che did not explicitly answer, but persuaded, "You have no choice, why don't you let me try?" Ling Jie sighed and said, "We have no choice, you can try." Fang Che smiled slightly and requested, "I need a prop to find corpses, give me one." Ling Jie took out a compass and said, "This is the corpse-seeking compass. Paste the corpse's portrait on it to find the corpse. I'll lend it to you. Also, I said before that I can give you materials to refine cursed props after accepting the mission. What do you need?" Fang Che waved his hand and said, "I don't want materials, I want this corpse-seeking compass, can you give it to me?" Fang Che will kill many people in the future. If he only kills and doesn't care, the resources on the dead will be wasted. This corpse-seeking compass can just help Fang Che. Ling Jie nodded lightly and said, "Okay, I'll give you the corpse-seeking compass. Try to deal with Zhou Duan as much as possible." I don't ask for success, just ensure your own safety. After saying this, Ling Jia left here directly. Yi Ling also followed Ling Jia dejectedly, and didn't think the mission could be completed. Yun Tian glanced at Feng Che, and didn't understand where Feng Che's confidence in killing people came from. Usually everyone is in the academy and rarely goes out. The only second-tier professionals they have the opportunity to know are the academy instructors, but these instructors are not good at fighting. If Feng Che does it himself, then it is even more impossible. Feng Che doesn't even have a cursed prop now. Even if there are cursed props, so what? Emotion masters are very restrained against cursed masters. How can cursed masters be emotion masters' opponents? Yun Tian couldn't figure it out, so he didn't thank him anymore and returned directly to his room. Duan. After Ling Jia and the others left, Feng Che hurriedly departed from the Azure Sky Squad's residence, digging up a pile of dirt along the way before returning to the academy's inn. Feng Che took out the wooden table previously stained with blood, then used the dirt to sculpt a mud figure, affixed Zhou Duan's name to it, and used the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to condense long nails and pierce the mud figure's head, before beginning to prostrate himself in worship. After the first prostration, the 7 long nails easily pierced into the fixed depth. Feng Che instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to pierce through without resistance meant that Zhou Duan had not yet completed his advancement, and didn't even have much protection. Thus, Feng Che continued to prostrate himself. At this moment, in a certain mountain cave, Zhou Duan was counting the resources obtained after killing people. Suddenly, Zhou Duan's hand counting resources paused. Immediately afterward, a faint light emanated from the center of Zhou Duan's brow. When the light disappeared, Zhou Duan's eyes were dazed, and he muttered to himself, "Strange, I'm clearly nervous, but how come I can't find any traces of anyone harming me after carefully searching?" Zhou Duan's brow emitted a faint light again. After the light disappeared, Zhou Duan thoughtfully muttered to himself in a low voice, "Am I just afraid of failing the advancement? No, I can't take the risk." Zhou Duan quickly activated various defensive items on his body, and under the protection of these items, Zhou Duan's tense emotions slowly calmed down. At this moment, after completing a new round of prostrations, Feng Che suddenly discovered that the 7 long nails could not be pierced any deeper. Seeing this, Feng Che quickly injected curse energy into the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. The Nailhead 7 Arrows book, empowered by the curse energy, condensed 7 fingers and pressed down on the long nails. The long nails slowly pierced into the mud figure. At this time, Feng Che confirmed that Zhou Duan must have used some defensive items and had not completed his advancement. As long as Zhou Duan hadn't completed his advancement, Feng Che was confident he could deal with him. Then, Feng Che continued to prostrate himself before the mud figure. Before long, 63 prostrations were completed. Feng Che picked up the simple wooden bow, knocked a sharpened wooden stick, aimed at the mud figure, and shot. The wooden stick silently pierced through the mud figure and landed on the ground. Immediately afterward, blood flowed from the hole in the mud figure. The blood flowed down the mud figure onto the table, quickly spreading out. In the mountain cave, Zhou Duan suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a hole in his chest, with blood flowing continuously. Zhou Duan looked in disbelief at the defensive items that had not been damaged in any way, then reached out to grab a healing pill. But Zhou Duan only felt the strength in his body draining away from the wound. His raised arm quickly fell, and he couldn't lift it again. Before long, Zhou Duan, in bewilderment, entered death. The defensive items on his body lost their energy supply and were no longer effective. Bang! In the academy room, the mud figure suddenly fell to the ground, and the 7 long nails turned back into text, returning to the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Feng Che understood that Zhou Duan was dead. Feng Che took out the corpse-seeking compass and affixed Zhou Duan's portrait to it. The next second, a red dot appeared on the edge of the corpse-seeking compass. Feng Che held the corpse-seeking compass and turned around in place. The red dot also changed position as Feng Che turned. However, the red dot kept turning at the edge, and always pointed north. Feng Che put away the corpse-seeking compass, cleaned up the traces of the curse in the room, put on his cloak and mask, left the room, and headed north. Every time he advanced a certain distance, Fang Che would go to a deserted place, take out the corpse-seeking compass, and determine the target's location. As he continued north, the red dot on the edge of the corpse-seeking compass gradually moved toward the center. When Fang Che arrived outside a mountain cave, the red dot had infinitely approached the center of the corpse-seeking compass. Fang Che put away the corpse-seeking compass, picked up a few stones from the side and threw them into the mountain cave, listened intently for a moment, and only after confirming that there were no unusual sounds inside did he enter. Entering the mountain cave, after walking a few steps, Fang Che saw Zhou Duan sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this time, Zhou Duan's face was pale, and there was a hole in his chest. Blood had dyed the clothes below his chest blood red. Fang Che walked forward and directly put the corpse into his storage ring, then searched the surroundings, took away all the valuable things, and left the place. Sometime later, Fang Che returned to the academy and took out Zhou Duan's various items, carefully counted them, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Zhou Duan had several storage rings, of which the Emotion Master's profession-specific pills and props accounted for 1/5. The props and pills of other professions were varied, accounting for 2/5. This should be what Zhou Duan had accumulated from killing people. These two types of items had professional requirements, and Fang Che could only use some of the Curse Master's things. He could only find opportunities to sell the other things. The remaining 2/5 were some general items, or unprocessed basic materials. Among them were some materials that could be used to improve the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Fang Che directly took out the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, unfolded it and placed it on the table, then picked up these materials, placed them one by one on the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, and used the spiritual flash skill to let the Nailhead 7 Arrows book absorb the materials. The Nailhead 7 Arrows book absorbed these materials, and the text information changed rapidly, quickly completing the improvement. At this time, the text on the Nailhead 7 Arrows book was different from before. Write the enemy's name on any item to replace the target's body, then, using the power of the curse, condense the text in the bamboo slit prop into 7 long nails and pierce the replacement item. Bow and prostrate before the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and the replacement item, and recall the target's appearance. After prostrating 7 times in a row, smash the replacement item, and the enemy will die on the spot without any external injuries. After the improvement, the Nailhead 7 Arrows book could draw materials from anywhere, shorten the prostration time, and more easily curse the enemy. Moreover, the enemy would not have obvious wounds, which could confuse the direction of investigation and allow Fang Che to hide better. The only pity was that the defect of needing the target's name for the curse had not changed, and Fang Che still needed to continue searching for materials. After that, Fang Che put away the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, put the items he needed into a separate storage ring, and came to the Azure Sky Squad's residence. At this time, the gate of the residence was open, and Fang Che walked directly in, entered the common room facing the gate, and saw Yun Tian. Fang Che walked up to Yun Tian and said, "The person is dead, you can go and turn in the quest." "What person?" Yun Tian was slightly stunned, and then, thinking of something, asked in shock, "Are you talking about Zhou Duan?" Fang Che nodded and said, "It's him. I brought back Zhou Duan's treasures." Saying this, Fang Che poured out items from various professions from his storage ring and said, "I want to exchange these items for what I need." Yun Tian looked at the items on the table and said with slight excitement, "If you can bring back these items, you should have also brought back Zhou Duan's corpse, right? Can you let me see the corpse?" Fang Che shook his head and said, "The corpse has been destroyed. After submitting the quest, let the quest hall use special items to confirm Zhou Duan's death." Fang Che didn't dare to take out Zhou Duan's corpse now. If Zhou Duan's corpse was exposed, the Fierce Tiger Squad would lock onto Fang Che. The Fierce Tiger Squad wouldn't look for any evidence. If they suspected Fang Che, they would definitely strike a fatal blow directly. This was also why Fang Che had to bring back Zhou Duan's corpse. Yun Tian, upon learning that Zhou Duan's corpse had been destroyed, looked at Fang Che with some suspicion, and then said, "I will inform squad leader Ling Jia. Please wait a moment." Then, Yun Tian took out a jade stone for communication, injected energy, and reported, "Squad leader, Fang Che has brought back a pile of resources, saying that he has successfully killed Zhou Duan. However, Zhou Duan's corpse was destroyed, and Fang Che didn't bring it back. Fang Che hopes you can submit the quest as soon as possible." After saying these words, Yun Tian stopped outputting energy. Yun Tian waited quietly for a while. When the jade stone flashed, Yun Tian injected energy again. Immediately afterward, Ling Jie's excited voice came from the jade stone. The quest has been successfully submitted. Zhou Duan is really dead. I'll be back right away. Don't let Feng Che leave. Yun Tian received the message, looked at Feng Che, and asked curiously, where did you meet a tier 2 professional? Seeing that Yun Tian didn't believe in his strength, Feng Che didn't refute it, just smiled slightly, and fooled him. Anyway, the person is dead, why bother caring how they died? Feng Che didn't want to discuss Zhou Duan's death any further, pointing at the materials on the table to change the subject. Can I exchange these items for something? Seeing that Feng Che was unwilling to say anything, Yun Tian could only suppress his curiosity. He took out a notebook and said, I'll help you register these items. When the other members of the team return, I'll have them exchange them for the items you need. You can also write down what you need. After saying this, Yun Tian began to count the items Feng Che provided and registered them in the notebook. Feng Che walked to the wall, took down the material list he had written before, crossed out the materials he already had, and wrote down some information about Curse Master exclusive cultivation pills. Just then, Ling Jie hurriedly returned to the room, approached Feng Che with a smile, and said, Thank you. I won't ask any more questions about you eliminating Zhou Duan, and please don't tell anyone else about it. Yun Tian, who was originally trying to get Ling Jie to help inquire about the situation while registering the material information, immediately asked, neglecting the registration, why? Having a second-tier professional help would be a great benefit to the Blue Sky team, and we can also pay Brother Feng Che various resources to maintain the relationship. Hearing the information about the second-tier professional, Ling Jie was also misled, thinking that Zhou Duan was killed by a second-tier professional. Ling Jie also felt a trace of curiosity. How did Feng Che know such a powerful second-tier professional? However, Ling Jie didn't ask but suppressed her curiosity and smiled. Zhou Duan's death will attract a lot of attention to us, and there will definitely be some malicious people among them, but they don't know how Feng Che killed him, nor do they know how Zhou Duan died. As long as their strength is not as good as Zhou Duan's, they won't act rashly. Yun Tian nodded in sudden realization. Then, Yun Tian continued to ask, what if someone stronger than Zhou Duan is eyeing us? Ling Jie smiled and said, people stronger than Zhou Duan won't care about Zhou Duan, nor will they pay attention to us. What we need to do now is to publicize the news that Brother Feng Che killed Zhou Duan and recruit as many members as possible. Yun Tian thought for a moment and nodded, that makes sense. Feng Che, who was listening from the side, immediately stopped Ling Jie when he heard that she wanted to promote him, saying, I hope the matter of me killing Feng Che can be kept secret and not publicized. Ling Jie looked at Feng Che with some confusion, reminding him, Zhou Duan is a celebrity. Killing him can bring great prestige, and the benefits of this prestige are very numerous. Feng Che shook his head gently, saying indifferently, what is prestige? I don't want to stand in front of people and accept their attention. I just want to stay alone in an unnoticed corner and complete my own things. Feng Che always felt that it was more satisfying to scheme behind the scenes than to show off in public. It would be the most satisfying thing in the world to make enemies unable to find someone to take revenge on. Anyway, he had already taken the benefits, and Ling Jie and the others understood the situation and wouldn't mistreat Feng Che. Ling Jie glanced at Feng Che, saw that Feng Che's attitude was firm, and sighed, okay, I won't publicize your matter. By the way, I've already brought back the mission rewards. Ling Jie took out some things from the storage ring and handed them directly to Feng Che. Feng Che took the things and said, to prevent others from finding me through Zhou Duan's items, I'll have to trouble the team to dispose of Zhou Duan's materials. If I need anything, I'll need your help to exchange for them. No problem. Ling Jie readily agreed and took out a piece of jade for communication, handed it to Feng Che, and said, when others are willing to exchange items with you, I will contact you through the jade. Feng Che took the communication jade and said, then I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye. After Feng Che left, Yun Tian suddenly asked, isn't Yi Ling your little follower? Why didn't she come back with you? Ling Jie replied, I asked Yi Ling to stay in the mission hall. After the news about Zhou Duan spreads, she will directly spread the information about our to attract professionals to join us. Yun Tian nodded lightly and continued to record the items Feng Che brought. Ling Jie picked up the communication token and sent a message to Yi Ling, "Don't tell anyone who killed Zhou Duan." On the other side, after Feng Che left the Blue Sky Team S, he went to the vicinity of the Fierce Tiger Team San, took a look, and found that the defense barrier was still not closed. The Fierce Tiger Team's unusual behavior attracted many people. Many people passed by here and observed curiously. Feng Che found that Wang Yuan's body, which was originally thrown in the corner, had disappeared. The people in the Fierce Tiger Team were still moving in groups of 3 or 5, but at this moment they were not as suspicious as before, but rather a little anxious. Feng Che saw that the Fierce Tiger Team members who modified the contract were so miserable. He was happy in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm and left the place like a passerby. After returning to the inn, Feng Che took out a puppet from his suitcase, opened the puppet's head, and took out a piece of yellow paper full of seal characters, carefully checking the seal characters recorded on it. This is the prop Feng Che is going to refine next, the witchcraft doll. The seal characters taken out of the puppet are different from the seal characters on the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. The power of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead mainly comes from the seal characters, and the bamboo slips are only the carrier of the text. As long as you act according to the seal characters, you can exert the power of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. The power of the puppet comes from the puppet itself, and these seal characters are just the materials needed to refine the puppet. This is the most successful method of refining props that Feng Che has summarized using his eye abilities. Now, Feng Che does not have the items rewarded by the will of the plane, so he cannot directly create curse props. He can only use the materials he just collected. After checking all the words, Feng Che took out a piece of black wood that exuded a unique aura and carved it into a human-shaped puppet with a knife. Then, Feng Che dug out 18 holes of different sizes on the puppet and used silver needles to punch holes, connecting all the holes together. Afterwards, Feng Che took out 17 stones of different colors, carved these stones into the shape of a brain, and stuffed them into the holes in the puppet. After using all the materials, most of the puppet's holes were filled, leaving only the hole in the head empty. Then, Feng Che gathered the remaining materials from the 17 stones, crushed them into powder, and glued them together with glue. Then, Feng Che carved the ability of the witchcraft doll on this glued colored stone. Bury the witchcraft doll in a group's living area, and the person with the highest position in the group will go insane and kill other members within the group. The number of people in the group must be controlled to 20, otherwise it will be invalid. After writing this information, Feng Che took out a basin of blood. The owner of this blood is a tiger. This tiger comes from a low-level plane ruled by the Emperor Plane. It commands all beasts and, by chance, has been recognized by the plane where it is located and has become a first-tier professional. However, this tiger did not live a carefree life for long before it was killed, and its body was divided and sold to various places. And this blood is one of the rewards for killing Zhou Duan. Feng Che held the puppet, put his hand into the blood, and touched the bottom of the basin. Then, Feng Che immediately cast the inspiration skill. The next second, the puppet emitted a suction force, quickly absorbing the tiger's blood. The tiger's blood disappeared quickly. After all the blood in the basin was absorbed by the puppet, a layer of blood-red bark condensed on the surface of the puppet, wrapping the entire puppet. Suddenly, the puppet came to life and struggled violently in Feng Che's hands. At this moment, Feng Che has successfully refined the witchcraft doll. Feng Che quickly put the witchcraft doll into the Naiman Palace and let the Curse Master Gem touch the witchcraft doll. As soon as the two came into contact, a pattern of the witchcraft doll appeared on the Curse Master Gem, and the witchcraft doll also stopped struggling and floated quietly next to the Curse Master Gem. At this moment, the witchcraft doll has been bound to Feng Che and has become Feng Che's unique curse prop, which outsiders cannot take away. The next second, a vast and ethereal power was blessed on Feng Che, and the will of the plane descended. An eye of the plane appeared out of thin air in the Naiman Palace, staring at the witchcraft doll without emotion. After a while, a white light flew out from the eyes and turned into a piece of jade. Then, the eye of the plane also disappeared, and the vast and ethereal aura that was blessed on Feng Che also disappeared. Feng Che once again received a plane reward. Debt collection. Feng Che took out the jade stone bestowed by the plane will from his Naiman Palace, his face filled with anticipation as he examined it. However, disappointment quickly appeared on Feng Che's face. This jade stone was not a special treasure that could create cursed items with 100% certainty, but rather an item that accelerated cultivation speed. As long as the jade stone was kept in the Naiwan Palace, it could absorb curse energy from the outside or from elixirs more quickly, improving cultivation efficiency. However, this jade stone could only be used for 1 month. When the total cultivation time reached 1 month, the jade stone would shatter. Feng Che returned the jade stone to his Naiwan Palace and focused his attention, using his eye ability and silently chanting, "Observe." In the next second, Feng Che's eyes appeared in the Naiwan Palace in an illusory state, staring intently at the voodoo doll. Information about improvements quickly appeared above the voodoo doll. Feng Che took out the items he possessed, carefully searching for a moment, and quickly found 2 improvement items. With a flip of his hand, the voodoo doll appeared out of thin air in his palm. Immediately afterwards, Feng Che attached a drill-shaped red stone to the voodoo doll and used the skillful inspiration skill. The red stone instantly liquefied, enveloping the voodoo doll and slowly penetrating into its body. When the penetration was complete, 3 drills grew out of the voodoo doll's hands and head. At this moment, the voodoo doll had gained the ability to move underground. With this ability, Feng Che no longer needed to risk approaching the residential areas of enemy groups. He could directly find a place outside to bury the voodoo doll and control it to drill over. Afterwards, Feng Che picked up another colorful stone, attached it to the voodoo doll, and used the skillful inspiration skill. The colorful stone turned into liquid and penetrated into the voodoo doll. After the penetration was complete, the voodoo doll's appearance did not change, but the target the voodoo doll could now deal with changed from the leader of a 20-person group to the leader of a 50-person group. Currently, the number of students in each academy class is controlled at 50. The initial formation of groups usually involves recruiting classmates. With the voodoo doll, Feng Che could easily destroy any newly formed group. He could continue to strengthen the voodoo doll in the future to deal with groups with even more people. Feng Che put away the voodoo doll, put on thick clothes, put on height-increasing insoles, and then put on his cloak and mask, and came to the Cursed Master Mission Hall to look for new missions. However, the missions here were ordinary and there were no suitable ones. Feng Che casually looked around and turned to walk towards the administrator. As soon as Feng Che left, the fisherman who wanted Feng Che to take on private work last time quickly followed Feng Che and said the same thing as last time. "This brother, I see that you haven't found a suitable mission either. I happen to have some private work here. Can you help me with it?" Feng Che ignored him and quickened his pace towards the administrator. The fisherman followed Feng Che for a short distance, and when he saw the administrator's gaze gathering, the fisherman moved away from Feng Che, not daring to say more. Feng Che walked to the administrator, took out some of the coins he got after eliminating Zhou Duan, and said, "I want to rent a cultivation room with an exit." The administrator took the coins, took out a token and handed it to Feng Che. Feng Che took the token, walked to the wall, opened the gap, and entered the cultivation room. As soon as he entered the cultivation room, strange smoke emerged from Feng Che's body and was absorbed by the wall. The token in his hand also shattered quickly, releasing curse energy. Feng Che sat cross-legged on the ground and cultivated quietly. Just then, the cultivation jade pendant in the Naiwan Palace released a burst of suction, and Feng Che's absorption speed of curse energy instantly increased by 20%. In the following time, Feng Che stayed in the cultivation room of the Cursed Master Mission Hall to cultivate, and the illusory second-level altar became more and more real. Whenever the curse energy in the cultivation room was exhausted, Feng Che would go around the mission hall again to look for suitable missions. However, there were always no good missions here, and those fishermen always targeted Feng Che. He didn't know where they got so many props. 2 days passed like this, and Feng Che, who was cultivating, suddenly discovered that the storage ring was emitting some heat. Feng Che opened the storage ring and took out the heat source. The heating thing was the communication jade stone for contacting Lingjia. Feng Che injected a curse energy, and Lingjia's voice immediately came from the communication jade stone. "A batch of the things you need have been exchanged. Take some time to come back and find me. In addition, I found some tasks, and the task rewards are all things you need, but the team doesn't have them. I know you are very rich now and may be cultivating, so I'm asking if you are willing to accept the task. If you are willing, you can go to mission wall number 13 in area number 2 of the mission hall to check. If you encounter a task you like, you can contact me. After listening to this information, Feng Che continuously injected curse energy into the communication jade stone and replied, I will go over later. After replying, Feng Che put away the communication jade stone and cultivated quietly. When the curse energy in the cultivation room was completely absorbed by Feng Che left the cultivation room, took off his disguise in an empty alley, and came to the mission hall used by all professions. Feng Che walked to mission wall number 13 in area number 2 and checked the mission information on it. The tasks here are to guard the defense loopholes of the Emperor's plane and hunt down foreign invaders. Each task requires a team to accept the task. Feng Che had no interest in these tasks. At this stage, Feng Che didn't want to expose his cursed props. At least he had to break through the second-level Cursed Master and choose new skills before acting with others. So, Feng Che left the 13th mission wall and went to other places to find tasks suitable for acting alone. However, Feng Che didn't find a mission, but instead discovered members of the Fierce Tiger Gang. Feng Che also knew this person. He was one of the group who took Wang Yuan's body to the Butcher Academy to blackmail him. It seemed that someone called him Lao Zhang. Just then, Lao Zhang and others from the Fierce Tiger Gang also saw Feng Che, quickly ran to Feng Che, and surrounded Feng Che. Feng Che asked nervously, "What are you doing? This is the mission hall, you are not allowed to hurt others." Lao Zhang took out a pile of blood-stained loan contracts from his arms, found Feng Che's one, and said, "I heard that your class has formed some Blue Sky Group and killed Zhou Duan. That's good. You go join the Blue Sky Group and borrow money from Ling Jie to pay back the money." Feng Che originally wanted to pay back the money, but after the Fierce Tiger Gang secretly modified the contract, Feng Che was not interested in paying back the money. Instead, he wanted to kill these people. Now that these people have left the Fierce Tiger Gang station, he can continue to kill people. Feng Che thought this in his heart, but showed a distressed look on his face and said, "I joined the Blue Sky Group a few days ago, but I am not familiar with Ling Jie. He may not lend it to me. Please give me a few more days. After a few days, I will definitely solve the debt problem." Lao Zhang sneered and said, "It's okay if you don't pay back the money. Just sign a Vanguard contract with us and serve us for 3 years. When Feng Che heard the Vanguard contract, his idea of eliminating the Fierce Tiger Gang became stronger. The so-called Vanguard is the cannon fodder in war, who needs to rush to the front to test the enemy's abilities. People who sign this contract basically cannot survive. The few people who survive are those who sign a slave contract with others and become someone else's private property before being protected by others. And the Cursed Master is not a powerful profession, and has no value to become a slave. If Feng Che signs the contract, he is looking for death. Therefore, Feng Che quickly said, "I will go to Ling Jie immediately and solve the debt problem immediately." Lao Zhang reminded with a smile, "That's good, but don't think about running away. With the contract, we can easily lock your position, although the cost of locking your position is more than the money you owe. Our Fierce Tiger Gang does not lack this money and is happy to use you to kill chickens and monkeys." Feng Che replied nervously, "It is right to pay back debts, I will definitely not run away." Lao Zhang nodded with satisfaction and waved, "Let him go." The practitioners blocking the road next to him immediately opened a path, and Feng Che quickly moved away from these people. After watching Feng Che leave, Lao Zhang said with a smile, "Look at that person's cowardly appearance just now, it's really ridiculous." The others around him also had smiles on their faces, and the tense emotions of the past few days had been dispelled a lot. Lao Zhang smiled and said, "Let's go, let's find a few more debtors and have a good time playing with them." Everyone echoed excitedly, "Okay." After leaving the mission hall, Feng Che headed towards the Azure Sky Squad's residence. Along the way, Feng Che encountered many members of the Fierce Tiger Squad. These people looked irritable, as if they were ready to cause trouble at any moment. Feng Che kept his distance from these people, avoiding any direct confrontation. A moment later, Feng Che arrived at the Azure Sky Squad and found the residence much busier, with many Tier 1 professionals walking around the courtyard. Feng Che hurriedly entered the room directly opposite the courtyard and saw many Tier 1 professionals selecting missions while Yun Tian was registering them on the side. Fang Che looked around and noticed that there were many more professional message notes on the wall than before. At this moment, Yi Ling walked up to Fang Che, pointed to the wooden door in the corner, and reminded him, "Squad leader Ling is waiting for you in that room." "Thank you." Fang Che nodded in thanks and quickly walked to the outside of the room, gently knocking on the door. Ling Jie's pleasant voice soon came from inside the room, "Come in." Fang Che pushed the door open, made eye contact with Ling Jie in the room, and then closed the door. Ling Jie also took out a pile of items and placed them on the table, saying, "These are the items that everyone exchanged for you, please accept them." Fang Che glanced at the items on the table, his eyes lit up, and he quickly put the items into his storage ring. After Ling Jie waited for Fang Che to collect all the items, she said, "Recently, many debtors have come to me to borrow money. I have lent them all money and signed contracts with them. I remember that you also owe the Fierce Tiger Squad a lot of money. I can help you repay the money, and you don't need to sign any contracts or pay anything. It's just to thank you for your help to the Azure Sky Squad." Seeing Ling Jie take the initiative to mention the loan, Fang Che smiled and said, "I am just a curse master, not a very powerful profession. If you lend me too much money, people will be suspicious. Please lend me a little less." Before coming, Fang Che had decided to borrow as little money as possible from Ling Jie. Because Fang Che needed to execute Old Zhang's request 100%, making Old Zhang and the others think that Fang Che was afraid of the Fierce Tiger Squad. Next, Fang Che would also work hard to receive missions and work to repay his debts. This way, even if all the members of the Fierce Tiger Squad died in the future, no one would suspect someone who worked hard to raise money to repay debts. Fang Che did not tell Ling Jie these thoughts, because Fang Che did not understand Ling Jie. If Ling Jie accidentally leaked the information, Fang Che would be in trouble. Hearing Fang Che's words, Ling Jie nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Lending too much money to a curse master will indeed be suspicious. It would be bad if the matter of eliminating Zhou Duan was exposed." Immediately afterwards, Ling Jie took out a pile of coins from her storage ring and said, "Take as much as you want. If anyone asks in the future, I will say that you also signed a contract with me." Fang Che nodded, quickly put a portion of the coins into his storage ring, then picked up the paper and pen on the table, writing as he said, "I will write another list of the materials I need, please help me collect them. As for the note outside, please don't touch it, lest others target me." Ling Jie nodded and said, "Okay." A moment later, Fang Che wrote down what he needed now, handed it to Ling Jie, and said, "Goodbye." Ling Jie took the note and said, "Goodbye." Fang Che hurriedly left the room and quickly returned to his room in the inn, took out the newly obtained items, and integrated them into the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. After merging a few items, the information on the Nailhead 7 Arrows book changed again. By writing the enemy's name, surname, or a code name recognized by the enemy on any item, you can use the item to replace the target's body, then, with the help of the power of the curse, condense the text in the bamboo slit prop into 7 long nails and pierce them into the substitute item. Bow and worship the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and the substitute item, recall the target's appearance, and after bowing and worshipping 4 times in a row, smash the substitute item, and the enemy will die on the spot without any external injuries. Most people do not call each other by name when communicating with people around them, as that would seem too serious. Therefore, it is very difficult for the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to kill people. Now the Nailhead 7 Arrows book no longer needs the enemy's correct name, as long as there is a surname or code name, which reduces the difficulty of Fang Che killing people. What's more, now it only takes 4 bows to kill someone, and the speed of killing has increased again. Fang Che put away the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, then placed all the items on his body in the corner of the room, and set off for the mission hall. Arriving at the mission hall, Fang Che pretended to be selecting missions, but was actually looking for Old Zhang's trail. Before long, Fang Che saw Old Zhang in his group. Fang Che pretended to be nervous and turned to leave. "Stop!" Old Zhang and his group also saw Fang Che and quickly stopped him. Fang Che looked nervous and stammered, What's wrong?" Old Zhang put his hands behind his back, raised his head, looked at Fang Che with his nostrils, and said arrogantly, "Didn't I tell you to go to Ling Jie to borrow money? Did you borrow the money?" Fang Che said with a troubled expression, "I am just a curse master, I can't borrow much money at all. I am here now to look for missions and work hard to repay the money." Old Zhang reached out to ask for money. Give me the borrowed money, just as interest. Fang Che shook his head and said, no, I will wait to repay it together later. Old Zhang frowned and waved his hand, search him. Upon hearing this, the people next to him quickly searched Fang Che. Fang Che let them search him, and said, I didn't bring any money, just wait for me to raise the money and come back. Several people who searched him carefully searched him and shook their heads and dispersed. Old Zhang took 2 steps forward, raised his fist and threatened, I will let you off this time, hurry up and take on missions and repay the money as soon as possible. Yes, I will go take on missions. Then, Fang Che ran away in a panic, away from Old Zhang and others, and carefully looked at the missions. Next, Fang Che wandered around the mission hall, pretending to be looking for missions, but actually learning about the code names of these members of the Fierce Tiger Squad. Fang Che's current behavior of learning about code names is a waste of time. If he spent some money to ask others for help, he would definitely be able to find out the real names of these people in the Fierce Tiger Squad. However, doing so would put a handle in the hands of others, which is not as safe as acting on his own. After a while, Fang Che found that many members of the Fierce Tiger Squad had accepted missions away from the city, and hurriedly left, looking like he was trying to avoid disaster. Fang Che sneered in his heart, remembered their code names and appearances, and went to observe the situation of others. After a while, Fang Che left the mission hall and returned to his residence, recording the code names he had inquired about on white paper. Immediately afterwards, Fang Che took out the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and, with the help of the power of the curse, cast the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Under Fang Che's control, the seal script turned into 7 long nails, directly piercing into a piece of white paper with code names written on it. This white paper was like a prop containing the power of space. The long nails pierced in from one side, as if piercing into an unknown space, and did not penetrate out from the other side of the white paper. Fang Che bowed and worshipped the white paper and the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, and the long nails continued to pierce into the white paper. After worshipping 4 times, the long nails had completely pierced into the white paper, and only the traces of the tail of the long nails could be seen on one side of the white paper. Fang Che picked up the white paper and tore it apart directly. At this time, outside the city, a group of people were running fast. The person running in the front shouted excitedly, now that we have escaped the city, we don't have to worry about the damage from the Tier 2 assassin. The person behind him frowned and said hesitantly, we are all small people, and we are not on the assassination list in the mission hall. Actually, I don't think it matters whether we run or not. The person running in the front smiled and said, don't say these things anymore. Bringing you out is also for your own good. In case the Tier 2 assassin goes crazy, we will easily be accidentally injured if we stay in the city. Let's hide far away. Speaking of this, the person's voice stopped abruptly and he fell straight to the ground. There is an assassin. A large group of people behind him scattered quickly like frightened birds. Instead, the hesitant person did not act. After carefully observing the corpse, he shouted, there are no wounds on his body. It was not done by an assassin. The scattered people turned their heads in horror, glanced at the corpse, and stopped after confirming that the corpse had no wounds. They returned to the corpse and discussed. How did Old Hong die? There are no wounds on his body at all. It may be that he was too nervous before, and now he is too excited. The emotional fluctuations are too great, and his body cannot bear it, leading to his death. That's possible. What do we do now? Bring the corpse back? Don't do that. Someone died just after taking on the mission. We will definitely be scolded when we go back, and the resources on Old Hong's body will not be kept. Let's divide Old Hong's resources and continue to perform the mission. Just say that Old Hong died during the mission. It's normal for someone to die during the mission. That makes sense. Let's do it. Then, a group of people quickly divided Old Hong's items, carried Old Hong's body and continued to the mission location. Tigers inside a room at the Cleaver Academy's affiliated in, Fang Che, like a venomous snake in the shadows, stared with cold eyes at the words on the white paper, repeatedly kowtowing. Every 4 kowtows, Fang Che would tear off a sheet of white paper and toss it aside. The stack of intact white paper on the table dwindled, while the pile of paper scraps on the floor grew. Tiger Fang Mercenary Group's headquarters. Old Zhang rushed into a room in a panic, glanced at the people inside, then walked to Captain Li and said in a trembling voice, "Another one is dead. The body is lying outside." Upon hearing this, Captain Li exerted force, directly snapping off the wooden chair's armrest, and angrily said, "I told you all a long time ago to trap the assassin inside the defensive barrier and wait for the leader to return. But you wouldn't listen, insisting on opening the defensive barrier. Now look, more people are dead. How will you explain this to the leader when he returns?" The others frowned, and one of them sneered, "The first tier members are already being scared out of their minds by that assassin. If we didn't open the defensive barrier, there would probably have been internal strife by now. Besides, if you keep the assassin trapped inside the defensive barrier for too long, and he goes crazy and starts killing indiscriminately out of desperation, we won't be able to explain that to the leader either." Captain Li snorted coldly and stopped arguing. At this moment, Old Zhang spoke up, "No, this time the person wasn't killed by the assassin. The dead person's body." Here, Old Zhang suddenly stopped talking. The others looked at Old Zhang in confusion, only to see him fall straight to the ground. The surrounding people instantly ran to a distance, watching Old Zhang with great alarm. They carefully examined Old Zhang's condition but found no wounds whatsoever. Then, they cautiously approached Old Zhang to check his condition. After a moment, Captain Li said with a puzzled expression, "How can there be no wounds at all? How did he die?" Suddenly, one of them stood up and moved away from Old Zhang, saying with some fear, "This might be the work of a poison doctor." Upon hearing this, the others also subconsciously moved away from Old Zhang. The poison doctor is a very troublesome profession. To awaken the poison doctor profession, one needs to take a self-made antidote and enter a place dense with poisonous miasma, devouring the miasma's energy. Only when the antidote resolves all the miasma's energy, and is completely digested, leaving the body with neither poison nor medicine, can one awaken the poison doctor profession. If too much antidote is taken, the physician profession will be awakened. If there is not enough antidote, and one is lucky enough to survive, the poison master profession will be awakened. The poison doctor profession leans towards assassination, specializing in using poison when attacking. After poisoning someone to death, the poison will automatically dissipate, making it difficult for outsiders to detect. The poison doctor's methods of poisoning are also extremely difficult to guard against and cannot be detected. Captain Li and the others moved away from Old Zhang's body, their faces filled with worry. First, it was an assassin, and now a poison doctor. Who exactly did our Tiger Fong mercenary group offend? Offending people is inevitable in the development of a group. Sometimes, even if you haven't offended anyone, others might sabotage you out of jealousy. Thinking about who we offended is completely meaningless. Then what do you say we should do? In my opinion, we should immediately stop some of the things that are currently offending people to test which aspect is offending someone, and then eliminate the enemy. That's all we can do for now. But how do we explain the deaths of Old Zhang and the others? We must never mention the poison doctor. Let's just make up some story. By the way, the people we arranged in the various profession mission halls haven't discovered any new assassination missions. As for the Cursed Master Mission Hall, which we're focusing on, there's no news at all. I don't think there's any point in having them stay there any longer. Let's have them come back. All right. After discussing for a moment, they all walked out of the room, their faces even more unsightly as they looked at the terrified crowd outside and the 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. Captain Li glanced at the corpses from afar and lied. The reason these people died is because their nervous emotions were too intense, causing their bodies to be unable to handle it. Don't be nervous, everyone, and control your emotions. The crowd didn't believe these words at all. Even if some people's bodies were weak and couldn't handle the tense emotions, it was impossible for 7 or 8 people to die on the same day. However, now that they didn't know where the enemy was, and the corpses had no obvious wounds, they could only silently deceive themselves in their hearts, forcing themselves to believe Captain Li's words. If they didn't, they were afraid they would be scared out of their minds. Captain Li continued to comfort them, "The leader will be back in a while. Before the leader returns, you don't have to take on any missions. Just relax and rest more." Hearing the news that the leader was returning, the crowd's emotions became excited, and some people's eyes even flickered with tears. Captain Lee further ordered, when going out these days, don't argue or conflict with others, and try to be tolerant as much as possible. Also, many things in our Tiger Fong mercenary group are not very reasonable. I will assign the unreasonable things to you later. You should first dispose of the corpses and then come back to me. Understood. Everyone nodded and carried the corpses away from the place. Seeing that the crowd was about to leave, Captain Lee suddenly remembered that old Zhang's corpse was still in the room and immediately said, "Old Zhang suddenly died of overtension just now. His body is in the room. Go and carry the body out for burial." After saying this, Captain Lee ignored the crowd's suddenly changed expressions and left the place with the other second-tier captains. At this moment, in a room at the Cleaver Academy's inn, as the last sheet of white paper was torn apart, all the targets Feng Che had locked onto had been killed. Feng Che put away the 7 arrows book with nailheads, collected all the paper scraps, kneaded them into a ball, and then used curse energy to grind them into powder, storing them in his storage ring. Afterward, Feng Che put on his cloak and mask and set off for the cursed Master Mission Hall. Entering the mission hall, Feng Che looked around and found that those familiar fishing personnel had disappeared. Feng Che found the manager, spent money to rent a cultivation room with an exit, and went to check the missions on the wall. The missions were similar to before, with nothing that Feng Che liked. So, Feng Che stuck the cultivation room token on the wall, opened a crack, and entered the cultivation room. This time, no smoke came out of Feng Che's body, and he wasn't being watched. Afterward, Feng Che stabilized his emotions and, after the curse energy became sufficiently dense, began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Feng Che felt a little tired from cultivation, so he took off his cloak and mask and went to the mission hall to look for information about the Tiger Fong mercenary group members. Just as he entered the mission hall, a Tiger Fong mercenary group member stopped Feng Che and said with a smile, "Brother Feng Che, I'm from the Tiger Fong mercenary group, and I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Feng Che pretended to be nervous and hurriedly said, "Please give me a few more days, and I'll be able to pay back the money soon." The Tiger Fong mercenary group member shook his head and said, No, I'm not here to collect the debt. We discovered that Wang Yuan deceived the Tiger Fong mercenary group and created a very unreasonable debt contract. Therefore, I'm here to modify the contract. Changes. Hearing the news about modifying the loan contract, Feng Che sneered inwardly. Feng Che didn't think the Fierce Tiger Gang was so kind. If the Fierce Tiger Gang were truly that good, they wouldn't have modified the contract in the first place. As for the nonsense about being deceived by Wang Yuan, Feng Che didn't believe it even more. When signing the contract, Wang Yuan wasn't even a professional yet. To be able to deceive Feng Che with a contract, besides his mentor, Lu Jing, the Fierce Tiger Gang must have helped. Now that the Fierce Tiger Gang suddenly wants to change the loan contract, it's obvious that they've lost too many people and can't find the culprit, so they feel scared and are taking the initiative to give in. Thinking this in his heart, Feng Che showed an excited smile on his face and said, "That's great. Thank you for giving me justice. Let's sign the contract now." The Fierce Tiger Gang member smiled slightly, took out 2 copies of the contract, and introduced them. The blood-stained one is the contract that Wang Yuan tricked you into signing, and the clean one is a brand new contract. We have already communicated with the Plains Will. As long as you sign the new contract, the original contract will be automatically scrapped. Brother Feng Che, please take a look and see if there are any problems. Feng Che took the 2 contracts and, after a brief look, found that the new contract indeed had no hidden clauses, and the interest rate was relatively reasonable. The new contract already had the Fierce Tiger Gang's seal on it. As long as Feng Che signed it, or pressed his handprint, or left his own curse energy, the contract would take effect. Feng Che unhesitatingly released his curse energy and left it on the contract. The contract flashed with light, and the signing was officially successful. At the same time, the blood-stained contract also turned into a ball of energy and dissipated as scrap. The Fierce Tiger Gang member took the contract and said with a smile, "There's no need to rush to repay the loan. We're not in a hurry. I'll take my leave now." Feng Che looked at the man with gratitude and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Thank you very much. I will repay the money as soon as possible. I will go find a suitable task now. Goodbye." Afterward, the two separated. Fang Che pretended to look for a task but was actually continuing to inquire about the information of the Fierce Tiger gang members. Although the loan contract has now been changed, Fang Che doesn't plan to let the Fierce Tiger gang go. Fang Che guessed that the Fierce Tiger gang's change of attitude, besides giving in, was more likely aimed at finding the culprit. The Fierce Tiger gang should continue to give in other aspects, gradually locking onto the target. If Fang Che stops now, the Fierce Tiger gang might lock onto Zhuqi. For his own safety, Fang Che needs to continue killing to avoid exposure. As for the lives and deaths of those ordinary members of the Fierce Tiger gang, Fang Che doesn't care. These people joined the Fierce Tiger gang and enjoyed the Fierce Tiger gang's benefits, and many of these benefits were squeezed from others through modified contracts. Killing these people doesn't give Fang Che any psychological burden. Fang Che wandered around the mission hall and found that the number of Fierce Tiger gang members had decreased a lot, unlike the past few days when there were so many. After Fang Che learned the surnames and code names of these people, he left the mission hall and looked for other Fierce Tiger gang members outside. However, there weren't many Fierce Tiger gang members outside either, as if everyone was hiding. After Fang Che learned the information of some people, he returned to his room in the academy and wrote the target code names on white paper and began to curse. However, as soon as he started cursing, the long nails in the Nailhead 7 Arrows book couldn't pierce the white paper. The targets Fang Che chose were all only at the first level of strength. The appearance of this situation within the same realm can only mean that the target has entered the mission hall. This mission hall is under the attention of the plane's will, and it's impossible to kill anyone inside. However, Fang Che wasn't in a hurry. Even the staff of the mission hall couldn't stay in the mission hall all the time. The target would leave the mission hall sooner or later. So, Fang Che changed his target and cursed others. At this time, 3 professionals from the Fierce Tiger gang were walking towards the Fierce Tiger gang's direction. Just as they were about to enter the Fierce Tiger gang, the person on the left suddenly fell straight to the ground, losing his life. The other 2 looked terrified and quickly ran towards the Fierce Tiger gang. The surrounding passers-by, seeing this situation, also quickly dispersed. Some time ago, many passers-by saw people from the Fierce Tiger gang dying inexplicably, without any wounds on their bodies. Many people guessed that this was done by a poison doctor professional. Everyone had a deep, heartfelt respect for poison doctor professionals and didn't dare to approach the corpse, fearing contact with the toxins released by the poison doctor professional. A moment later, the 2 Fierce Tiger gang members who were traveling with the deceased followed Captain Lee and came to a few meters away from the corpse. Captain Lee glanced at the corpse from a distance and said, "It's okay, carry it back." The 2 were somewhat unwilling. These days, the Fierce Tiger gang members had also heard a lot of rumors outside, guessing that a poison doctor was killing people. Now that someone had died inexplicably, the 2 were really afraid to go over. Captain Lee was also unwilling to touch the corpse and coldly ordered, "You guys carry the person back as soon as possible." After saying this, Captain Lee didn't wait for the 2 to react and left directly. The 2 were distressed and turned to look around, wanting to hire someone to carry it, but found that besides the departing Captain Lee, there was no one else here. The 2 sighed and had no choice but to grit their teeth and walk over, picking up the corpse. The 2 carried the corpse for a while, and the person walking in front suddenly felt the corpse become heavy. Turning his head to look, he found that the person carrying the corpse behind him had fallen on the corpse, lifeless. There were no wounds on his body either. Ah! The living person screamed and ran towards the Fierce Tiger gang's base. Captain Lee heard the sound and turned his head to see the panicked and fleeing person, as well as 2 corpses piled together. Captain Lee's eyes twitched, and his emotions were somewhat agitated. Captain Lee took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions in his heart, turned around and returned to the base, looking for someone to carry the corpse. On the other side, after Fang Che had eliminated 1/3 of the Fierce Tiger gang members he knew, he stopped kowtowing and put away the remaining 2/3 of the paper strips. Now the Fierce Tiger gang members don't like to be active outside. If he eliminates everyone at once, he won't be able to find targets next time, and others will suspect him. Therefore, Fang Che planned to kill people in 3 batches, to remove his suspicion as much as possible. Afterward, Fang Che cleaned up all traces of the killing and went out to see if there were any other Fierce Tiger gang members active outside. Unconsciously, Fang Che came to the Blue Sky Gang's base. Inside the base, Ling Jia quickly saw Fang Che. Ling Jia stared at Fang Che and suddenly noticed that Fang Che's temperament had become much gloomier. Although the temperament of a curse master is relatively gloomy, Fang Che's temperament changed too quickly. If it were someone unfamiliar, they would think that Fang Che was a senior who had been cultivating for several years. Ling Jia felt that Fang Che must be a genius who was very compatible with the curse master profession. Of course, this should also be inseparable from the help of Zhou Duan's resources. At this time, Fang Che felt someone staring at him and looked up to see that it was Ling Jia. Immediately afterward, Fang Che saw Ling Jia waving at him and then pointing to the corner of the mission room. In that corner was the room where Fang Che and Ling Jia had met last time. The next second, Ling Jia turned and walked into the mission room. Fang Che raised his leg and walked into the Blue Sky Gang, following Ling Jia's footsteps. 2. Fang Che walked into the mission room, glanced at the members accepting tasks, then entered a small room in the corner, closed the door, and asked Ling Jia, "What do you want me for?" Ling Jia took out a pile of items from her storage ring and said, "These are the things I recently exchanged. Since you're here, I'll give them to you." Fang Che looked down and found that most of them were cultivation pills exclusive to curse masters, but there weren't many materials for refining and improving curse items. Fang Che put away these things and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Ling Jia's expression suddenly became serious, and she said, "There's something I recently heard about, that a strong poison doctor is targeting the Fierce Tiger mercenary group. Maybe they have a feud, or maybe it's extortion. If it's extortion, I'm worried this poison doctor will target us." Fang Che's expression didn't change upon hearing this, he just comforted her. Blue Sky Mercenary Group hasn't been established for long and hasn't had time to offend powerful enemies, and Blue Sky Mercenary Group isn't as wealthy as the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group, so there's no need to worry, Chief. Ling Jia frowned slightly, still worried, and said, "I heard that the main force of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group is about to return from the Plain War. If they can't catch the poison doctor, they might take it out on others. I'm worried the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group will target us." Fang Che believed that it was inevitable for the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group to target the Blue Sky Mercenary Group. Local resources are limited, and new groups will inevitably squeeze the development space of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group if they want to develop. In the past, the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group eliminated many new groups, and even the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group was once the target of elimination. Now that so many people have died in the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group and the internal situation is very chaotic, they can just treat the Blue Sky Mercenary Group as the murderer and eliminate it. This way, not only will they eliminate a competitor in advance, but they can also stabilize the internal chaos. This kind of thing is destined to happen, it's just that Fang Che's hunting of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group members made this happen earlier. Since Ling Jia formed the group, how could she not have thought of these things? Did my hunting disrupt Ling Jia's plan? Fang Che stared at Ling Jia, and found that although Ling Jia's expression was worried, her eyes were very calm, as if she had already thought of a countermeasure. Fang Che pondered, and suggested, the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group was also a suppressed group back then. They were able to develop because they accepted the dangerous mission assigned by the Plains Will and obtained the protection of the Plains Will. We can now learn from the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group. Ling Jia was still worried, and said, "When do you think we should act?" Fang Che pondered for a while, and replied, "Now seems to be the best opportunity. Let's act now." The worry on Ling Jia's face suddenly reduced a lot, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "Are you sure?" Fang Che nodded and said, "I'm very sure that the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group survived and grew with the protection of the Plains Will, so they will definitely be wary of other groups using the same methods. While the main force of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group is away, we must quickly accept the mission and leave. If we wait for the main force of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group to return, we won't have such a good opportunity." As soon as these words came out, a bright smile suddenly appeared on Ling Jia's face. Ling Jia patted Fang Che on the shoulder and said happily, "I've mentioned it to Yun Tian and Yi Ling many times, but they are all taking chances and think they can wait. I've been very anxious, but now that I have your support, I feel relieved. As long as we two persuade everyone together, everyone will agree." Fang Che then understood that Ling Jia was doing all this to pull him to her side. However, Fang Che was unwilling to persuade Yun Tian and Yi Ling. Yun Tian is responsible for issuing tasks and distributing resources, and has good connections. He won't listen to persuasion once he's made up his mind. Yi Ling had a good reputation in the academy and was more influential, but Yi Ling listened to Ling Jie the most. Now that even Ling Jie can't persuade Yi Ling, Fang Che doesn't think he can persuade her. Fang Che felt that it was time to find a way out. However, Fang Che was a little worried when he thought that there were only the Blue Sky Mercenary Group and the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group nearby. If he leaves the Blue Sky Mercenary Group, no one will help him here. If he goes far away, it will be even more difficult to develop. Seeing that Fang Che didn't speak, Ling Jie said, "The Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group tricked you. You don't say anything on the surface, but you must be angry in your heart. If the Blue Sky Mercenary Group is gone, I guess you won't be able to join the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group either, and you can only go far away and develop with difficulty. Please help me. You don't want to see the Blue Sky Mercenary Group disband and have no way to quickly obtain resources in the future, do you?" Fang Che admitted that Ling Jie's words touched his heart, but Fang Che still didn't want to persuade others. Fang Che thought for a moment and came up with another idea. Fang Che asked, "How many people have signed the loan contract?" Ling Jie replied, 1/3. "If I waive the contract, they might agree to participate in the mission." Fang Che shook his head and said, "They don't need to agree. With the contract in place, they will become indecisive when faced with things they don't want to do. Indecisive people will support the direction chosen by the majority. Whichever side has the most people, they will depend on that side. Chief can get the signatures of these people first, use the signatures to fool others, get more people to sign, and then use these signatures to persuade Yun Tian and Yi Ling." As soon as Fang Che finished speaking, Ling Jie took out a list from her storage ring and said, "I used the method you said a few days ago to win over more than half of the people. Yun Tian and Yi Ling know how I operate, but they still won't budge. Now we still need the two of us to persuade them." Fang Che looked at the list with some helplessness and shook his head. "You can't persuade them, what can I do?" Ling Jie smiled and said, "You killed Zhou Duan. Although it hasn't been publicized, Yi Ling and Yun Tian know about it. These two don't say it, but they value you very much in their hearts." Fang Che was silent again. Persuading people is not a good job. If the outcome after persuading people is good, no one will remember you. Others will only think that their choice was good. But if the outcome is bad, all the troubles will come to you. Therefore, Fang Che didn't want to get involved in this matter. But now that it has developed like this, he can only try. Fang Che thought for a moment again and said, "I can talk to them, but I can only say it once. If it fails, I won't persuade them a second time." Ling Jie smiled and said, "No problem, I'll go call them over now." "Wait here." Ling Jie hurried out of the room and closed the door behind her. Seeing that Jin Tian was busy, Ling Jie came to Yi Ling's room, looked at Yi Ling who got up to greet her, and smiled, "I'm still here for the last thing." Yi Ling sat down instantly, picked up a book, and responded without raising her head, "I still have the same view as last time. Accept the mission after developing for a while." Ling Jie walked behind Yi Ling, put her hands on Yi Ling's shoulders, and said, "Fang Che has agreed to my plan and now wants to persuade you, so I'm here to invite you and Yun Tian." Yi Ling frowned instantly, and after a moment of silence, she still shook her head gently. Ling Jie smiled and said, "I can see that if we don't carry out the mission, Fang Che will leave. If Fang Che leaves, he will definitely take away Zhou Duan's items. At that time, those professionals who joined us for Zhou Duan's items will also leave the Blue Sky Mercenary Group. You don't want to see the professionals leave, let our efforts be wasted, and be at the mercy of others in the future, do you?" Where the Butcher Academy is located. Fang Che waited in the room for a moment, and Yi Ling entered the room. Yi Ling closed the door and asked, "Fang Che, do you also agree with the leader's idea that we should accept the dangerous mission assigned by the will of the plane now?" Seeing that Yi Ling already knew the purpose of coming here, Fang Che didn't waste any words, just nodded and said, "That's right, I agree with the leader's idea, and I hope you can agree too. Of course, if you don't agree, I won't continue to persuade you." As soon as Yi Ling heard this, she felt that Fang Che had already found another backer. If Fang Che leaves, Zhou Duan's resources will definitely not be kept. And the first reason why those Tier 1 professionals are willing to join the Blue Sky Squad is to exchange for Zhou Duan's resources. The second reason is that they think the Blue Sky Squad can kill Zhou Duan, so it must have a great background, and they want to get the protection of the Blue Sky Squad's background. Once Fang Che leaves, the two attractive conditions will disappear, and the Blue Sky Squad will definitely disband. Disbanding once now leaves a stain on the blank paper. When these members who left the Blue Sky Squad promoted outside, it will be difficult to develop in the future. Therefore, Yi Ling sighed and said, "Since you agree, what else can I say? Accept the mission as soon as possible." As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Jie led Yun Tian into the room. Yun Tian glanced at Yi Ling's helpless appearance, knowing that Yi Ling had agreed to accept the mission, and the three of them had agreed, so there was no point in him insisting. Yun Tian sighed and said, "I will notify the people outside to terminate the mission." "There is no need to terminate the mission." Ling Jie stopped Yun Tian and reminded him with a smile, "In order to avoid the Tiger Squad's vigilance, we must continue to arrange tasks for everyone, but the task address needs to be far away from the city. After I accept the dangerous mission, let everyone go directly to the dangerous mission area." Yun Tian nodded lightly and said, "I see. By the way, I'm worried that there are spies in the team. Should I notify everyone to give up the dangerous mission arranged by the will of the plane?" Ling Jie shook her head and said, "No need, there are only a few spies in the team, and most people have opinions on the Tiger Squad. Now directly stating the abandonment may cause riots. I suggest that everything remains the same and let the people below guess for themselves." Yun Tian thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Although random guesses will have a bad impact, it is always less impactful than directly stating your thoughts. Moreover, most people have a fluke mentality and will guess in the direction they think is good before getting specific information. Yun Tian continued to ask, "What else does the leader want to say? If there are no other instructions, I will go out and do things." Ling Jie thought for a while, took out a list from the storage ring, and said, "These are the people who borrowed money from me and signed a contract. These people are relatively trustworthy. When issuing tasks, try to arrange these people into other teams. If you find a problem, you can also understand it through these people. Besides that, there is nothing else." "Understood." Yun Tian took the list, quickly looked it over, memorized the list, and turned to leave. After Yun Tian left, Ling Jie looked at the other two people in the room and said, "After I accept the mission, I will send information through the communication token. You can find a way to leave the city in advance and don't be targeted by the Tiger Squad. Yi Ling, help me pack up the materials." After that, Ling Jie went to pack up the materials in the room, and Yi Ling also helped to organize them. Fang Che was about to leave when he suddenly found a roster of the Tiger Squad and felt a little desire in his heart. However, Fang Che ultimately did not check it. The roster collected by the Blue Sky Squad must record important figures with strong strength, and it is impossible to record ordinary Tier 1 professionals. Even if Fang Che understands the information on the roster, he will not be able to kill them. Fang Che persuaded himself in his heart, suppressed the desire to check the roster, and then left the room and continued to wander on the streets outside, using his own method to understand the members of the Tiger Squad. There were fewer members of the Tiger Squad on the street, and they didn't communicate with each other, but vigilantly observed their surroundings and hurried on their way. Fang Che had no choice but to come to the mission hall shared by all professions to find members of the Tiger Squad. There were quite a few members of the Tiger Squad in the mission hall. They didn't look for missions, but just stayed in a corner. When Fang Che came here some time ago, he had never encountered such a scene. Fang Che guessed that these people should not trust the defense of the Tiger Squad station, and only wanted to use the protection of the will of the plane to avoid being assassinated. Fang Che felt that there should also be traces of them in the exclusive mission halls of other professions. Fang Che passed by these people and learned a lot of codename information. Then, Fang Che returned to the guest room, recorded the information of these people, packed his luggage, put on his cloak and mask, and went to the Cursed Master's exclusive mission hall. As Fang Che guessed, there were also some members of the Tiger Squad in the Cursed Master's mission hall. Although there were no obvious marks of the Tiger Squad on these people's clothes, Fang Che had been staring at the Tiger Squad these days and easily recognized them. It's a pity that Fang Che didn't know their name code names, only their appearance. After Fong Che rented a cultivation room from the manager, he wandered around the mission hall, quietly inquiring about the situation of the surrounding members of the Tiger Squad. However, the Cursed Master's mission hall was not as lively as the full-time mission hall. There were not many people talking here, and the members of the Tiger Squad were even more taciturn. Fong Che didn't gain much after wandering around, so he had to enter the cultivation room. Now Fong Che has not been targeted, so the cultivation room did not away any mist from Fong Che. Fong Che quietly cultivated in this cultivation room for a while, and Fong Che's storage ring began to heat up. Fong Che understood that this was the heat transmitted from the communication token, and it must be that Ling Jia had accepted the mission. Fong Che was not in a hurry to check the mission, but continued to cultivate. After the curse energy in the cultivation room was exhausted, Fong Che left from the exit and came to an unmanned alley. After that, Fong Che did not return to the guest room, nor did he return to the Blue Sky Squad's yard, but walked towards the outside of the city. Far away from the city, came to the deserted mountains, Fong Che took off his cloak and mask, and then took out the communication token and injected curse energy. The next second, Ling Jia's voice came from the communication token: "The mission has been received, go to the West Wasteland Volcano in the east immediately." Hearing the place name of West Wasteland Volcano, Shiwang Volcano, the knowledge learned in the academy immediately popped into Fong Che's mind. West Wasteland Volcano, Shiwang Volcano, is a dead volcano, and there are few people nearby. It is very far from here and takes several days to walk. I don't know what kind of task there will be. Fong Che didn't ask Ling Jia either. He directly took out the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, Ding Tu Chi Jianshu, to eliminate the members of the Tiger Squad and avoid the Tiger Squad paying attention to the movements of the Blue Sky Squad. After eliminating a few people, Fong Che walked towards the direction of the West Wasteland Volcano, Shiwang Volcano. Rewards: in the following days, Fong Che would eliminate some members of the Fierce Tiger Gang every time he traveled for a while. After a few days, Fong Che killed half of the people based on the information he had. However, the remaining half were completely unkillable. Fong Che guessed that they must have hidden inside the mission hall. At the same time, a professional, his face filled with horror, ran into the mission hall, which was used by all professionals. As soon as this person entered the professional hall, his body relaxed, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Afterward, this person looked around and found several captains of the Fierce Tiger Gang hiding in a corner. A trace of resentment flashed in this person's eyes, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and ran to Captain Lee, reporting in a low voice, "Captain Lee, your subordinate has just checked clearly that the Blue Sky Gang station is now empty." Captain Lee sighed and said, "The people from the Blue Sky Gang haven't come to accept missions or submit missions these past few days. Now that their station is empty, it seems they've really gone to carry out the dangerous mission issued by the will of the plane." Another captain with dyed red hair next to him sighed and said, "If I had known this would happen, we should have killed all the people from the Blue Sky Gang when we closed the defense barrier. I'm afraid we won't be able to explain this to the gang leader." Captain Lee snorted coldly and mocked, "I don't know who it was who insisted on letting debtors join the Blue Sky Gang, saying that they would use debt collection to wear down the Blue Sky Gang. Now, look, they've all disappeared." Hearing this, the red-haired captain glared at Captain Lee, gnashing his teeth and saying, "You agreed to it in the first place. Don't put the blame on me. When the gang leader asks, you definitely won't be able to escape." Captain Lee continued to mock, "How dare I disagree? Who doesn't know your temper? If I disagreed, I was afraid you would mess with the people under my command." Looking at Captain Lee's sarcastic appearance, the red-haired captain cursed angrily, "You bastard, I don't know which life which created me in the first place. That life which was really cheap." As soon as these words came out, everyone around looked at the red-haired captain with unkind expressions. Nowadays, in the Emperor Plane, except for some ancient powerhouses, everyone else is created by life witches. Even those ancient powerhouses have to give the life witches some respect. In the Emperor Plane, it doesn't matter if you curse your parents, but you can't curse the life witches. The red-haired captain knew he had misspoke and slapped himself twice. Only then did the others shift their gazes. The red-haired captain breathed a slight sigh of relief, but looking at the mocking gaze in Captain Lee's eyes, the anger in his heart reignited. The red-haired captain glared at Captain Lee and cursed in a low voice, "You bastard, if you have the guts, let's go out now and hunt down the members of the Blue Sky Gang." The sarcasm in Captain Lee's eyes disappeared, and he turned his head to look to the side, answering in a somewhat unnatural tone, "There are priorities. The Blue Sky Gang is not worth worrying about. What we should do now is protect our subordinates and prevent the poison doctor from harming them." The red-haired captain sneered, "Then why didn't you go to the Blue Sky Gang station just now, and instead send someone else to check?" Captain Lee turned his head to look at the red-haired captain and said, "If you feel sorry for him, then you go." The red-haired captain sneered and said nothing more. The first-tier professional who delivered the message stood expressionlessly in place, cursing these people in his heart. The other first-tier professionals lowered their heads, afraid of being chosen and sent to investigate the situation of the Blue Sky Gang. Now everyone just wanted to stay in the mission hall and wait for the core members of the Fierce Tiger Gang to return. Time flew by, and after a few more days, Fong Che safely arrived near the barren West Wild volcano. As soon as Fong Che arrived here, a person emerged from a crack in the rock not far away, waving at Fong Che. Fong Che took a closer look and discovered that this person was Yi Ling. Fong Che quickly walked over and found a wide space behind the crack, which was empty. Yi Ling said, "This is the meeting point I found. The gang leader and Yun Tian are arranging for other members to go in different directions to confuse the Fierce Tiger Gang's judgment. They will come over in a few days." Fong Che nodded lightly and asked, "Do you know what the mission is?" Yi Ling replied, "The will of the plane believes that there are too few invaders and too many professionals. In order to better arrange missions for professionals and cultivate professionals, we are ordered to open a passage here, connecting to an unknown plane." Hearing this, Fong Che frowned instantly. The various planes in this world either have no professionals, and can only use weapons to exert the strength of first-tier professionals, or they have professionals of at least the third tier. Now, if they want to train professionals, they will definitely not choose a plane that doesn't even have professionals. In this way, the target plane has at least one third-tier professional. And the Blue Sky Gang doesn't even have a second-tier professional right now. This mission is really very dangerous. The only good news is that the will of the plane will not let those who accept the mission die in vain, and will definitely bestow some items to resist dangers that cannot be dealt with. Not having dangers that cannot be dealt with does not mean safety. Ordinary dangerous events, if there are enough of them, can also kill people. Fong Che decided to stay as far away as possible. Of course, the Blue Sky Gang would not let a fragile curse master face danger directly. Most curse masters are arranged in the rear. Fong Che continued to ask, "What are the rewards?" Yi Ling replied, "The fixed reward is to obtain an exclusive team badge bestowed by the will of the plane. With the badge's protection, we can avoid other groups bullying the weak and ensure our development." Fong Che understood this reward. Back then, the Fierce Tiger Gang developed because they obtained the team badge and became the only group near the Slaughter Knife Academy. Fong Che didn't care too much about this fixed reward. What Fong Che cared more about were the extra rewards. The extra rewards are different for each group after completing the mission. Back then, the Fierce Tiger Gang obtained a long sword that could evolve by absorbing blood, as well as various combat props, which helped the Fierce Tiger Gang eliminate countless enemies. "I wonder what the rewards are for the Blue Sky Gang." Yi Ling continued to answer, "As for the extra rewards, there are two in total. One is the Team Healing Banner." Hearing this, Fong Che didn't know if it was good luck or bad luck. The Team Healing Banner can speed up the recovery of team members, reduce war casualties, and the more people there are, the better the effect. This kind of banner is a very tempting treasure for any group. Therefore, large groups often use various means to forcibly buy the Team Healing Banner, and small groups cannot resist the means of large groups at all. After the Blue Sky Gang completes the mission, they will probably face more than just the danger of the Fierce Tiger Gang. Is it necessary to carry out this mission? It seems that I have to be prepared to withdraw from the Blue Sky Gang at any time. Yi Ling seemed to see through Fong Che's thoughts and said, "The gang leader decided to sell the Team Healing Banner and, in the future, completely develop in the direction of healing in terms of professional skill selection. A physical bodhisattva who chooses all healing skills will have a healing ability far beyond the Team Healing Banner." Mission Reward Distribution. Contract. Yi Ling's answer did not dispel Feng Che's idea of leaving. Feng Che earnestly reminded her, the Blue Sky Group is too weak. Other groups won't trade the group healing banner fairly with them. Yi Ling smiled slightly and replied, the second extra reward for completing the mission is resources and materials for 10 professionals to break through to the second tier, with freedom of choice. The leader will give you a spot. When the leader arrives later, they will sign a contract with you. However, you must not reveal these things. Upon hearing this, Feng Che instantly dismissed the idea of leaving. Second-tier professionals have a huge increase in strength compared to first-tier professionals. If 10 people break through to the second tier, then they will be qualified to trade the group healing banner with other groups. Of course, even if they are not qualified, it doesn't matter. At the very least, he can get a share of the materials for breaking through to the second tier. Feng Che smiled and said, I can lend Zhou Duan's items to everyone in advance to help everyone win the battle. Feng Che couldn't use those props that were given to the Blue Sky Group for exchange. If they could be used to increase the success rate of the mission, it would be a good choice. Yi Ling's face lit up with a smile when she heard Feng Che's words. In this battle, various items are crucial. Yi Ling was waiting for Feng Che here in advance to negotiate with him. Now that Feng Che has taken the initiative to lend Zhou Duan's items, Yi Ling doesn't need to waste any more words. Yi Ling smiled and said, then thank you very much. We will repay these debts with the materials you need in the future. Feng Che nodded and said, okay, I'll wander around. Just notify me with the communication token when the leader comes. After that, Feng Che turned and left this place, found a hidden stone crevice nearby to hide in, and blocked the entrance with stones. Feng Che cultivated for a while, absorbed the nearby cursed energy, and then took out the elixir and continued to cultivate. The cursed energy contained in the elixir was very strong, but after Feng Che continued to cultivate for a period of time with the help of the elixir, he felt dizzy. The reason for this is that some slight toxins are produced during the elixir's refinement process. After taking the elixir, the slight toxins are absorbed by the body, which can cause dizziness. In ancient times, professionals were unable to improve their cultivation or even died due to the excessive accumulation of slight toxins. However, these slight toxins are not a big problem for modern people. When a life which creates a new life, she gives the new life the ability to automatically eliminate toxins. Although it cannot eliminate the highly poisonous substances created by professionals, it is still easy to eliminate elixir toxins. The only disadvantage is that if you continue to cultivate during the detoxification process, it will waste energy and slow down the improvement of your cultivation. Therefore, Feng Che stopped cultivating, took out the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, and began to eliminate members of the Fierce Tiger Group. Feng Che kowtowed to more than a dozen pieces of paper in a row, but the 7 long nails could not penetrate the paper. Feng Che had encountered this situation before. Feng Che was not disappointed, but continued to kowtow to the remaining pieces of paper. When he kowtowed to the last piece of white paper, the 7 long nails finally pierced the white paper. Feng Che sped up and completed 4 kowtows, tearing the white paper to pieces. After that, Feng Che was bored and waited for the toxins to be eliminated. At this time, in the mission hall shared by all professionals, a member of the Fierce Tiger Group, wrapped tightly, walked towards the outside of the mission hall, while the others silently stared at his back. After this person left the Fierce Tiger Group by 3 meters, this person suddenly stopped and fell straight to the ground. In the mission hall, Captain Lee and others were stunned for a moment, then skillfully took out a money bag and handed it to a medical professional who had not joined any group. The medical professional skillfully took the money bag, went out, carried the body, and walked towards the Fierce Tiger Group's cemetery. In the mission hall, Captain Lee looked at the other members of the Fierce Tiger Group. The members of the Fierce Tiger Group who were being watched immediately turned around, shivering, and dared not look at Captain Lee. Captain Lee sighed and looked at the other captains, reminding them in a low voice, everyone's mental state is not good. If we continue to force them to go out to collect business shares, there will definitely be big trouble. It seems that only we captains can go out. I think, Captain Lee was about to persuade everyone when Captain Red Hair suddenly interrupted Captain Lee and interjected, since you said so, then you should go out. Captain Lee's face changed, and he reminded angrily, today is the last deadline for collecting money. According to the incentive contract signed in the past, if the business shares are not collected today, then all the business shares for this month will be waived. A large number of students from the Butcher's Knife Academy have awakened their professions this month, and their consumption power is extremely strong. If the shares are waived, will everyone drink the Northwest Wind? Can you not be so selfish and think about the fierce Tiger Group and the people under your command? Captain Red Hair sneered, stop morally kidnapping us here. If you are not selfish, then you should go yourself. Didn't you promise others 10% of the profits just now? I represent everyone and promise you 30% of the profits. Do you all agree? The other captains around nodded. Captain Lee was furious. He knew he shouldn't have said so much. Captain Lee took a deep breath to adjust his emotions and said coldly, okay, this is your own decision not to go. You will bear the responsibility if the leader asks. After saying this, Captain Lee left the crowd directly and found a quiet place to sit down without waiting for everyone to refute. Everyone was silent when they saw this. After a while, a captain said, the people who have been dying are all first-tier professionals. We should be fine if we break through to the second tier. Why don't we take action together? No one paid attention to this captain, so he stopped talking. After that, everyone stopped talking about business shares and just waited it out. Those first-tier professionals waited for a long time and saw that no one mentioned business shares, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. Some people were still hesitating about the 10% profit before, but now that they saw someone die outside, everyone felt that their lives were more important. Time flies. The next day, at night, Fong Che felt a faint heat emanating from his storage ring. Fong Che took out the communication token from the storage ring and injected cursed energy into it. Ling Jie's voice came from inside, I'm here, at the meeting point chosen by Yi Ling. Fong Che put away the communication token, pushed away the stone blocking the crack, and walked towards the meeting point. As soon as he arrived at the meeting point, he saw Ling Jie walking quickly towards him. As soon as the two met, Ling Jie said, let's talk somewhere else. Fong Che nodded and followed Ling Jie, who was walking non-stop, into the distance. Ling Jie stopped under a tree and handed a contract to Fong Che, saying, this is the contract for the distribution of second-tier resources and advanced materials. It will be given to you immediately after the mission is completed. Sign the contract. Fong Che took the contract and carefully checked it. After confirming that there were no problems, he condensed cursed energy and injected it into the contract. The contract emitted a faint light, was recognized by the will of the plane, and was successfully signed. Behind the passage, Ling Jie accepted the signed contract with a serious expression, saying, the plane will give me a special item that can block all enemies above Tier 1 after the plane channel is opened. However, the defensive power of this item itself is relatively weak and needs to absorb power from other planes to enhance its defense. Before the item's defensive power reaches its limit, we need to guard outside the channel and intercept anyone trying to destroy it. Fong Che fell into thought upon hearing this. The Emperor plane doesn't lack attack-oriented professionals, but the Azure Sky Group, as a new organization, is mostly joined by those who are unwanted. As long as the attack professionals keep a close watch on the plane channel and attack in an orderly manner, they can guarantee that any enemy who comes will die. The fear is that enemies might not come but hide inside the channel and attack remotely. The Azure Sky Group doesn't have many defense professionals and might not be able to withstand it, but they obtained a lot of defensive items from eliminating Zhou Duan before, which should last for a while. At this moment, Ling Jie continued, I heard from Yi Ling that you are willing to lend various items to everyone in advance. On behalf of everyone, I thank you. With these items, everyone will be able to survive better. You're welcome, Fong Che shook his head, hinting, it's just a pity that my combat power is average, and I can't utilize the items effectively. I'm afraid I can only shoot cold arrows from behind. Ling Jie understood Fong Che's hint and said, you can act freely, but you still need to kill some enemies with bows and crossbows to avoid complaints. Fong Che nodded, understood. When and where will the channel be opened? Ling Jie replied, the channel will be open later, at the gathering point selected by Yi Ling. Prepare yourself and go there quickly. After saying this, Ling Jie turned and left. Fong Che then took out a pile of Zhou Duan's items from his storage ring. Among them were rings for rapid healing after injury, a heart-protecting mirror to withstand a fatal attack, and a hunter bow weapon exclusive to curse masters. Most curse masters have little combat power in the early stages, so they create special weapons that can increase the weapon's destructive power several times by injecting curse energy. If it is a general-purpose weapon, every profession can use it, but the destructive power is not as high as that of an exclusive weapon. The hunter bow in Feng Che's hand can directly condense energy arrows to attack enemies after injecting energy. Feng Che had been using the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to fight, so he had never used the hunter bow, but now it came in handy. Feng Che put on all kinds of props, gripped the hunting bow, and walked towards the meeting point. At this time, the space where the meeting point was located had expanded a lot, wider than Feng Che had seen before. More than 200 professionals gathered in the expanded gathering point. They wore various defensive props, staring nervously and expectantly at Lingjie. Lingjie stood on a square, 1-meter-high white stone, giving a speech to motivate everyone. Use all kinds of props as you like. When we complete the task, I will sell the group healing banner, exchange it for cultivation resources, and materials for advancing to Tier 2, and distribute them to everyone. After the task is completed, all the loan contracts you sign with me will be automatically voided, and Lingjie spoke a lot, using countless benefits to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm, and then continued, next, I will open a channel to other planes behind you. I will stand at the forefront to meet the enemy's attacks. Everyone stands behind me, protecting the white stone under my feet. When this stone completely sinks into the ground, our task will be completed, and we can retreat. Now everyone, line up to protect the white stone. Yes, ma'am. Everyone shouted in unison, quickly turned around, went to a fixed position, lined up in formation, and protected the square white stone. There were still a few people standing beside him, not lining up in formation with the others. Lingjie took a deep breath, slightly relieving her nervousness, then walked to the front of the crowd, took out a glass bottle, and threw it at the stone wall in front. The glass bottle shattered instantly, and the transparent liquid inside splashed on the stone wall, slowly spreading outward. When the transparent liquid covered a stone wall 2 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, the stone wall suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and everyone subconsciously narrowed their eyes. Immediately afterwards, space energy converged towards the white light stone wall, and the entire space vibrated, with countless dust falling from the top of the cave. At this time, a white beam of light floated out from the square white stone, connecting the stone wall, emitting dazzling light. The vibration stopped immediately, and the space became quiet. Immediately afterwards, the white light on the stone wall dimmed until it disappeared completely. At this moment, there was an extra layer of transparent curtain on the stone wall. Behind the curtain was a dense jungle, with birds and beasts scattering and fleeing into the distance. Feng Che briefly checked the situation behind the curtain and focused his attention on the square white stone protected by everyone. At this time, the soil below the white stone seemed to have turned into swampy mud, slowly engulfing the white stone. However, the sinking speed of the white stone was not fast, and it was estimated that it would take a few days. Feng Che shifted his gaze and saw the professionals who had not lined up running to both sides of the transparent curtain, hiding against the walls. Feng Che pondered for a while, walked to Lingjie's side, and whispered, I have something that might affect the battle. Can I throw it into this plane? Lingjie nodded, throw it in. With a flip of his palm, Feng Che took out the witch puppet and threw it towards the curtain. The witch puppet instantly passed through the curtain and landed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the drill on the witch puppet turned and drilled into the soil. The witch puppet traveled underground and soon came to a place where people lived. The witch puppet stopped moving, and a red light flashed on its body. Above the witch puppet lived a group of tiger-headed creatures, wearing clothes made of bark. At this time, the strongest tiger person listened carefully to the movement in the direction of the plain channel and said, Our hunting area is a bit chaotic. I am worried that outsiders have invaded. Let's go and see. A tiger person next to him said, Father, I will go and see later. You should take the tribe to respond to King Yellow Tiger's call to crusade against the Blue Tiger tribe. The strong tiger clan leader frowned, and suddenly felt a little unhappy in his heart, and scolded, The hunting area is the foundation for our development and growth. Without the hunting area, we cannot cultivate strong warriors, and we do not even have the qualifications to be summoned by King Yellow Tiger, do you understand? The Tiger Clan leader's son responded, I understand, but this hunting ground was given by King Yellow Tiger. If father does not respond to the call as soon as possible, I am afraid it will be taken back. Just leave this matter to me, I will definitely be able to solve all the problems. A red light flashed in the eyes of the Tiger Clan leader, and he sneered, do you think you can solve the problem without my participation, or are you hoping that I will die in the call so you can inherit my position? The voodoo doll, the son of the Tiger Man chieftain, didn't expect his father to suddenly ask such a question, and he was immediately stunned, not knowing how to answer. The Tiger Man chieftain glared at his son, angrily asking, why don't you answer me? Are you at a loss because I've exposed you? I don't have such thoughts, the chieftain's son wanted to explain, but he really didn't know what to say, and finally could only answer, I'll listen to father's arrangements. The Tiger Man chieftain roared, you don't understand anything, what use are you? Then, the Tiger Man chieftain slapped his son's head into pieces, and the headless corpse fell straight down. This instantly terrified the other tiger men around. Originally, everyone thought that the chieftain just wanted to understand the young chieftain's abilities, so they didn't interrupt, but they didn't expect it to cause such a thing. The Tiger Man chieftain was also stunned for a moment, then looked at the other tiger men with bloodshot eyes, and shouted in grief, you useless trash, I told you to protect my son, why didn't you block me? After saying this, the Tiger Man chieftain waved his hand and killed 2 first-tier tiger men who didn't have time to defend. The other tiger men around, seeing this, took 2 steps back in horror, away from the chieftain. The Tiger Man chieftain looked at the corpse, stunned in place, somewhat at a loss. But the red light in the Tiger Man chieftain's eyes became even more intense. The Tiger Man chieftain looked at the other tiger men with an expression, and roared, you useless trash, you don't know how to stop me, you just know how to watch the show on the sidelines, go to hell. Then, the Tiger Man chieftain directly rushed towards the nearest tiger man, and punched him. Several tiger men whose strength was less than the first tier were instantly killed. The only 2 remaining first-tier tiger men, seeing this, quickly took action to intercept. However, the 2 were restrained in battle, not daring to kill, while the Tiger Man chieftain only attacked and didn't defend, and every move aimed at vital points. Before long, the 2 tiger men were seriously injured. The sounds of fighting awakened the other tiger men, and everyone gathered around, looking at the fighting tiger man and the bodies on the ground, with shocked expressions. The Tiger Man chieftain saw the people around him, directly abandoned the 2 first-tier tiger men, and waved his hand to slaughter the chieftain. The crowd fled in panic, but they couldn't escape the chieftain's deadly hands. The 2 first-tier tiger men were seriously injured and unable to keep up with the Tiger Man chieftain's slaughter. A first-tier tiger man shouted in despair, Chieftain, what's wrong with you? The Tiger Man chieftain's footsteps paused, and a trace of rationality appeared in his eyes. But the red light quickly covered the Tiger Man chieftain's eyes, and the Tiger Man chieftain shouted angrily, you useless trash, you eat so much meat, but you still can't break through to the first tier. If all the meat belonged to me, I would have broken through to the second tier long ago. Today, I will kill all of you useless trash and enjoy the meat alone. Then, the Tiger Man chieftain struck even harder, and soon killed all the ordinary people, and then killed the 2 first-tier tiger men. The 2 first-tier tiger men, seeing the tragic state of their clansmen at this moment, collapsed mentally, and like the Tiger Man chieftain, they only attacked and didn't defend. Before long, the 3 tiger men were all seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to move. After a while, the 3 tiger men bled dry and died completely. With the death of the 3 tiger men, there were no living tiger men left in this place. The voodoo doll hidden underground continued to dig the surrounding soil and went to other places. At this time, in front of the transparent curtain, Feng Che had already noticed that a tribe had been destroyed by the voodoo doll. Feng Che was very satisfied with the strength displayed by the voodoo doll. It was just a pity that Feng Che didn't dare to go over to collect resources. Feng Che was a professional, with the aura of the Emperor's plane on his body. This aura was repelled by other planes and was easily discovered by other planes. If Feng Che dared to go over, the plane rules there would quickly lock onto Feng Che and launch an attack. At that time, the plane channel would also be exposed in advance. Yun Tian, who was on the side, noticed Feng Che's emotional changes and asked in a low voice, did the thing you threw over just now play a huge role? Fang Che replied, that prop just wiped out a small tribe living near the plain channel, and the exposure time of the plain channel will be delayed for a while. Yun Tian heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and suggested, then you should use props to eliminate more ordinary enemies. If you encounter professionals, don't be impulsive. In Yun Tian and most people's minds, if props fight across planes, but the master does not cross the plane, then the master's control over the props will be weakened and cannot harm professionals. At most it can only eliminate some ordinary people. However, Fang Che's voodoo doll was different. As long as the voodoo doll appears in the area where the leader of a certain group is located, it will automatically exert all its power, without the need for precise manipulation like other props. Fang Che didn't explain too much, just smiled and replied, I will eliminate the surrounding enemies within my ability. In the following time, the voodoo doll acted quickly underground. Whenever it approached a tribe, it would quickly affect the leader of the area, causing him to go insane and slaughter his own people. When the voodoo doll came to the 7th Tiger Man tribe and influenced the highest-ranking young Tiger Man to kill, a burly Tiger Man suddenly ran over from a distance. Stop! The burly Tiger Man roared, and the voodoo doll underground instantly sensed that this burly Tiger Man was the highest-ranking person in this area. So, the voodoo doll directly changed the influence target. In an instant, the young Tiger Man who was wantonly killing suddenly stopped killing, the red light in his eyes completely dissipated, and he looked around blankly, muttering to himself, what's wrong with me? What's wrong? The burly Tiger Man rushed over directly and kicked the young Tiger Man's legs, scolding, I left for a little while, is this how you do things? The surviving Tiger Men, seeing this burly Tiger Man, shouted excitedly, Chieftain, the young chieftain suddenly went crazy, you have to uphold justice for us. The young Tiger Man whose legs were broken still looked blankly at the corpses around him, unable to say a word. The burly Tiger Man saw the surrounding Tiger Men were emotionally agitated, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he directly slapped out a palm, killing the young Tiger Man. Then, the burly Tiger Man looked at the other Tiger Men, and said with a guilty face, I didn't choose a good successor, I disappointed everyone. The surrounding Tiger Men did not answer, and walked sadly towards the corpses of their clansmen. The burly Tiger Man saw that no one around him was talking, and the guilt in his heart gradually disappeared, replaced by anger. I killed my son, why don't you even say a word? The burly Tiger Man became more and more angry, and suddenly shot out, killing the only remaining first-tier professional, and then, with red eyes, frantically slaughtered the other clansmen. The remaining Tiger Men were not strong enough, and were killed before they could escape. After killing all the clansmen, the burly Tiger Man froze in place, the red light in his eyes flashing constantly. Ha 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 ha. The burly Tiger Man suddenly laughed wildly a few times, and slapped his forehead madly. The 7th Tiger Man tribe was destroyed by the voodoo doll in this way. Translator occupation. The voodoo doll continued its slaughter, and the tribes near the dimensional portal disappeared one after another. Afterward, the voodoo doll advanced further, eliminating weaker tribes. Time flew by, and 2 days quickly passed. At this time, half of the square white stone had sunk into the ground. Standing at the front, Ling Jia glanced at Fang Che in disbelief, exclaiming, it's been 2 days. The others also looked at Fang Che with astonishment, unable to imagine what was happening. According to what everyone knew, when a higher-level plane connected to a lower-level plane, it would use powerful forces to conceal the dimensional portal. During the first 2 days of the dimensional portal's opening, the will of the lower-level plane was unable to detect the existence of the dimensional portal, and could only rely on the intelligent creatures near the dimensional portal to observe and report. Moreover, the professionals of the higher-level plane did not dare to eliminate the intelligent creatures near the dimensional portal, because doing so would inevitably expose the dimensional portal in advance. Therefore, everyone would use various props to eliminate intelligent creatures. These props were expensive and could only eliminate some ordinary intelligent creatures, making it difficult to harm professionals. In most cases, the props would be destroyed by professionals within an hour, and then would follow a cruel plane battle. Now, Fang Che's props allowed everyone to spend 2 days peacefully, which was something they dared not even think about. Ling Jia quickly retracted her incredulous gaze and reminded them with a serious expression, 2 days have passed, the will of the opposite plane will discover us, everyone prepare for battle. Everyone perked up and vigilantly watched the curtain-like dimensional portal. At this time, in the opposite plane, in the palace of the Yellow Tiger tribe, the third-tier Yellow Tiger King was resting. For this battle with the Blue Tiger tribe, the Yellow Tiger King had not closed his eyes for several days in order to prepare for the war. Now that he had free time, he could rest for a while. Suddenly, the Yellow Tiger King opened his eyes, quickly got out of bed, and knelt on the ground. The next second, a huge illusory eye appeared in front of the Yellow Tiger King. A piece of jade with writing on it flew out of the eye and landed in front of the Yellow Tiger King, then the eye disappeared. Only then did the Yellow Tiger King pick up the jade and check the text on it. Immediately afterward, the Yellow Tiger King's emotions became agitated, and he quickly ran outside, shouting, "Team 3, follow me." Outside in the houses, many tiger people walked out in confusion, looking at the Yellow Tiger King. The members of Team 3, who were named, quickly followed the Yellow Tiger King's footsteps. The Yellow Tiger King led Team 3 and ran wildly towards the dimensional portal, and soon discovered the destroyed tribes. The tiger people's eyes were solemn, but they did not stop and continued to move forward. Before long, the curtain-like dimensional portal appeared in front of the tiger people. It's a dimensional portal. Great, let's rush over and eat all the creatures on the other side. The tiger people of Team 3 shouted excitedly. A long time ago, this plane only had some ordinary tigers. Later, a group of tigers discovered the dimensional portal. The tigers passed through the dimensional portal, entered other planes, ate all the humanoid creatures in other planes, and annexed the planes. Afterward, the tigers received rewards from the will of the plane, broke the shackles of their genes, transformed into tiger people, and became professionals. Now, the Yellow Tiger tribe is at war with the Blue Tiger tribe because they heard that the Yellow Tiger tribe had discovered a dimensional portal. But unexpectedly, the dimensional portal actually appeared within the Yellow Tiger tribe's territory. This made the tiger people extremely excited. The Yellow Tiger King was originally quite happy, but when he thought of the tiger tribes that had been wiped out before, the Yellow Tiger King was not so happy. The surrounding tiger people saw that the Yellow Tiger King's expression was serious, so they stopped shouting and waited for the Yellow Tiger King to issue orders. The Yellow Tiger King stared at the distant outer portal and ordered, "Go see what's on the other side?" Two second-tier scout tiger people immediately approached the dimensional portal, crouching down. After a while, the two tiger people returned to the Yellow Tiger King's side with some excitement and reported, "Great King, there are 100 or so first-tier professionals guarding the other side. I guess this plane doesn't have many strong people, otherwise it would be impossible to let first-tier professionals guard it." The Yellow Tiger King relaxed a little upon hearing this, and grinned, Let's go eat people." Then, the Yellow Tiger King quickly ran towards the dimensional portal, and the gale brought by his body crushed the surrounding vegetation. The tiger people of Team 3 followed closely behind and ran towards the dimensional portal. After a while, a group of people approached the dimensional portal and crashed directly into the curtain. The next second, this group of tiger people was bounced back, unable to pass through this dimensional portal at all. The Yellow Tiger sneered, they even put in place a defensive measure. "Everyone, attack together and smash this defensive barrier." The tiger people immediately stepped forward and punched the curtain, but the curtain remained motionless, easily blocking all attacks. On the other side of the curtain, everyone relaxed a lot when they saw the tiger people's actions. These tiger people couldn't even recognize the basic strength limiting props, so they must not have experienced too many plane wars. Such enemies are relatively easy to deal with. Then, everyone carefully observed the tiger people's situation to understand their fighting style. Hiding behind the crowd, Fong Che was slightly curious after seeing these tiger people. Although Fong Che had used the voodoo doll to eliminate many tribes, the voodoo doll could not share its vision with Fong Che, and could only vaguely sense the location of the tribe leaders. Therefore, Fong Che didn't know much about this plane, and this was the first time he had seen tiger people. After a while, the tiger people talked gibberish. Yi Ling, who had awakened the translation master profession, had red ears and quickly translated, "That third-tier tiger person is sending his men to call for reinforcements. They are preparing to forcibly break the curtain." Upon hearing this, everyone silently prayed, hoping that the reinforcements they brought were strong enough, so that they would not discover the strength limitation of the dimensional portal. Next, Yi Ling kept translating the tiger people's language. The Tiger people's language and Yiling's language were mixed together, which was very tormenting to the ears. This is a problem that even a first-tier translation master cannot solve, but this problem does not need to be taken too seriously. After Yiling's strength is improved, she can directly change the language rules of an area, so that there are no obstacles to communication. If Yiling is stronger, she can even directly destroy the enemy's communication ability, so that orders cannot be delivered, and destroy the enemy's organizational ability. With their language control ability, translation masters have also become important strategic-level professions. Every organization will hire some translation masters to destroy the enemy's language rules and protect their own language rules from being destroyed. However, now there are too many translation master professionals, and all translation masters check and balance each other, so they do not show too much effect. In addition, the more languages a translation master masters, the stronger their compassion for others, and they often play a negative role in plane wars. Therefore, translation masters are often arranged in the rear to do security tasks, and their reputation is not obvious, and outsiders do not know much about them. The Tiger Men quickly stopped communicating and focused on attacking the curtain, and Yiling also stopped translating. After some time, a group of Tiger Men holding hunting bows arrived from a distance. Most of the Tiger Men possessed first-tier strength, which made the Blue Sky team members perk up. King Yellow Tiger paused his attack on the curtain, walked to the side, and waved his hand forcefully. Those Tiger Men holding hunting bows immediately aimed at the curtain, knocked their arrows, and shot. The arrows shot by the second-tier Tiger Men were the first to come into contact with the curtain and were directly bounced aside. However, the arrows of the first-tier Tiger Men easily pierced through the curtain, directly turning Ling Jie into a hedgehog. A large number of arrows flew past Ling Jie and towards the professionals in the rear. The front row professionals raised their shields to block the arrows. The shields easily blocked the arrows and deflected them without leaving any scratches. However, the immense power contained in the arrows still made the professionals holding the shields lean backward. The group quickly stabilized their bodies and looked towards Ling Jie. They saw Ling Jie calmly pulling out the arrows, and the next second, the wounds pierced by the arrows instantly healed automatically. As the most difficult healing profession to kill in the Emperor Plane, the fleshly body Bodhisattva's self-healing ability is terrifying. Even if the fleshly body Bodhisattva's heart is dug out, as long as there is still energy in her body, she can grow a new one. These arrow injuries were completely child's play. The Tiger Men didn't understand the fleshly body Bodhisattva profession and, looking at Ling Jie's terrifying recovery power, were all shocked and subconsciously stopped shooting arrows. King Yellow Tiger, after a brief shock, shouted, "First-tier Tiger Men shoot arrows. Other Tiger Men stop attacking." The first-tier Tiger Men knocked their arrows and shot, the arrows piercing through the curtain, hitting Ling Jie, or being blocked by shields. King Yellow Tiger grinned and said, "It seems that this plane channel can't stop first-tier Tiger Men. First-tier Tiger Men, go through and see if you can pass through the plane channel." Some first-tier Tiger Men wearing iron armor immediately walked towards the plane channel. Before long, the first-tier Tiger Men easily passed through the plane channel. As soon as the Tiger Man came over, the fire manipulator profession in the crowd conjured a fire snake out of thin air, wrapping around the Tiger Man's body. The Tiger Man didn't even have time to scream before turning into charcoal, and the iron armor on his body showed signs of melting. King Yellow Tiger didn't care about the Tiger Man's death, but grinned and said, "Arrow cover, first-tier Tiger Men charge." Swish, swish, countless arrows shot towards the heads of the Blue Sky team members. Countless first-tier Tiger Men, bending over, quickly approached the plane channel. In just a moment, these Tiger Men passed through the plane channel and arrived in front of the Blue Sky team members. Ling Jie, with arrows sticking out of her head, blocked the fastest-running Tiger Man, without any defense, and swung her blade, easily suppressing the Tiger Man. When the Tiger Men behind walked out of the channel, the Shatterer profession, hiding on both sides of the channel, swung the long in their hands, hitting the Tiger Men behind. The iron armor on the Tiger Men's bodies instantly turned into powder, and their bodies turned into minced meat. The professionals guarding in front of the square white stones, hiding behind shields, released flames, ice spikes, and other attacks in batches, eliminating the Tiger Men in fixed positions. These Tiger Men had no ability to resist the professionals' attacks and were instantly killed. The Blue Sky team members had the same realm as the Tiger Men, but their powerful destructive power was entirely due to amplification items. Without amplification items, they could only painstakingly intercept the tiger men like Lingjia. Fang Che hid behind the crowd, occasionally shooting a few arrows, attacking the tiger men running in front. Although he couldn't kill the tiger men, he could slow them down. After attacking for a while, Fang Che felt that his arrows weren't having much of an effect, so he focused all his attention on the witchcraft doll, looking for groups to hunt down. As long as something happened to the groups related to these tiger men, it would definitely affect this side. In the following time, the arrows continued to shoot non-stop, and countless tiger men bent over and crawled over to join the battle. Before long, the tiger men's corpses blocked the plane channel. The Blue Sky team members took this opportunity to quickly take various pills to restore their consumed energy. A few seconds later, the tiger men's corpses on the ground suddenly moved towards the crowd, like a wall of flesh and blood, protecting the tiger men behind. The Blue Sky team members did not panic. After the wall of flesh and blood approached, 3 Earth Venerables released their power at the same time, and the surrounding soil turned into mud, instantly engulfing the wall of flesh and blood and the tiger men behind. Then, the ground hardened again, as if nothing had happened. In another plane, the tiger men looked through the transparent curtain at their clansmen being swallowed by the ground, their eyes full of horror, not daring to step forward. King Yellow Tiger frowned and roared, "Their methods definitely can't last long. Otherwise, they would definitely keep the ground in a muddy state. Attack quickly." The tiger men in the front hesitated, but they were quickly pushed forward by the tiger men behind, unable to stop. These helpless tiger men could only forcibly suppress the fear in their hearts and bend over to move forward. The tiger men's arrows rained down on the Blue Sky team members. The battle returned to the previous state. After a while, the tiger men's corpses blocked the channel again. This time, the tiger men didn't push the corpses, but quickly took the corpses back, clearing a path. After that, the tiger men's arrows shot again, and the first-tier tiger men continued to bend over and move forward. After repeating this process several times, the Blue Sky team professionals, who had no time to rest, showed signs of fatigue, and their condition was not as good as before. The shields, after enduring countless arrow attacks, also showed cracks, as if they would collapse at any time. Therefore, the front row professionals of the Blue Sky team quickly replaced their shields while the tiger men were clearing the corpses, continuing to withstand the attacks. After several more hours of fighting, a professional holding a shield to defend ran out of strength, and the shield fell to the ground. The next second, an arrow shot in from the gap, seriously injuring several professionals. Lingjia quickly ran to the area where the shield had fallen, replacing the shield with her body, enduring the arrow attacks, and roared, "Quickly rebuild the defense." A professional quickly picked up the shield on the ground and re-stabilized the defense. The professionals who were seriously injured by the arrows took healing pills and continued to fight. However, more professionals ran out of strength, unable to hold the shields in their hands, and were seriously injured by the arrows. Before long, after the shield fell to the ground again, an arrow flew over and instantly pierced a professional's head. The professional died on the spot, and the people next to him didn't even have time to help. After a brief panic, the people around him searched out various items from the deceased and put them into the battle. Some of the professionals further away were not even affected. Such a calm and rational fighting style, and a tenacious fighting will, were also gifts left by the life which when she created life. However, people's qualities are different, and there are always some special individuals. After witnessing the professional's death, although Fang Che didn't feel fear in his heart, he didn't show the same fearless spirit as the others, but instead hid more carefully and reduced the number of attacks. Dolls destroy patrolling tigers. Fang Che poured more energy into the voodoo doll pattern on the Curse Master's gem. Subsequently, this energy was directly absorbed by the voodoo doll, using the pattern as a transfer station. The voodoo doll, energized, suddenly sped up its digging in the ground. With each distance the voodoo doll advanced, it transmitted the aura of the professionals back to Fang Che. However, these professionals were now under the jurisdiction of the Yellow Tiger King and belonged to the same group. And Fang Che's strength was too low to manipulate the voodoo doll to affect the Tier 3 Yellow Tiger King. Furthermore, the voodoo doll could only deal with groups of 50 people. The Yellow Tiger King had thousands of tiger men under his command. Even if Fang Che were strong enough, the voodoo doll wouldn't be effective. Fong Che could only control the voodoo doll to continue moving forward. After moving away from this area, the voodoo doll quickly discovered a new tribe. However, the Tiger Man professionals in these tribes had already been conscripted by the Yellow Tiger King, leaving behind only ordinary tiger men who had not advanced to become professionals. These tiger men had no say, and even if they were all killed and other tiger men reported it to the Yellow Tiger King, the Yellow Tiger King might conceal the news to stabilize morale. The best way was to find the Yellow Tiger King's lair and cause a major incident there. The voodoo doll continued to advance and soon discovered a squad of 10 Tier 1 tiger men. At this time, they were resting and chatting in a forest. Sensing that he could control the tiger men here, the voodoo doll immediately stopped moving and instantly released energy, influencing the highest-ranking one among the 10. I wonder what the Yellow Tiger King has discovered, that he has transferred most of the tribe away. The Blue Tiger tribe already knows about the war. If they find out that the Yellow Tiger King has taken most of the tribe away, they will definitely launch an attack in advance. I wonder if the Yellow Tiger King can make it back in time. Who knows? Stop talking about this, Captain. Let's go patrol. The highest-ranking Tiger Man captain frowned upon hearing this and said, "How long have we been resting?" "Wait a bit." The Tiger Man frowned and advised, "Captain, the Blue Tiger tribe could attack at any time now. Let's work a little harder. It won't be too late to rest when the Yellow Tiger King returns." The Tiger Man captain's mood became even more irritable upon hearing this, and he shouted angrily, "I am the captain. When we are patrolling, you are all under my command. Are you now disobeying orders?" The tiger men were a little puzzled to see the captain getting angry for no reason. However, some tiger men still acted as peacemakers and advised, "Captain, don't be angry. Old 3 didn't mean that. We won't disobey your orders. If you say rest, we will rest." The Tiger Man captain became even angrier upon hearing this and roared, "What kind of attitude is this? Are you all ganging up on me? Are you going to report me when we get back? We didn't think that way." Everyone immediately explained, while looking at the captain in confusion, wondering what madness he was suffering from. But the Tiger Man captain's mood became even more violent as he looked at everyone's eyes. He directly waved his hand, killing 2 unprepared tiger men, and then attacked the others. The rest, after a brief moment of shock, quickly fought back. The tiger men in the squad were all Tier 1 professionals and were not relatives from the same tribe. Therefore, under the siege of the tiger men, the Tiger Man captain was quickly knocked unconscious and tied up. The crowd looked at the unconscious captain and then at the 2 corpses beside him, feeling somewhat at a loss. After a moment, a tiger man said, "Given this situation, I think we should stop patrolling and take them back." The other tiger men nodded in agreement, and the tiger man who suggested returning temporarily became the leader of the team. And the Tiger Man captain also lost his leadership qualification. Subsequently, the tiger men carried the unconscious captain and the 2 bodies away from this place. Not long after walking, a red light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the tiger man who suggested going back. Then, this tiger man suddenly stopped, turned around, and swung his fist, directly killing 2 tiger men. The remaining tiger men quickly put down the bound Tiger Man captain and the Tiger Man corpses, and attacked the temporary leader together. After a while, the leader was also seriously injured and tied up. The surviving tiger men dispersed, observing the other tiger men with vigilant eyes, guarding against sudden attacks from other tiger men. At this moment, the squad had entered a leaderless state, and the voodoo doll could not exert its power. So, the voodoo doll quickly dug through the dirt and went to other places. Next, the voodoo doll encountered many patrol squads, quickly eliminating a large number of tiger men. Near the palace of the Yellow Tiger tribe, many Tier 1 tiger men were guarding. There were also many Tier 2 tiger men hidden in the dark, quietly observing the surroundings. At this time, a survivor of a squad attacked by the voodoo doll was running towards the palace in a panic. Gathering 20 meters away from the palace, a Tier 2 tiger man suddenly appeared and asked nervously, "What happened?" The survivor of the patrol squad replied with some horror, "The captains are crazy, they killed people in the squad. There are still 3 people alive, and I came back to report." The Tier 2 tiger man was puzzled to hear this and asked, How could they go crazy for no reason? Take me over there. The Tier 1 Tiger Man's eyes became even more horrified upon hearing this, and a look of resistance appeared on his face. Seeing this, the Tier 2 Tiger Man ordered loudly, "Take me there quickly." The Tier 1 Tiger Man hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, sir." The two had just turned around and hadn't walked far when they saw more patrolling Tier 1 Tiger Men running back, all with panicked expressions on their faces. The Tier 2 Tiger Man felt that something was wrong and hurriedly ran over to ask, "What did you encounter?" "The captains are crazy. Many tribesmen are dead." The Tiger Men spoke with horrified faces about what they had encountered, with various voices mixed together, very noisy. But the Tier 2 Tiger Man still learned one same thing from the chaotic voices, that is, some people in each patrol squad went crazy and killed people indiscriminately. If this kind of thing only happened once or twice, it could be defined as an accidental event and not be cared about. But if every patrol squad encountered this kind of thing, then it could only be the enemy causing trouble. So, the Tier 2 Tiger Man said, "You go home and rest. Just don't spread this." After instructing these things, the Tier 2 Tiger Man hurriedly ran into the palace and met the son of the Yellow Tiger King. The Tier 2 Tiger Man knelt on the ground and reported, "Little King, many people in the patrol squad suddenly went crazy and killed people. It is likely that the Blue Tiger tribe has developed a special means of attack. Please, Little King, make a decision." The Little King's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked, "Have any Tier 2 Tiger Men died?" The Tier 2 Tiger Man replied, "The dead are all Tier 1 Tiger Men. None of the Tier 2 patrol teams have returned yet, and I don't know the specific situation." The Little King ordered, "Go and check it out quickly. If the Tier 2 Tiger Men go crazy and kill people, notify me immediately. If the Tier 2 Tiger Men don't go crazy and kill people, then replace all the patrol squads with Tier 2 Tiger Men, and you don't need to notify me." "Yes, sir." Blue Tiger Clan. The Yellow Tiger Tribe's Tier 1 patrol team was quickly recalled and replaced with a Tier 2 patrol team, preventing the voodoo doll from continuing its slaughter. At this moment, within the Emperor's plane, Fang Che also noticed the predicament of the voodoo doll. Based on the voodoo doll's perception of the situation, Fang Che believed that the area, being closest to the Yellow Tiger King and having no means to stop him, must be the Yellow Tiger King's main base. Eliminating the professionals in that area would force the Yellow Tiger King and his forces to return. Unfortunately, both the voodoo doll and Fang Che were too weak. Even if the others dispatched some Tier 2 professionals, Fang Che couldn't resolve the problem. Moreover, the people there didn't panic when faced with danger, so it seemed impossible to use them to distract the Yellow Tiger King. However, Fang Che was confident that he could divert the Yellow Tiger King's attention. He had learned from Yiling's translation that this plane was not unified, and the Yellow Tiger King had a rival force called the Blue Tiger Tribe, which was currently in the midst of war mobilization. Once the Blue Tiger Tribe completed its war mobilization, it would definitely launch a war. If Fang Che could stop the Blue Tiger Tribe's war mobilization in advance and lure them to the Yellow Tiger King's main base, he could definitely restrain the Yellow Tiger King. Therefore, Fang Che controlled the voodoo doll, moving it in the direction where the Blue Tiger Tribe might be living. At this moment, Yiling, who was hiding aside, approached Fang Che and anxiously asked, "Was the item you threw out destroyed? I hope you can use it to kill ordinary tiger people and restrain the Yellow Tiger King." Before Fang Che could answer, Yun Tian, who was hiding nearby, said, "I don't think even killing all the ordinary tiger people would be enough to restrain the Yellow Tiger King. Besides, you translated earlier that the tiger people in this plane exist in the form of small and large tribes, constantly fighting each other, and there will definitely be some professionals left near the ordinary tiger people." Yiling retorted somewhat unwillingly, "We were lucky before, and no one discovered the plane passage for 2 days. Perhaps Fang Che can still rely on luck to attract the Yellow Tiger King." Fang Che then said, "I have tried my best to control the item to find targets for slaughter." Hearing this, Yiling and Yun Tian subconsciously thought that Fang Che couldn't find a target, and they both sighed, no longer saying anything more. Without the two of them talking beside him, Fang Che felt much quieter and continued to control the voodoo doll's movement. Fang Che quickly discovered that the environment around the voodoo doll had become quiet, with no professionals or ordinary intelligent beings. Fang Che guessed that this was likely one of the battle zones between the Yellow Tiger Tribe and the Blue Tiger Tribe, and the tiger people living here had all moved away to avoid being harmed. Confirming this, Fong Che continued to control the voodoo doll to advance. After another hour, when 1/8 of the Blue Sky team members had died or were injured, the voodoo doll finally discovered a new group of cultivators. These groups moved in teams of 10, similar to those the voodoo doll had previously eliminated, and should also be patrol teams. Fong Che didn't rush to fight but continued to control the voodoo doll to advance. Before long, tens of thousands of professionals were sensed by the voodoo doll. Upon discovering these professionals, Fong Che breathed a sigh of relief. Fong Che had learned through Yi Ling's translation that the Yellow Tiger King usually didn't raise too many Tiger People warriors but instead granted Tiger People territory, allowing the Tiger People warriors to live in the territory. Only during battles would the Yellow Tiger King gather the Tiger People warriors together. Since the Yellow Tiger King chose this farming warfare model, his enemies must also be choosing this farming warfare model. Now, the Yellow Tiger King's team has already gathered in front of the plain passage. Then the team that the voodoo doll has now discovered must be from other forces. Fong Che couldn't determine whether it was the Blue Tiger tribe, but as long as they could deal with the Yellow Tiger tribe, that was enough. Therefore, Fong Che re-controlled the voodoo doll to find patrol teams and began the hunting operation. At this time, within the Blue Tiger tribe, countless Blue Tiger People professionals came from all directions, were incorporated into teams, and had tasks assigned to them. Just as a group of Tier 2 Blue Tiger People were collectively learning about the team's situation, a Tier 1 Tiger person hurriedly ran over, approached the leading Tier 2 Tiger person, and whispered in his ear, "Some unexpected situations have occurred." The leading Tier 2 Tiger person's expression remained unchanged, and he turned to look at the other Tier 2 Tiger People, saying, "I have something to deal with, I'll leave for a moment, you continue to learn about the team's situation." The Tier 2 Tiger People nodded one after another, saying, "Understood." After that, the leading Tier 2 Tiger person, led by the Tier 1 Tiger person, left unhurriedly. Once away from everyone's sight, the Tier 2 Tiger person hurriedly asked, "Tell me, what happened?" The Tier 1 Tiger person replied, "All the patrol team leaders have gone mad and started killing people indiscriminately. I have already gathered them in the edge area." The Tier 2 Tiger person's face changed drastically, and he asked in disbelief, "Are all the patrol teams like this?" The Tier 1 Tiger person nodded, "They are all like this." The Tier 2 Tiger person pondered for a moment, took out a token, and said, "Order the surviving patrol team members to gather together. Also, notify Team Number 2, let Team Number 2 send out patrol teams, increase the number of patrols, and expand the patrol range." The Tier 1 Tiger person took the token and responded, "Yes, sir." After that, the two Tiger People separated, and the Tier 2 Tiger person hurriedly came to a wooden house and said respectfully, "Great King, I have something to report." A slightly impatient voice soon came from inside the wooden house, "Come in." Hearing the displeasure in the voice, the Tier 2 Tiger person more respectfully pushed open the door and knelt in front of a Tier 3 Blue Tiger person, reporting to the Great King, members of each patrol team have suddenly gone mad and are randomly killing people in their teams. I have already had them gathered together and have also arranged for Team Number 2 to dispatch patrol teams. The Tier 3 Blue Tiger King frowned upon hearing the report. Previously, the Blue Tiger King had sensed the plane's will, but he hadn't discovered the planes while transmitting any information. The Blue Tiger King was troubled and prepared to go to the front line for inspection in advance. As a result, the Blue Tiger King discovered that the closer he got to the Yellow Tiger tribe, the stronger the plane's will sensation became. Therefore, the Blue Tiger King stayed here. These days, the Blue Tiger King has been actively communicating with the plane's will, but he can only vaguely sense the plane's will and cannot obtain any information. The Blue Tiger King consulted the classics and felt that the plane's will favored the Yellow Tiger tribe and had abandoned the Blue Tiger tribe. Therefore, the Blue Tiger King had been very irritable these days. Now, upon learning that the patrol team members were inexplicably going mad, the Blue Tiger King had completely confirmed that the Plainsville had abandoned the Blue Tiger tribe. The Blue Tiger King lowered his head somewhat sadly, and the hard work of his fathers in developing the Blue Tiger tribe appeared in his mind. Seeing that the Blue Tiger King had not made any arrangements, the Tier 2 Tiger person did not dare to urge him but just knelt respectfully on the ground, avoiding angering the Blue Tiger King. Professionals died. The Blue Tiger King constantly recalled the past, his eyes growing redder and his expression more ferocious. After a moment, an idea burst forth in the Blue Tiger King's mind: even if the plains will abandon the Blue Tiger clan, they could not simply surrender. As long as the Yellow Tiger clan was eliminated, they would surely gain the favor of the plains will. The Blue Tiger King stood up and announced, "Order all warriors to immediately attack the Yellow Tiger clan." Upon hearing this, the Tier 2 Tiger Man immediately reminded, "King, many Tier 1 Tiger Men have not yet arrived. Should we wait a few more days?" The Blue Tiger King shook his head and said, "Tier 1 Tiger Men have limited combat power and won't be of much use. We won't wait for them. Go and give the order to depart in half an hour." The Tier 2 Tiger Man glanced at the Blue Tiger King. Seeing his resolute attitude, he didn't dare offer any more objections and directly replied, "Yes, sir." Before long, the warriors of the Blue Tiger clan were advancing towards the Yellow Tiger clan. In the Emperor Plain, Fong Che sensed through the voodoo doll that a large number of Tier 1 and Tier 2 professionals were heading towards the Yellow Tiger clan. Fong Che immediately had the voodoo doll stop moving and hide quietly underground, sensing the surrounding situation. Soon, Fong Che discovered the aura of a Tier 3 professional through the voodoo doll. Fong Che was delighted. Even without malicious intent, the Yellow Tiger clan would not easily trust these professionals approaching their territory, and would certainly report to the Yellow Tiger King. Fong Che only needed to wait. On the other side of the dimensional portal, the Yellow Tiger King was extremely excited as he watched the Tier 1 Tiger Men constantly dying. At the beginning of the battle, hundreds of Tiger Men would die without killing a single enemy. But now, the ratio of Tiger Men deaths to enemy deaths had reached 70-1. The Yellow Tiger King believed that as the enemies continued to die, the Tiger Men's death rate would decrease further. Moreover, the enemies on the other side had not sent reinforcements for a long time. The Yellow Tiger King felt that the number of strong individuals in this plane must not be high. The Yellow Tiger King was extremely excited at the thought of occupying a new plane after eliminating these enemies. Just as the Yellow Tiger King was rejoicing, a Tier 2 Tiger Man hurried to his side and whispered, "King, we just received news that the Blue Tiger clan is marching rapidly towards our main camp." By now, the battle should have already broken out. The Yellow Tiger King's face showed no tension. Instead, he smiled and said excitedly, "This is truly a double blessing. With the defensive measures of our main camp, it can last for several days. I will now take people back and encircle and eliminate the Blue Tiger clan from behind. You stay here and continue to urge the warriors to eliminate the enemies." The Tier 2 Tiger Man bowed and said, "Yes, sir." The Yellow Tiger King led a group of Tier 2 Tiger Men and quickly left the dimensional portal to encircle the Blue Tiger clan. Their departure was noticed by the Tier 1 Tiger Man warriors. Without the Yellow Tiger King's supervision, the Tier 1 Tiger Men instantly relaxed, and their enthusiasm for attacking weakened considerably. The Tier 2 Tiger Man, after watching the Yellow Tiger King leave, quickly went to his team and whispered, "Leave the dimensional portal in batches, and don't make a sound." The Tier 1 Tiger Men nodded excitedly upon hearing this and quietly left. Although these Tier 1 Tiger Men acted cautiously, the decrease in numbers could not be concealed from others. Therefore, the other Tiger Men's fighting spirit weakened again, and their attacks became less aggressive. The Tier 2 Tiger Man also knew the reason for the weakened fighting spirit, but he didn't care. Anyway, there were only so many enemies, and there was no need to attack desperately. All that was needed was to contain the enemies. Therefore, the Tier 2 Tiger Man did not issue any forceful orders and casually said, "Continue attacking." The surrounding Tiger Men became even more relaxed upon hearing this, and the frequency of their attacks decreased again. In a cave in the Emperor Plain, the Blue Sky team members discovered that as time passed, fewer and fewer Tiger Men rushed over to attack. In the end, only arrow attacks remained, and no Tiger Men entered the portal to die. Ling Jia immediately asked, "Yi Ling, do you know what's happening?" Yi Ling shook her head and said, "The Tiger Men are speaking too softly, I can't hear them clearly, but the number of Tier 2 Tiger Men around has decreased significantly. They should have been diverted to other places by something." Speaking of this, Yi Ling looked at Fong Che and asked, "Fong Che, can you sense the situation outside with your?" Fong Che shook his head and said, "They is somewhere else, and I don't know what's happening outside. Anyway, it's a good thing that the attacks have decreased." Fang Che sensed through the voodoo doll that a large number of professional teams had appeared near the Yellow Tiger clan's main camp, which was related to the voodoo doll's deliberate killings. However, Fang Che did not intend to show off the voodoo doll's accomplishments. Anyway, the rewards were fixed, and continuing to show off might not bring more benefits, but might lead to being assigned more tasks. It was better to remain silent. The Blue Sky team members nodded in agreement upon hearing Fang Che's words. The decrease in attacks was indeed a good thing, and there was no need to dwell on it too much. After that, the Blue Sky team members took turns holding shields to block the arrows and took turns resting. At the same time, some professionals carried corpses and piled them into meat walls to protect the square white stone. Ling Jie looked at these corpses, feeling a little regretful. Not only because a third of the professionals had lost their lives, but also because she regretted not being able to make better use of these corpses. If the Blue Sky team had a corpse driver professional, they could control the corpses to fight and reduce the probability of death for other members. This was much more practical than simply protecting the white stone. Unfortunately, corpse drivers were too popular and could not join the newly established Blue Sky team. Ling Jie sighed, then stopped thinking about it and focused on adjusting her state. Fang Che sat in the corner, feeling very relaxed. Now that most of the Yellow Tiger clan's strong individuals were being held back, and the remaining Tiger men did not have a strong desire to attack, it was almost certain that the mission would succeed. Next, Fang Che could receive the rewards bestowed by the Plains Will and break through to Tier 2. Fang Che's attention instantly focused on the Curse Lord gem, checking the method for advancement in breakthrough. To break through to Tier 2 Curse Lord, the first step was to completely transform the second layer altar into a real state. The second step was to gather various materials, refine them into a special advancement potion, and sprinkle the potion on the Curse Lord professional gem. The final step was to prepare an advancement ceremony, absorb the potion's energy, and advance to Tier 2 Curse Lord. The Curse Lord's advancement ceremony was similar to the awakening ceremony, both absorbing the energy generated when others cursed. The only difference was that the cursing energy required for advancement must be released by Tier 1 professionals, and the cursing energy of ordinary people was invalid. The advancement ceremony did not specify how much cursing energy was needed, presumably some cursing energy could be obtained to complete the advancement. When Fang Che awakened the Curse Lord profession, he had checked the improved method for breaking through to Tier 2 Curse Lord, but unfortunately it ended in failure. I wonder if he can see the improved method now. Thinking of this, Fang Che directly muttered in his heart, "Observe." The next second, Fang Che's illusory eyes appeared out of thin air in his Naiwan palace, carefully observing the Curse Lord gem. Methods of promotion ceremony. After observing for a long time, the improved information still didn't appear. Fang Che had nothing to do, so he didn't give up and kept staring at the Cursed Master's gem. After an unknown period, the illusory eyes flickered slightly, and finally, he saw the information recorded on the Cursed Master's profession gem change. Fang Che was slightly excited and then observed carefully. There were 3 pieces of improved information. The first piece was, be hated and cursed by 20 Tier 1 professionals who restrain cursed masters, obtain their curse energy, and after completing the breakthrough, you will not be restrained by any profession in the future. This piece of improved information is good. Professional restraint is a fatal problem. Facing a professional who restrains you, your skills won't hurt him at all. In front of him, your own energy operation will be affected, and you will lose half the battle just by meeting him. If you can solve the problem of professional restraint, your survival ability will definitely be improved. However, Fang Che felt that this improvement method would be difficult to complete. There are not many professions that can restrain cursed masters, and most professions are difficult to awaken, so it is very difficult to gather 20. Fang Che frowned and continued to check other improved information. The second piece of improved information is, be hated and cursed by 50 professionals who have awakened different professions, obtain their curse energy, and after completing the breakthrough, you can restrain all professions in the future. This piece of improved information made Fang Che relax slightly. It is easy to gather 50 different professionals, and the improved ability is also good. Even if Fang Che faces professionals who restrain cursed masters in the future, he can restrain them, weakening both sides' strength at the same time. Weakening both sides' strength at the same time is equivalent to not being weakened. At least you can fight fairly. This improved information is much better than the first one. Then, Feng Che looked at the third piece of improved information. Be disgusted by the will of the plane, obtain the curse of the Emperor Plane's will, and use the curse energy of the Emperor Plane's will to complete the breakthrough. In the future, you will not be restrained by any profession and will restrain all professions. Seeing this piece of improved information, Feng Che's eyes widened, and he subconsciously rejected this improvement plan. As a creature of the Emperor Plane, being disgusted by the will of the plane is tantamount to seeking death. The knowledge learned in the Butcher Academy did not allow Feng Che to do this. But for some reason, Feng Che felt unusually excited looking at the third improvement plan, as happy as a fish seeing water. This was a reaction from his body's instincts. Feng Che felt that this third piece of improved information might help Feng Che go further. Feng Che hesitated slightly and decided to choose the third improvement method to complete the breakthrough. Feng Che learned in the Butcher Academy that after slightly disgusting the will of the plane, he could complete some tasks that would benefit the Emperor Plane in the future and change the plane's will's impression of him. After making these decisions, all kinds of ways to disgust the will of the plane appeared in Feng Che's mind. 90% of these methods were directly life-threatening. For example, killing soul masters for no reason, mass slaughtering ordinary people of the Emperor Plane, robbing newly awakened professionals of the Emperor Plane, and repeatedly violating contracts were all suicidal methods that Feng Che could never choose. Feng Che recalled the remaining 10% of methods that were not life-threatening and quickly found a relatively easy-to-implement method, finding Dark Star Stones. This Dark Star Stone was once a specialty of the Dark Star Plane, containing rich energy. When the Dark Star Plane went to war with the Emperor Plane, it used the power of the Dark Star Stone to severely damage the will of the Emperor Plane. After the battle, the benefits obtained by the Emperor Plane could not compensate for this severe damage. Moreover, due to the special transformation of the Dark Star Plane, the Dark Star Stone was difficult to be perfectly utilized by the Emperor Plane. Therefore, the will of the Emperor Plane was very disgusted with the Dark Star Stone. However, because the Dark Star Stone had abundant energy, the will of the Emperor Plane was reluctant to throw it away and could only use these Dark Star Stones to build garbage disposal plants, sewage purification ponds, and a series of other buildings. Feng Che remembered that there was a scrap sewage purification pond near the Butcher Academy. A long time ago, the Butcher Academy was very glorious, and the surrounding population was dense, requiring many sewage treatment plants. Later, the Butcher Academy declined, failing to cultivate powerful students, and the surrounding population gradually moved away. With the decrease in population and the reduction in sewage produced, the sewage treatment plant was scrapped. The good things in this sewage treatment plant were all sold off. As for the Dark Star Stone, because it was disgusted by the plane's will, not many people dared to touch it for a long time, and it was preserved instead. Feng Che decided to go there after completing the task and collect some Dark Star Stones. After thinking about these things, Feng Che's attention focused on the Witch Gu doll. Feng Che planned to destroy more tribes. For the plane's will, destroying the intelligent creatures of other planes is the best way to please the plane's will. If enough intelligent creatures are destroyed, you can even get rewards from the plane's will. Now there is an opportunity to destroy the intelligent creatures of other planes, which must not be wasted. Under Feng Che's control, the Witch Gu doll quickly moved away from the Yellow Tiger clan's territory and went to other places to find targets to hunt. Time flew by, and soon it was the next night. During this time, the Tier 1 Tiger Men's arrows continued to shoot, but none of the Tiger Men passed through the plane channel. The Blue Sky group often looked expectantly at the square white stone. At this time, most of the white stone had sunk into the ground, leaving only a thin layer exposed. It is estimated that after a while, the white stone can completely sink into the ground and complete the task. Feng Che ignored the stone and continued to hunt Tiger Men. At this moment, in the mission hall near the Butcher Academy, the people of the Fierce Tiger group were still living here. The other professionals in the mission hall were already accustomed to this scene, and no one paid attention to the Fierce Tiger group members. This made the Fierce Tiger group feel much more at ease. Just at this moment, a fierce tiger pattern appeared out of thin air in the mission hall. Then, the surrounding space energy quickly gathered, opening a subtle space crack. Captain Lee shouted excitedly, "The leader and the others are back." After shouting this sentence, Captain Li's excited emotions dissipated, and he suddenly became sad. The expressions of the other captains were not very good either. These days, the Fierce Tiger group had been staying in the mission hall, which was embarrassing. Being embarrassed was one thing, but they didn't even dare to accept the benefits they deserved. Several captains really didn't dare to face the leader. After a moment, the crack opened to its maximum, and a man with a long sword on his back and sharp eyes walked out of the crack. In the next second, the originally somewhat lively mission hall suddenly became quiet. The man looked around, saw the Fierce Tiger group, and walked over with some doubts. In the crack behind the man, more Fierce Tiger group backbones walked out, following the man's footsteps. Captain Li and others quickly lined up and stood still, shouting nervously, "Hello, leader." "You're welcome." Chen Xuan, the leader of the Fierce Tiger group, waved his hand and asked curiously, "How did you know I was coming back today?" The Fierce Tiger group backbones behind him also looked curiously at Captain Li and others. Captain Li and others looked at each other with sad faces, and no one dared to speak. Chen Xuan frowned, realized that something was wrong, and immediately said, "Let's talk about it when we get back." Completed and Tiger Group. Attacked. Chen Xuan left the mission hall, and the members of the Fierce Tiger gang quickly followed, afraid of being eliminated by unknown enemies if they were too slow. After the Fierce Tiger gang left the mission hall, the professionals who had accepted missions instantly started discussing, and the mission hall suddenly became much more lively. Outside the mission hall, Chen Xuan heard the discussions behind him, his expression unchanged, but his walking speed suddenly increased slightly. Before long, Chen Xuan returned to the Fierce Tiger Gang's headquarters hall and asked with some confusion, "Where are Mu Hai and Li Yuan? Did they go to carry out a mission?" Several captains looked nervous, and Captain Li braced himself and replied, "The two young masters were assassinated a few days ago." Chen Xuan's face turned ugly, and he frowned and said, "Tell me in detail what has happened these days." Seeing that the gang leader was not going crazy, the captains relaxed slightly, and then Captain Li began to recount the events of the past few days. After Captain Li finished telling everything, he added, "This subordinate guesses that the group most likely to hire assassins and poison doctors is the Azure Sky Gang." Chen Xuan said very calmly, "Even if it wasn't the Azure Sky Gang who did it, we must frame them for it. Only in this way can we stabilize morale." The captains immediately flattered him, "Gang leader is wise." Chen Xuan glanced at the nervous expressions of the crowd and comforted them, "The fleshly bodhisattva profession is too precious. If I wanted to win over a fleshly bodhisattva, I wouldn't violently harm the Azure Sky Gang created by Lingjia." "I won't blame you." Captain Li and the others were slightly stunned upon hearing this. There had been too many things happening in the past few days, and Captain Li simply didn't have the idea of winning over Lingjia. Strictly speaking, it was just that everyone had a fluke mentality and was also fearful. However, now that Chen Xuan had already imagined so many things, Captain Li and the others didn't reveal the truth, but tacitly responded, "Gang leader is wise." Afterward, Captain Li said, "Now that the Azure Sky Gang has accepted a dangerous mission arranged by the will of the plane, it is impossible to win over Lingjia. I wonder when we will go out to eliminate the Azure Sky Gang. No need to be so troublesome." Chen Xuan took out a palm-sized short sword from his storage ring and said, "I will use the last item rewarded by the will of the plane to eliminate Lingjia and the others." "Do you have a portrait of Lingjia?" "Yes." Captain Li quickly took out a notebook from his storage ring, opened the first page, and handed it to Chen Xuan. Captain Li said, "This records the information of some members of the Azure Sky Gang, which the subordinate painstakingly collected. However, the collection time was too long, and only a small portion of the information was collected." "It's enough." Chen Xuan tore off Lingjia's portrait, placed it flat on the table, and then stabbed the short sword into Lingjia's portrait. The next second, the short sword melted and covered the portrait. Immediately afterward, the portrait re-transformed into ink, detached from the white paper, and condensed into hundreds of finger-length ink-fine swords, flying towards the western wasteland volcano where the Azure Sky Gang was performing their mission. Near the plain passage of the western wasteland volcano, the square white stone completely sank into the ground. In an instant, the curtain-like plain passage emitted a faint light, blocking the arrows shot by the Tiger Men. At the same time, vast and ethereal energy enveloped the members of the Azure Sky Gang, and a circular blue badge condensed above Lingjia's head. In the blue badge, a few white clouds occasionally floated, as if a corner of the sky was into the badge. At this moment, the plane mission had been completed. Finally survived. Finally completed the mission. Oh whoa, the members of the Azure Sky Gang howled excitedly. In the corner, Fang Che closed his eyes, paying attention to the situation in his Naiman palace. After the square white stone sank into the ground, Fang Che lost contact with the Witch Gu doll. However, this Witch Gu doll was bound to Fang Che. At the instant of losing contact, the Witch Gu doll mark on the Curse Lord gemstone flashed with light. Then, the Witch Gu doll was directly teleported back to the Naiman palace. Immediately afterward, the Eye of the Plane appeared out of thin air in the Naiman palace. Lines of text condensed next to the Eye of the Plane. Fang Che carefully read and found that this was the contract he had signed with Ling Jie before. When the contract was completed, the Eye of the Plane released a pile of black gemstones containing rich curse energy. Fang Che estimated that after absorbing these gemstones, he could allow the second layer altar to get rid of its illusory state and reach the breakthrough standard. Immediately afterward, the Eye of the Plane released another pile of items, all of which were materials for refining the Curse Lord Advancement Potion. Finally, the Eye of the Plane released a jade bottle, which contained a curse energy belonging to a Tier 1 professional. At this moment, the Will of the Plane had replaced Ling Jie in completing the previously agreed contract. The next second, the Eye of the Plane disappeared. Fang Che opened his eyes and looked around, finding that most of the people around him were looking at Ling Jie with anticipation, waiting for Ling Jie to distribute the rewards. Yun Tian and Yi Ling were not as eager as the others, presumably because they, like Fang Che, had signed contracts with Ling Jie in advance. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ling Jie put away the badge above her head, took out a crystal ball, and said, "This records the scene of the battle just now. We'll rest for a while and watch it together. According to what we said before, we'll distribute the Tier 2 resources to 6 people, and I'll arrange 4 shares myself. After everyone breaks through to Tier 2, I will sell the group healing banner to exchange for resources to provide to everyone to help everyone break through. Also, all the contracts you signed with me when you borrowed money are now voided." As soon as the voice fell, the crowd cheered. But at this moment, the sound of arrows piercing through the air came from the entrance of the cave. The crowd had just experienced a battle. Hearing this movement, they subconsciously raised their shields and looked towards the entrance. Then, the faces of the crowd turned pale and ugly. They saw hundreds of finger-length ink-colored fine swords flying in from the entrance of the cave. Each ink-colored fine sword exuded a terrifying aura, making everyone feel a fatal danger. In the blink of an eye, the ink-colored fine swords flew into the cave, suspended above everyone's heads, with 1 or 2 ink-colored fine swords above each person's head. The crowd quickly raised their shields above their heads. The next second, the ink-colored fine swords easily pierced through the shields and stabbed towards the heads of the crowd. Seeing that the ink-colored fine swords were about to pierce into their bodies, a vast and ethereal force suddenly released from the crowd. This force condensed above their heads, transforming into the Azure Sky Gang badge pattern rewarded by the Will of the Plane. Bang bang, the ink-colored fine swords suddenly collided with this badge, instantly shattering and emitting a crisp sound of jade breaking. Then, the shattered ink-colored fine swords turned into ink and scattered on the ground, and the Azure Sky Gang badge pattern also disappeared. The crowd immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Jie put away her nervous emotions and said, "To be blocked by the badge, it must be an attack launched by a certain group against us. The only ones who have a conflict of interest with us now are the Fierce Tiger Gang, but unfortunately, the Fierce Tiger Gang was one step late. Let's go back now, cultivate hard, recruit members, and fight the Fierce Tiger Gang again in the future." The crowd nodded one after another, their hearts burning with anger, and their disgust for the Fierce Tiger Gang sword. Mentality of the Tiger Group. Ling Jie, seeing that everyone's emotions had been stirred up, said, "Alright, let's all check the recording together. Yi Ling, you guys can head off first." Ling Jie injected energy into the crystal ball, and the footage of the battle immediately appeared within. Everyone carefully examined the battle footage, while Yi Ling and Yun Tian directly left the cave. Before Fang Che left, he glanced in the direction of the dimensional passage and noticed the tiger men on the other side, knocking and tapping as if they couldn't see what was happening on this side. After leaving the cave, Yun Tian asked, "Are you two traveling together?" Yiling nodded, saying, "Sure, it's good to have some backup." Fang Che, however, shook his head and said, "I won't be joining you. I plan to stay out here for a while before heading back." "Alright, then be careful on your journey." Yun Tian and Yiling didn't ask where Fang Che was going, they simply exchanged a few polite words and then left. After watching them leave, Fang Che found a place and began to meditate and cultivate the Dark Abyss Curse cultivation method. As Fang Che began to cultivate, the black gemstones bestowed by the plains will instantly release cursed energy, merging into the second layer of the illusory altar. The cursed energy of the black gemstones was extremely dense and very easy to absorb. 1 minute of Fang Che's cultivation was equivalent to half an hour of previous cultivation, directly increasing his cultivation speed by 60 times. Moreover, these black gemstones, unlike pills, did not contain trace amounts of toxins, allowing him to cultivate continuously. Fang Che used the black gemstones to cultivate until he felt mentally fatigued, then he set off towards the abandoned sewage treatment plant. In the following time, Fang Che traveled quietly, cultivating when he was tired and traveling when he felt restless. Fang Che did not choose to travel or cultivate continuously. Because Fang Che was not the kind of person who could patiently do one thing for a long time, prolonged activity would make him feel tired and generate feelings of annoyance. Fang Che needed to adjust his emotions. While Fang Che was traveling and cultivating, in the fierce tiger gang's base, Chen Xuan was also staring at a blank sheet of paper on the table. Previously, the paper had recorded Ling Jie's portrait, but since the portrait had condensed into an ink-like thin sword and gone out to kill, no one had touched this sheet of paper. At this moment, Chen Xuan suddenly sighed, saying helplessly, "The paper hasn't changed at all, proving that my item failed to harm Ling Jie, or even anyone in the Azure Sky Gang. Such defensive means can only be possessed by badges granted by the plane. It seems the Azure Sky Gang has completed the mission assigned by the plane." Upon hearing this, Captain Li, who was beside him, asked hopefully, "Could it be that the item hasn't found Ling Jie and the Azure Sky Gang yet?" Chen Xuan shook his head, saying, "Impossible. After the item is activated, it will eliminate the enemy within 15 minutes and report the situation within half an hour. Exceeding this time means that the item has been blocked by them. Now, everyone should cultivate diligently and wait for the decisive battle with the Azure Sky Gang in the future." Hearing these words, the expressions of Captain Li and the others became serious. Originally, everyone had not associated the Azure Sky Gang with assassins and poison doctors, but simply regarded the Azure Sky Gang as scapegoats to stabilize morale. But now everyone felt that the Azure Sky Gang really knew some assassins and poison doctors, and perhaps even more powerful professionals. Otherwise, how could the Azure Sky Gang block the gang leader's item? How could the Azure Sky Gang complete the dangerous mission arranged by the plane? Thinking of this, the fear that the poison doctor had brought to Captain Li and the others was weakened a lot. What Captain Li and the others feared was enemies of unknown identity and origin. What Captain Li and the others were worried about was not knowing who to avenge. Now that it was confirmed that the enemy came from the Azure Sky Gang, everyone regained their composure and rationality, thinking about ways to eliminate the fierce Tiger Gang. A few seconds later, the red-haired captain said, "Since the Azure Sky Gang has badge protection, then let's hire others to deal with the Azure Sky Gang." Chen Xuan gently shook his head, saying, "That method won't work. You all joined the Fierce Tiger Gang after it developed, and you haven't understood the Fierce Tiger Gang's development history, nor do you understand the power of the badges." Hearing this, everyone looked at Chen Xuan curiously, waiting for his explanation. Chen Xuan's eyes were blurred, as if he saw the former Fierce Tiger Gang. After a moment, Chen Xuan recounted, "The badges granted by the plane represent opportunities for fair competition. The planes will create an absolutely fair competitive environment. Before the Azure Sky Gang grows up, methods of crushing them by crossing levels will definitely not succeed, attacking with overwhelming numbers will also not succeed. The Azure Sky Gang can even choose to hang up a no-war sign and develop in peace." Hearing this, the red-haired captain and the others finally understood why the Fierce Tiger Gang could defeat the former groups and develop to its current state. However, the thought that the Azure Sky Gang was now receiving this kind of treatment made everyone feel very uncomfortable. Chen Xuan, however, spoke of more trouble. "If we hire others to harm the Azure Sky Gang, we will receive a warning from the plane's will. If the people of the Azure Sky Gang are assassinated, we will have to pay the corresponding price. If the Azure Sky Gang is destroyed by the professionals we hire, our fierce tiger gang will also be destroyed by the plains will, even if we expel someone from the Azure Sky gang now and let them hire an assassin, it won't succeed. Most importantly, if our fierce tiger gang's friends have the idea of helping the fierce tiger gang eliminate the Azure Sky gang, they must also abide by these rules. The faces of Captain Lee and the others became very ugly. Captain Lee asked somewhat irritably, "Are we just waiting to die?" "No." Chen Xuan shook his head, answering hopefully, "When the Azure Sky gang is equal in strength to us, the protective power of the badge will disappear, and we can fight fairly. In addition, if the Azure Sky gang actively provokes a powerful professional we don't know, and is eliminated by that powerful professional, then we don't have to worry about the Plains Wolf's punishment." Hearing this, everyone relaxed slightly. As long as the Azure Sky gang is not allowed to become stronger indefinitely, then everyone has the confidence to fight them. As for the method of the Azure Sky gang provoking a strong person and being eliminated by a strong person, Captain Lee and the others did not take it to heart. Everyone had more faith in their own strength. Seeing that everyone's emotions had been stirred up, Chen Xuan continued to recount, "There is also good news. Since it is fair competition, our fierce tiger gang will also be protected. The strong people of the Azure Sky gang, as well as the strong friends of the Azure Sky gang, cannot harm our fierce tiger gang's weak professionals." Hearing this, Captain Lee and the others revealed bright smiles on their faces. With the protection of the Plains Will, the Azure Sky gang cannot hire second-order assassins and poison doctors to kill people. Even if second-order assassins and poison doctors join the Azure Sky gang, they can guarantee the safety of first-order members and will not affect the interests of the group. As for second-order professionals like Captain Lee, even if they are no match for poison doctors and assassins, they can hold out until the gang leader rescues them. Everything was developing in a better direction. Seeing that everyone was no longer nervous, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, go and appease the people under your command, and start recruiting professionals to prepare for the war with the Azure Sky gang." Captain Lee and the others said in unison, "Yes, sir." Group recruits new members. Time flew by, and more than 10 days later, Fang Che arrived at a desolate place. This place was the abandoned sewage treatment plant. After wandering around for a while, Fang Che saw several pools holding sewage. Now, the pools were empty of sewage, with only a layer of black sludge covering the entire pool. Fang Che took out an iron shovel from his storage ring, removing the sludge attached to the pool, revealing the black wall bricks. These wall bricks resembled the night sky, a pitch-black mass with occasional white spots. This was the Dark Star Stone, which the Plains Will detested. Fang Che pried off the Dark Star Stones, put them into his storage ring, and continued to pry off other Dark Star Stones. After collecting some Dark Star Stones, Fang Che felt a little tired and began to cultivate. When he got tired of cultivating, he went back to prying off Dark Star Stones. Several days later, Fang Che collected all the Dark Star Stones here into his storage ring, and then returned to the city where the Executioner Academy was located. Fang Che did not return to the Azure Sky Group but checked into a hotel belonging to the Executioner Academy. After sleeping in his room, Fang Che took out the 7 Arrows book with nailheads, retrieved the white papers with the information of the Tiger Fang Group members, and began a new round of hunting. When he came back just now, Fang Che heard that the core members of the Tiger Fang Group had returned and blamed the Azure Sky Group for the deaths of the previous Tiger Fang Group members. However, they did not know that the culprit was Fang Che, but believed that the Azure Sky Group had hired a Tier 2 assassin and a poison master to do the job. Now, the Tiger Fang Group members were united in hatred, determined to take revenge on the Azure Sky Group. But this was not what Fang Che wanted to see. A united and determined enemy seeking revenge was too difficult to deal with, and the Tiger Fang Group had to be terrified again. And the way to make them panic was simple: just continue to eliminate the Tiger Fang Group members. Fang Che was very clear that the badge bestowed by the Plains would create fair competition opportunities for the two groups, and neither side could hire strong people to kill the other's weak. But the Tiger Fang Group mistakenly regarded Fang Che as a Tier 2 assassin and a Tier 2 poison master. As long as Fang Che started killing, the Tiger Fang Group would think that the Tier 2 assassin and poison master had nothing to do with the Azure Sky Group. In this way, the Tiger Fang Group would not be able to frame the Azure Sky Group, and the Tiger Fang Group members would not find a target for revenge, and the panic would break out again. Thanks to Fang Che's efforts, all the white papers recording the information of the Tiger Fang Group members were torn to shreds. After doing all this, Fong Che continued to cultivate. After staying in the inn for a few days, Fong Che left his residence and walked towards the Azure Sky Group, preparing to see if there were any materials to strengthen the curse props. At this time, outside the Azure Sky Group's station, a long line had formed. At the end of the line, Yun Tian was registering everyone. As soon as Fong Che walked into the courtyard, Yun Tian shouted, "Fong Che, the leader is waiting for you. Go to the room in the corner of the mission hall." Fong Che nodded, walked into the mission hall, ignored the people accepting missions, walked into the corner room, and saw Ling Jia. Ling Jia looked at Fong Che, smiled slightly, and asked, "When will you break through to Tier 2? Fong Che replied, "In 2 days." Ling Jia was slightly surprised and said, "That's quite fast. It seems you will be the first in our Azure Sky Group to break through to Tier 2. Fong Che smiled and said nothing. After Fong Che refined the voodoo doll, the Plainswell rewarded him with a piece of jade that accelerated cultivation. With that piece of jade, Fong Che could surpass most people with just a little cultivation. Ling Jia didn't ask why Fong Che's cultivation speed was so fast, but took out a storage ring, took out a pile of things, and smiled, "These are what you need." Fong Che looked at the pile of things and said in surprise, "How did you suddenly get so many things? Have you been doing a lot of missions these days?" Ling Jia shook her head gently, with a smile on her face, and replied, "We were lucky to get these things. Before, the Tiger Fawn Group blamed our Azure Sky Group for the deaths, saying that we hired Tier 2 assassins and poison masters to kill people, and kept fighting a war of public opinion with us, but no one believed our refutation. As a result, a group of Tier 1 professionals from the Tiger Fawn Group died a few days ago, and we have badges to maintain fair competition, so it is absolutely impossible to hire murderers." Hearing this, Fong Che was secretly delighted. It seemed that even the Azure Sky Group had been deceived by him. This was good, which was in line with Fong Che's idea of scheming behind the scenes. The smile on Ling Jia's face became even brighter, and she continued to tell Fong Che, "After we publicized the ability of the badge, the public opinion reversed. Everyone felt that the Tiger Fawn Group had no ability to find the murderer and was framing us at random. The Tiger Fawn Group is not very stable internally. Those who want to join the Tiger Fawn Group are worried about being killed by the Poison Master, and they also don't trust the Tiger Fawn Group's reputation very much. Therefore, most people ran to join our Azure Sky Group, and these new members directly took out a pile of useless treasures to fill the Azure Sky Group's warehouse. That's where these things came from." Fong Che nodded in sudden understanding, directly put away these things, and then picked up a piece of white paper, writing while explaining, "I'll write down some more things I need, please help me exchange them. The information I wrote before is scrapped." Ling Jia nodded and said, "Okay, I have something to discuss with you. In the past few days, representatives of groups from other places have come to buy group healing flags. I have already selected the trading target. After everyone breaks through to Tier 2 in a few days, we will go to negotiate the transaction with others. I will take Yi Ling and some professionals who are good at fighting. I hope you stay at home and manage the team with Yun Tian." Ling Jia did not intend to take Fong Che for this transaction, because Fong Che's curse master profession was not good at frontal combat, and it was difficult to deal with emergencies. She could only leave Fong Che at the team's station. However, with the gloomy personality of a curse master, if she didn't arrange something else, Ling Jia was worried that Fong Che would be overthinking. Therefore, Ling Jia arranged this team management task. Although curse masters are not good at managing teams, there would be no major problems with Yun Tian around. But Fong Che shook his head when he heard this. "I don't know how to manage, let Yun Tian do it." Yun Tian awakened the manager profession and is best at managing groups. I will listen to his arrangements. Fong Che didn't want to trade group healing flags with others, and didn't want to manage any team. He just wanted to slowly improve his strength and do something he liked. It was good to listen to Yun Tian's management. Of course, Fong Che would not accept 100% of any orders Yun Tian gave. Ling Jia was slightly relieved when she heard this, and smiled. "Okay, then leave most of the things to Yun Tian. You can find Yun Tian if you have anything, and he will help you solve it." Fong Che nodded, quickly finished writing the information, and handed it to Ling Jia. Ling Jia took the information, then took out a notebook and handed it to Fong Che, and said, "In the future, when you break through to Tier 2, you will definitely be watched by the Tiger Fawn Group. This records the list of important members of the Tiger Fawn Group. Be careful of them. Items. At the same time, Fong Che took the notebook and carefully examined the information of the Fierce Tiger gang members. Fong Che had wanted to check this notebook a long time ago, intending to use the information to eliminate the Fierce Tiger gang members. However, Fong Che didn't want to reveal that he could eliminate the Fierce Tiger gang members, so he didn't actively check it. Now that Ling Jia had taken it out voluntarily, it was okay for him to take a look. According to the notebook, the leader of the Fierce Tiger gang, Chen Xuan, was a third-order sword immortal who could kill people with his sword. In addition, with the blood-sucking sword bestowed by the will of the plane, he could instantly kill most third-order professionals. Besides Chen Xuan, the notebook also recorded 47 second-order professionals. 47 second-order professionals were very powerful, but as long as Fong Che broke through to the second order, killing them would be easy. In addition to these people, the notebook also recorded 17 first-order professionals who were collecting materials to refine advancement potions. Also, there were 71 first-order professionals who had awakened powerful professions. Fong Che memorized the information of these people and smiled. "Thank you, guild leader, for providing this information. I will avoid them. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Ling Jia smiled and said, "Take care." After that, Fong Che left the Blue Sky Guild and returned to his inn, taking out 2 cursed items and the materials that Ling Jia had just given him. Fong Che placed these materials on the 2 cursed items and quickly used the Flash of Inspiration skill. Various materials quickly merged into the cursed items, and the strength of the 2 cursed items was greatly improved. After the Nailhead 7 Arrows book was improved, the seal characters changed, and the ability description also changed. Now, it only needs to be worshipped once to directly eliminate the enemy, and other aspects have not changed much. After the Witchcraft doll was improved, the target group it could deal with increased from the previous 50 people to 300 people. In most planes, 300 first-order professionals, going all out, might be able to exhaust a second-order professional to death. For stability and safety, most groups allow a second-order professional to manage up to 299 first-order professionals. In other words, the Witchcraft doll already had the ability to threaten a team led by a second-order professional. It was a pity that Fong Che was only a first-order curse master now and could not exert the full power of the Witchcraft doll. Facing a second-order professional, he couldn't kill him at all. However, Fong Che was not in a hurry. In a few days, Fong Che would be able to break through to the second order, and then he would be able to exert the full power of the Witchcraft doll. Fong Che put the Witchcraft doll into his Naiman Palace and wrote down the information of the Fierce Tiger Gang's first-order professionals. Afterwards, Fong Che picked out some professionals who could threaten the Poison Doctor and Assassin and were about to advance, and began to hunt them. Since the Fierce Tiger Gang believed that the killers were the second-order Assassin and the second-order Poison Doctor, then Fong Che would confirm this. Fong Che worshipped once, and the words in the Nailhead 7 Arrows book condensed into 7 long nails, all of which pierced into the white paper with the words Li Wei written on it. Fong Che picked up the white paper and gently exerted force, and the white paper was instantly torn in half. In the Fierce Tiger Gang, in Li Wei's room, more than a dozen professionals were chatting with Li Wei. After the atmosphere became heated, a professional took out a stone and said, "Brother Li Wei, I heard that you are about to advance, but you are still short of some materials to refine the advancement potion. We brothers thought about helping you." As soon as these words came out, the other dozen people also took out a copy of materials from their storage rings. Li Wei looked at these materials and felt very excited. Li Wei's profession was very restrained against the Poison Doctor. Since learning that the Poison Doctor was killing people, Li Wei had been looking for advancement materials. However, relying on his own strength alone was too slow. Therefore, Li Wei often talked to others about the Poison Doctor and always pretended to be calm and confident. And others quickly found out about Li Wei's situation. In the first few days, people kept sending Li Wei things, and Li Wei obtained many materials for advancing to the second order. However, Li Wei was not the only smart person. Other professionals who restrained assassins and poison doctors also began to promote themselves and collect advancement materials, which seriously delayed Li Wei's progress. Later, the guild leader returned. Li Wei thought he had no chance to collect materials, but he didn't expect the Poison Doctor to start killing people again. Now Li Wei had collected most of the materials. As long as he found 6 more materials, he could refine the advancement potion. Li Wei smiled and assured everyone, "Thank you for the materials. When I advance to the second order, I will definitely protect you from the poison doctor." Everyone smiled and said in unison, "Thank you, brother Li Wei." Just after saying these words, the smiles on everyone's faces turned into horror, and they quickly moved away from Li Wei, who suddenly collapsed on the chair. Li Wei is dead. The crowd fled Li Wei's room in horror and went to guild leader Chen Xuan's room, preparing to report this information. On the way, the crowd saw a group of people running out of the rooms of other poison doctor restraining professionals, running towards the guild leader's room. The crowd looked at each other, and the horror on their faces became even more intense. Before long, Chen Xuan heard the information of the death of 7 members, and these 7 people were all about to advance, and they all restrained poison doctors and assassins. Chen Xuan didn't care about the death of 7 first-order professionals, but Chen Xuan felt very uncomfortable about the death of 7 professionals who were about to advance. Chen Xuan suppressed his anger and said calmly, "Don't panic, collect the materials of these 7 people and send them to other people who are about to advance, so that they can complete the advancement as soon as possible." Chen Xuan's calm mentality infected everyone, and everyone quickly calmed down and left. After everyone left, Captain Li and others, who arrived a step late, suggested with some panic, "Guild leader, let's turn on the defense barrier again, or arrange everyone in the mission hall." Chen Xuan glared at everyone and shouted angrily, "Absolutely not. Now that the first-order professionals died in the garrison, it can still be concealed. If we directly open the defense barrier or run to the mission hall, it will clearly tell others that the Fierce Tiger Gang can't solve the enemy. Then the Fierce Tiger Gang won't be able to keep people. You go out now, let your subordinates control their mouths, don't talk nonsense, and spread the news to the outside world, saying that the Fierce Tiger Gang didn't die, and the news of the death is all made up by the Blue Sky Gang. Also, go to the Butcher Academy and let the instructors there promote the excellence of the Fierce Tiger Gang, or deceive the students into signing contracts to join the Fierce Tiger Gang. Our future will not lose. Go quickly." Seeing Chen Xuan get angry, everyone didn't dare to stay and left quickly. At this time, in the inn room, Fang Che did not continue to kill after eliminating 7 people, but prepared to cultivate for a period of time before killing again. Fang Che believed that if he killed all the known enemies at once, the Fierce Tiger Gang would only be afraid for a while and would not have a significant impact. Killing people several times would make the Fierce Tiger Gang afraid for a long time, and the impact would be more profound. Fang Che planned to kill people several times before breaking through, in order to maximize the impact. Level 2 and Origin Shelter. Later, feeling somewhat restless from his cultivation, Fang Che left the inn to find and eliminate more members of the Fierce Tiger Gang, aiming to expand his influence as much as possible. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, Fang Che had completely absorbed the gem bestowed by the will of the plane, and the 2-tiered altar in his Naiwan palace had become incredibly real. Fang Che exhaled deeply and took out the last part of the Fierce Tiger Gang member list. It seemed that the people on the list were hiding in the profession-exclusive task hall, and Fang Che had been unable to eliminate them. Now that Fang Che had completed his cultivation, he was ready to try eliminating them again. After countless prostrations, the Nailhead 7 Arrows book failed to harm anyone. Fang Che shook his head and casually destroyed the information. Next, Fang Che was going to break through to the second order and didn't want to waste any more time on them. Since he couldn't kill them, he would consider them lucky. Then, Fang Che cut his palm and squeezed out blood into a porcelain bowl. Immediately afterward, Fang Che took out all the advancement materials, ground them into powder, and added them to the blood in order. As soon as the material powder was added to the blood, it dissolved, and the color slowly changed. After all the materials were added to the blood, Fang Che obtained a pitch-black liquid. As Fang Che injected curse energy, the liquid emitted a hazy glow. The Curse Master Advancement Potion was complete. The advancement potion sounded mysterious, but it was actually nothing special. As long as you prepared a fixed number of materials and understood the order in which to use them, anyone could make an advancement potion. There was no difficulty at all. This was why there were so many professionals in the Emperor Plane. If advancement potions were difficult to make, the Emperor Plane wouldn't be so powerful now. Feng Che stored the advancement potion in his Naiman palace and directly sprinkled it on the Curse Master gem. The advancement potion was like oil stains, firmly adhering to the Curse Master gem without falling down. Then, Feng Che took out the Dark Star Stone from his storage ring, absorbed its energy, and stored it in his body. Then, he took out the second Dark Star Stone to absorb. Feng Che wasn't sure how much the will of the plane disliked Dark Star Stones. If he released too much, he might be directly affected by the will of the plane. To be safe, he needed to test it slowly. As he continued to absorb the Dark Star Stone's energy, Feng Che's body was transformed by the Dark Star Stone's energy, and he keenly felt the malice emanating from the surrounding air. This keen perception wasn't granted to Feng Che by the Dark Star Stone. It was because the will of the plane sensed the aura of the Dark Star Stone gathering together, and felt disgusted, thus affecting the operation of the surrounding energy and stimulating Feng Che's body. However, now the will of the plane only felt disgusted with the gathered Dark Star Stone energy, not with Feng Che. Feng Che needed to continue absorbing Dark Star Stone energy. After continuing to absorb the energy of 100 Dark Star Stones, the vast and ethereal plane energy suddenly enveloped Feng Che's body. At the same time, a plane eye also condensed in Feng Che's Naiman palace. The plane eye wasn't as emotionless as before, but revealed a hint of disgust. As this emotion arose, the advancement potion attached to the Curse Master gem instantly merged into it. The Curse Master gem rapidly expanded and then split into two. One Curse Master gem continued to hang high above the altar. The other Curse Master gem melted into a liquid, filling the gaps between the two tiers of the altar, making the two-tiered altar a whole. Then, the altar released energy, which merged into the suspended Curse Master gem, instantly modifying the advancement method. Now, Feng Che had broken through to the second order. At the same time, the advancement method originally recorded on the Curse Master gem disappeared, and then the method to advance to a third-order Curse Master condensed. As soon as he completed the breakthrough, Feng Che unhesitatingly released the Dark Star Stone energy stored in his body. At the same time, illusory Tiger Man shadows floated out of the cursed doll and flew towards the plane eye. These Tiger Man shadows represented the Tiger Men eliminated by the voodoo doll. As the Tiger Man shadows merged into the plane eye, the disgust shown by the plane eye was slightly reduced, but it didn't completely disappear. A moment later, 4 clusters of light condensed next to the Curse Master gem. These were all Curse Master skills that Feng Che could choose from. Since Feng Che chose the item Curse Master advancement route, these 4 new skills also came from the item Curse Master route. The first skill was called Flesh Enhancement. By choosing this skill, if he refined Flesh Curse series items in the future, he could strengthen the power of Flesh-type curse items and reduce the consumption of using Flesh-type curse items. The second skill was called Mental Enhancement, and its effect was similar to Flesh Enhancement. It could strengthen the power of mental curse items and reduce the consumption of using mental curse items. If he chose from these 2 skills, he would only be able to refine one type of item in the future, otherwise, he would not be able to exert the full effect of the skill. However, the curse items Feng Che refined were very special and didn't match these 2 skills. Therefore, Feng Che instantly gave up these 2 skills and checked the remaining skills. The third skill was called Origin Supply. This skill was more compatible with the Flash of Inspiration skill. For example, after Feng Che used the Flash of Inspiration skill to create the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, if someone wanted to refine the Nailhead 7 Arrows book in the future, they would have to pay a portion of energy when refining the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to help strengthen Feng Che's Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Of course, Feng Che could also use this energy to improve his cultivation. This Origin Supply skill was equivalent to a means of collecting patent fees. This was the skill most liked by early item curse masters. As powerful curse items were created, almost no one chose the Flash of Inspiration skill, and no one chose this matching skill anymore. However, Feng Che himself had eyes that could improve curse items and didn't care about this skill. Then, Feng Che looked at the 4th skill. The 4th skill was called Origin Protection. This skill was also very compatible with the Flash of Inspiration skill, and its effect was to protect the person who created the curse item. For example, after Feng Che created the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, if someone used the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to hunt down Feng Che, this Origin Protection skill could immunize the damage of the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. This was a skill that few people chose because most curse items didn't have the ability to instantly kill enemies, so there was no need to over-defend. However, the items Feng Che refined were different. Feng Che's items could kill enemies silently. If the enemy used the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to attack Feng Che would also be killed silently. However, this origin protection skill could bring Feng Che a strong sense of security. Therefore, Feng Che unhesitatingly controlled the Curse Master Gem to touch the origin protection skill. The origin protection skill instantly merged into the Curse Master Gem, and Feng Che successfully obtained the origin protection skill. Immediately afterward, the plain eye gently turned, glanced at Feng Che's Naiwan Palace with some disgust, and then disappeared. Just after the disappearance of the Eye of the Plains, Feng Che relaxed slightly and then checked his physical condition. Each advancement strengthens the body of a professional. If the physical strength of a first-order professional is compared to freshly made tofu, then the body of a second-order professional is equivalent to a wooden chopstick. Although the Cursed Master is not a profession known for its physical strength, it has been somewhat strengthened. Feng Che checked his body and found that his physical strength had surpassed that of a normal Cursed Master, presumably due to Feng Che's special advancement ceremony. Feng Che couldn't think of any other reason for strengthening his body. Feng Che didn't think too much about it and directly put on his cloak and mask, heading to the Cursed Master's mission hall. Feng Che didn't plan to return to the Blue Sky Squad. Now that the Blue Sky Squad is at odds with the Mighty Tiger Squad, whoever breaks through to the second order first will be the focus of the Mighty Tiger Squad's attention. Feng Che didn't want to be targeted by the Mighty Tiger Squad, and even if he wanted to go back, he would have to wait until others broke through to the second order first. Now Feng Che is preparing to go to the Cursed Master's exclusive mission hall to receive some missions and earn some resources. Arriving at the Cursed Master's mission hall, Feng Che found that the reward for the second order professional from the Mighty Tiger Squad was still hanging on the wall, and the reward amount had been increased a lot. Feng Che directly took down the mission token and walked towards the administrator. No one paid attention to Feng Che along the way, and no fisherman stared at Feng Che, allowing Feng Che to hand the mission token to the administrator. The administrator took the token, checked it, and reminded, "This mission has been hanging for a long time, and people accept it every once in a while, but none of the people who accept the mission have survived. Everyone thinks that this mission is used for fishing. I advise you to consider it carefully and don't be deceived by the rich rewards." Feng Che manipulated energy to condense in his throat and replied in a changed voice, "Thank you for the reminder, I still want to try, please give me the target's information." The administrator didn't say anything more and directly took out a notebook and handed it to Feng Che. Feng Che checked the contents of the notebook and found that the information recorded in this notebook was the same as the information recorded by Ling Jia. This target named Xiuzhen only awakened an ordinary attack profession and couldn't see where he was so powerful. People who don't seem very powerful are either really not powerful, or their power exceeds other people's imagination. This Xiuzhen has been able to survive multiple assassinations and eliminate enemies. He must be so powerful that it exceeds other people's imagination. Fortunately, Feng Che is different and doesn't need to contact him directly. Feng Che put down Xiuzhen's information, took out a pile of coins, and said in a changed voice, "I want to rent a cultivation room with an exit." The administrator took the coins and handed a cultivation room token to Feng Che. Feng Che took the token and came to the wall, using the token to open the crack and enter the cultivation room. Inside the cultivation room, cursed energy quickly gathered, but Feng Che just stared at the wall and found that the wall didn't absorb any mist from his body. This means that Feng Che hasn't been targeted. It seems that the previous assassination effect was good, and the people from the Mighty Tiger Squad have no time to look for enemies here. Feng Che sat down cross-legged and silently cultivated. A stream of cursed energy entered the Naiwan Palace, and the Cursed Master's gem quickly rose into the air. Between the second layer altar and the Cursed Master's gem, a smaller illusory altar condensed. Cursed energy filled these 3 layers of altars, and the corner areas of the altars slowly transformed into a real state. After cultivating for a while, Feng Che found that his speed of absorbing cursed energy was 10 times slower than before. If he continues to absorb this energy, the time to condense the 3-layer altar will be very slow. Feng Che wasn't surprised, because this is the environment deliberately created by the will of the plane. The energy of the Emperor plane is only provided to first-order professionals. After advancing to the second order, the will of the plane will become increasingly restrictive on professionals. If Feng Che wants to quickly improve his strength, there are only three ways. One is to complete missions and obtain exclusive second-order pills, the second is to go to other planes and devour the energy of other planes, the third is to eliminate professionals from other planes and obtain energy gems rewarded by the will of the plane. The purpose of the plane's will to restrict the absorption of energy by the strong is to force professionals to fight and conquer other planes. This kind of training model is very cruel, and many professionals die every year. Except for a few large planes with large populations, small planes dare to develop in this way, and they will self-destruct before long. However, if small and medium-sized planes choose a stable development model, they will also be found and destroyed by professionals from large planes. And large planes dare not arbitrarily change the development model, because other large planes will not listen to you. If you stop, others will not stop, then you will definitely fall behind. Under this crazy development model, in just tens of thousands of years, the number of observable small and medium-sized planes has been reduced to less than 1/10,000th, and the battle between large planes is about to break out. Fortunately, Feng Che was born in time and caught up with the last wave of opportunities to eliminate small planes. If he had been born later, he would probably only become cannon fodder for the large planes to fight. This is Feng Che's luck, and Feng Che must seize the opportunity. Thinking of this, Feng Che's mood became very heavy. Feng Che took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, stopped thinking too much, and seriously absorbed energy. After absorbing all the energy, Feng Che left the Cursed Master's mission hall and quietly left this place. Feng Che is not sure about Qiuzhen's ability and must hide far away before eliminating Qiuzhen. If the distance is too close, Feng Che is worried that he will be caught by Qiuzhen. Time flies, and a day passes in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the mighty Tiger Squad, a group of core members gathered in Chen Xuan's room with worry on their faces, not speaking, just sitting quietly. After everyone gathered, Chen Xuan opened his mouth and said, "Many people have run to the professional exclusive mission hall. Although they have concealed their identities, there will always be times when they are exposed, and then we will be passive. The reason for calling everyone here today is to raise a sum of money to help Qiuzhen disguise himself, and then go outside to lure the enemy to take the bait. Qiuzhen has already agreed." As soon as these words came out, the worried people looked at Qiuzhen with excitement on their faces. Qiuzhen then said, "My special props won't last long. In addition to helping me disguise myself, you also need to provide a sum of resources to help me break through to the third order." As soon as these words came out, the originally excited people instantly lowered their heads, very hesitant. Seeing this attitude of the crowd, Qiuzhen frowned and said, "I have paid a lot for the mighty Tiger Squad, and I have done all the things that offend people. If I lose my props and can't break through to the third order, I will die soon. If you don't come up with enough resources, I will definitely not help you." The crowd was not happy to hear Qiuzhen's slightly threatening words. The red-haired captain couldn't help but say, "You helped the team take the blame, and the team has given you a lot of benefits, and besides, the enemy is only killing first-order members now, and may not have the ability to harm us. You don't need to blackmail us." The red-haired captain's words were met with silence from the surrounding crowd. However, the expressions on their faces betrayed their thoughts. They, too, agreed with the red-haired captain. Seeing the others' reaction, Qiuzhen angrily crushed the chair's armrest. The crowd remained silent, not uttering a word. Seeing this, Chen Xuan was about to console Qiuzhen when he suddenly saw Qiuzhen stand up. Qiuzhen stood there, taking a deep breath to calm himself, then sneered, "When you're dead, I'll be sure to find a good place to bury you." Hearing these curse-like words, the crowd frowned, somewhat displeased. Chen Xuan also felt that these words were a bit much and was about to offer some advice when he suddenly noticed that everyone around him had frozen. Even the hot air exhaled from their mouths was frozen in mid-air. Chen Xuan's mood instantly became excited. This situation meant that Qiuzhen's item had taken effect. Qiuzhen's item was very special. If someone were to attack Qiuzhen, this item would create a completely still space, freezing everything around and exposing the enemy. With Qiuzhen's strength, he could completely freeze Tier 2 professionals and slow down the movements of Tier 3 professionals. Now that Qiuzhen's item was in effect, it meant that an assassin or poison master had made a move. Chen Xuan's mind raced, and the blood-colored longsword beside him left its scabbard, flying towards Qiuzhen. Chen Xuan's gaze also turned to Qiuzhen's side, searching for the enemy. At this moment, Qiuzhen, the only one unaffected by the item, quickly crouched down, his expression somewhat angry. Now that the enemy was exposed, they could forget about obtaining advancement materials from the other team members. Qiuzhen decided that once the team leader killed the enemy, he would grind them to ashes. Just then, all of Qiuzhen's thoughts vanished, and his body collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the frozen space instantly regained its vitality. The Tier 2 professionals, aware of the item's effects, excitedly looked around, but only saw the dead Qiuzhen and the pale-faced Chen Xuan. As for the enemy, they didn't see even a shadow. In a deserted forest somewhere, Fang Che tore up the piece of paper with Qiuzhen's name on it and relaxed slightly. Killing Qiuzhen this time was effortless and without any danger, the task was completed easily. Fang Che removed the various defensive items he had worn before the assassination and returned to the city where the Butcher Academy was located. A day later, Fang Che returned to the city where the Butcher Academy was located. Walking down the street, Fang Che did not see any members of the Fierce Tiger Gang. Somewhat curious, Fang Che passed by the Fierce Tiger Gang's residence and found the gate closed and the inside very quiet. Fang Che walked towards the more crowded streets in confusion. After wandering around, Fang Che learned the situation from other people's conversations. It turned out that this morning, the Fierce Tiger Gang had accepted a mission to conquer a plane, and everyone had participated in the mission, leaving this place. Only the Azure Sky Gang remained in the area where the Butcher Academy was located. Fang Che guessed that he might have scared the Fierce Tiger Gang away completely by eliminating the difficult Qiuzhen. Leaving was the last resort for the Fierce Tiger Gang. Changing the environment could restabilize morale. If they continued to stay, disbanding was inevitable. Without the Fierce Tiger Gang, Fang Che felt much more relaxed. Fang Che went directly to the Cursed Master Mission Hall, handed the mission token to the administrator, and said in a disguised voice, "Qiuzhen is dead, please give me the mission reward." Seeing the token, the administrator placed a pile of items on the table and smiled. "As soon as the Fierce Tiger Gang left, I heard about Qiuzhen's death. You truly have good methods." "Just luck." Fang Che put away most of the items, leaving only a small amount of money, and said, "Please give me a cultivation room with an exit." The administrator quickly put away the money and handed the cultivation room token to Fang Che. Fang Che took the token and walked near the assassination missions, carefully checking and discovering that there were no longer any assassination missions for Fierce Tiger Gang members. Instead, there were some assassination missions for Azure Sky Gang members, with the highest reward being for Lingjia. Fang Che was not on the assassination list, which was probably due to his weak cursed master profession. Fang Che subconsciously thought that it was the missions issued by the Fierce Tiger Gang before they left, but he immediately ruled out this possibility. The Plains will maintain fairness between the Fierce Tiger Gang and the Azure Sky Gang. It was impossible for the Fierce Tiger Gang to issue the missions. It seemed that the Azure Sky Gang had offended others these days. Fang Che ignored these matters and directly entered the cultivation room with the token. After confirming that no one had tampered with him, Fang Che cultivated for a while and returned to the inn room, taking out the reward for assassinating Qiuzhen. The reward for assassinating Qiuzhen was very generous, even more than the reward for killing Zhou Duan before. However, Fang Che had previously found Zhou Duan's body and obtained a large number of resources from it, while the resources on Qiuzhen's body did not fall into Fang Che's hands. Overall, eliminating Zhou Duan was more profitable. Fang Che classified and stored various resources, discovering several materials that could be used to refine curse items in the future, but he did not obtain any materials to strengthen existing curse items. Apart from that, what was more useful to Fang Che was the Tier 2 Universal Cultivation Pill. Universal pills contain a lot of energy, but when professionals absorb them, they need to convert them into exclusive energy, which wastes about 10% of the medicinal effect. However, Fang Che didn't have so many demands. It was good enough to be used for cultivation. Fang Che took the pill and cultivated quietly. With the Tier 2 pill, Fang Che's cultivation speed returned to normal. In the following time, Fang Che disguised himself and went out for a stroll besides cultivating. One day, Fang Che heard that 9 professionals from the Azure Sky Gang had broken through to Tier 2. After getting this news, Fong Che took off his disguise and returned to the Azure Sky Gang. The Azure Sky Gang was more lively than before, and more professionals registered than before. In addition to Yun Tian, Yi Ling was also responsible for registration. Fong Che came to the Azure Sky Gang and went directly to Ling Jie's office. Ling Jie's expression changed slightly when she saw Fong Che. Then, Ling Jie opened her mouth with a bright smile and said, "We are preparing to trade the group healing banner at the base 3 days later. If you don't come again, I will have to send someone to look for you." Fong Che was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say you were going to trade outside? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Could it be that something happened?" Ling Jie sighed and said with a complicated expression, "The Fierce Tiger Gang encountered trouble, took a mission, and ran away. I was quite happy at first, but as soon as the Fierce Tiger Gang left, new groups were formed to compete with us for resources and even issue assassination missions against us. The Azure Sky Gang has no ability to suppress these groups. If we hadn't worked hard these days and successfully advanced, we would definitely have a miserable time. Trading the group healing banner locally is to avoid internal chaos, stabilize morale, and deter other groups. Participate in the transaction." After understanding the current situation, Fong Che felt slightly helpless. The Azure Sky Group, after obtaining the group badge, only established an equal competitive relationship with the Fierce Tiger Group. Those later groups, as long as they weren't created under the instruction of the Fierce Tiger Group, wouldn't be affected by the badge. Various methods such as hiring assassins could be arranged. No wonder there were so many assassination missions targeting Azure Sky Group members in the Cursed Master Mission Hall. Ling Jie, who was beside him, didn't know what Fong Che was thinking and continued to explain helplessly, "The Fierce Tiger Group left too thoroughly. If they had left some Tier 1 professionals to guard the base, others wouldn't have had the guts to establish groups. I wonder who made the Fierce Tiger Group so afraid." Fong Che didn't show off his achievements, nor did he want others to know too much. Cursed Masters weren't good at direct combat. If the Fierce Tiger Group knew Fong Che's identity, Fong Che might not survive. So, Fong Che chose to change the subject. "Anyway, the people are already gone. Thinking too much is meaningless. I wonder how strong these emerging groups are. Are there any Tier 3 professionals?" Ling Jie shook her head and replied, "There are no Tier 3 professionals. The Fierce Tiger Group, as the largest group near the Butcher Academy, only cultivated one Tier 3 professional. Those who didn't join the Fierce Tiger Group developed even more slowly. The groups that are currently being formed at most have 4 Tier 2 professionals." Fong Che nodded reassuringly. As long as there were no Tier 3 professionals locally, there was nothing to fear. As for the Tier 3 professionals from outside, it was impossible for them to come and form groups. The Fierce Tiger Group hadn't disbanded after all, and Tier 3 professionals needed to consider the Fierce Tiger Group's attitude. In addition, this was an area managed by the Butcher Academy, and other academies' Tier 3 professionals wouldn't be allowed to come and seize resources. The most important point was that the Butcher Academy had declined, and there weren't many missions that could be accepted in this area. Even if a Tier 3 group came, they could only guarantee daily life and couldn't develop and grow. With so many restrictions in place, the Tier 3 professionals cultivated by the Butcher Academy themselves were desperately trying to escape, and Tier 3 professionals from outside were almost impossible to develop here. Now, what needs to be dealt with are the newly formed groups. Fong Che suggested, "Others assassinate us, and we can also assassinate others. After assassinating each other a few times, most of the problems can be solved. If we only let them issue assassination missions, it will make us seem too weak and too easy to bully." Ling Jie shook her head and said, "It's not possible now. The most important thing now is to trade the group healing flag." Fong Che instantly understood that the resources in the group were probably not enough, and they needed to trade the group healing flag before they had the resources to do other things. Just then, Ling Jie took out paper and pen, handed them to Fong Che, and smiled. "When selling the group healing flag in a few days, I hope you can come and support the event, to show the strength of the Azure Sky Group. If you have any needs, you can write them down, and I will exchange them for what you need during the transaction, as a reward for your support." Fong Che took the paper and pen and promised, "I will definitely come. You can contact me with the communication token then." In fact, Fong Che didn't want to participate in the group healing flag transaction, didn't want to see too many people, and would rather cultivate alone during that time. However, the reward Ling Jie mentioned was something Feng Che couldn't refuse. Feng Che wanted to refine new curse props to improve his strength, but he couldn't get the materials. Now was a good opportunity. Feng Che quickly wrote down the materials he needed, and then realized that he seemed to have written a bit too much, and Ling Jie might not agree. Feng Che said a little embarrassedly, "My request seems to be a bit too much, but I still hope the leader can help collect these materials. I will trade items of equal value at that time." Ling Jie smiled and said, "No problem." Feng Che was slightly relieved to see Ling Jie agree, and smiled, "Thank you, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Ling Jie smiled and said, "Goodbye." After that, Feng Che turned and left the room. After the door was closed, the smile on Ling Jie's face also disappeared, and her expression became much more serious. Not long after, Yi Ling walked into the room and reported with a frown, "Leader, when Feng Che came just now, Yun Tian and I were a little nervous, and the expressions of others were also a little unnatural when facing Feng Che. This is obviously a state of being suppressed, but I remember that the cursed master profession doesn't suppress the professions we too awakened. Can you help me check?" Ling Jie said with a serious expression, "I also felt nervous when facing Feng Che just now." Yi Ling said in disbelief, "How is this possible? The physical body bodhisattva is a top profession that is not suppressed by any profession. How could you be nervous when facing Feng Che?" Ling Jie replied somewhat uncertainly, "Maybe Feng Che created powerful curse props and received a reward from the plane's will. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason." Yi Ling shook her head with a puzzled expression, "Impossible, how could the plane's will reward something so outrageous? Leader, let's investigate him carefully." "Absolutely not." Ling Jie refused Yi Ling without hesitation, and reminded her with a serious expression, "You must not investigate Feng Che without permission. The more mysterious and powerful Feng Che is, the better it will be for us. I am still counting on him to deter others and fight for benefits in the upcoming transaction." Yi Ling hesitated for a moment and replied somewhat unwillingly, "Okay, I won't investigate Feng Che's situation. I'll go continue registering the registration information." Ling Jie reached out and grabbed Yi Ling, who was about to leave, and gently persuaded her, looking at Yi Ling's unhappy appearance, "Most cursed masters have gloomy personalities, and there is no benefit to angering them. You are not good at fighting, so you must maintain a good relationship with Feng Che normally. Moreover, if you investigate Feng Che, you may drive Feng Che away. If he goes to the enemy's side, it will be detrimental to the group's development." Yi Ling gradually regained her composure upon hearing this, and said thoughtfully, "What the leader said makes sense. I won't investigate Feng Che, it's just that I see that Feng Che has the ability to suppress everyone. Others will inevitably do some impulsive things because of nervousness if they stay with Feng Che for a long time. How should this matter be handled?" Ling Jie thought for a moment and said, "You have many friends, and others will definitely ask you about Feng Che in private when they feel nervous. You can make up some stories for Feng Che to let others understand Feng Che's strength. People won't have any special thoughts when facing someone strong enough. If people from other groups have bad ideas about Feng Che, it will be bad luck for other groups, which will benefit us." Yi Ling nodded gently, "I understand. I will make our people respect Feng Che before the transaction starts." Ling Jie nodded gently and reminded, "Don't make it up too outrageously. If things get to Feng Che's ears, I'm worried he'll overthink." Yi Ling thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll talk less and try to mislead others' thoughts with expressions." Ling Jie nodded and said, "Okay." Group arrives after leaving the Azure Sky Squad. Feng Che returned home to cultivate in peace. Every so often, Feng Che would disguise himself and visit the Curse Master mission hall to see if there were any suitable assassination missions, and also to see if he was being targeted for assassination. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Feng Che hadn't accomplished much besides cultivation. On this morning, Feng Che received a message through his communication token, informing him to go to the base for a transaction. Feng Che immediately set off and arrived at the Azure Sky Squad's base. At this time, there were many Tier 1 professionals patrolling around the Azure Sky Squad's base. As Feng Che walked, these Tier 1 professionals all respectfully lowered their heads. A moment later, Feng Che entered the Azure Sky Squad's base and found that the squad had temporarily stopped recruiting members, making the base seem very quiet. Fang Che entered the room and saw the other 9 Tier 2 professionals of the Azure Sky Squad. Besides Ling Jia, Yun Tian, and Yi Ling, Fang Che didn't know the names of the remaining 6 people, but he had a deep impression of them. These 6 people were professionals who had made significant contributions during previous planar missions, namely a fire manipulator, 2 crushers, and 3 Earth sovereigns. The fire manipulator and the crushers were ranked in the top 5 for contributions and were qualified to receive advancement slots. However, the 3 Earth sovereigns mostly just turned the land into swamps, devouring enemy corpses, and their contribution in battle only ranked in the teens. However, the 3 of them were lucky and survived the battle, while the professionals ranked ahead of them only included the fire manipulator and the crushers who survived. Fang Che briefly observed everyone and was about to withdraw his gaze when he suddenly noticed that the way these people looked at him was a bit strange. Fang Che remembered that he had completed his advancement through a special method, which would restrain all professionals and prevent him from being restrained by any professional. Other professionals should feel more nervous than other emotions when facing Fang Che. But now, the emotions of these people didn't seem like nervousness, but rather something strange, giving off a hard-to-describe feeling. However, Fang Che could tell that these people had no malice towards him. No nervousness and no malice must mean that Ling Jia and the others had used some means. Fang Che couldn't think of any other reason. But this was also good. Curse masters always hid behind the scenes and schemed, giving them a bad reputation. Now that these people had not developed malice towards Fang Che, it was beneficial to Fang Che's survival. At this moment, Ling Jia smiled and said, "Brother Fang Che is here. Please, you and Yi Ling, come with me. The 3 of us will go outside to greet the negotiation personnel from the Iron Hand Squad." Fang Che nodded lightly and replied, "Okay." Ling Jia looked at the others and instructed, "After the Iron Hand Squad members arrive, everyone show your faces to let them know our strength, and then you can do other things. Leave the rest to me, Yi Ling, and Fang Che." Everyone nodded and said, "Understood." After that, Ling Jia walked to the vanity mirror, checked her attire, and said, "Let's go." Ling Jia stepped out, and Fang Che and Yi Ling quickly followed. Leaving the Azure Sky Squad's base, the group walked openly towards the outside of the city along the main road, and everyone on the road saw them. Before long, the 3 arrived outside the city. Ling Jia took out a jade pendant and crushed it directly. A ball of energy floated out of the jade pendant and silently merged into the air. A moment later, a crack appeared out of thin air in front of Ling Jia. The crack widened, and 3 men walked out. All 3 of these men were Tier 2 professionals. One of them had awakened the Translation Master profession, and 2 of them had awakened the Earth Emperor profession. The Earth Emperor profession and the Earth Sovereign profession differed by only one word, but the abilities of the 2 professions were completely different. The Earth Emperor was both offensive and defensive, and could develop in the direction of attack or defense. The Earth Sovereign could only develop in the direction of attack and restraint, with no defensive ability. As soon as these 3 walked out of the crack, they all looked at Fang Che, their expressions somewhat solemn. However, after sensing the aura of the Curse Master profession, the 3 became even more puzzled. Why did the Curse Master profession give off so much pressure? At this time, Ling Jia stepped forward, attracting their attention, and introduced with a smile, "I am Ling Jia, the leader of the Azure Sky Squad. The 2 beside me are Curse Master Fang Che and Translation Master Yi Ling. Welcome friends from the Iron Hand Squad to be our guests." The Translation Master from the Iron Hand Squad, standing in the middle, said, "I am Gao Ping, and the 2 beside me are brothers Zhang Jin and Chen Yuan. Thank you for welcoming us. Let's go to the Azure Sky Squad's base for detailed discussions. Please follow me." Ling Jia smiled slightly and led the 3 towards the Azure Sky Squad's base. Gao Ping and the other 2 deliberately kept a distance from Fang Che, their eyes full of vigilance. Walking on the road, Ling Jia said, "We didn't get permission from the Butcher Knife Academy, so we could only open the teleportation channel outside the city. Sorry for making you walk a little further, please forgive us." "It's nothing." At this time, most of Gao Ping's attention was focused on Fang Che, thinking about Fang Che's abilities. As for other things, Gao Ping didn't think too much. Ling Jia, seeing Gao Ping's attention being drawn to Fang Che, felt somewhat happy. The purpose of having Fang Che greet the 3 members of the Iron Hand Squad this time was to distract these 3 people. That way, Ling Jie could find a way to gain the upper hand in the negotiations. Now it seems the effect is good. A moment later, the group entered the city and walked openly towards the Azure Sky Squad's base. After the group moved away from a street corner, 3 Tier 2 professionals walked out of a nearby room, looking grim as they headed towards the Butcher Knife Academy, soon meeting Lu Jing and other Tier 2 professionals from other groups. Lu Jing frowned as she looked at the 3 and asked, "You also saw the person Ling Jie invited?" The 3 nodded in unison and said, "Mentor Lu Jing, please make a decision." Hearing this, Lu Jing felt even more irritable, and also somewhat regretful. More than 100 years ago, Lu Jing had nurtured Chen Xuan, and Chen Xuan had also formed the Fierce Tiger Squad, defeating the previous group. As Chen Xuan's mentor, Lu Jing accepted Chen Xuan's invitation to help the Fierce Tiger Squad deceive students from other classes into signing loan contracts. Although she had offended many people, no one dared to retaliate against Lu Jing under Chen Xuan's prestige. Over time, Lu Jing became somewhat complacent, even colluding with the Fierce Tiger Squad to deceive the students she personally taught. But she never expected that someone like Ling Jie would appear among her students, and moreover, more than 60% of the members Ling Jie recruited had been deceived by Lu Jing. She had originally thought that the Fierce Tiger Squad would quickly eliminate the Azure Sky Squad, but she never expected the Fierce Tiger Squad to run away. Lu Jing regretted it very much. If she had been less greedy back then, the current Azure Sky Squad would probably be worshipping Lu Jing, right? Unfortunately, regret was useless. Since she had offended them, she would offend them to the end. Tactics. Lu Jing looked at the nervous crowd and comforted them, "Everyone, don't panic. Ling Jie invited others over for a transaction only. Other groups cannot interfere in the struggles here. Our only opponent is the Blue Sky Squad. I will also notify the Fierce Tiger Squad to prevent other groups from coming." In fact, Lu Jing had no way to contact the Fierce Tiger Squad at all. She could only stabilize these people first and let them unite to eliminate the Blue Sky Squad. And everyone was well aware of Lu Jing's purpose. Since the Fierce Tiger Squad left, Lu Jing had suggested that everyone form a group, with the purpose of using everyone to deal with the Blue Sky Squad and ensure her own safety. Even though everyone knew this, they still agreed to Lu Jing's suggestion, hoping for a future. Even if they couldn't beat the Fierce Tiger Squad in the future, they could push Lu Jing out. The Fierce Tiger Squad, for Lu Jing's sake and the sake of eliminating the Blue Sky Squad, would give everyone a way out. But what everyone didn't expect was that not only was the Blue Sky Squad not eliminated, but 10 people had broken through to the second tier, and they were even doing business with outside groups. Although outside groups would not participate in local interest disputes, local professionals would definitely rush to join the Blue Sky Squad when they saw the good relationship between the Blue Sky Squad and other groups. If everyone can't recruit people, how can they develop? They originally wanted to seek Lu Jing's advice, but unexpectedly, Lu Jing was still thinking about self-preservation, letting everyone be cannon fodder, which made everyone very dissatisfied. One professional complained unhappily, "Instructor, why didn't you help the Blue Sky Squad open a teleportation channel in the garrison? Now it's good, Ling Jie is strolling on the street with the Iron Hand Squad, everyone has seen it, and they are all saying that the Blue Sky Squad has wide connections. Do you think I don't want to?" Lu Jing explained very helplessly, "The Blue Sky Squad has never applied to open a teleportation channel inside the garrison. I asked someone to inquire, and the Blue Sky Squad directly said that there was no such thing, clearly wanting to open a teleportation channel outside the city to show off their connections. How can I stop them?" Everyone was silent again. After a while, a professional said, "Instructor, why don't you support us with some supplies? We can also increase the reward for hunting, and solve the trouble of the Blue Sky Squad as soon as possible." Lu Jing immediately cried, "Poor, I have no money." Everyone sighed in disappointment and stood up one after another, saying, "Instructor, we're leaving first." Before long, everyone had left. And Lu Jing just sneered as she watched everyone's backs. Lu Jing knew very well that these people had long been thinking about forming a group and occupying local resources. Lu Jing just relied on her relationship with Chen Xuan as a mentor and gave these people a way out, and these people couldn't wait to form a group. Lu Jing believed that she didn't need to pay anything extra, just watch the show. At the same time, Ling Jie and his party had already arrived at the Blue Sky Squad and introduced the other second-tier professionals to Gao Ping and the others. Gao Ping didn't pay special attention to these second-tier professionals. There were too many groups that completed plain missions and obtained cultivation resources. The Iron Hand Squad developed in this way back then. What Gao Ping really cared about was Fong Che. Gao Ping said some polite words with a smile, "Your group has so many experts, it must have a bright future. Of course, if you can complete the transaction with us, your group will definitely get better development." Ling Jie smiled slightly and said, "Then let's discuss the specific details of the transaction. Please come with me." Then, Ling Jie led the 3 members of the Iron Hand Squad into the room, and Fong Che and Yi Ling followed closely behind. Fong Che took 2 steps and suddenly noticed that Yi Ling stuffed something into his hand. Fong Che turned his head to look at Yi Ling, only to see Yi Ling winking playfully. Fong Che looked away and carefully sensed the thing in his hand, and found that it was a small prop that could attract attention. Of course, if you want to exert the power of the prop, you must ensure that the person using the prop can attract other people's attention. And Fong Che meets this condition. After entering the room, Fong Che sat in the corner and waited silently. Gao Ping spoke first and said, "Team Leader Ling, when we communicated before, we did not reach an agreement on many aspects, but I think our sincerity is already high enough." Ling Jie glanced deeply at Fong Che, and then said, "Our Blue Sky Squad has great development potential, and this development potential is also a very important resource." Fong Che, who was far away, noticed the signal conveyed in Ling Jie's eyes, and immediately injected curse energy into the small prop in his hand. The next second, Gao Ping became nervous, and Fong Che's face instantly appeared in his mind, and the thoughts in his heart also changed slightly. Before, Gao Ping only regarded the Blue Sky Squad as an ordinary group that was lucky, but with that mysterious Fong Che, he couldn't regard the Blue Sky Squad as an ordinary group. Fong Che can make himself feel nervous, and can also make others feel nervous. With Fong Che's help, the Blue Sky Squad will definitely defeat the Fierce Tiger Squad. Such a group seems to be able to give preferential treatment. Thinking of this, Gao Ping said, "What you said makes sense, our previous conditions were indeed a bit low." At this moment, Gao Ping had placed the Blue Sky Squad in the position of the Fierce Tiger Squad, and almost completely forgot that the Blue Sky Squad had not yet developed to the strength of the Fierce Tiger Squad. The 2 Earth Emperors beside Gao Ping also focused their attention on Fong Che and did not refute Gao Ping. Seeing this, the smile on Ling Jie's face became even brighter, and she excitedly suggested, "Then let's renegotiate the details we drafted before." Gao Ping nodded and said, "Okay." Time flies, and half an hour has passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, Ling Jie has achieved the goal she set. Ling Jie felt a lot more relaxed, carefully observed Gao Ping's expression, and felt that she could continue to take advantage. Ling Jie hesitated a little, but decided to give up. The transaction contract will eventually be reviewed by the senior management of the Iron Hand Squad. Gao Ping is just a negotiator and has no say. If you take too much advantage, the senior management of the Iron Hand Squad may not agree. If the transaction is scrapped, it will be difficult to find a suitable target. Thinking of this, Ling Jie said, "That's it, we are willing to trade the group's healing flag." Hearing this, Gao Ping felt that he had taken a big advantage, and suggested impatiently, "Let's draft the contract now." Ling Jie nodded and said, "Okay." After a while, the contract was drafted. Gao Ping checked his luck and requested, "Please trouble Team Leader Ling to prepare a room for me. I want to communicate with our team leader to see if we can sign the contract." Ling Jie stood up and said, "The 3 of you can notify your team leader here, we can wait outside." Ling Jie winked at Fong Che and Yi Ling, then walked out of the room. Fong Che and Yi Ling followed closely behind, and closed the door behind them. After the 3 of them left, Gao Ping quickly activated the communication token and transmitted the contract information. After a while, a dissatisfied voice came from the communication token, "Why give them so many things?" Mirror Gao Ping, hearing the dissatisfied question from the communication token, immediately explained, "Vice Leader, the Azure Sky Group has great potential for development and will defeat the Fierce Tiger Group sooner or later. Among them, there's a curse master named Fong Che who actually made a few of us feel nervous. Also, the Azure Sky Group can't possibly reveal all their cards at once. Fong Che is definitely just a small fry. I think the Azure Sky Group has many secrets they haven't shown." After relaying the information, Gao Ping waited for a long time before receiving the vice leader's indifferent voice, "Make the deal." Hearing this, Gao Ping put away the communication jade and smiled at Ling Jie and the other two outside the door. "Let's sign the contract." Hearing this, Ling Jie's nervousness instantly dissipated, and she smiled, "Okay." Walking into the room, Ling Jie took out the Azure Sky Group emblem, placed it on the contract, and injected energy. The Azure Sky Group emblem instantly left a mark on the contract. Gao Ping, standing beside her, also took out the Iron Hand Group emblem and left a mark on the contract. Thus, the contract between the two groups was successfully signed. Immediately afterward, Gao Ping took out a prop that looked like an empty wooden box, put the contract inside, sealed the box, and injected energy. A moment later, the wooden box automatically opened, and inside were more than a dozen storage rings. Gao Ping placed the storage rings in front of Ling Jie and smiled, "Leader Ling, please check them." Ling Jie quickly took the storage rings, carefully checked them, and then, with a smile, took out a golden flag and handed it to Gao Ping. Gao Ping excitedly took the flag, put it into the wooden box prop, and injected energy. A moment later, the wooden box opened, and the flag disappeared. The contract signed between the two groups also turned into light and dissipated in the air. Gao Ping put away the wooden box and smiled, "Now that the transaction is complete, we won't stay any longer. Farewell." Ling Jie nodded slightly and said to Yi Ling, "I have some things to deal with. You take someone to see our three friends off." Yi Ling nodded and smiled at Gao Ping, "Please follow me, you three." Gao Ping and the others nodded and followed Yi Ling away, not forgetting to glance at Feng Che as they left. After everyone left, Ling Jie took out a storage ring, put a pile of materials into it, and handed it to Feng Che, saying, "Brother Feng Che, you've done a great job. Here are all the materials Brother Feng Che needs. I won't charge you extra. However, there's something I need to discuss with Brother Feng Che." Feng Che happily took the storage ring and smiled, "Just tell me what you need." Ling Jie discussed, "It's like this. When we were carrying out the mission before, we borrowed Brother Feng Che's materials in advance. I've always wanted to return them, but I didn't have the resources. Now that we have these resources, I want to use them to cultivate some experts first and then issue some assassination bounties. I hope you can give me a few days' grace. I want to make up for what I owe you after a while." Feng Che nodded without hesitation, "No problem." Feng Che didn't do anything today, but he got a set of materials for refining curse items. He had to give Ling Jie face. Moreover, as long as the Azure Sky Group continues to grow stronger, they won't go back on their word and might even give Feng Che some extra benefits. Seeing Feng Che agree, Ling Jie smiled, "Then thank you, Brother Feng Che. Now that the Azure Sky Group has developed, various functions must also be determined. I want to give Brother Feng a vice leader position, and you can get group dividends every year. What do you think, Brother Feng?" Hearing this, Feng Che refused, "I don't have any skills. I don't know how to manage, and I'm not good at leading teams. Let's forget about it." Feng Che knew very well that the Azure Sky Group would definitely accept various large group missions in the future in order to develop, and the leaders would definitely be the high-level members. These group missions are a waste of time, and after completing the missions, the resources have to be divided equally, so you can't get too many benefits. The most suitable mission for Feng Che is still assassination. Assassination missions are not only richly rewarded, but also quick to execute, without delaying Feng Che's cultivation. As for dividends, Feng Che doesn't have much thought about them. As long as he can kill people, he won't lack money to spend. Seeing that Feng Che didn't want to manage too many things, Ling Jie was slightly disappointed. If Feng Che could help the Azure Sky Group, the Azure Sky Group's development would definitely be faster. But since Feng Che refused, Ling Jie couldn't force him. However, Feng Che lent the group various resources, so it wouldn't be good to let Feng Che be an ordinary member. Ling Jie thought for a while and had an idea in her mind. Ling Jie smiled and said, "I respect Brother Feng Che's ideas, but Brother Feng Che has done a lot for the group, so I must give you a good position. How about this, Brother Feng Che will take an honorary vice leader position. You can do whatever you want at ordinary times. The group will not forcibly assign tasks, and the group dividends will not be less for you." I only hope that Brother Feng Che will provide some help within his power when the group is in trouble. This time, Feng Che did not refuse and nodded, then thank you, leader. If the Azure Sky Group has trouble in the future, I will provide some help within my power. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Ling Jie smiled and said, Vice Leader Feng, take care. Feng Che left the Azure Sky Group and soon returned to the inn room belonging to the Slaughter Knife Academy, took out the various materials provided by Ling Jie, and prepared to refine a new curse item, the Vengeance Evil Mirror. Feng Che first picked up a piece of deformed ore containing the aura of a curse and injected curse energy into it. As the curse energy spread throughout the deformed ore instantly softened and was shaped by Feng Che into a round copper mirror lacking a lens. Immediately afterward, Feng Che took out a transparent recording crystal and polished it into a lens. The size of the lens was just right to be inlaid into the copper mirror. Immediately afterward, Feng Che took out other materials and used them to make chalk, writing information in the copper mirror's groove. Each material wrote a word, and after using up all the materials, all the information of the Vengeance Evil Mirror was displayed. After receiving a mysterious attack, the damage can be increased tenfold, the damage time can be extended tenfold, and some information about the enemy can be displayed on the mirror surface. This Vengeance Evil Mirror was prepared by Feng Che to guard against other curse masters. Among all the professions, the curse master's attack is the most mysterious and the most difficult to detect. Even if you detect the curse master's attack, you don't know who the curse master who launched the attack is. With this prop, Feng Che can quickly lock onto the enemy and destroy them. As for the information on increasing damage and increasing damage time, Feng Che deliberately added it in order to improve the success rate of refining the curse item. If this information is not added, the Vengeance Evil Mirror would never be successfully refined. Fortunately, Feng Che, as the creator of the prop, can continuously improve the prop and will eventually eliminate all these shortcomings. After writing this information, Feng Che put the polished lens into the copper mirror groove, blocking all the information. Immediately afterward, Feng Che waved his hand gently and used the Flash of Inspiration skill. In an instant, the copper mirror and the lens merged into a whole, and a cold aura emanated, covering the entire mirror surface. The mirror surface soon became as black as ink and could not be used as a mirror. At this moment, the Vengeance Evil Mirror has been successfully refined. Feng Che stored the Vengeful Evil Mirror in his Naiwan Palace, and it instantly connected with the Cursed Stone Gem after touching it. A raised pattern, shaped like the Vengeful Evil Mirror, also appeared on the Cursed Stone Gem. At this moment, the Vengeful Evil Mirror was bound to Feng Che's soul and could not be taken away by outsiders. In the next second, the vast and ethereal will of the plane enveloped Feng Che's body, and the eye of the plane condensed in his Naiwan Palace. The eye of the plane glanced at the Cursed Stone Gem with some disdain, then at the Vengeful Evil Mirror, before throwing down a fist-sized, square stone and disappearing. As soon as the eye of the plane disappeared, Feng Che relaxed slightly, then took out the stone and examined it carefully. After confirming the information about this thing, a bright smile appeared on Feng Che's face. This stone was a reinforcement material that could enhance curse items when integrated. Without much thought, Feng Che directly took out the newly refined Vengeful Evil Mirror, attached the stone to it, and used the Flash of Inspiration skill. In an instant, the stone melted into a liquid, and the Vengeful Evil Mirror absorbed the liquid rapidly like a sponge, gaining enhancement. After receiving a mysterious attack, the damage can be increased tenfold, the duration of the damage can be extended tenfold, and the enemy's appearance and any other information can be displayed on the mirror surface. The enhanced Vengeful Evil Mirror gained the ability to observe the enemy's appearance with 100% accuracy. If he happened to know the enemy's name, Feng Che was confident he could complete his revenge instantly. The tenfold damage and other problems did not disappear, which was normal. After all, this stone could only enhance curse items and could not reduce the weaknesses of curse items. Then, Feng Che closed his eyes tightly and silently recited Observe in his heart. Instantly, Feng Che's illusory eyes condensed in his Naiwan Palace. The eyes observed the Vengeful Evil Mirror, and Feng Che quickly understood the method of improving the Vengeful Evil Mirror. After writing down the improvement information, Feng Che put on his cloak and mask and set off for the Curse Master Mission Hall to earn money. Arriving here, Feng Che found that the Curse Master Mission Hall had added some missions to assassinate other group members. Fang Che could guess without thinking that these were missions specifically issued by the Blue Sky Group after receiving resources. However, the rewards for these missions were not much, ordinary, and did not have anything Fang Che particularly needed. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no assassination missions against him, Fang Che casually accepted an assassination mission with a reward of a Tier 2 pill and went to the administrator to register. After completing the registration, Fang Che spent money to buy a cultivation room token and entered the cultivation room. After confirming that he was not being watched, Fang Che cultivated in the cultivation room for a while, absorbed all the curse energy, and then left the place directly. Walking out of the Curse Master Mission Hall, Fang Che headed towards the Butcher Knife Academy Inn. Walking into the inn and standing at the door of the room, Fang Che was about to open the door when his gaze suddenly fell on the defensive items on his body. These defensive items were specially brought by Fang Che to protect his life when he accompanied Ling Jie to welcome the Iron Hand Group members and had not been taken off. Now, looking at these defensive items, Fang Che's brow furrowed slightly. Such ugly props. Fang Che reached out and took off 5 defensive items, throwing them directly into the corner. At this moment, the vengeful evil mirror in the Naiwan Palace trembled slightly. On the pitch-black mirror surface, 2 men's faces suddenly appeared. Next to the face on the left was a name, and next to the face on the right was an age. Fang Che instantly understood that a mental curse master had attacked him and placed a curse on him to remove his defensive items. Just as he realized this, Fang Che felt a terrifying force coming from behind. Crack crack, 2 defensive items shattered instantly, and Fang Che's body directly smashed through the door and then through the window glass, falling towards the ground. Fang Che quickly reached out and grabbed the windowsill, activating an observation item on his body. In the next second, Fang Che noticed that a black shadow entered the room and quickly approached the windowsill. Fang Che instantly let go and fell downwards. Bang! Fang Che smashed a pit in the ground. Immediately afterwards, Fang Che saw a dagger thrown from upstairs, stabbing towards his chest. Crack crack, 2 more defensive items shattered, and the dagger was successfully bounced away. At this moment, a golden light floated out of the inn, condensing a protective shield on Fang Che's body. The inn guard had taken action. Fang Che looked at the window of his room and found that the assassin's aura had disappeared. The assassin had left. Fang Che instantly recalled the situation in the Curse Master Mission Hall. There, Fang Che did not see his assassination mission. Presumably, Fang Che was 1 step late, and the mission had already been taken. "Sir, are you alright?" A calm voice interrupted Fang Che's thoughts. Fang Che turned his head and saw an inn guard standing not far away. Fang Che stood up and thanked him. "Thank you for saving my life, please send me to the Curse Master Mission Hall." Fang Che was about to open the door when he was cursed, presumably the Curse Master lived nearby. Fang Che did not dare to stay in the inn and had to leave as soon as possible. The inn guard was a little surprised to see that Fang Che's voice was still so calm after being assassinated, and then nodded. "No problem, I will protect you to the Curse Master Mission Hall." Subsequently, Fang Che left the place under the protection of the Golden Shield. At this moment, in Fang Che's next room, 2 Curse Masters wearing masks and cloaks stood by the window, watching Fang Che leave. After a moment, a tall Curse Master sighed. "We cursed him to take off all the defensive items, but he only took off 5. It seems that he can indeed restrain all professionals." Next to him, a short Curse Master said with some doubt, "That's not right. When we cursed those professionals who restrained Curse Masters in the past, they would at most take off 1 item, sometimes they wouldn't even need to take off 1 item. How did Fang Che take off 5? The tall Curse Master said carelessly, "It should be that Fang Che's ability to restrain others is relatively weak." Speaking of this, the tall Curse Master paused for a moment and asked thoughtfully, "He has never taken off his mask, could it be that he killed the wrong person?" "This, maybe." The short Curse Master was a little unsure, and then suggested, "Let's go back quickly and report this to the group leader." "All right." On the other side, Fang Che had successfully arrived at the Curse Master Mission Hall under the protection of the inn guard. Fang Che turned his head to look at the inn guard and said, "Thank you for your hard work, please go back." The inn guard nodded and turned to leave. Fang Che also quickly entered the Curse Master Mission Hall. Regarding the assassination just now, Fang Che did not discuss the issue of compensation with the inn guard, nor did he ask the inn to arrest the murderer. The inn belongs to the Butcher Knife Academy, and the Butcher Knife Academy is the administrator of this area and the maker of the regulations. The Butcher Knife Academy will not give compensation, and will not even help to arrest the murderer. Being assassinated can only be considered Fang Che's bad luck. Discovers the Seven Arrows book. Fang Che rented a cultivation room and went straight inside. The next second, the places on Fang Che's body that were attacked emitted mist, which was absorbed by the walls. The assassin had clearly left a mark on Fang Che's body during the attack. Fortunately, Fang Che was cautious enough not to seek protection from the Azure Sky Group, otherwise, he really didn't know how many assassinations he would have to face. After all the methods were cleared, Fang Che cultivated for a while, then put on a cloak, changed his mask, and left the cultivation room. Afterward, Fang Che found a small inn and took out the Vengeful Evil Mirror. Looking at the two people displayed on the Vengeful Evil Mirror, Fang Che recognized that they belonged to the same group and were a major problem for the Azure Sky Group. In the Cursed Master Mission Hall, there were bounties for both of them. However, the bounties for these two people were not high, and Fang Che had not been interested in them before. But now that these two people had tried to assassinate Fang Che and had been found by Fang Che, there was no need to let them live. After completing the tasks at hand and cultivating for a few more days, he would accept the missions for these two people and kill them. The most important thing now was to hide himself and not be found by the enemy. After that, Fang Che found a piece of white paper, wrote down the names of the assassination targets, and took out the Seven Arrows book with Nailhead, beginning to kowtow. After kowtowing once, the white paper was torn to pieces by Fang Che. Immediately afterward, Fang Che took out the corpse-seeking compass, drew a portrait of the target, and pasted the portrait on it. This corpse-seeking compass was given to him by Ling Jie when he accepted Zhou Duan's mission. He had used it a few times before when eliminating members of the Fierce Tiger Gang, but unfortunately, the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang acted in groups or hid in the Fierce Tiger Gang's base, making it impossible to collect corpses. Fang Che looked at the corpse-seeking compass with some anticipation and quickly discovered the location of the corpse. The corpse was very close to him, presumably having died in the city, so Fang Che was unable to search for the corpse. Fang Che shook his head in disappointment and quickly changed his cloak and mask, heading to the Cursed Master Mission Hall to collect mission rewards and receive new missions. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Fang Che had already completed 2 bounty missions issued by the Azure Sky Group. Fang Che felt that the 2 cursed masters should have already ignored Fang Che, and killing them at this time would not lead suspicion to Fang Che. It was time to eliminate those 2 cursed masters. So, Fang Che walked towards the Cursed Master Mission Hall, and before long, the storage ring containing the communication token began to heat up. Fang Che looked at his disguise and the surrounding passers-by, not immediately taking out the communication token, but continuing to the Cursed Master Mission Hall. Fang Che planned to check the information on the communication token after accepting the mission. Arriving at the mission hall, Fang Che quickly found the bounty token for a certain cursed master. But he found that the bounty amount for this cursed master had suddenly increased a lot. Just a cursed master, giving such a high bounty, he didn't know what the Azure Sky Group was thinking. He couldn't let others snatch a mission with such a high reward. Fang Che reached out to receive the mission, but the mission token suddenly merged into the wall. This represents 3 possibilities. The first possibility is that the 2 people are dead, the second possibility is that the assassination mission has been cancelled, the third possibility is that the assassin accepted the assassination mission from another place and doesn't need anyone else's assistance. Fang Che was slightly disappointed, then looked for the mission token of another cursed master, but couldn't find it. It should have already been accepted by someone. Fang Che looked at other assassination missions, but didn't find any good ones, so he simply chose to give up. Afterward, Fang Che left the cultivation room and went to a hidden place to take out the communication token. After injecting cursed energy, Ling Jie's slightly excited voice was transmitted, "Come to the base quickly." Fang Che put away the communication token, thinking about the reason for Ling Jie's excitement, and headed towards the Azure Sky Group. As soon as Fang Che arrived outside the Azure Sky Group, he saw Ling Jie in the courtyard. Fang Che took off his mask, walked to Ling Jie, and asked, "What do you want me for?" "Come with me quickly." Ling Jie turned and left, not saying anything more. Fang Che followed Ling Jie and entered a house in the corner of the mission hall. After Fang Che closed the door, Ling Jie quickly took out a pile of materials and smiled. Guess what this is? Fang Che glanced at the materials and instantly recognized that these were actually the refining materials for the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. Fang Che had long been prepared for the discovery of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, but Fang Che didn't expect that the person who discovered the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead was not a cursed master, but Ling Jie. At the same time, Fang Che also thought of the high bounty for cursed masters from other groups. Presumably, Ling Jie was worried that other cursed masters would refine the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, so she wanted to kill people as soon as possible to eliminate the danger. Fang Che didn't say that he knew the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, but curiously asked, "What is this?" Ling Jie smiled slightly and replied, "This is the cursed item 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. Unlike any previous cursed item, it has the ability to directly kill people." Hearing this, Fang Che showed a shocked expression on his face, and then incredulously asked, "I haven't heard of this kind of thing. Is it a new item?" Ling Jie nodded lightly and said with some excitement, "I issued missions before, but they were all accepted by cursed masters. At first, I thought that the cursed masters were accepting missions on behalf of the poison doctor, but I haven't found the poison doctor, so I was curious and checked some things related to the cursed masters. As a result, I found several special cursed items that had never appeared before, and this 7 Arrows book with Nailhead is the most powerful one. You can refine it with these materials now." Fang Che looked blankly at the materials on the table, his expression complicated, and said with some disappointment, "I chose the flash of inspiration skill because I wanted to create new items, but I didn't expect that I failed many times. But others created the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead that can directly kill people." Alas, Ling Jie didn't see through Fang Che's disguise and comforted him. "I believe you will definitely be able to create powerful items in the future." Fang Che nodded dejectedly, and then said, "I didn't choose the dexterous hand skill, so I can't 100% refine items that I already have. Let other cursed masters refine the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead first." Ling Jie said, "I have prepared several copies of the materials. This one is specially for you." Fang Che still shook his head and said, "I don't want it. If possible, I would like to take some pills for cultivation." Ling Jie glanced at the somewhat lost Fang Che, took out 2 bottles of pills and placed them on the table, and said, "Take it. You can tell me when you want to create cursed items in the future. I will help you collect some materials." "Thank you." Fang Che put away the pills and asked, "Is there anything else?" Ling Jie hesitated for a moment and said, "After the cursed master in the group refines the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, I will ask someone to refine an item that can restrain the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. After the refining is successful, I will notify you to come and receive a copy. There is nothing else." Fang Che nodded and said, "Then I'll leave first." Fang Che turned and left. Ling Jie looked at Fang Che's back, hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say her purpose. This time letting Fang Che come over, in addition to providing the refining materials for the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, she wanted to know more about the Tier 2 professional behind Fang Che. Before, when Zhou Duan was killed, everyone thought that it was done by a Tier 2 professional familiar to Zhou Duan. She originally wanted to use this Tier 2 professional to attract outsiders to join the Azure Sky Group, and didn't learn much about it. Now that the Azure Sky Group's strength has increased, she wants to invite the Tier 2 professional to join. However, Fang Che did not accept the refining materials for the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, and was not in a good mood, so Ling Jie did not ask any further. Anyway, it's just a Tier 2 professional, the Azure Sky Group doesn't lack them now. 7 Arrows book. After returning to his hotel room, Fang Che's feeling of loss instantly dissipated. Fang Che didn't plan to reveal that he was the creator of the cursed item. The creator of cursed items, especially one who chose the Origin Sanctuary skill, is close to invincible in certain situations. However, previous cursed items were unremarkable and couldn't kill. This kind of invincibility that couldn't kill wasn't highly valued. But the 7 Arrow Nailhead book that Fang Che created now could directly kill people. This kind of invincibility that could kill was simply terrifying. The law of survival for the strong is mutual threat and mutual restraint. Invincibility that can kill means, I don't need restraint, I can threaten anyone, and others can't threaten me with the same means, they can only restrain me. No one but Fang Che, the creator of the 7 Arrow Nailhead book, could accept this. Faced with a threat, you either endure or resist. Fang Che's threat only existed in one aspect. If he revealed his identity, others would definitely use other means to eliminate him. A curse master's body is very fragile and easily eliminated. Fang Che needed to hide his ability to create items to avoid being found. Afterward, Fang Che took out the pills provided by Ling Jie and began to cultivate. After cultivating for a while, Fang Che went to the Curse Master Mission Hall to look for suitable missions. Fang Che discovered that many assassination missions for first-tier professionals provided the materials he needed. Unfortunately, Fang Che had already broken through to the second tier. According to the Plainswill's rules for training professionals, high-tier professionals cannot accept low-tier missions in the mission hall. If he wanted to kill a low-tier enemy, he either had to be prepared to gain nothing or accept employment privately. Fang Che had no choice but to look for more suitable second-tier missions. After randomly accepting a mission that rewarded cultivation pills, Fang Che left the Curse Master Mission Hall from the cultivation room and went to look for a new hotel. Having experienced the previous assassination, Fang Che didn't dare to stay in one place for a long time. He had to change his residence frequently to ensure his safety. After settling down in the new hotel, Fang Che quickly eliminated the target and continued to cultivate. In the following days, Fang Che spent his time cultivating and looking for suitable missions. After living a plain life for several days, Ling Jie sent another message, asking Fang Che to go to the Azure Sky Group. Fang Che guessed that the Azure Sky Group had probably researched items to deal with Curse Masters, but he didn't know if they would work. As soon as Fang Che arrived at the Azure Sky Group, he saw Ling Jie waving at him. Fang Che walked towards Ling Jie, then followed Ling Jie's footsteps to a room deep in the Azure Sky Group's residence. Entering the room, Fang Che saw 10 first-tier Curse Masters waiting there. Ling Jie took out a pile of purple jade pendants and introduced them. This is a tool refined to counter the 7-arrow nailhead book. I'll give it to you first, and you can carry it with you. Fang Che and the others reached out and took a piece of jade pendant. As soon as Fang Che took the item, he felt the 7-arrow nailhead book in his Naiwan palace tremble slightly, releasing a sense of disgust. This thing could make the 7-arrow nailhead book disgusted, so it must have the power to restrain the 7-arrow nailhead book. However, the disgust was not strong and dissipated quickly. This thing couldn't affect Fang Che's 7-arrow nailhead book. At this time, a first-tier curse master said with some excitement and some disgust, "This thing makes my 7-arrow nailhead book feel fear. It should be able to restrain the 7-arrow nailhead book, but the specifics need to be tested." The other first-tier professionals nodded in agreement. Ling Jie said, "Regarding the 7-arrow nailhead book, only those of us present should know about it now. In order to prevent the leakage of information from affecting the plan, we can't find someone to experiment with this item, and you must not leak information." The first-tier professionals nodded and said in unison, "Understood." Ling Jie took out 10 portraits and said, "Here is the first batch of targets that need to be assassinated. In the next 21 days, you will use the 7-arrow nailhead book to attack them in the Azure Sky Group's residence. After the mission is completed, I will provide you with some cultivation resources. Each of you take a portrait." After saying this, Ling Jie handed the portraits to a curse master. The curse master took the first portrait and handed the other portraits to the second person. After the portraits were passed around, everyone determined their target. Ling Jie reminded, "You have all signed a contract regarding today's matter, but I still want to remind you, don't spread it, and you will not be short of benefits in the future." Everyone said in unison, "Understood." Then, Ling Jie waved his hand and said, "Everyone, go out." Everyone left. After Fang Che and Ling Jie were the only ones left in the room, Ling Jie asked, "Have you learned about the information of other cursed items?" Fang Che shook his head and said, "I didn't dare to check, I was afraid of being discovered by others. Let's wait until all the enemies are eliminated before taking action." Ling Jie nodded lightly and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter much whether you look at it or not. The new items include a voodoo doll, which can only affect the leader of a group of 20 people. There is also a vendetta mirror, which discovers a small part of the enemy's secrets at the cost of increasing the damage you take. It's meaningless, and it can't exert its strongest effect except for the creator." Fang Che nodded lightly, but he didn't agree with Ling Jie's words in his heart. Although the initial state of the voodoo doll cannot eliminate the group leader, it can harm the small number of people in the group who go out on patrol. Fang Che had already tested the power of the voodoo doll when dealing with the tiger people before. As for the initial state of the vendetta mirror, it has a chance to discover the enemy's appearance or name. Combined with the 7-arrow nailhead book, it can definitely eliminate the enemy. As for the passively increased damage, as long as it's not a fatal injury, it can be endured. In short, their effects are all good. At this time, Lingjie took out 10 portraits, handed them to Fang Che, and said, "This time I asked you to come here is related to the assassination of first-tier professionals. When I accepted the mission to assassinate Zhou Duan before, I gave you a corpse-seeking compass. If you have nothing to do, you can use the corpse-seeking compass to find the corpses of the professionals assassinated by the 7-arrow nailhead book and take away the treasures on them. You can keep what is useful to you." Fang Che took the portrait and reminded, "If these people die in the city, I won't dare to collect their bodies. You need to find a way to lure them out of the city." Lingjie replied indifferently, "I will keep an eye on their situation. If they die outside the city, I will notify you. If you don't want to go, it doesn't matter. There shouldn't be anything good on these first-tier professionals." Fang Che nodded lightly and continued to ask, "Anything else to order?" Lingjie shook her head and said, "Nothing else, you can act freely." "Then I'll take my leave." Damage of the revenge mirror. Fang Che left the Blue Sky Group and returned to the hotel, immediately taking out the prop targeting the 7 arrows book with nailhead from his pocket and throwing it into his storage ring. This prop might be useful to others, but for Fang Che, who had refined the 7 arrows book with nailhead and possessed the origin protection skill, it was completely useless and not worth keeping. Afterward, Fang Che took out some pills and began to cultivate. In the following time, Fang Che spent his time cultivating and searching for suitable tasks, killing targets from enemy groups. However, these assassination targets always stayed near their groups, and Fang Che had no chance to scavenge resources after killing them. Fang Che could only wait for the assassination rewards, gaining nothing else. Time flew by, and 21 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the communication token on Fang Che's body emitted heat. Injecting curse energy into the communication token, Lingjie's slightly excited voice came from inside. The 7 arrows book with nailhead ignored defenses and successfully completed the assassination. All 4 people left in the city are dead. The other 6 people left the city a few days ago to accept tasks. You can go find them. They are. After receiving the information, Fang Che took out the portraits of the 10 assassinated targets and selected 6 of them, attaching them to the corpse-seeking compass, which displayed spots representing the corpses. However, there was a voodoo spot that kept moving, indicating that the bodies of 5 of them had been taken away by the people around them. Only one target's body remained still, undiscovered. Seeing this, Fang Che relayed the information about these corpses to Lingjie and donned his cloak and mask, heading to the Curse Master's mission hall. Fang Che looked around and spotted several Blue Sky Group members tailing him. They would stay here, monitoring the Blue Sky Group's assassination missions and acting as bait, leaving marks on others. As for the other group's trackers, they had all been killed a few days ago, and no one came here to tail him now. Of course, even if they were tailing him, it wouldn't matter. Fang Che was willing to spend money to enter the cultivation room and couldn't be found. Fang Che carefully examined the missions, accepted an assassination mission that rewarded a Tier 2 pill, and rented a cultivation room, leaving through the cultivation room's exit. Afterward, Fang Che went out to search for the corpse's trail. Half a day later, Fang Che arrived outside a dense forest and put away the corpse-seeking compass. According to the corpse-seeking compass, the target's body was inside this forest. Fang Che entered the dense forest and quickly discovered the mutilated corpse, gnawed on by poisonous insects. Fang Che wasn't surprised. According to the information, the deceased professional was a bug master, skilled at controlling poisonous insects in battle. After the bug master died, the poisonous insects he controlled would gnaw on the body and eliminate the surrounding enemies. Fang Che took out an insect-repellent jade bead he had obtained from a previous mission from his storage ring and slowly walked towards the corpse. The poisonous insects devouring the corpse instantly stirred, and some of them swarmed towards Fang Che. However, these poisonous insects stopped approaching Fang Che after a certain distance and retreated as Fang Che advanced. Fang Che slowly walked forward, afraid that if he moved too fast, the poisonous insects wouldn't have time to retreat. Fong Che didn't want to touch these disgusting things. A moment later, Fong Che arrived next to the corpse, and the poisonous insects moved away from the corpse, surrounding it instead. Fong Che searched the mutilated body and quickly found the storage ring and the prop that had lost its protective function after losing its energy supply. Fong Che collected these valuable items and slowly retreated, the poisonous insects slowly approaching, reclaiming the corpse and ignoring Fong Che. Fong Che hid in the distance, quietly observing the poisonous insects feeding. After the corpse was cleaned up by the poisonous insects, they quickly left the area. After confirming that he had left no traces, Fong Che also turned and left the area. Fong Che found a quiet and deserted place, threw the corpse's storage ring on the ground, and retreated a few steps. Then, Fong Che gripped the insect-repellent jade bead, condensed a ball of curse energy to open the storage ring, and threw it towards the storage ring from afar. The next second, the storage ring opened, and a pile of poisonous insects crawled out of the storage ring, heading towards Fong Che. However, the poisonous insects stopped after approaching Fong Che a certain distance, afraid to move forward. Fong Che relaxed slightly, took 2 steps forward, dispersed the poisonous insects, and checked the items in the storage ring. There weren't many items in the storage ring, mostly things used to cultivate poisonous insects, but Fong Che still found a few things that could improve the revengeful evil mirror. Fong Che took out the revengeful evil mirror, placed the items on it, and used the spiritual light flash skill. The next second, the items turned into liquid and were absorbed by the revengeful evil mirror. The revengeful evil mirror's abilities also changed. After receiving a mysterious attack, can increase the damage by 9 times, extend the damage time by 8 times, and display the enemy's appearance and any other information on the mirror surface. Fong Che smiled in satisfaction, then took out the assassination mission he had accepted earlier and began to hunt. Inside the Butcher Academy, members of various groups gathered again in Lu Jing's office. After everyone waited quietly for a while, the last leader walked in with a gloomy face, looking distressed. Just now, my deputy leader was killed by the poison doctor, and my group only has one tier 2 member left. Hearing this, everyone felt a little panicked. After a long silence in the room, a tier 2 professional spoke with a bitter face and a hoarse voice. I knew it, the poison doctor who eliminated the Fierce Tiger group members was a member of the Blue Sky group. Now, the Fierce Tiger group ran away, and were unlucky. I knew I shouldn't have formed any group. Someone next to him echoed, I regret it too. I think we should show weakness to the Blue Sky group and surrender as soon as possible. The others around nodded in agreement. Lu Jing, seeing everyone in this state, scolded angrily, how can you retreat? I don't think the Blue Sky group could have hired a poison doctor. You must persevere. Perseverance leads to victory. The last leader to arrive shook his head and said, I don't think there's any need to persevere. Although we launched assassinations against the Blue Sky group members, we only killed tier 1 professionals. Killing more of these tier 1 professionals is useless. Let's surrender. The others next to him nodded and said, it's time to surrender. I agree to surrender. Lu Jing looked at everyone like this, feeling very angry and anxious. If these people surrendered, they would definitely reveal her information, and the Blue Sky group's hatred for her would be even stronger. But it was impossible to succeed in persuading everyone to persevere with empty words. Lu Jing rubbed her brow, pondered for a moment, and said, many Blue Sky group members who submitted their reproductive genes did not give up their contracts to serve the academy but exchanged them for other resources. I can find a way from the contract. Hearing this, everyone secretly exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with excitement. People had been dying these past few days, and everyone was scared, so they had discussed coming here to trick Lu Jing. Now it seemed that the effect was good. However, they still needed to work harder. Therefore, everyone persuaded with worried faces, forget it, mentor, not everyone can use this contract. I'm afraid you can't. That's right, I think we should just surrender. Actually, joining the Blue Sky group isn't so bad. The gate of the Blue Sky group Lu Jing, hearing the crowd's words, felt somewhat annoyed, but she didn't show it on the surface. She calmly explained, the academy is very interested in the Tiger Man plane discovered by the Blue Sky group. That Tiger Man plane has only developed the most basic martial artist profession, and many resources cannot be fully utilized. If the Academy can obtain the resources that the Tiger Man plane cannot use, it can increase resource investment when training students and improve the qualifications of the students. With centuries of effort, it might be possible to cultivate powerful professionals, regain the attention of the plane's will, and restore its former glory. The crowd instantly understood that Lu Jing wanted to send the Blue Sky Group to the Tiger Man plane to carry out tasks. Although the Tiger Man plane only has the most basic martial artist profession, the Tiger Man plane has many Tier 3 Tiger Men, which the Blue Sky Group cannot deal with. As long as the Blue Sky Group goes deep into the Tiger Man plane to plunder resources, it is almost impossible to come out alive. However, the Blue Sky Group is too weak. According to the contract, it is impossible to directly send them to their deaths. At most, tasks will be arranged within the scope of the Blue Sky Group's capabilities. If they want to eliminate the Blue Sky Group, everyone present will have to contribute. At this moment, the leader who arrived last in the room frowned and reminded, arranging this task, any discerning person can see that this is sending the Blue Sky Group to their deaths. If those who signed contracts with the Academy in the past know about this, they may try to terminate the contract. At that time, the Butcher Academy will have no one to use, and it will even get a bad reputation, which the Academy will hardly agree to. When the others around heard these words, they looked at each other and said, "Yes, it's impossible to succeed, let's just surrender. The Blue Sky Group is not weak, joining them can improve our strength faster." The crowd didn't care about the reputation of the Butcher Academy, they just wanted to anger Lu Jing and let Lu Jing handle this task. If this task is handled, the Blue Sky Group will be dead, and everyone can develop peacefully for a while. As for the Fierce Tiger Group, they can negotiate. After all, the Fierce Tiger Group is strong enough to accommodate everyone. In addition, with Lu Jing mediating, everyone can survive. Lu Jing, listening to the crowd's words, felt even more disgusted with these people. Lu Jing knew very well what they were thinking, but Lu Jing couldn't deal with them using the previous methods. The Blue Sky Group is too ruthless. They have already eliminated several Tier 2 professionals these days. If Lu Jing doesn't take action, these people will definitely break up. Now she can only endure. After solving the Blue Sky Group, she will let the Fierce Tiger Group solve them. Lu Jing controlled her emotions and said calmly, "The Academy has received funding from the Fierce Tiger Group, and I can deceive students into signing contracts, which is inseparable from the Academy's inaction. The Blue Sky Group will definitely have resentment towards the Butcher Academy. In short, the Butcher Academy has a high probability of issuing the task, so don't worry." Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly stopped talking about surrendering. The leader who came last said, "When the Academy agrees to deal with the Blue Sky Group, please inform us, Mentor. We need to run away in advance to avoid the Blue Sky Group's crazy assassinations before carrying out the task. Only by surviving can we better deal with the Blue Sky Group in the future." The others nodded in agreement and stopped talking about surrendering. Lu Jing waved her hand and said, "I understand, you can leave." After the crowd left, Lu Jing took out a heating communication token, injected energy, and a woman's voice came from inside, "Mentor, I have prepared all the luck you need." Hearing this voice, Lu Jing showed a gentle smile on her face and replied, "That's great, please send it to me. Drive slowly on the road and be careful." After Fang Che eliminated the enemy, he used the corpse-seeking compass to check the enemy's location, but found that the enemy died in the area under the jurisdiction of the Butcher Academy. Fang Che shook his head in disappointment and walked towards the Blue Sky Group. Half a day later, Fang Che returned to the Blue Sky Group's camp. Just as he arrived at the door, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Fang Che on the head. Crack, 2 defensive items shattered instantly. Then, Fang Che felt a huge force coming from his back. Crack, 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 4 more defensive items shattered. At the same time, Fang Che's body was also knocked away by the huge force and flew towards the Blue Sky Group's camp. Fang Che understood that he had been assassinated again. Although Fang Che disguised himself very well, the Blue Sky Group only had Fang Che as a Tier 2 Curse Master, which was too conspicuous. This was something Fang Che couldn't hide. Before Fang Che landed, he was caught by Ling Jia. At the same time, 2 smashers in the group rushed out and chased after the assassin. Ling Jia put Fang Che down and waved her hand gently. A white light enveloped Fang Che, and Fang Che instantly felt relaxed. This was the healing skill of the physical bodhisattva. Even without being injured, the healer would feel comfortable and relaxed. Fang Che thank you, I'm fine. Seeing that Fang Che was fine, Ling Jia relaxed a little, waved her hand, and the white light disappeared. Then, Ling Jia said with a serious face, I haven't seen an assassin running to someone else's team's door to kill people. It seems they are getting anxious. Why don't you just live here and don't go out? Fang Che shook his head and said, I will try to come here less in the future. Contact me through the communication token if anything happens. If he kept hiding in the camp and didn't go out, it would indeed be very safe. However, Fang Che needed to assassinate others to make money and often had to go to the Curse Master Mission Hall. If he stayed in the camp, he would encounter assassinations every time he went out or came back. It would be safer to hide outside all the time. Ling Jie persuaded, there are many Tier 2 universal pills in the group now. I can provide them for you to use. Let's get through this period first. Fang Che still shook his head, but didn't say much. Instead, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Ling Jie. Fang Che said, this contains the belongings left by the people who were killed. Please keep it safe. I'm going to the Curse Master Mission Hall. Seeing that Fang Che didn't listen to her advice, Ling Jie sighed, took the storage ring, and said, I'll send you off. Fang Che smiled slightly and nodded, okay, then I'll trouble you. With Ling Jie by his side, Fang Che could be healed quickly even if he was injured. Moreover, the physical bodhisattva was known for being difficult to kill. With Ling Jie by his side, others might not launch an assassination. After that, Fang Che followed Ling Jie to the Curse Master Mission Hall. When they came to a deserted street, Fang Che whispered, give me the list of the next 10 people. I can collect the items and trade them outside in the future. I won't go to the Blue Sky Group. Ling Jie thought for a moment, took out a notebook and handed it to Fang Che, saying, these are all the targets. I will notify you if there is any news. Please be careful usually. Fang Che took the notebook and smiled, understood. Fang Che was a curse master with no close combat ability at all. If he encountered an enemy, he didn't even have the ability to die together. Therefore, Fang Che attached great importance to his own safety. As for the work of searching for corpses, Fang Che was also unwilling to give up, mainly because he didn't want to miss the materials for strengthening curse props. Anyway, as long as he didn't go to the Blue Sky Group, Fang Che believed that others wouldn't find him and he wouldn't be assassinated. A moment later, the two arrived at the Curse Master Mission Hall. After saying goodbye to each other, Fang Che entered the Curse Master Mission Hall. Strengthened simultaneously entering the Curse Master Task Hall, Fang Che did not immediately submit his task, but instead left through the exit of the training room. Earlier, many people saw Fang Che and Ling Jie together, and submitting the task would expose Fang Che's identity. Fang Che needed to be careful. Fang Che changed his cloak and mask outside, found another hotel to stay in, and took out the Revenge Evil Mirror from his Naiwan Palace. The Revenge Evil Mirror showed the face of an unfamiliar woman and an unfamiliar name. Fang Che had never seen her before, and the Slaughterblade Academy had not seen a second-tier female curse master in recent decades. Presumably, a curse master from another place was passing by and casually accepted an assassination mission. But this was also good. Outsiders would not stay in the Slaughterblade Academy's jurisdiction for a long time and would definitely go outside. When the time came, Fang Che could kill her and search for resources on her body. Just then, the communication token emitted heat. Fang Che injected curse energy, and Ling Jie's slightly apologetic voice came from inside, the person who assassinated you ran away and couldn't be caught. Fang Che didn't care much about this matter. Assassins are best at disguising and running away. It is normal not to be able to catch people. When facing these assassins when you are weak, the only way is to defend well and then leave it to fate. Fang Che put away the communication token, changed his cloak and mask again, and went to the Curse Master Task Hall. After submitting the task, Fang Che came to the wall and reached out to accept a task to assassinate Yi Ling. These days, Fang Che had been killing people from other groups, and it was easy for others to associate the assassin with the Blue Sky Group. Fang Che needed to confuse the public. Of course, people cannot be killed. He needed to keep dragging it out until the task deadline expired and the task was automatically scrapped. Just then, a member of the Blue Sky group walked up to Fong Che, and the finger hidden in his sleeve rubbed slightly. This person did not stop or communicate with Fong Che too much, and soon left, as if he was just passing by. Fong Che went to the administrator to collect the task with a blank expression, rented another token, and entered the training room. As soon as he entered the training room, white smoke appeared on Fong Che's body and was absorbed by the wall. Fong Che understood that this was a method left by a member of the Blue Sky group. If Fong Che hadn't been cautious, he might have been assassinated by the Blue Sky group. Of course, Fong Che didn't blame the person who left the mark. They served the Blue Sky group, and leaving a mark was the right thing to do. After Fong Che absorbed all the curse energy in the training room, he put on a cloak and left the training room. Afterwards, Fong Che went straight home to cultivate. After cultivating for 2 or 3 consecutive days, Fong Che took out the Nailhead 7 Arrows book at night. Fong Che felt that after such a long time, the female curse master who attacked him should have left. Fong Che wrote the name on the white paper, cut out once, and then tore up the note with the target's name. Then, Fong Che pasted the portrait on the corpse-seeking compass. The compass showed the location of the corpse. Judging from the distance, the person should have died outside. Fong Che relaxed slightly and went out to find the target. Several hours later, Fong Che found the corpse of a second-tier female curse master leaning against a rock in a cave, with a peaceful face. Looking at this person's peaceful face, Fong Che guessed that the other person should have been silently killed by Fong Che in her sleep. Fong Che reached out and groped for a moment, and soon found various defensive props and a storage ring. God bless, let me get some good things. Fong Che put his hands together and bowed to the sky, then opened the storage ring to check the contents. The next second, Fong Che's expression was excited, and he trembled with excitement. There were a lot of things in this storage ring. In terms of quantity, it was dozens of times more than the resources obtained from destroying Zhou Duan before. If compared in terms of quality, that is a difference of hundreds or thousands of times. Because everything in the hands of this second-tier curse master were second-tier resources. After a brief excitement, Fong Che quickly calmed down. Curses masters are generally weak, how can they have so many resources from other professions? Does she have the ability to kill so many people? Fong Che put his hand on the curse master's forehead and carefully sensed it for a moment, but did not find any traces of the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Fong Che couldn't figure it out for a while, so he didn't think about it anymore, directly collected the corpse on the ground, cleaned up the traces he left, and quickly left this place. Returning to the hotel, Fong Che took out 3 curse props, and also took out the items left by the second-tier female curse master, and used the flash of inspiration skill to strengthen the 3 curse props. Before long, the 3 props were strengthened and gained a huge boost. First of all, the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, write the enemy's name, surname, or a code name recognized by the enemy on any item, and you can use any item to replace the target's body. Then, with the help of curse power, condense the words in the bamboo slip prop into 7 long nails and pierce them into the replacement item. Salute and kowtow to the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and the replacement item once, and recall the target's appearance, and then destroy the replacement item. The enemy will die on the spot without any external injuries. After successfully eliminating the enemy, it will steal part of the enemy's energy and store it. The next time you use the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, you can consume the stored energy to create professional damage of the same type as the stored energy. In the past, when Fong Che used the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to assassinate, it would not leave any traces, and the enemies would think that the poison doctor was the murderer. However, the poison doctor did not show up for a long time, which made Ling Jie suspicious, discovered the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, and even refined props to restrain the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Only second-tier Ling Jie can discover these problems. In the future, when facing more powerful people, it is easier to be discovered. Now the Nailhead 7 Arrows book can create exclusive professional damage, which can well divert the enemy's attention and protect Fong Che's safety. This strengthening is of extraordinary significance to Fong Che. Then, Fong Che focused his attention on the Witch Gu doll. After the Witch Gu doll was strengthened, the information also changed. Bury the Witch Gu doll in a living area of a group. The person with the highest position in the group will become mentally disordered and kill other members within the group. The number of people in the group needs to be controlled at 1000, otherwise it will be invalid. The Witch-Goo doll can shuttle through the underground and disguise its aura as soil and rock. The number of people in the group that the Witch-Goo doll can eliminate has increased, which is good news. However, the most important thing is the disguise ability newly acquired by the Witch-Goo doll. The Emperor Plane is very powerful and has many professions that are good at observation. The Witch-Goo doll is easily exposed when facing them. For this reason, Feng Che did not use the Witch-Goo doll to deal with other groups. Now that it has gained the ability to disguise, the Witch-Goo doll can play a greater role and can be used to eliminate other groups. Then, Feng Che looked at the information of the Revenge Evil Mirror. After receiving a mysterious attack, it can increase the damage by 6 times, extend the damage time by 5 times, and display the enemy's appearance, location, and any other information on the mirror. Female Curse Master. The enhancement effect of the Revengeful Evil Mirror wasn't significant. It didn't enhance the ability to find the enemy's name. However, being able to discover the enemy's location is good enough. As long as I confirm the enemy is in a remote place, investigate their name, I can directly kill them and then go out to search for the body. Feng Che happily stored the 3 cursed items into his Naiwan Palace, and then took out all the elixirs from the second-tier Curse Master's storage ring, as well as a bottle of poison-detecting spray. Feng Che sprayed the spray on the elixirs and carefully observed them, finding no reaction indicating poisoning. All the elixirs are safe to consume. Feng Che relaxed slightly, and then consumed the Curse Master's elixirs, beginning his cultivation. A few days later, the task Feng Che accepted exceeded the time limit, and the task token placed on the table quietly shattered, then dissipated into mist. Feng Che sensed the change in the task token and immediately put on his cloak and mask, heading to the Curse Master's task hall. On the walls of the task hall, the task that Feng Che had not completed transformed back into a task token, hanging on the wall. Afterward, Feng Che reached out and accepted a second-tier professional assassination task from another group, registered it, and left through the cultivation room. After finding a new one again, Feng Che threw the new task token on the table, not intending to execute it. Now that he has piles of elixirs, Feng Che doesn't plan to carry out assassination tasks. Feng Che's next step is to use countless assassination failures to shift everyone's attention away from the Curse Master's task hall. He wants everyone to think that the Curse Master accepting assassination tasks has nothing to do with Feng Che, and nothing to do with the Azure Sky Group. This way, other groups can also breathe a sigh of relief, and won't recklessly target the Azure Sky Group, nor will they target Feng Che. Of course, once suspicion arises, any disguise is useless. What Feng Che is doing is likely a waste of effort. However, Feng Che is idle anyway, so he might as well stir up some trouble. It's best if it works, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't. In the following time, Feng Che spent his time cultivating and accepting tasks, letting them expire. In the blink of an eye, 21 days passed, and Ling Jie sent another message. The first 10 pages of the notebook I gave you earlier are the targets for this assassination, and the targets on pages 3 to 7 died outside. After listening to the message, Feng Che took out the corpse-finding compass and the notebook Ling Jie gave him, tore off the first few pages, and verified the information. Feng Che quickly discovered that these corpses were all moving. Obviously there were people nearby, and there was no need to search. Feng Che picked up the communication token and said, "The targets are all moving, unable to collect resources." After transmitting the information, Feng Che continued to cultivate. At this moment, in Lu Jing's room, the second-tier professionals from various groups were chatting relaxedly. After a while, Lu Jing walked into the room with a frown. Everyone looked at Lu Jing's appearance, instantly stopped communicating, and looked at each other, all seeing the solemn emotion in each other's eyes. At this time, a second-tier professional close to Lu Jing asked, "Mentor, what do you need us for?" Lu Jing frowned and replied, "Decades ago, I met a student I really liked. Back then, in order to cultivate her, I sent her away from the Butcher Knife Academy to study at other powerful academies." Everyone looked at each other, not expecting that Lu Jing, who had always been deceiving people, would actually help students. Lu Jing ignored the changes in everyone's emotions and continued to narrate, "More than a month ago, I contacted her through the communication token and told her about the Azure Sky Group. Not long after, she came here, saying she wanted to ask someone to help me deal with the Azure Sky Group. In a moment of excitement, I gave her many kinds of second-tier resources, Later, when I heard that Feng Che was struck by lightning at the entrance of the Azure Sky Group's residence, I knew she did it. I thought she would continue to act, but I didn't expect her to disappear afterward, and I haven't been able to contact her until now. No one from the Azure Sky Group has been assassinated. Everyone heard this, looked at each other, and smiled gloatingly on their faces. A second-tier professional next to him laughed and said, "Mentor, you've been deceived by her." Impossible. Lu Jing loudly denied this possibility, and said with a painful expression, "I treated her like a daughter and gave her the best resources. She couldn't betray me. She must have been hurt by someone." Everyone looked at Lu Jing's appearance, curled their lips, and didn't continue to Lu Jing. But everyone was still happy in their hearts. Before, Lu Jing asked everyone to deal with the Azure Sky Group, but Lu Jing didn't show anything. Now it's good, she was directly deceived, she deserves it. Lu Jing took a deep breath, took out a portrait of a woman, and then took out a bottle of elixirs, and said, "I don't have the means to find people in the academy, you help me find out where she is." A person next to him immediately took out a mirror and said, "Mentor, leave it to me, I'll help you see her situation." Lu Jing glanced at the mirror, handed over the elixir and the portrait, and asked, "What kind of mirror is this?" "It's something that tells you whether a person is dead or alive." The second-tier professional took the elixir and the portrait, and directly pasted the portrait on the mirror. The portrait slowly merged into the mirror, and Lu Jing looked over with some anticipation. After a while, the portrait completely merged into the mirror, and the word "dead" condensed in the mirror. Everyone exclaimed, "She's dead. She didn't lie to me." Lu Jing was first happy, and then 2 lines of tears flowed down her face. Everyone looked at Lu Jing's appearance, looked at each other, and didn't say much. After a while, Lu Jing wiped away her tears and asked with a somewhat ferocious expression, "Can you help me find out who did it?" Everyone looked embarrassed and shook their heads. The second-tier professional next to him put away the mirror in his hand, and after thinking for a while, said excitedly, "There is no body, it is impossible to find the murderer, but I think we should fulfill her last wish and eliminate the Azure Sky Group." The others looked at each other and shouted excitedly, "That's right, we must eliminate the Azure Sky Group and fulfill her last wish. Mentor, please support us with some second-tier materials, we will definitely do our best." Mentor, Lu Jing felt a little regretful for involving her most beloved student in this matter. If she hadn't looked for her, she wouldn't have come back and died inexplicably. It's all the Azure Sky Group's fault. I just cheated you out of some money, why do you have to be enemies with me? I imparted knowledge to you, you should be grateful, why are you joining forces to deal with me? And these surrounding groups, if you obediently helped me deal with the Azure Sky Group, it wouldn't have developed into what it is now. Lu Jing's eyes turned red, and she said in a cold and sharp voice, "Through my efforts, the Academy is evaluating the impact of the Tiger Man plane on the Academy, but many people don't think it's necessary to take the risk. I now need you to use your connections to contact other academies and snatch the Butcher Knife Academy's enrollment quotas. Let the Butcher Knife Academy explore the Tiger Man plane under tremendous pressure." Everyone's faces changed slightly when they heard this. If the Butcher Knife Academy knew about this, everyone would be in trouble. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lu Jing's face was gloomy, and she threatened, "It is rumored outside that the poison doctor who killed the members of the Fierce Tiger Group was just passing by. Now that your people are not dead, the poison doctor should have left. If I contact the Fierce Tiger Group, they will get the news and will definitely come back. Guess how the Fierce Tiger Group will deal with you." Learns information. The crowd remained calm and unfazed by Lu Jing's threat. A second-tier professional calmly stated, "Instructor, the poison doctor doesn't kill people, but that doesn't mean he's left. The Fierce Tiger Gang won't risk returning. Moreover, the Fierce Tiger Gang's main concern is the Azure Sky Gang, not insignificant people like us, so you don't need to scare us with them." Lu Jing's anger intensified as she observed their expressions, her face growing increasingly unpleasant. Subsequently, Lu Jing retrieved a recording jade stone, scolding, "Stop pretending. The competition between academies is fierce, with all sorts of ruthless tactics used for recruitment. I had you contact other academies because I knew you had betrayed the interests of the Butcher Academy. This jade stone contains records of your betrayal." The crowd glanced at the recording jade stone, showing slight nervousness before quickly regaining composure, and said in unison, "Instructor, we were all nurtured by the Butcher Academy and would never betray its interests. Instructor, why are you falsely accusing us? We're not afraid of being wrongly accused, shut up. Lu Jing roared, silencing everyone. Her eyes filled with fury, Lu Jing smashed the jade stone on the ground, saying almost maniacally, the most frequent thing you've done is interfere with space transmissions, diverting babies intended for the life witch to other academies. My poor, deceased student was responsible for guarding these things. She came to give me this a few days ago. Take a look. Someone immediately picked up the recording jade stone and injected energy, instantly revealing images of contracts signed by the crowd with other academies. Crack! The second-tier professional crushed the jade stone with a forceful grip, and the contract images vanished. The others lost their earlier composure, becoming tense and extremely pale. None of those present had undertaken overly dangerous missions or received many resources. Their ability to break through to the second tier within a few decades was due to betraying the Butcher Academy's interests. They thought they had hidden it well, but it was exposed after all. Seeing their reaction, Lu Jing took a deep breath, calmed herself, and sneered, I threatened you with the fierce tiger gang to save you some face, but you didn't appreciate it. So, let's just tear off the pretense and expose your dirty deeds. Anyway, my student is dead, and other academies can't pursue her for leaking the contracts. Today, you have no choice but to help me. The crowd remained silent with grim faces. After a moment, a second-tier professional asked with a dark expression, Instructor, your most beloved student probably came to give you the contract specifically to threaten us, right? As for giving her resources to deal with the Azure Sky Gang, that's just something you made up. A flicker of pain crossed Lu Jing's face as she shook her head and said, No, I only concealed the contract from you. The other things are true. If others could really assassinate members of the Azure Sky Gang, I wouldn't be threatening you like this. Upon hearing this, the crowd sneered inwardly. Good riddance, should have died before delivering the contract. The crowd glanced at the somewhat deranged Lu Jing, refraining from provoking her further, and said, I'm willing to help. Me too. Me too. Lu Jing regained her composure and retrieved a pile of storage rings, saying, Here are some first-tier resources, all given to me as tribute. I'll give them to you now, to nurture more second-tier professionals. After saying this, Lu Jing left the room, dejected. As soon as Lu Jing left, the crowd immediately took out the items from the storage rings and placed them on the ground. Staring at the piles of first-tier resources, they were momentarily stunned. Never before in their cultivation had they seen so many resources at once. At that moment, a second-tier professional casually said, I wonder how many second-tier resources the instructor gave that woman. Were there this many? Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze toward the first-tier materials lost some of its joy and gained a hint of annoyance. Fang Che, wearing a cloak and mask, arrived at the Cursed Master's mission hall and saw Ling Jie waiting at the entrance. Fang Che asked Ling Jie, Is the leader looking for me to accept a mission? Fang Che had been cultivating at home when he suddenly received a message from Ling Jie, saying to gather at the Cursed Master's mission hall, so he rushed over. Ling Jie glanced at the heavily wrapped Fang Che and, upon getting closer, sensed a faint threat. Feeling this familiar threat, Ling Jie then said, There's no mission, there's an important matter to discuss within the group. I was worried you'd be assassinated again on your way back, so I came here to meet you and bring you back together. Fang Che nodded and said, Thank you, leader. Fang Che didn't ask what the group was planning to discuss, knowing everything would be clear upon reaching the Azure Sky Gang's base. Subsequently, the two returned to the Azure Sky Gang's base side by side, encountering no assassinations along the way. Entering the base, Fang Che followed Ling Jie to the room where he had previously met the 10 Cursed Masters. However, instead of Cursed Masters, the room was filled with all the second-tier professionals of the Azure Sky Gang. Ling Jie closed the door and waved her hand, saying, Everyone, please sit down. After everyone was seated, Ling Jie said with a serious expression, I previously bribed several instructors from the Butcher Academy. The students these instructors nurture will awaken their professions next year. Originally, I wanted to use these instructors to invite the awakened professionals to the Azure Sky Gang, but I learned something very detrimental to the Azure Sky Gang. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd became serious. Fang Che looked around, unsure of what others were thinking, but he maintained a serious facade while secretly planning to leave the Azure Sky Gang if trouble arose. Of course, before leaving, Feng Che would provide some resources to support the Azure Sky Gang, as a thank you for their past assistance. At this moment, Yi Ling curiously asked, "Leader, what happened?" Ling Jie sighed and said, "Our instructor, Lu Jing, is known to everyone and isn't a good person." Lu Jing discovered that most of the members recruited by the Azure Sky Gang had been deceived by her, believing we were trying to oppose her. So, Lu Jing contacted the academy, wanting them to use contracts to send us to the Tiger Man plane to collect resources. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd worsened, and Yun Tian slammed the table in anger, cursing, "Damn Lu Jing! She's the one who offended most of the students. Even if we wanted to recruit those not offended by Lu Jing, we can't find them. I was originally considering not bothering with her out of respect for the knowledge Lu Jing imparted to me, but she's causing trouble for us instead. Damn it, when I break through to the 3rd tier, I'll never forgive that bastard Lu Jing." Che's request. Everyone else was furious at Lu Jing's actions, clamoring that she shouldn't be let off, but Feng Che remained calm. Ever since Feng Che was deceived into signing the loan contract by Lu Jing, he had no intention of letting her go, but Lu Jing's strength was too great, so Feng Che had been enduring until now. Before killing Lu Jing, no matter what she did, Feng Che would treat it as her futile struggle before death and wouldn't get angry because of it. The only thing Feng Che felt disappointed about was that if the Butchering Blade Academy issued a mission according to the contract, even if he left the Azure Sky Group, it would be meaningless. He had to stand with the Azure Sky Group to deal with the trouble. After Feng Che waited for everyone to calm down a bit, he said, "The Butchering Blade Academy won't issue missions that make us die in vain, otherwise, the will of the plane will forcibly end the contract. Therefore, we have a chance to survive." Hearing this, the tense emotions of the crowd eased slightly. Then, Yun Tian spoke, "Before the Butchering Blade Academy issues a mission, it will definitely evaluate the gains and losses of the mission. If the losses outweigh the gains, the Butchering Blade Academy will not issue the mission. I think the most important thing now is to get those bribed instructors to speak for us and try to cancel this mission as much as possible." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Ling Jie said with a worried expression, "Before gathering everyone, I already asked the instructors to help speak and try to cancel the mission as much as possible. However, those instructors are acquaintances of Lu Jing. If Lu Jing insists on dealing with us, those instructors may stand by and watch. I also tried to redeem the contract, but I failed. In short, we must now improve our strength as much as possible to face the upcoming battle." Everyone looked worried. Yun Tian said, "The Tigerman plane has Tier 3 professionals, but we can't break through to Tier 3 in a short time. We can only help Tier 1 professionals break through to Tier 2. Ling Jie nodded in agreement and took out a list, explaining, "We have recruited a dozen professionals who are about to break through to Tier 2 these days. Among them, the contracts of 7 professionals are in the Butchering Blade Academy, and they are likely to participate in the mission. I plan to do my best to help these 7 collect breakthrough resources." Yun Tian glanced at the contents of the list, rubbed his eyebrows with some worry, and sighed, "There are many resources for breaking through to Tier 2 in the group warehouse, but none for these 7 people. This is too unlucky." Ling Jie had already checked the warehouse situation and knew that what Yun Tian said was true. Ling Jie glanced over the crowd and finally fixed her gaze on Feng Che, saying with some anticipation, "If anyone has these resources, I can give you an IOU." Everyone shook their heads and sighed as they looked at the list, but when Feng Che looked at the list, he found that he could provide all the resources. The resources came from that Tier 2 female curse master who was eliminated. However, Feng Che had already lent the Azure Sky Group many things before, and they hadn't been repaid yet. If the Azure Sky Group continued to borrow bit by bit in the future, Feng Che was afraid that he would have to fill all his assets into the Azure Sky Group's hole. Although the resources came easily, he couldn't fill the hole. At this time, everyone saw Feng Che's hesitation, and Yi Ling whispered, "Brother Feng Che, can you help us?" Feng Che glanced at everyone, met their expectant gazes, and after pondering for a few seconds, said, "I can provide all the resources, and I'll give them to you for free, but I have one condition." Ling Jie asked excitedly, "What condition?" Feng Che said, "After getting through this difficulty, everyone in the Azure Sky Group must serve me and help me be the first to break through to Tier 3. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions froze, and their faces didn't look good. If they fully helped Feng Che break through to Tier 3, the price would be that all members of the Azure Sky Group wouldn't make any progress for a period of time in the future, and everyone would be equivalent to becoming Feng Che's slaves. In that case, outsiders wouldn't dare to join the Azure Sky Group, and internal members would try to find ways to leave the Azure Sky Group. The future potential of the Azure Sky Group would be overdrawn by Feng Che. Everyone was angry at Feng Che's request, and the most angry was Yun Tian. Yun Tian awakened the manager profession. Only under Yun Tian's management could the Azure Sky Group grow and develop, and Yun Tian would get the most benefits. If the Azure Sky Group agreed to Feng Che's request, then the Azure Sky Group wouldn't make any progress, and Yun Tian wouldn't make any progress either. Yun Tian glared at Feng Che, took a few deep breaths, and barely adjusted his emotions, persuading, "Brother Feng Che, if the Butchering Blade Academy uses the contract to issue a mission, you can't avoid it. We won't let you pay in vain, but you can't make such an excessive request either." Feng Che said calmly, "I have a lot of resources. I can now help the Azure Sky Group cultivate 21 Tier 2 professionals. If someone breaks through to Tier 2 in the future, I can also try my best to help him find advancement resources. As long as you agree to my request, everything is negotiable." Everyone was silent, thinking silently. The biggest help for Feng Che to break through to Tier 3 was Tier 2 professionals. The increase in Tier 2 professionals would still benefit Feng Che. However, Feng Che providing 21 Tier 2 breakthrough spots at once was too attractive. Everyone was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Ling Jie, waiting for Ling Jie to decide. Ling Jie thought for a moment and said, "After you break through to Tier 3, you will have to face the fair competition of the Fierce Tiger Group. The leader of the Fierce Tiger Group, Chen Xuan, is powerful in combat. Are you his opponent?" Feng Che nodded lightly, without saying specific information. Ling Jie's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, she said, "We will sign a contract. After you break through to Tier 3, you must eliminate Chen Xuan, otherwise, you will have to stay in the Azure Sky Group and be the vice leader of the Azure Sky Group, dedicating everything to the development of the Azure Sky Group." Feng Che possessed the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, and he was full of confidence in eliminating Chen Xuan, but he still pretended to be silent for a moment and frowned. "If Chen Xuan hasn't broken through to Tier 4 by then, I can do my best to eliminate Chen Xuan." Ling Jie took a deep breath and nodded, "Okay, I'll trust you this once." Yun Tian opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back into his stomach, without saying much. 21 Tier 2 breakthrough spots were still very valuable in Yun Tian's eyes. Ling Jie looked around and, seeing no one objected, said, "Give me a day. I need to persuade the professionals who are about to break through to Tier 2. After they agree, I will sign a contract with you in the name of the Azure Sky Group. Now I need to understand the breakthrough materials you have." Feng Che shook his head, "The things are not on me. I'll write you a list." Then, Feng Che picked up a pen and paper and wrote down the breakthrough materials that the Tier 2 female curse master possessed. In fact, these things were in Feng Che's storage ring, but Feng Che was worried that Ling Jie and the others would be jealous after taking them out. If they attacked Feng Che for these things, it would be troublesome. Contract with the Blue Sky Group. Feng Che wrote down the list of materials and handed it to Ling Jie. After carefully reviewing it, Ling Jie said excitedly, "There are many promotion resources in the warehouse. Adding these, we can promote more than 30 people to the 2nd rank." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed a hint of a smile. Having 30 more 2nd rank professionals can solve most of the problems, and in the future, it can also help Feng Che break through to the 3rd rank faster. This is good news. Ling Jie handed the list to Yun Tian and ordered, based on this information and the materials stored in the warehouse, compile a list of professionals who can break through, and then recruit new members according to the list of professionals. Remember, try to recruit people who have contracts with the Butcher Knife Academy. When recruiting members, don't let them know too much, and don't give them too many promises. I will explain everything. Speaking of this, Ling Jie suddenly thought of something, turned her head to look at Feng Che, and said, "I forgot to say just now that if the Butcher Knife Academy doesn't allow us to carry out the mission, then the requirement to help you break through to the 3rd rank will be void. This needs to be written in the contract." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this, and then they all looked at Feng Che. And Fang Che knew very well that if there were no emergency situations, the Blue Sky Group would not agree to his harsh conditions. Therefore, Fang Che nodded calmly and agreed, no problem, but let's make it clear first that if the Butcher Knife Academy does not allow us to carry out dangerous missions, the members of the Blue Sky Group cannot use the materials I provide to break through to the second rank. Ling Jie smiled slightly and said, we need to hide our strength as much as possible now to lower the Butcher Knife Academy's evaluation standards. I will only ask everyone to break through to the second rank after the mission is issued, so that the chances of survival will be greater. You can give me the resources after the mission is issued. Fang Che nodded and said, okay. Ling Jie got up and said, Fang Che, I'm going to negotiate with others. To avoid you being assassinated, stay in the station today. Fang Che nodded again and said, okay, I'll wait for your news in this room. That's good. Ling Jie looked at the others and said, everyone, help Yan Tian recruit professionals. Let's all take action. After that, Ling Jie left first, and the others also walked out of the room. Only Fang Che was left in the room. Fang Che closed the door, took the pill, and practiced quietly. In the station, Ling Jie went to find professionals who were about to break through to the second rank to discuss contract issues with them. The other second-rank professionals were learning about the list of professionals who were about to break through to the second rank from Yan Tian, and arranged for their subordinates to invite the people on the list. And they did not leave, but stayed in the station to prevent being assassinated. At the same time, the second-rank professionals from other groups also quietly went to the areas under the jurisdiction of other academies to persuade other academies to put pressure on the Butcher Knife Academy. Lu Jing was also looking for familiar mentors, trying to facilitate what she wanted. All parties were working hard to achieve their goals, only Fang Che was practicing quietly. Time flies, and soon it was the next day. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Fang Che stopped practicing and opened the door. Fang Che stepped aside, invited Ling Jie, who had a serious expression, in, and asked, did those professionals who are about to break through to the second rank agree to my request? Ling Jie nodded lightly and replied with a serious face, everyone doesn't believe that the Butcher Knife Academy will arrange for members of the Blue Sky Group to enter the Tigerman plane to perform missions, so, I made a bet with them. If the Butcher Knife Academy arranges a mission for the Blue Sky Group, they will be willing to perform the mission of the Butcher Knife Academy and do their best to help you break through to the third rank. If the Butcher Knife Academy does not arrange a mission, the Blue Sky Group will give priority to supporting them in breaking through to the second rank. They think they will win, and they all sign the contract. Upon hearing this, a bright smile appeared on Fang Che's face. It was a good thing for Fang Che that everyone signed the contract. The more people who sign the contract, the faster Fang Che will break through to the third rank in the future. If the Butcher Knife Academy does not issue a mission to the Blue Sky Group, it does not matter. Anyway, if you lose the bet, Ling Jie will provide resources, which will not affect Fang Che. Ling Jie on the side looked serious and continued to tell with some anxiety, now is a good opportunity to expand. I used the gambling agreement to recruit many professionals who want to take advantage of it. Now the number of people who have signed the contract has reached 64, and the materials you have prepared are not enough. I suggest that you collect as many resources as possible before the Butcher Knife Academy releases the mission. We will definitely recruit more people to join the Blue Sky Group next. Upon hearing this, Fang Che glanced at Ling Jie in surprise and reminded, if the Butcher Knife Academy releases a mission to the Blue Sky Group, I have the confidence to collect enough advanced materials to help these people break through to the second rank. However, if the Butcher Knife Academy does not release a mission, the people you recruit will become a burden. They will not help others collect materials. At that time, you can only issue tasks to weaker professionals. If they think the tasks are too many and too tiring, they may leave the Blue Sky Group. Your bet is a bit big. Ling Jie rubbed her eyebrows and comforted herself, if the Butcher Knife Academy releases a mission, you will become the master of the Blue Sky Group. The Blue Sky Group will not develop for a period of time in the future, and may even decline. I must seize this last opportunity for development and bind them to the Blue Sky Group. If the Butcher Knife Academy does not release a mission, these people who are about to break through may not become a burden. As long as we get through it, the future is still bright. I'm just afraid you won't make it through. Fang Che thought to himself, but did not continue to persuade Ling Jie. This situation is beneficial to him. Fang Che stopped struggling with this issue and asked, "Is the contract ready?" Ling Jia immediately took out a contract from the storage ring and handed it to Fang Che. Fang Che took the contract, checked it carefully, and after confirming that there was no information unfavorable to him, he said, "There is no problem with the contract, but you have to add a piece of information. After the contract is signed, all members of the Blue Sky Group cannot harm me, nor can they hire others to harm me. If I am harmed by others, you must do your best to protect me." Fang Che's request was too harsh for others. Fang Che was worried that others would exploit loopholes in the contract to harm him, so he needed to add a piece of information. Ling Jie glanced at Fang Che, who was timid and afraid of death, shook her head helplessly, took the contract, added Fang Che's request, and then asked, "Do you have any other requirements?" "No more." Fang Che shook his head, condensed the curse energy, and injected it into the contract. Ling Jia also took out the Blue Sky Group badge, representing the entire Blue Sky Group signing the contract. After the contract was completed, Fang Che said, "If the Butcher Knife Academy releases a mission, it will give us time to prepare. I will go out to collect resources now. Notify me after the mission is released. Now, please take me to the Cursed Master Mission Hall." Ling Jia nodded, and suddenly thought of the 10 cursed masters who refined the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, and said, "I hope you can give priority to collecting the advanced resources of the Cursed Master. Let's go, I will take you to the Cursed Master Mission Hall." Academy area. Under Ling Jia's guidance, Fang Che quickly arrived outside the Hall of Cursed Tasks. Ling Jia stopped and said, "You should collect the advancement materials for Cursed first. After a while, I will compile a list of the advancement materials needed by others and tell you through the communication token. Farewell." Fang Che nodded, "Take care." After saying goodbye, Fang Che entered the task hall and left the cultivation room. Subsequently, Fang Che left the area of the Butcher Academy and headed to the areas belonging to other academies. The current Butcher Academy is too weak, and there are not many tasks to receive. If he wants to quickly collect advancement resources, he can only go to the areas under the jurisdiction of other academies to accept tasks. Fang Che walked to a deserted place, then took out 2 jade stones that could accelerate from the storage ring of the second-tier female cursed, put them in his shoes, and injected cursed energy. The next second, Fang Che felt his body become much lighter, and his running speed instantly increased dozens of times. After running wildly for 3 hours, Fang Che saw the most powerful academy nearby, the Fire Opera Academy. The founder of the Fire Opera Academy was a fire opera master, and it was founded later than the Butcher Academy. Since the decline of the Butcher Academy, the Fire Opera Academy has slowly developed, and its current strength has surpassed the Butcher Academy. After wandering around the area under the jurisdiction of the Fire Opera Academy, Fang Che discovered 20 or 30 second-tier professionals, and even 4 third-tier professionals. If it were in the area under the jurisdiction of the Butcher Academy, so many experts could only be seen in the academy, not on the streets. And where experts gather, there must be massive tasks. With anticipation, Fang Che walked into the Hall of Cursed Tasks. The Hall of Cursed Tasks here was very spacious, and the space was equivalent to 5 Hall of Cursed Tasks in the Butcher Academy area. The task tokens on the wall were tightly attached together, without any space. Whenever someone received a task, a new task token would emerge from the wall and occupy the empty corner. Fang Che walked to the second-tier cursed task area, glanced at it, and found that many tasks rewarded cursed advancement materials. However, Fang Che found that there were not many assassination tasks here, and most of the tasks were group actions. Fang Che couldn't figure out why, so he randomly accepted an assassination task and prepared to register with the administrator. At this moment, a group of second-tier cursed suddenly stopped Fang Che. The leader, a handsome and suave cursed, cupped his fist slightly and said expressionlessly, "This friend, the task you accepted is currently under negotiation for reconciliation and will be withdrawn in a few days. Can you give me some face and choose a new task?" Fang Che was slightly stunned, and did not expect that there was a reconciliation negotiation for this assassination task. No wonder there are so few assassination tasks here. Fang Che looked at the cursed in front of him, did not want to cause trouble, and handed the task token in his hand to the handsome and suave cursed. The handsome and suave cursed took the token and cupped his fist. "Thank you, brother." If you want to accept assassination tasks, you can look at the fourth row. The assassination targets in the fourth row cannot afford reconciliation fees, so it is no problem to kill them. Fang Che nodded silently, turned around to check the information in the fourth row, and received a new assassination task. This time, the target was a second-tier poison master. This time, no one stopped Fang Che from receiving the task. Fang Che was not in a hurry to register the task, but wandered around the task hall and found the various rules stored in the corner. After checking all the rules, Fang Che learned that the Fire Opera Academy did not want to see internal fighting, so it formulated a special rule. If the conflict between two people is so great that it is irreconcilable, they need to issue assassination tasks in both the Assassin Task Hall and the Curse Task Hall at the same time. If the conflict is not big, you can issue an assassination task separately in the Curse Task Hall. At that time, the Fire Opera Academy will send people to mediate the conflict. The assassination task that Fang Che accepted just now was a reconcilable conflict. Fang Che suddenly realized, turned around and came to an administrator nearby, and waited in line. After the person in front of him registered the task, Fang Che handed the task token and some coins to the administrator and said, "Please register for me and give me a cultivation room." The administrator took the task token, put away the coins, registered, and handed Fang Che a notebook and a cultivation room token. Fang Che followed the local rules, stuck the cultivation room token on the ground, and a crack instantly opened on the ground, sucking Fang Che into the cultivation room. Fang Che made sure that no special mark was left on his body, then pushed the door open and left the cultivation room. The next second, Fang Che appeared in a deserted forest. The area under the jurisdiction of the Fire Opera Academy was more than 500 meters away from Fang Che. Before, Fang Che had been teleported to a deserted alley when accepting tasks. But here, he was teleported to a forest. It must be that there was no deserted alley in the city, which shows the prosperity of this place. Fang Che changed into a cloak and mask, and ran towards the city. He saw many secretive professionals along the way. Entering the city, Fang Che found a hotel to stay in, closed the doors and windows, and took out a detection gem to make sure no one was watching. Then he took out the 7 Arrows book with nail heads and began to assassinate the target. After completing a countdown, Fang Che tore up the white paper with the target's name on it. The next second, the leftmost black bamboo slip of the 7 Arrows book with nail heads suddenly turned green and exuded the aura of a poison master profession. This is because the improved 7 Arrows book with nail heads stole the professional energy of the dead target. Next, Fang Che can use this professional energy to kill. Fang Che was slightly excited for a moment, took out the target's portrait, pasted it on the corpse-seeking compass, and the compass instantly displayed the body's location. And this location is in the central area of the compass, which means that the target's body is near the hotel where Fang Che lives. This is really fate. Fang Che was slightly surprised, then walked out of the room, knocked on the door on the left, and quickly returned to the room. After a while, Fang Che heard the door on the left open, followed by a burst of cursing, and the room was heavily closed. It seems not on the left. After that, Fang Che went out and took turns knocking on other doors. After a period of testing, Fang Che finally found a room upstairs with no response. Fang Che pried open the door and walked in, and found the target's body. Fang Che smiled slightly, collected the body, searched all the resources, then cleaned up the traces he left behind, and quickly left the room. After that, Fang Che ran to the Curse Task Hall, submitted the task, received the reward, and received a new task. Then, Fang Che came to a deserted forest through the cultivation room. Walking out of the forest, not long after, Fang Che suddenly found a familiar figure. Through this person's profile, Fang Che recognized that he was the leader of a group in the Butcher Academy area, and was wanted for assassination by the Blue Sky Group. What is he doing here? 7 stars. Fang Che stared at the opposing guild leader's figure, and after a moment of thought, quickly took out the paper and the 7 Arrows book with nailheads, wrote the opposing guild leader's name on the paper, and kowtowed. After kowtowing, the words on the 7 Arrows book with nailheads condensed into 7 long nails. These 7 long nails stuck close to the leftmost bamboo strip, which was dyed green, and were instantly dyed green, emitting the aura of a poison master. And that bamboo strip, which was dyed green, returned to its original appearance. Immediately afterwards, the 7 long nails pierced into the white paper. Fang Che took the white paper and left the forest, looking at the opposing guild leader's figure, and tore up the paper. The opposing guild leader, who was walking, suddenly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his skin turning gray, and in the next second, he lost his life. Immediately afterwards, the leftmost bamboo strip of the 7 Arrows book with nailheads turned purple and emitted the aura of a thunder mage. Fang Che quickly walked to the corpse, and after careful observation, discovered that the poison master aura on this corpse was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, this poison master aura was still spreading outwards, poisoning the surrounding weeds. Anyone who saw this corpse would think that this person was killed by a poison master, and would definitely not suspect Fang Che. Fang Che was excited for a few seconds, then took out the poison-avoiding gem, looted all the treasures from the corpse, and put away the corpse, returning to the inn. In the following days, Fang Che, in addition to receiving assassination targets, went out to find target corpses, without a moment's rest. And Fang Che also quickly accumulated a large amount of resources in the continuous missions. Unfortunately, more than 80% of the assassination target corpses were discovered by others, making it impossible to collect resources. One day, after Fang Che completed an assassination mission, he came to the Curse Master mission hall, lined up to hand in the mission, and received the mission reward. Just as he was about to accept a new mission, a group of people suddenly blocked Fang Che. And these people were the ones who had previously prevented Fang Che from accepting the assassination mission. The handsome Curse Master at the head stared at the eyes behind Fang Che's mask, with a fake smile on his face, and cupped his hands, saying, "This friend, I am from the 7 Stars Guild, the only group in this area, and I would very much like to get to know the assassin organization behind you. Please help us, and we are willing to pay a meeting fee." When Fang Che heard these words, he understood that the 7 Arrows book with nailheads disguised assassination methods had caused a misunderstanding. Fang Che shook his head and replied in a disguised voice, "We don't need anyone." Fang Che didn't plan to clarify the misunderstanding. Being regarded as an assassin organization was a good thing, because no one would casually provoke a mysterious assassin organization. Before others had investigated all the assassin information, Fang Che was very safe. The handsome Curse Master was slightly disappointed when Fang Che rejected his request, and then said, "It doesn't matter if you don't meet. I'm here just to find out if you have any purpose in coming here. Of course, I'm not trying to inquire about your secrets, I just want to see if you need any help. Our 7 Stars Guild loves to help others the most." Fang Che understood that the 7 Stars Guild was afraid of being targeted by an assassin organization. Moreover, Fang Che believed that these people must have investigated the assassin's situation before they came, but they must not have found any traces of the assassin. If the 7 Stars Guild had the ability to discover the assassin's traces, they wouldn't be so proactive in offering help. The 7 Stars Guild is, after all, the only local group, and they still have to save face. Fang Che said calmly, "Don't worry, everyone, there are no targets of ours here. We are just passing by and will not provoke your group." The handsome man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard these words, and the smile on his face became much more friendly, not as fake as before. The handsome man took out a storage ring and smiled, saying, "Since you have come from afar, we, as the only local group, feel very sorry that we cannot entertain you. Before I came, I specially selected some gifts for you, please accept them with a smile." Fang Che was worried that special methods would be left in the storage ring, so he did not accept it, and shook his head, saying, "We don't accept unearned rewards. We only earn assassination rewards. If your group has enemies, you can issue assassination missions. We need various materials to advance to Tier 2. The handsome man heard this, thought for a moment, and tentatively asked, "Is it possible to carry out Tier 4 assassination missions?" Fang Che didn't want to reveal his true strength, and blurted out a lie, "The leader is not here, our team only accepts Tier 2 assassination missions." The handsome man nodded and said, "No problem, our 7 Stars Guild has many enemies. We will count them tomorrow and issue missions." Fang Che nodded lightly and said, "Then I'll take my leave." Afterwards, Fang Che walked towards the wall, looking for new missions. The 7 Stars Guild and his group watched Fang Che leave, and a man whispered to the handsome man, "Captain, do you think the leader he mentioned exists? Is he bluffing us?" The handsome man put away the smile on his face and said, "I'm not sure if the leader he mentioned exists, but one thing is certain, we can't find these Tier 2 assassins, and these Tier 2 assassins have the ability to threaten us. Since that's the case, there's no need to provoke him. Report to the guild leader as soon as possible and prepare some missions. This is also beneficial to us. The man next to him said, many of our enemies are far away from here. Do they have the ability to find people? The handsome man smiled slightly and said, didn't he say that the ones passing by are just a small team? If their organization is strong enough, they must have organizations in other places. Let's use the distant enemies to test them and see how big their organization really is. Everyone around him said, good idea. Captain is wise. On the other side, Fang Che walked to the wall and found that there were only the last 2 assassination missions left. Fortunately, the people from the 7 Stars Guild came in time. For the next period of time, there should be no shortage of assassination missions, so Fang Che doesn't have to go to other academies to find missions. Of course, if the 7 Stars Guild targets Fang Che and leaves various tracking methods on Fang Che, then Fang Che must leave as soon as possible to avoid trouble. Fang Che accepted a mission with a relatively large reward, completed the registration at the administrator's office, and entered the training room. Fang Che lowered his head and stared at his body, and did not find any smoke formed after any tracking methods were destroyed. This completely relaxed Fang Che. It seems that the 7 Stars Guild is not targeting him, and he doesn't have to leave here for the time being, and can continue to cooperate with the 7 Stars Guild. With the 7 Stars Guild's ability, they should be able to provide a lot of resources. Fang Che happily put on a new cloak and left this place, returned to the inn, and began the assassination. After the assassination was completed, Fang Che used the corpse-seeking compass to observe the corpse's location, but found that the corpse was in a moving state. Fang Che instantly gave up looking for the corpse, lay on the bed, and emptied his brain. These days of non-stop assassinations are really a bit tiring and need to rest. Coordinates the next morning, Fang Che had just woken up when he felt the communication token heating up. After injecting a bit of curse energy, Lingjia's slightly anxious voice came from the communication token. We've compiled information from all sources and listed the missing materials. Write them down. Fang Che quickly took out paper and pen to record the information. After writing down all the information, Fang Che realized that his assassination actions in the past few days had only gathered a small portion of the materials. However, Fang Che was not disappointed. The mission reward was right there. It wasn't something Fang Che could change. Fang Che could only try his best to assassinate, and beyond that, it depended on luck. Afterward, Fang Che put away the note, put on his cloak and mask, and went to the Cursed Master Mission Hall to submit the mission and check the new mission information. Fang Che quickly saw a dozen new assassination missions, each with rewards exceeding those of the missions Fang Che had previously accepted, and the rewards were also various advanced materials. However, the mission token clearly indicated that the last known location of the assassination targets was quite far from the local area. Fang Che didn't care about the distance. As long as he knew the target's appearance and name, the target couldn't escape. Fang Che casually accepted a mission, registered to receive the target information, and returned to the hotel. He wrote the name on a piece of white paper and began to kowtow. After one kowtow, 7 long nails pierced the white paper, but Fang Che didn't rush to tear the paper. He simply took a pill and cultivated. The target was too far away from here, even sending a message would take some time. If he completed the mission too quickly, it would be suspicious. After cultivating for several hours, he tore up the white paper and then excitedly pasted the target's portrait on the corpse-seeking compass. The corpse-seeking compass flashed for a while, but it didn't display the corpse's location. This meant that the target was already dead, but the target's location was beyond the range of the corpse-seeking compass. It seemed that the mission target had not approached this area. Fang Che was slightly disappointed, then went to the mission hall to submit the mission and accept a new one. In the following time, Fang Che would complete a mission every hour or two. A day later, Fang Che arrived at the Cursed Master Mission Hall. Just as he submitted the mission and received the reward, a member of the 7 Stars group walked over from not far away. The handsome man glanced at Fang Che with some apprehension, cupped his hands, and smiled. Your organization is the most efficient assassin organization the 7 Stars group has ever seen. We would like to cooperate with you more deeply. Fang Che didn't have any organization, so he could only continue to make up lies. Assassin organizations are hated by everyone. Countless righteous people want to eliminate assassin organizations. Our organization has survived until now because our members are scattered all over the place and never cooperate deeply with others. The handsome man was slightly disappointed, then said, "If we can't cooperate deeply, could you please ask your organization to do a favor in private?" Fang Che didn't dare to accept missions privately, as the risk of exposure was too great, so he continued to make up lies. "With my level in the organization, I can only accept missions issued by the mission hall. I can't accept missions privately. I'm sorry, I can't help you." The handsome man hurriedly said, "My mission is very simple, it's just to find a Tier 2 professional. Can you help me?" Upon learning that the man wanted to find someone, Fang Che refused without hesitation. "I'm sorry, we're not good at finding people, we're only good at killing people." The handsome man shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't joke, we issue assassination missions because we can't find these enemies, but your organization easily finds people and kills them. Such an ability to find people is almost unmatched." Fang Che knew his own limitations. He could kill people entirely because of the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and didn't know how to find people at all. If he could find people, Fang Che would have already brought back the corpses of the deceased targets. Fang Che didn't want to say too much about finding people. Saying too much about things he wasn't good at would easily reveal his secrets. Therefore, Fang Che directly changed the subject. "We are an assassin organization, only responsible for killing people, not for finding people. If the target you want to find is your enemy, you can directly issue an assassination mission, and I guarantee he won't survive." The handsome man frowned and remained silent for a moment, then gently waved his hand, and the other 7 Stars group members quickly left. The handsome man then said, "The 7 Stars group has had an important item stolen. This time, we are seeking help from your organization to find the thief and retrieve the item." Hearing this, Fang Che finally understood why the 7 Stars group was unwilling to issue an assassination mission and was so persistent in finding someone. According to the common agreement, after an assassin kills a target, all of the target's items belong to the assassin and do not need to be handed over to others. If you issue a mission to find someone, you must ensure that the target is alive and not worry about the items being lost. However, Fang Che soon realized a problem. Fang Che asked thoughtfully, "Now that you've told me the specific situation, aren't you afraid that I'll agree on the surface but secretly embezzle the treasure? Is that important item about to expire?" The handsome man sighed and nodded. "That's right, that item is indeed about to expire, otherwise I wouldn't have told you." Fang Che asked curiously, "What is it?" The handsome man replied, "The coordinates of a plane." Fang Che's eyes widened instantly. Plane coordinates can find a plane and discover massive resources. If a group occupies a plane exclusively, even the smallest plane, it can help the group cultivate 5 Tier 6 professionals through extreme exploitation. After a slight shock, Fang Che asked with a puzzled expression, "The Emperor planes will love to enslave and devour other planes. With your strength, how could you possibly protect the plane coordinates?" The handsome man replied, "That was the reward the planes will give us after completing a difficult group mission." Fang Che nodded in understanding. The energies of different planes are different, and some planes contain energies that the Emperor planes will dislikes. Before these energies dissipate, the plane will be issued to professionals as a reward to improve their strength. At the same time, it can also use the power of professionals to consume these energies that the Emperor planes will dislikes. In order to develop the plane to the greatest extent, the Emperor planes will set a deadline. After this deadline, it will take back the plane or devour the undeveloped areas. Then, Fang Che thought of another question. Fang Che asked curiously, "How could such an important thing be stolen by a Tier 2 professional?" The handsome man shook his head and corrected, he hadn't awakened his profession when he stole the plane coordinates. Fang Che was a little shocked. How is that possible? The Butcher Academy. The handsome man looked at Fang Che's shocked expression and said with a wry smile, "There's nothing impossible. This thief is the biological son of our Tuanzhang Regiment commander, and Tuanzhang Foreign Regiment commander's wife, raised by them, Hong Fei." Fang Che was even more shocked upon hearing this. The core profession of the Emperor Plane, Soul Master, awakens by killing their parents. The Tuanzhang Regiment commander of this 7 Stars Regiment actually dared to have children and keep them by his side. It's hard to say whether to praise him for his courage or mock him for his stupidity. The handsome man sighed and continued, when our Tuanzhang Regiment commander had children, he was a Tier 3 professional and didn't think his children could kill them, but unexpectedly, after having children, they actually had the idea of dying at the hands of their child. The Tuanyuan Regiment members tried their best to stop it, but only saved the Tuanzhang Regiment commander, but the Tuanzhang Furen Regiment commander's wife died at Hong Fei's hands. After the Tuanzhang Furen Regiment commander's wife died, the Tuanzhang Regiment commander couldn't bear to kill Hong Fei and just imprisoned him. Later, because the Tuanzhang Regiment commander was soft-hearted, Hong Fei escaped. Before he ran away, he stole the plane coordinates. 10 years ago, someone saw Hong Fei, and he had become a Tier 2 curse master. Curse master? Hearing this profession, Feng Che's eyes flickered, and various thoughts arose in his mind. Feng Che said, I'll take this mission, but you need to give me time to report to the leader. After I get the leader's exact information, you can tell me Hong Fei's information. The handsome man smiled brightly upon hearing this and said excitedly, Thank you. I'll wait here for your news in the next few days. You can come to me directly after you get the accurate news. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Our Tuanzhang Regiment commander loves Hong Fei too much and has given up the plane coordinates. Finding Hong Fei is just the idea of a few deputy Tuanzhang Regiment commanders. Feng Che assured, Don't worry, not many people will know about this. Before our leader agrees, I hope you can continue to issue assassination missions and add more mission rewards. No problem. The handsome man agreed without hesitation. Issuing more assassination missions wouldn't do the 7 Stars Regiment any harm. Then, the handsome man asked, I wonder what kind of materials you need to add to the mission rewards. Feng Che replied with a smile, I need various materials to strengthen curse props, as well as various materials related to curse masters. The handsome man nodded and replied, I will tell the deputy, Tuanzhang Regiment commanders, about your request as soon as possible. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Goodbye. Then, Feng Che stepped to the wall, accepted a mission, and turned to leave. In the following time, Feng Che continued to perform various assassination missions, and several days passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, in the conference room of the Butcher Knife Academy, many Daosher instructors/teachers gathered here. On the podium, the principal said, We previously discussed letting the Blue Sky Regiment go to the Tigerman Plain to perform a mission. Now there is no need to discuss it. I agree with this decision. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar, and everyone looked shocked. In the corner, Lu Jing lowered her head, concealing her excited gaze. Lu Jing had learned before coming that various groups had persuaded other academies to help, but she didn't know how much help they would provide. Now it seems that the help is quite significant. The Blue Sky Regiment is finished. At this time, a Daosher instructor/teacher in the front row said angrily, Principal, since you have a decision, why did you let us vote before? Are you trying to find people who oppose you? Others also said excitedly, Why did you have us vote? What do you want to do? Give us an explanation? We need an explanation, everyone be quiet. The principal shouted loudly, and after everyone quieted down, he replied with a worried face, I originally wanted to vote, but this morning, I received news that several surrounding academies jointly communicated with the will of the plane to sue us. Other academies believe that our Butcher Knife Academy cannot cultivate outstanding students, and the existence of the Butcher Knife Academy is wasting the resources of the Emperor Plane and wasting the potential of the students. Other academies want to close the Butcher Knife Academy and seize our resources. We can only issue tasks to save ourselves now. As soon as this was said, the anger in everyone's hearts became more intense, but this time the anger was no longer directed at the principal, but at other academies. In the conference room, various swear words soon sounded. Lu Jing's face was not very good when she heard the various swear words, but she didn't say anything and just endured it silently. The principal on the podium clapped his hands gently after everyone vented for a while and said, Now that things have come to this, scolding is useless. Everyone be quiet. Everyone slowly quieted down, and a Daosher instructor/teacher in the front row said, In this situation, it is useless to rely on the Blue Sky Regiment to help. I suggest using all the contracts of the Butcher Knife Academy and summoning all the students who have signed contracts back. With them, we can definitely overcome the difficulties. Absolutely not. Lu Jing suddenly stood up in the corner and firmly opposed this proposal. The reason is also very simple. If everyone is summoned back, the people from the Fierce Tiger Regiment will also come back. If the Fierce Tiger Regiment is destroyed in this mission, then Lu Jing will have no backing, and there will be no good end in the future. Of course, Lu Jing would not say her true thoughts, but just explained, the contract with the students is the foundation of the Academy's survival. If all the contracts are exhausted at once, other academies will definitely continue to give us problems. If we keep some contracts, other academies will not do too much, and the Butcher Knife Academy will have a chance to survive. Hearing Lu Jing's words, a trace of disdain flashed in everyone's eyes. Everyone knows the relationship between Lu Jing and the Blue Sky Regiment, and also knows the relationship between Lu Jing and the Fierce Tiger Regiment. Lu Jing said this just for her own sake. However, although Lu Jing is only thinking of herself, what she said is not unreasonable. Without a contract, it is not a good thing for the academy. The principal on the podium said, "I agree with what, Daosher instructor/teacher, Lu said. In this way, let's discuss it. After half an hour, we will vote to decide how many contracts to use to carry out the mission." The Daosher instructors/teachers in the conference room immediately discussed with the people next to them. In the corner, a Daosher instructor/teacher took out a communication token, injected energy, and said softly, "Ling Jie, the academy has decided to send people to the Tigerman plane to perform a mission. This time, it's not just your Blue Sky Regiment going, but also some other professionals will be arranged. Get ready." Ha 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 ha. At the Blue Sky Regiment, Judy Garrison/camp, Ling Jie received the news of the mission issued by the Butcher Knife Academy, and laughed loudly, her laughter full of joy and ease. Ling Jie knew that she had bet correctly. As long as this mission can be completed without loss, the Blue Sky Regiment can directly get more than 200 Tier 2 professionals. Of course, no losses are unlikely, but Ling Jie can take advantage of the last time to continue recruiting members. If enough members are recruited, there will definitely be more professionals who break through Tier 2. Butcher Academy area. Ling Jie took out the list of soon-to-be Tier 2 professionals and the communication token. She injected energy into it, and said with a smile, "Feng Che, I need you to gather more resources. Write these down." They are. After sending the information to Feng Che, Ling Jie left the room to find more professionals who were about to break through to Tier 1. At this time, in a hotel near the Blazing Fire Academy, Feng Che listened to the voice coming from the communication token, recording the materials Ling Jie needed. After recording all the materials, Feng Che muttered to himself with some excitement, "So many materials are enough for more than 100 people to advance," but Ling Jie's voice doesn't sound as anxious as before, but rather reveals excitement. It seems that the Butcher Knife Academy is indeed going to release a mission. This is great news. Feng Che quickly put on his mask and cloak and went to the Curse Task Hall with the task token. Feng Che looked around and quickly found the handsome and unrestrained Curse Master from the 7 Stars group in the corner. Feng Che stepped forward and whispered in a disguised voice, "I have told the leader about Hong Fei. The leader said that if the 7 Stars group can provide some high-quality life-saving props, the leader will consider handing the person over to you alive." The handsome man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded excitedly, "No problem, I will tell the vice captain and the others to provide some life-saving props. Do you have any other requests, sir?" Feng Che shook his head and turned to hand in the task. The handsome man hurriedly left the cursed task hall. When Feng Che waited in line to hand in the task and accepted the task again, he saw that some life-saving props had been added to these assassination tasks. Seeing this, Feng Che's eyes revealed a gleam of excitement. With these life-saving props, Feng Che can survive in the next mission. As long as he completes the task alive, the future will be a golden period for Feng Che's rapid development. After that, Feng Che casually received a task and happily took action. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. On this day, Ling Jie sent a message again, "The Butcher Knife Academy has arranged the mission. It will be launched in 5 days. I hope you will return the day before the action to help everyone break through to Tier 2. After listening to all the news, Fang Che put away the communication token and continued to carry out the assassination mission. In the following time, Fang Che did not deliberately delay time as before, but completed the task as quickly as possible. 3 days later, Fang Che entered the cursed task hall and came to the handsome man from the 7 Stars group. He lied very calmly. Our leader agreed to help you find Hong Fei. Give me Hong Fei's information. The handsome man was a little excited when he heard this, and took out a notebook and introduced, this records the most detailed information about Hong Fei. Please be sure to find him. We are willing to hand over the plane to your organization for development. We only hope that your organization can reserve a spot to help our 7 Stars group cultivate a Tier 6 professional as a reward. We can provide a Tier 6 hidden prop. Fang Che was a little surprised when he heard this. Hidden props are extremely valuable. If an assassin obtains them, they can avoid being spied on by others and ensure their own safety. And hidden props that reach Tier 6 are not only valuable, but also very rare. A spot to break through to Tier 6 is not worth mentioning in front of this prop. The 7 Stars group is really going all out. Fang Che took the notebook, quickly checked Hong Fei's information, and replied without raising his head, I will report the Tier 6 prop to the leader. Don't worry. The handsome man quickly took out a communication token and smiled, contact me if you need anything. Fang Che casually took the token and continued to manipulate the information on the notebook. After understanding all of Hong Fei's information, Fang Che returned the notebook to the handsome man and said, please be patient and wait. After we use the plane to cultivate enough Tier 6 professionals, we will tell you the incomplete plane information to ensure that you cultivate a Tier 6 professional. It's just that we don't want others to disturb us when we use the plane to improve our strength. I hope the 7 Stars group will not let others look for this plane. The handsome man cupped his hands and said, please rest assured, we will only give this task to your organization and will not tell others. That's good, goodbye. Fang Che smiled slightly and turned to leave. Afterwards, Fang Che waited in line to hand in the task and rented a token to enter the cultivation room. Then, Fang Che took out the communication token provided by the 7 Stars group and crushed it. Fang Che doesn't care about Tier 6 hidden props, Fang Che just wants to get the plane. As for the promise to the 7 Stars group, let it go to hell. With such huge benefits in front of him, Fang Che is willing to be a villain and will not share it with anyone. Fang Che threw the broken communication token on the ground. The cultivation room swallowed the broken token like garbage, leaving no trace. After that, Fang Che left this place and came to a deserted forest. After quickly changing his disguise, Fang Che put 2 speed-enhancing jade stones into his boots, injected curse energy, and quickly ran towards the Butcher Knife Academy area. 3 hours later, Fang Che returned to a forest in the Butcher Knife Academy area, took out the communication token, and sent a message to Lingjia, let's meet at the entrance of the cursed task hall. After sending the message, Fang Che quickly walked towards the cursed task hall. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the cursed task hall, Fang Che saw Lingjia with a smile on her face. Fang Che walked up to Lingjia and said, I'm back. Lingjia's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she held Fang Che's hands and said excitedly, now the Blue Sky Group has 377 professionals who are about to break through to Tier 2. They are all counting on you. Fang Che felt great pressure when he heard this, and at the same time he was a little excited. The pressure lies in the fact that Fang Che will have to work very hard to carry out assassination missions in the future to help them break through to Tier 2. The exciting thing is that if everyone breaks through to Tier 2, it can allow Fang Che to advance to Tier 3 faster. 377 Tier 2 professionals are a number that Fang Che dare not imagine. You must know that the Fierce Tiger Group has only cultivated 274 Tier 2 professionals in nearly 100 years of development, and more than in the most peak period of the Fierce Tiger Group, it only had 68 living Tier 2 professionals. After being excited for a while, Fang Che took a deep breath and whispered, what about the contracts of these people? Can you ensure that they will serve me? Lingjia nodded and said, don't worry, I have signed the strictest contracts with them. The cost of violating the contracts is too great, and they will serve you seriously. Fang Che nodded in relief and smiled, then let's go back as soon as possible. I brought a lot of materials this time. Lingjia said with some expectation, I hope you brought enough materials. Let's go back now. Methods. After Feng Che returned to the Blue Sky Squad's base under Ling Jie's protection, he found the atmosphere inside was deathly still. All the members looked numb and their eyes were dull. Ling Jie hurriedly led Feng Che into a room, closed the door tightly, and said, "I need to quickly cultivate a group of Tier 2 professionals to boost morale, so people don't despair. Now, take out the materials you prepared." Feng Che nodded and quickly took out various advancement materials, piling them on the table. Ling Jie looked at the pile of materials on the table, her eyes shining. After a brief moment of excitement, she glanced at Feng Che in surprise. Then, Ling Jie took out a communication token, injected energy into it, and ordered, "Yun Tian, bring the resources from the warehouse and have those who are about to break through to Tier 2 come over." After sending the message, Ling Jie looked at Feng Che and smiled, "With these materials, plus the materials you provided before, and those in the warehouse, cultivating 60 or 70 people won't be a problem. This mission shouldn't have any major issues." Feng Che curiously asked, "What is the mission?" Ling Jie took out a piece of paper and handed it to Feng Che, explaining, "The mission is to enter the Tigerman Plain and collect the resources on the paper. The possible locations of the resources have been marked. The specific situation requires detailed searching." Feng Che checked the information on the paper and said, "These are all rare materials, and things that the plains will particularly likes. It seems that the Butcher Academy not only wants to develop but also wants to please the plains' will." Ling Jie sighed, "The plains will can decide the survival of the Butcher Academy with a single thought. Pleasing the plains will is much more important than their own development." Feng Che smiled and continued to ask, "Are there any things to avoid during this mission?" Ling Jie replied, "You cannot use special means to exploit the energy of the Tigerman Plain, and you are not allowed to use the energy of the Tigerman Plain for cultivation." Feng Che didn't take this to heart. The energy of other planes is different from that of the Emperor Plane. Before breaking through to Tier 4, Feng Che couldn't possibly absorb the energy of other planes. As for equipment to convert energy, Feng Che couldn't afford it. Ling Jie also knew the difficulty of absorbing energy, so she didn't specifically remind him, and continued to explain, "The purpose of the Tigerman Plane is to provide missions and train professionals. Therefore, each of us can only kill or enslave up to 30,000 Tiger men. After reaching this number, we will be forcibly recalled to the Emperor Plane. To avoid mission failure, after arriving there, collect resources first and don't rush to kill." Learning that he could only kill 30,000 people, Feng Che nodded with some disappointment and said, "Understood." At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. The next second, the door was pushed open, and a group of people squeezed into the room, staring straight at the advancement materials on the table. Another group of people outside were. This part remains untranslated as I am unable to translate without knowing the meaning of. At this time, Jun Tian walked up to Ling Jie, handed her a storage ring, and said, "The other advancement materials are all in here." Ling Jie poured the materials from the storage ring onto the table and said, "Yun Tian, Yi Ling, you guys quickly classify the materials." Yun Tian and other Tier 2 professionals quickly processed the various materials. Ling Jie then looked at the professionals who were about to break through to Tier 2 and said, "There are enough materials here for 60 or 70 people to break through. However, I know that many of you have collected some materials. To ensure the maximum cultivation of Tier 2 professionals, I hope everyone will take out the materials you have prepared." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed slightly. It was said when signing the contract that everything would be provided in full. This change of heart was too fast. However, given the current situation, cultivating more Tier 2 professionals is beneficial to everyone's survival, so Ling Jie's approach is not a problem. Therefore, everyone did not rush to speak out against it and wanted to hear Ling Jie's solution. Seeing that everyone was not angry, Ling Jie relaxed slightly, and then said, "The upcoming mission is extremely risky and requires various props for self-defense. I can provide you with props to exchange for your advancement materials. There are not many props, and I can only try to distribute them fairly to you. What do you all think?" After thinking for a moment, a professional said, "I agree." With one person agreeing, others nodded. Ling Jie smiled slightly and continued to tell everyone, "There are hundreds of people here, and it is impossible for everyone to break through. We can only help those who signed the contract first." Everyone was happy and sad when they heard this, but the saddest were not the professionals who signed the contract last, but those who awaken more of the same type of profession. There are now more than 100 flame manipulators gathered here, but there are not enough awakening materials for 100 people, and there are even fewer materials specifically for flame manipulators. Most people have no chance to awaken their profession. On the other hand, those who awaken rarer professions looked excited. These people had no competitors. As long as there were materials, it must be theirs. Ling Jia continued, everyone has collected materials. I suggest that everyone communicate with each other and exchange materials to help a small number of people break through. Of course, I'm just suggesting. The specific choice is up to you. Ling Jia wanted to allocate the resources in everyone's hands, concentrate all efforts to cultivate a small number of people, and let this small number of people resist the pressure. However, everyone has their own selfish motives and would not take their hard-earned resources to help others. And no one dared to bet on the character of others. What if others only care about enjoying themselves after becoming stronger with the resources and don't resist the pressure? These advancement materials are not real estate like houses. Even if you kill someone, you can't get advancement materials. Ling Jia didn't dare to bet on people's hearts, nor did she have the courage to bear the consequences, so she could only suggest and didn't dare to enforce it. Everyone present had complex expressions when they heard this, especially the flame manipulator professionals, who were the most numerous. Because there were the most people, it was easy for flame manipulator professionals to gather several copies of advancement materials. But everyone didn't want to give their resources to others and wanted to get resources from others. With the same thoughts, everyone looked at each other, but didn't know how to communicate. Seeing everyone's appearance, Ling Jia sighed softly, gave Feng Che a wink, and walked aside. Feng Che immediately followed Ling Jia to the corner and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Ling Jia whispered, "Previously, when the contract was signed, you provided the advancement materials. Now I'm taking out life-saving props, which is just a last resort. In the future, you must find a way to return the life-saving props to me, or give me advancement materials of equal value." Feng Che was speechless when he heard this. If the Blue Sky Squad wants to survive, it must distribute life-saving props to everyone. Even if others don't pay, the props must be distributed. Ling Jia's handling of the life-saving props in a trading model was more like using a loophole in the rules to make Feng Che prepare more advancement materials. But this loophole is not easy to fill. The life-saving props are in Ling Jia's hands, and she can give them to whoever she wants. Now, with the advancement materials trading, everyone still has a chance to get life-saving props. If Ling Jia distributes them, everyone may not be able to get life-saving props. Even if Feng Che encourages everyone to give up the transaction, everyone will not listen to Feng Che. Ling Jia's method is simple and practical, but Feng Che felt speechless. Even with the use of methods, not much can be obtained. But Feng Che can also understand Ling Jia. After all, it is for the development of the group. Of course, Ling Jia wants to develop the group, and Feng Che also has his own interests. Why not take this opportunity to ask for some benefits? Again, and the Soul Master Feng Che looked at Ling Jia and said, "Finding advancement materials is my responsibility, and I will help find enough materials. However, it's really too tiring for me to find advancement materials for the group. I need to rest. Can you help me find resources in the Tiger Man Plain?" Searching for resources requires going to many places, and he might see many tiger men. As a curse master, his body was fragile and not suitable for direct conflict. Feng Che preferred to find a place to quietly kill people until the task was completed. Ling Jia nodded gently and said, "No problem, I will assign your task to someone else. You can do whatever you want." Feng Che smiled slightly and asked, "If there's nothing else, I'll go rest. Is there an empty room here?" Ling Jia replied, "Room 303 in the northeast corner. Go there to rest." Feng Che nodded, turned, and left. Arriving at room 303, Feng Che closed the door and took out the curse enhancement items he had obtained from performing tasks these days. Immediately afterward, Feng Che took out the Vengeance Evil Mirror. This Vengeance Evil Mirror possessed the ability to detect the appearance and location of enemies. If it continued to be strengthened, it might be possible to find the person he was looking for without being attacked. For example, Hong Fei, who stole the plane coordinates. This was also the reason why Feng Che added enhancement materials when the Seven Stars Guild issued the task. Feng Che placed the materials specifically used to enhance the Vengeance Evil Mirror on the mirror and cast the Flash of Inspiration skill, causing the various materials to merge into the mirror. Immediately afterward, Feng Che placed the materials that could enhance any item on the Vengeance Evil Mirror and cast the Flash of Inspiration skill. When the enhancement was over, the information on the Vengeance Evil Mirror also changed dramatically. After receiving a mysterious attack, the damage can be increased by onefold, the damage time can be extended by onefold, and the enemy's appearance, location, name, occupation, and any other piece of information will be displayed on the mirror surface. After the enhancement, the negative effects of the Vengeance Evil Mirror were reduced again, and it could directly display the enemy's appearance and name. Cooperating with the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, Feng Che could directly kill the enemy. In addition, the Vengeance Evil Mirror could display the enemy's location, and Feng Che could completely eliminate him when the enemy was in the wild, which would give him a greater chance of obtaining the enemy's resources. It was a pity that the Vengeance Evil Mirror still needed to be attacked to take effect. It still needed to be strengthened to find the enemy without being attacked. Feng Che put away the Vengeance Evil Mirror and took out other curse items to continue strengthening. After the Nailhead 7 Arrows book was strengthened, it absorbed more professional energy with each kill and could be used twice. In addition, the stored professional energy could be selectively abandoned, retaining the most preferred. Increasing the stored professional energy allowed for targeting the enemy's weaknesses and selecting the appropriate professional energy to use. Most battles target the enemy's weaknesses, and there are very few cases of ignoring weaknesses. Once a kill that ignores weaknesses occurs, it will definitely attract attention, which is not conducive to Feng Che's concealment. In short, Feng Che was very satisfied with the strengthened Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Finally, Feng Che took out the Witchcraft doll and continued to strengthen it. There were not many materials to strengthen the Witchcraft doll. After using all the materials, it only increased the number of people targeted by the doll to 1,300, and there were no other enhancements. Feng Che put away the Witchcraft doll, took out some pills, and cultivated for a while, only to discover a special aura emanating from the surrounding rooms, produced by breaking through to the second-order profession. Feng Che's attention was drawn to this aura, and he was slightly distracted, stopping his cultivation. After that, Feng Che simply stopped cultivating, walked out of the room, and strolled around the Blue Sky Guild's base. After wandering around for a while, Feng Che noticed 7 or 8 auras of breakthrough. These auras were confined around the rooms and did not spread too far. Feng Che strolled for a while and unknowingly came to the door. In the next second, Feng Che's attention was focused on the outside of the door. Outside the door, there was a man passing by. He looked ordinary, but his every move exuded an astonishing charm, making people unable to help but pay attention to him. And everyone who paid attention to him would lower their heads with a look of nervousness. Feeling the aura emanating from the man, Feng Che instantly understood that this was a second-order Soul Master. The Soul Master is the core profession of the Emperor Plane. People who awaken the Soul Master profession can receive preferential treatment from all aspects of the Emperor Plane. This kind of preferential treatment will form a unique charm, attracting everyone's attention. Some people call these people children of the plane. The man quickly noticed Feng Che, suddenly changed direction, and walked towards Feng Che. The man walked to the door, looked into Feng Che's eyes, and smiled. The Soul Master profession restrains all professions in the Emperor Plane. Only a small number of geniuses favored by the plane can ignore this restraint. It seems that you are a genius. May I ask what your name is? Although Feng Che had received many plane rewards, he had not been favored by the plane. His current ability completely relied on those illusory eyes. However, he wouldn't say such a thing. It was good to let others think that he was favored by the plane's will. Feng Che smiled and said, "I am Feng Che, greetings. May I ask what you want?" As a child of the plane, the Soul Master possessed resources that ordinary people could not imagine. Throwing out a little bit at random could allow others to quickly improve their strength. Therefore, most people were willing to work for the Soul Master when facing him. As for robbing the Soul Master's resources, no one dared to do such a thing. Killing a soul master casually without being harmed, the Emperor Plains would also kill you casually. The soul master smiled slightly and said, the Plains will told me that the Butcher Knife Academy is preparing to send people to the Tigerman Plain to carry out a mission. I have never seen a Tigerman, so I would like to ask the Butcher Knife Academy for help. I think you are very interesting. Do you have time to help me collect Tigerman souls? Fang Che immediately nodded and said, no problem, I will go to the Tigerman Plain to carry out the mission tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the Soul Master directly took out a small black banner and threw it to Fang Che, introducing it, this is the Myriad Souls banner. You leave your own energy on it, which can temporarily make the Myriad Souls banner recognize you as its master. The souls of those you kill will actively float over and be absorbed by the Myriad Souls banner. If you are not good at killing, you can hold the Myriad Souls banner and wander around corpses in graveyards, which can also take away the undissipated souls. You go and help me collect 10,000 Tigerman souls. The better the quality of the Tigerman souls, the more rewards I will give you. I will wait for you at the Butcher Knife Academy. This is the deposit. The Soul Master threw a storage ring to Fang Che, not caring whether Fang Che was willing to help or not, and without leaving his name, he turned and left, as if he was instructing a subordinate. Fang Che didn't care about the Soul Master's behavior. As long as the benefits were in place, he didn't care what the attitude was. Fang Che didn't mind. Of course, if the benefits weren't in place, a good attitude wouldn't be of any use. If they were like the Fierce Tiger Guild, not giving benefits, having a bad attitude, and extorting Fang Che, then Fang Che would definitely kill this arrogant bastard when his strength was sufficient. The voodoo doll Fang Che lowered his head to check the storage ring left by the Soul Master. After understanding the items inside, a bright smile appeared on his face, and he praised softly, what a cool and kind person. Fang Che quickly went to the place where advancement resources were distributed, took out a pile of materials, and said, these are the new advancement materials, distribute them. The professionals who were queuing to receive advancement resources looked excited. With new materials, more people could break through to the second rank, and everyone's safety would be more guaranteed. Ling Jie also stood up excitedly and shouted at Yi Ling, quick, call back those who haven't received resources. Yi Ling nodded excitedly, walked out quickly, and at the same time took out the communication token to transmit information outwards. After a brief moment of excitement, Ling Jie walked up to Fang Che and asked curiously, how did you suddenly get so many materials again? Fang Che replied in a low voice, a soul master passed by here and found that I was not restrained by him. He thought I was very interesting, so he gave me some deposit to help him collect Tigerman souls. Ling Jie glanced at Fang Che with some envy and hurriedly asked, where did that person go? Fang Che replied, probably to the Butcher Academy. Hearing this, Ling Jie quickly left the room and ran towards the Butcher Academy. The others around did not hear the conversation between Fang Che and Ling Jie, but just glanced curiously at Ling Jie's leaving figure, and then refocused their attention on the advancement materials. Fang Che turned and left the room, and saw groups of professionals who were about to advance rushing into the room to check the advancement materials. Fang Che ignored these people and quickly returned to his room, taking out the other materials the Soul Master had given him. Fang Che first put away some of the materials that could help Curse Masters advance to the third rank, and then took out the voodoo doll and began to enhance the item. After a while, the enhancement was completed, and the voodoo doll gained a new ability. Bury the voodoo doll in a living area of a certain group, and the highest ranking person in that group will become mentally deranged and slaughter other members within the group. The number of people in the group needs to be controlled within 1,000, otherwise it will be ineffective. The voodoo doll can dig and travel underground and disguise its aura as soil and rock. When the voodoo doll attacks the leader of a certain group, it can increase energy consumption and completely lock onto the leader of the group. Before the leader loses control of the group, the voodoo doll will not change its target for any reason. The voodoo doll always had a problem, which was that it often changed its target, always locking onto the highest leader. However, the highest leaders of most groups are powerful, which the voodoo doll cannot handle. Now, the enhanced voodoo doll can lock onto some small leaders within large groups, gradually eroding the enemy's strength and creating chaos. This is a very good ability. Fang Che smiled and put away the voodoo doll, and continued to stroll around the door, eager to meet new soul masters. Unfortunately, he didn't wait for a soul master, but instead waited for Lingjia with an ugly face. Fang Che asked curiously, "Is he not at the Butcher Academy?" Lingjia shook her head with an ugly face and said, "I was stopped by Lu Jing outside the Butcher Academy. This bastard definitely thinks our Blue Sky team is doomed, so she is openly disgusting me. I will kill her sooner or later." After saying this, Lingjia left angrily. Fang Che was not angry because of this and continued to wander around the courtyard. At night, the Blue Sky team quieted down, and those who had obtained materials had already completed their breakthroughs. Fang Che in the courtyard had not seen a new soul master appear until now. At this time, Fang Che noticed that the communication token was slightly hot. After injecting curse energy, Lingjia's voice came from inside, "Assemble in the hall in front of the courtyard tomorrow at dawn." After understanding the situation, Fang Che put away the communication token, no longer waiting for the soul master, returned to his residence, and rested quietly to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Early the next morning, Fang Che came to the mission hall and saw dozens of professionals who had broken through to the second rank. After waiting for a while, more second-rank professionals walked into the room. When Fang Che counted to 137, Lingjia walked into the room and smiled, "Now we have more than 100 second-rank professionals. Originally, my idea was to hide our strength and let everyone use teleportation props to quietly go near the Tigerman plane channel, but now I have changed my mind. I want to use everyone's strength to restore confidence to my subordinates and also let the outside world see the ability of my Blue Sky team." In the corner, Fang Che heard Lingjia's words and felt that Lingjia must have been stimulated by Lu Jing yesterday. If you want to restore confidence to your subordinates, you can do it anywhere, there is no need to show off like this. But this is also good. When outsiders see that the Blue Sky team has cultivated so many second-rank professionals overnight, they will definitely have some special ideas. Those who have been unable to find advancement materials may choose to help Fang Che in exchange for advancement materials. This is a good thing for Fang Che. At this moment, a series of slight footsteps sounded outside the door. Fang Che saw through the window gap that many first-rank professionals were gathered in the courtyard. More and more people gathered, but no one spoke or chatted, and everyone looked solemn. Lingjia listened to the footsteps outside the door, took out her notebook, and said, "For this mission, except for a small number of people, each second-rank professional must bring some people to perform the mission issued by the Butcher Academy together. You must try your best to help them survive. The more people there are, the faster you will complete the mission. Now I announce everyone's team assignments. After understanding the team information, you can go to Yuntian to receive the mission information." The first group, Lingjia quickly read out the list. Each time she read out a group of information, some second-rank professionals would walk up to Yuntian to receive the mission, and then go to the corner to understand each other's strength in preparation for the next battle. At the end of the reading, Lingjia looked at Yiling and said, "Yiling, you will follow me later. I need you to destroy the language rules of the Tigerman plane to create favorable conditions for other people's actions." Yiling nodded and said, "Understood." Lingjia put away the list, looked outside the door, and said, "I still have some props to distribute to you, but the people outside are almost gathered, so let's set off and give you the props after teleporting to the destination." After saying this, Lingjia was the first to walk out of the room, and the others followed closely behind. The first-rank professionals outside the door had filled the entire courtyard, and many first-rank professionals were also standing on the street outside the courtyard. They were all members of the Blue Sky team. When more than 50 people followed Lingjia out of the room, the emotions of the people outside were slightly relaxed. Everyone knew yesterday that many people were advancing to the second rank, but they didn't know the exact number. Only today did they know that the number of second-rank professionals in the Blue Sky team had exceeded the previous Tiger team. The Tiger team had once left everyone with a strong and invincible impression. Now that the Blue Sky team has surpassed the Tiger team, this has dispelled most of everyone's nervousness. Butcher Academy. When more than 80 people walked out from behind Lingjia, the Tier 1 professionals' faces broke into smiles. 80 plus Tier 2 professionals were far beyond what the Fierce Tiger mercenary group could muster, and several of them specialized in defense. If they could be assigned under a defensive professional, they would have at least a 60% chance of survival. When all the professionals had left the room, the Tier 1 professionals' smiles vanished, replaced by expressions of unbelievable shock. Where did Blue Sky Group get so many advancement materials? Was Blue Sky Group really a newly formed organization? Ling Jia looked at everyone's incredulous expressions, smiled slightly, and asked, "Does everyone have the confidence to complete the mission?" After a brief silence, everyone excitedly shouted, "We have confidence. Victory is assured." At this moment, behind Ling Jia, those professionals who had signed the gambling agreement with her out of momentary greed wore bitter smiles. If they had restrained their greed, they wouldn't have to face unknown risks today. Meanwhile, in the crowd, those who had joined Blue Sky Group out of greed but hadn't received advancement materials still wore expressions of despair. They lost the bet, didn't get the advancement materials, and still had to help complete the mission. It was truly a situation where they couldn't even force a smile. Gambling is truly harmful. Ling Jia ignored those professionals who hadn't advanced and shouted, "Let's go." The Tier 1 professionals quickly cleared a path, and Ling Jia led everyone swiftly towards the Butcher Academy. At this moment, outside the Butcher Academy, many professionals with gloomy faces were entering the academy and heading towards the teleportation area. In a room near the academy gate, Lu Jing sat by the window, watching the professionals entering the academy with a smile on her face. Beside Lu Jing, the Tier 2 professionals from various groups looked dejected as they chatted while watching the people entering the academy. "The soul manipulator is truly arrogant, he won't even meet us. He wants Tiger Man souls. Even if we meet, it's useless. Speaking of which, we still have to thank Instructor Lu. If it weren't for her help, we probably would have had to go to the Tiger Man plane to carry out dangerous missions. Yes, we really must thank Instructor Lu Jing." Lu Jing waved her hand without turning her head and said, "No need to thank me. Your task now is to keep a close watch on the soul manipulator and report his movements to me at any time." One person next to her smiled and said, "Don't worry, Instructor. The soul manipulator has been near teleportation array number 1, looking for powerful professionals to collect Tiger Man souls. He won't go anywhere else." Lu Jing turned her head and sternly instructed, "Ling Jia came once yesterday. I drove her away and didn't let her see the soul manipulator. We can't let Ling Jia see the soul manipulator today either. If Ling Jia manages to see the soul manipulator because of you, and gets a life-saving item from him, see how I deal with you." Seeing Lu Jing's serious expression, everyone quickly composed themselves, put away their smiles, and solemnly guaranteed, "Don't worry, Instructor. We will definitely keep a close watch on the soul manipulator and not let him meet Ling Jia." Lu Jing nodded, looked out the window again, then raised her eyebrows, quickly walked out, and shouted without turning back, "Ling Jia is here. Go and keep an eye on the soul manipulator yourselves." Everyone walked out of the room and headed towards teleportation array number 1. Lu Jing walked out of the room and saw Ling Jia walking near the academy fence, with several Tier 2 professionals behind her. Lu Jing knew that Ling Jia had recruited many professionals who were about to break through a few days ago. However, Lu Jing didn't care too much. Blue Sky Group hadn't been established for long. Even if they exhausted all their efforts, how many Tier 2 professionals could they cultivate? It was just a struggle before death. As long as they couldn't contact the soul manipulator, nothing they did would matter. Lu Jing approached Ling Jia with a smile, but the smile on Lu Jing's face quickly disappeared. Damn it, how did Blue Sky Group cultivate more than 20 Tier 2 professionals? This Blue Sky Group is truly a scourge. If I had targeted them any later, they might have really developed. Fortunately, I planned ahead. Thinking this, Lu Jing continued walking towards Ling Jia, but Lu Jing's speed soon slowed down, her eyes fixed on Ling Jia's back. Why are there more Tier 2 professionals? After a moment, Lu Jing saw more than 100 Tier 2 professionals, her face turned pale, her body completely frozen in place, muttering, "How is this possible? Where did they get so many advancement resources?" Ling Jia had seen Lu Jing long ago. Seeing Lu Jing's shocked expression, Ling Jia felt proud and walked directly to Lu Jing, respectfully greeting, "Hello, Instructor." Lu Jing's eyes twitched, and a bunch of swear words popped into her head. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Good for you, good for you, good for you, Ling Jia. You've really made something of yourself. Come with me." I'll take you to the teleportation array. Don't make any noise on the way, and don't disturb the students in class. Lu Jing tried hard to hold back the swear words in her mouth, her expression very ugly. Ling Jie smiled and said in a sarcastic tone, "Hee, thank you, instructor. You still know how to think of the students. You're so kind, so good, we should all learn from you." Lu Jing's mouth twitched, she clenched the communication token in her hand, took a deep breath to calm her emotions, turned around and walked away. "Follow me." Ling Jie quickly followed Lu Jing, walking beside her, and smiled, "Your legs are so agile, just like when you drove me away yesterday." "You can't drive me away today. You must take me to see the soul manipulator. The people in our blue sky group all want to work for the soul manipulator." When the people behind her heard this, their eyes widened instantly, staring intently at Lu Jing's back. Everyone knew that the soul manipulator was rich. If Ling Jie hadn't been driven away yesterday, she would definitely have been able to talk to the soul manipulator because of her rare fleshly bodhisattva profession. At that time, she could have accepted some tasks and received a huge deposit, perhaps even cultivating another 10 or 20 Tier 2 professionals. Having 10 or 20 more Tier 2 professionals would greatly increase the survival rate of Blue Sky Group members. But such a good opportunity was ruined by Lu Jing. Those who had been scammed by Lu Jing hated her even more. Those who hadn't been scammed by Lu Jing also felt a hint of hatred towards her at this moment. Feeling the needle-like gazes behind her, Lu Jing tightly gripped the communication token, walking forward without saying a word. Lu Jing didn't speak, but Ling Jie kept talking. "The soul manipulator shouldn't have left yet, right? You must take us to see the soul manipulator. Don't deliberately prevent us from seeing the soul manipulator." Hearing this, Lu Jing gripped the communication token in her hand even tighter. Over the course of the journey, Ling Jie chattered non-stop, while Lu Jing didn't say a word, simply marching forward. After a while, Lu Jing led everyone to the outside of a room with the number 9 written on it. Tiger Plain, seeing that the Soul Master wasn't here, Lu Jing relaxed slightly, then looked at Ling Jie, feigning a smile. "We've arrived. You can take the number 9 teleportation array from here to the Tiger Man Plain passage. I wish you all the best." Ling Jie looked around and sneered, "The Soul Master really isn't here, huh?" "Heh, thanks, instructor." Ling Jie ignored Lu Jing, pushed open the door, and stepped into the room. The Blue Sky Squad members followed her inside. However, as they passed by Lu Jing, everyone's expression turned serious, and their eyes became cold. Fang Che entered the room and found it very spacious, enough to accommodate all the Blue Sky Squad members. After everyone entered the room, the door was closed from the outside by Lu Jing. The instant the door closed, dozens of spatial rifts appeared above everyone's heads. Ling Jie said, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone released their energy simultaneously, making contact with the spatial rifts. In the next second, everyone turned into beams of light of various colors and were absorbed by the spatial rifts. The Western Wilderness volcano was originally barren and uninhabited, but since the Tiger Man Plain passage opened, the surrounding mountains have been flattened and countless houses have been built. Because the mountains were flattened, the plain passage, which was originally opened inside the mountain cave, also came outside. The curtain-like plain passage hung alone on a wall, enduring the wind and rain. At this time, many professionals were lined up, with solemn expressions, and entered the plain passage to go to the Tiger Man Plain. In a vast area on the east side of the town, dozens of spatial rifts appeared out of thin air in the sky. Beams of light emerged from the spatial rifts, landed on the ground, and transformed into human figures. This was precisely the Blue Sky Squad members led by Ling Jie. After arriving here, Ling Jie shouted loudly, "Brothers who have not received a mission or signed a contract with the Blue Sky Squad can leave now. Don't return to the Butcher Knife Academy area, just stay nearby and act together to avoid being harmed by other groups." As soon as she finished speaking, about 1/10 of the Tier 1 professionals left the place with a relaxed air. The professionals who needed to carry out the mission next to them gave way one after another, with envious and even slightly jealous expressions. As they left, Ling Jie took out storage rings and distributed them to the Tier 1 professionals one by one, reminding them in a low voice, "Distribute the items inside to the other members of your group later, one by one, don't give out too many." The Tier 2 professionals received the storage rings and quickly went to find their group members. After a while, only Fang Che, Ling Jia, Yi Ling, and Yun Tian remained in place. Ling Jia took out 3 puzzle-like props and distributed them to the 3 of them. Fang Che took the prop and, after careful observation, confirmed that it was a teleportation prop for selecting a safe area. As long as you carry the prop with you, after passing through the Tiger Man plane, the prop will take the professional to an area without danger or powerful professionals. In addition, the prop in Fang Che's hand attracted the props in Yun Tian's and the others' hands, indicating that these props were a whole. After entering other planes, the power of the props will prompt several people to gather together. Fang Che turned to look at the props in the hands of others and found that these props were also puzzle-like, but the number of puzzles was greater and the volume was smaller. Ling Jia looked at the various props with some heartache and said softly, "For these things, I sold most of the Blue Sky Squad's resources. Now the Blue Sky Squad is just an empty shell." Hearing this, Fang Che replied expressionlessly, "It's good as long as people are alive. The resource problem can be solved in the future." Ling Jia sighed, "That's true, but these things were accumulated through our hard work. It's really heartbreaking." Fang Che could understand Ling Jia's mentality. He also felt a little heartache when he handed over various resources to Ling Jia back then. However, as long as he thought of the benefits gained after paying the resources, Fang Che could quickly adjust his state. But Ling Jia was different. After paying these things, many people present might still die. In addition, after completing the mission, the Blue Sky Squad would still have to serve Fang Che. For Ling Jia, the future would be dark for a long time, and there was no hope in sight. It was already amazing that Ling Jia hadn't collapsed yet. Fang Che could only comfort her, "Everything will pass, and the future will be better." Ling Jia sighed and looked at the people in front of her without speaking. Ling Jia was happy when the gambling agreement was successful before. But that kind of happiness didn't last long. More often, it was anxiety due to the rapid consumption of resources. Now that she had come here, Ling Jia had a hint of emotion in her heart that she didn't want to say, and that was pity. And Ling Jia didn't want to say it, but Fang Che felt that Ling Jia's temperament had changed. Fang Che stared at Ling Jia, frowning slightly. Humans are creatures that are easily affected by external things. People will cry when they see sad stories. People will laugh heartily when they see humorous stories. And professionals usually absorb external energy, and they will also be affected by external energy. The living Buddhas absorb energy containing the aura of pity. During the process of absorbing energy, people will become more and more sentimental. Some living Buddhas who are deeply affected by the aura of pity may even defect in battle and help the enemy. Ling Jia was developing towards the direction of healing, and was more easily affected by the aura of pity than living Buddhas who were good at defense. Fang Che decided to separate from Ling Jia immediately after going to the Tiger Man plane, so as not to be harmed by Ling Jia. Just then, the aura of pity on Ling Jia was also suppressed, and she regained her previous calmness. After another period of time, the distribution of props was completed. Ling Jia took a deep breath and shouted, "After collecting the resources, you can kill 30,000 Tiger Men, and the planes will forcibly teleport you out. You can also touch the Cursed Master's gem with the materials you have collected, silently say Butcher Knife Academy bless me, and then be teleported back by the Butcher Knife Academy. Besides that, there is nothing else. I wish everyone a smooth completion of the mission and a safe return. Let's go." Ling Jia turned around and walked towards the plane passage, and everyone followed closely behind in different groups. A group of people went to the plane passage in a mighty manner. Passers-by watched curiously for a while, then retracted their gazes and continued to do their own things. When he came to the vicinity of the plane passage, Fang Che saw that the plane on the other side had built a city wall, and countless tiger men stood on the city wall, staring at the plane passage. Next to the tiger men, many crossbows were also set up, aiming at the plane passage. Ling Jia glanced at the situation outside the passage expressionlessly and walked directly to the plane passage. Fang Che lined up behind Ling Jia and walked towards the plane passage. At the moment of contacting the plane passage, the puzzle prop on Fang Che's body radiated light. Immediately afterwards, Fang Che's body quickly blurred and disappeared in place. And Fang Che only felt that the scene in front of him changed rapidly, and finally froze in a forest in the Tiger Man plain. At this moment, Fang Che had successfully entered the Tiger Man plane, and next to Fang Che was Ling Jia, who had arrived here earlier. Che's life-saving item. Fang Che glanced at Ling Jia, then withdrew his gaze, sitting down on the ground with some weariness, adapting to his constantly weakening body. In most cases, professionals entering other planes will experience varying degrees of impact on their bodies. Professionals from powerful planes entering weaker planes experience the greatest oppression, with their own strength being weakened the most severely. Conversely, professionals from weaker planes entering powerful planes experience negligible effects, and these negligible effects recover instantly. This situation arises because large planes have vast lands and abundant resources, allowing every professional to become a giant in terms of power. Small planes, on the other hand, are small and resource scarce, leaving every professional undernourished and physically small. Physically small professionals arriving in places with vast lands and abundant resources will not feel oppressed. But giants entering small places may not be able to stand upright. The Emperor plane where Fang Che was located was far more powerful than this Tiger Man plane, so the oppression he suffered was unimaginable. At this moment, Fang Che felt the power in his body rapidly draining away, and his body quickly became weak. The cursed Master Gem in his Naiwan Palace also became much dimmer, and much of his energy could not be used. At this moment, Fang Che somewhat missed the time before his awakening, when he was just an ordinary person who couldn't even defeat the weakest professional. Because he was too weak, Fang Che was ignored by the plane and felt no oppression, a feeling that was very comfortable, but unfortunately, he would hardly ever experience that feeling again. Fang Che silently adapted for a moment, and after the power stopped weakening, he took out a pill and swallowed it, and all the discomfort disappeared. But Fang Che's overall strength did indeed decline. The only good news was that the 3 cursed items were not greatly affected. Fang Che glanced at Yun Tian and Yiling beside him, who were looking pained, got up, put on his cloak and mask, and checked the defensive items on his body. Then, he walked to Ling Jia, who was vigilantly observing the surroundings, and said, "I'm going to act alone. I'm saying goodbye." Ling Jia frowned slightly and reminded him, "Your strength is greatly weakened now, and the surroundings are very dangerous. If we separate, I'm worried I won't be able to protect you." Fang Che reached into his pocket, gripped the life-saving items inside, smiled slightly, and said, "I'm not afraid of any Tier 2 professional now. If we encounter a Tier 3 professional, it's useless for us to be together, don't you think?" Ling Jia thought for a moment and nodded, "You're right, I can't deal with Tier 3 enemies. In that case, you should act alone. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, you can communicate with the communication token, or you can observe the Tiger Men's language situation. The more chaotic the Tiger Men's language, the closer we are." Fang Che nodded, "Thank you, goodbye." Fang Che turned and left, quickly moving away from Ling Jia and the others. Immediately afterward, Fang Che took out the rhombus-shaped item from his pocket and injected a stream of cursed energy. The next second, the soil under Fang Che's feet softened, slowly swallowing Fang Che underground. The soil quickly swallowed Fang Che, and the softened surface hardened again, no different from before. And Fang Che could still breathe underground, unaffected. After continuing to sink for 30 meters, Fang Che finally stopped. Immediately afterward, the item in his hand emitted a burst of light, pushing the soil to squeeze further away, opening up a wide underground space. Fang Che looked at the surrounding situation and nodded in satisfaction. This Tiger Man plane has no mysterious or rare professionals. As long as he hides underground and doesn't come out, these Tiger Men won't be able to find Fang Che and won't be able to do anything to him. And Fang Che only needs to keep paying cursed energy to keep the item in his hand working properly. Immediately afterward, Fang Che took out the Myriad Souls banner, stuck it in the ground, and injected cursed energy to temporarily control the Myriad Souls banner. Fang Che also took out the witchcraft doll, which had been strengthened many times, threw it directly on the ground, and separated a portion of cursed energy to control the witchcraft doll. The next second, the drill on the witchcraft doll began to spin, quickly drilling into the ground, moving in an unknown direction. At this time, within the territory of the Yellow Tiger clan, King Yellow Tiger was listening to his subordinates' reports. After his subordinates finished reporting, King Yellow Tiger said expressionlessly, "Soldiers are stationed at the plane passage, and they didn't see any outsiders coming in. Presumably, other clans didn't guard their plane passage as well, causing professionals to wander into our territory. There's no need to pay too much attention. Just kill them when you encounter them. Understood. The Tier 2 Tiger Man who came to report continued to ask, if other places can't keep an eye on professionals from other planes, it means they are weak. Does your Majesty want to get involved? King Yellow Tiger was slightly tempted, but he still shook his head and said, no, destroying the Blue Tiger clan before caused us heavy losses, so it's not suitable to continue expanding. Our current tasks are only two. One is to guard the Blue Tiger clan's territory and find all the Blue Tigers, completely exterminating them. The second is to figure out the pattern of the plane passage opening as soon as possible, so as to completely open the plane passage and advance towards that plane. Destroying that plane. The Tier 2 Tiger Man in charge of reporting said worriedly, Your Majesty, our people lost contact after the plane passage opened several times before. Could that plane be very powerful? Powerful? King Yellow Tiger smiled contemptuously, his face full of disdain. If it were really powerful, it wouldn't even be able to control the opening and closing of the plane passage. Our warriors haven't been in contact for a long time. Either they are studying the pattern of the passage opening, or they are hunting the livestock there. Moreover, the passage could still block Tier 2 warriors before, but now it can't even block Tier 2 warriors. It's really incompetent. In a few days, this king will let the prince go there to hunt the livestock. King Yellow Tiger was arrogant and ridiculed the situation on the Emperor Plane. The Tier 2 Tiger Man in charge of reporting wanted to persuade the king to be more humble, but hesitated for a moment and gave up. Before, King Yellow Tiger eliminated his archenemy, King Blue Tiger, and occupied a large area of the Blue Tiger clan's territory, becoming the Yellow Tiger clan's most meritorious king. After that, King Yellow Tiger no longer listened to his subordinates' opinions, and even executed several Tier 2 Tiger Man ministers who spoke unpleasantly before. With those dead people as examples, no one dared to speak. The Tier 2 Tiger Man in charge of reporting could only praise, Your Majesty is wise and mighty, you will definitely be able to quickly conquer that plane, and your subordinate will do his best to serve your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. King Yellow Tiger laughed wildly a few times and ordered, Well said, you are much stronger than those people before. This king orders you to go and manage the Blue Tiger clan's original territory, and you let the prince come back to prepare to invade other planes. The Tiger Man in charge of reporting did not expect that he would get such a good opportunity just by saying a few good words to protect himself. If he operates well, he will definitely be able to cultivate more Tier 2 Tiger Men for the tribe. Thinking of this, the Tier 2 Tiger Man knelt on the ground excitedly and continued to praise, Thank you, Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Ha 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 ha. King Yellow Tiger was in a very good mood at the moment, laughing loudly, his voice spreading far, far away. Thoughts and actions. The Tier 2 Tiger Man received a reward from King Yellow Tiger and quickly led his tribe to the main camp of the Blue Tiger tribe. After handing things over with the prince, the Tier 2 Tiger Man summoned dozens of managing Tiger Men. The Tier 2 Tiger Man sat in the main seat, looking down at the crowd with immense pride, and smiled. From today onwards, I, Tiger Rain, will manage this place. From today onwards, I will manage the Blue Tiger tribe's central hunting ground on behalf of the king. Furthermore, the largest hunting ground in the east will be given to our tribe as compensation for our tribe's hard work in managing the central hunting ground. Many Tiger Men below were shocked and looked at Tiger Rain upon hearing this. The Blue Tiger tribe's central hunting ground possessed vast resources. Managing it on behalf of the king would allow them to obtain massive resources in a short period and rapidly increase the tribe's strength. Previously, when the prince was here, no one had any thoughts about the central hunting ground. Now that Tiger Rain had arrived, everyone was thinking about getting a share and managing a portion of the central hunting ground. But they didn't expect Tiger Rain to take such a big advantage and still ask for management fees. His skin was too thick. The Tiger Men shouted, No way! Absolutely not! You definitely can't have the eastern hunting ground. You're not the king. Why should you get so much? Tiger Rain saw that everyone's attention was focused on the eastern pasture and felt a little smug. Tiger Rain understood that his status was inferior to the prince's. If he came to manage the hunting ground, others would definitely want to share the benefits. To obtain full management rights over the central hunting ground, Tiger Rain exaggerated his demands to an unreasonable extent. Then, through negotiation, he would gradually abandon the unreasonable demands. At that point, they would be overwhelmed by the victory of the negotiation and would not see where the real benefits lay. In this way, Tiger Rain had a high probability of monopolizing the hunting ground. Just as Tiger Rain was about to begin negotiations after everyone quieted down, a red light flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, an idea suddenly arose in Tiger Rain's mind: why negotiate with these tiger men? These tiger men were a bunch of greedy bastards. Negotiating with them would only make him suffer. Moreover, he was sent by the king to replace the prince. How much could the prince get anyway? There was no need to negotiate with them. He could just kill them. Tiger Rain glanced at everyone present and felt that he was not confident in making a direct move, so he smiled and said, "I was just joking with you all. You can go back and discuss how to distribute the central hunting ground." Upon hearing this, the Tier 2 tiger men proudly raised their heads and glanced at Tiger Rain with disdain. He caved so quickly. What a waste! The crowd said, "Then we'll leave. We'll let you know when we've discussed it." Everyone left, leaving only 4 Tier 2 tiger men from Tiger Rain's tribe. The 4 people walked anxiously to Tiger Rain and questioned him. The leader asked, "Chieftain, why are you dividing the central hunting ground with them? Didn't we agree to monopolize it before?" Slap! Tiger Rain slapped the questioning tiger man away and scolded, "No respect for elders." The 4 tiger men looked at Tiger Rain in shock. What happened to the chieftain? Tiger Rain ignored the 4 people's emotions and ordered with a gloomy expression, "Go and investigate the situation of each tribe and see where they live. If they live alone, find an opportunity to kill them and monopolize all the hunting grounds." Upon hearing this, the 4 tiger men were even more shocked. How dare the chieftain have such thoughts? Was he not afraid of King Yellow Tiger's wrath? But a smile appeared on the corner of Tiger Rain's mouth, and he looked into the distance with anticipation, excitedly saying, "When I occupy all the hunting grounds, I can break through to Tier 3 in the shortest time. At that time, I can also be the king." The 4 tiger men were a little excited and a little incredulous when they heard this. They asked, "Can you really break through to Tier 3? Tiger Rain put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and said with a face full of pride, "Others can break through to Tier 3 by using the flesh and blood resources of the hunting grounds. If I occupy all the hunting grounds of the Blue Tiger tribe, I will definitely be able to break through. After I break through to Tier 3 first, I will help the 4 of you break through to Tier 3. The 4 people were instantly mesmerized by the pie that Tiger Rain drew and shouted excitedly, "Chieftain, don't worry, we will go and investigate the situation of other tribes. We'll take our leave." Tiger Rain waved his hand and said, "Go." The 4 tiger men turned and left. Tiger Rain walked to the steps at the door, looking at the low buildings and the small tiger men in the distance, the red light in his eyes flickering non-stop. At this time, in the soil directly below this palace, the witchcraft doll was still, releasing an invisible aura, merging into Tiger Rain's body, and constantly affecting Tiger Rain's spirit. Late at night, Tiger Rain quietly came to the door of a tribe leader with a Tier 2 tribesman and quietly knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, and the Tier 2 tiger man inside frowned and asked, "What are you doing here so late?" Tiger Rain said with a smile, "The central hunting ground is rich in resources. The more tribes involved in management, the less benefits they will receive. I'm here to talk to you about cooperation and jointly deal with others." The Tier 2 tiger man was a little tempted. He looked around to make sure there was no one else, and whispered, "Come in and talk." Tiger Rain and his tribesmen entered the room and quickly observed the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one, Tiger Rain said, "Pour us a glass of water." The Tier 2 tiger man nodded and turned to get a glass of water. In the next second, Tiger Rain and his tribesmen punched at the back of the Tier 2 tiger man's head and neck at the same time. Crack crack. After 2 crisp sounds, the back of the Tier 2 tiger man's head was sunken, his neck was broken, and he fell straight down. Tiger Rain quickly caught the body, searched for the token from the body, then gently placed the body on the bed, covered it with the quilt, and left from the window to the next place. At the same time, Tiger Rain's other 3 Tier 2 tribesmen also teamed up to visit other tiger men. Every time they visited a place, the tiger man would fall asleep quietly. After a while, 5 tiger men gathered in an empty house, their faces full of excitement. Tiger Rain asked, "How is it? Have you killed all the tiger men who live alone?" The other 4 tiger men nodded and answered in unison, killed. Tiger Rain nodded lightly and said, next, the 4 of you will act together to kill those tiger man couples who live together. Try not to make things too big. I will be watching you from a distance. If your voice is spread out, I will set a fire to attract other people's attention. You will also set fires at that time, burn everywhere, and kill people in the chaos. If anyone asks, say that professionals from other planes have invaded. Stabilize everyone's emotions temporarily, understand? Understood. The 4 Tier 2 tiger men nodded and left the house. After Tiger Rain waited for a few people to leave, he picked up the hunting bow in the room, soaked the arrows in fire oil, then climbed to a high place and stared at the 4 tiger men. Occupation in the tiger plane. The 4 second-order tiger men continued to use the excuse of discussing the ownership of the central hunting grounds to deceive other tiger men into opening their doors. In the dead of night, when the tiger men were sound asleep, those who were suddenly awakened were killed before they could react. Before long, all the second-order tiger men from the other tribes, except for Tiger Rain's tribe, were killed without any mishaps. Hiding in a high place, Tiger Rain, seeing the last 2 second-order tiger men being killed, came to the 4 tiger men with a smile, handed a list to one of them, and ordered, "This is the patrol schedule. You gather the team, take the tokens of those tribal chiefs, and find the patrol teams from each tribe. You can either arrange for the patrol teams to go to the hunting grounds to improve their strength, or you can kill them. In short, don't let them return, and don't let them know that the tribal chiefs have been killed, understand?" The tiger man nodded and said, "Understood, I will act immediately." After this tiger man left, Tiger Rain looked at the other 3 and ordered, "Kill all the night watch tiger men from the other tribes, replace them with our own people, and then find a way to kill the first-order tiger men from the other tribes." Upon hearing this, the 3 tiger men were shocked, and then they advised, "Chieftain, most of the remaining first-order tiger men were temporarily recruited from other places and are not loyal to the dead tiger men. Chieftain, we only need to deal with the direct descendants of the deceased. Now that professionals from other planes have appeared, we need some tiger men to guard this place and guard against professionals from other planes." "Yes, Chieftain, let's leave them a way out." Tiger Rain's eyes flashed red, and with a somewhat ferocious expression, he asked, "Are you questioning my orders?" The 3 tiger men, seeing Tiger Rain's terrifying expression, shrank back in fear and explained, No, my brain is not working well, and I can't keep up with the chieftain's thinking." Yes, we all have a screw loose, please forgive us, Chieftain." "Please rest assured, Chieftain, we will definitely complete the task assigned by the Chieftain." Upon hearing this, Tiger Rain's mood returned to calm, and he waved his hand and said, "Go." "We will go now." The 3 tiger men hurriedly left. Tiger Rain looked at the backs of the 3, his eyes cold, and muttered to himself, "If it weren't for the lack of manpower, I would have killed you trash who dare to question me long ago. Once the tribe cultivates some more second-order tiger men, it will be your death." The 3 tiger men did not know Tiger Rain's thoughts, but quickened their pace, quickly gathered their tiger men, and killed the night watch tiger men. In the following time, countless tiger men died, and their bodies were hidden in the surrounding rooms. In the underground space, even though there was no exit, there were gusts of wind whistling, causing the myriad souls banner to flutter. From time to time, a virtual Tigerman soul would emerge from the surrounding walls, carrying the wind into the myriad souls banner. As the number of souls continued to increase, the wind in the underground space became stronger and the temperature became lower. In the corner, Fong Che, wearing earplugs, took pills and silently cultivated. Fong Che's pills came from the Emperor plane and were rejected by the Tigerman plane's will. However, this rejection force did not destroy the pill's energy, but instead purified some of the pill's toxins. This allowed Fong Che to eliminate the accumulated toxins in his body faster and make fuller use of the pills. With this ability to clear toxins faster, Fong Che's cultivation speed increased a lot. Although it was not as good as the jade prop that accelerated cultivation speed before, Fong Che was already very satisfied to be able to cultivate safely in another plane. While Fong Che was cultivating quietly, the Blue Sky Squad's many professionals were nervously avoiding nearby tiger men and looking for the locations of various materials. In a certain forest, Ling Jie walked in front, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Behind Ling Jie, Yun Tian carried Yi Ling on his back, silently hurrying on. Yi Ling lay on Yun Tian's back, her eyes tightly closed, muttering languages that no one could understand. These languages contained mysterious power, often causing the surrounding air to vibrate. After Ling Jie and Yun Tian walked for a while, they suddenly stopped at the same time, and Yiling also opened her eyes. Then, the three of them looked at the sky at the same time. In the sky above, hundreds of purple light spots suddenly appeared and quickly absorbed the surrounding energy. Yun Tian's face was solemn, and he said, "The Tiger Man plane has sensed danger and is consuming its origin energy to forcibly create new professions. If it creates a powerful profession similar to the Soul Master like the former Emperor plane, then we will be in trouble." Ling Jie's face was calm, and she shook her head and denied, "Impossible, when our Emperor plane was invaded, there wasn't even a single professional. The first Soul Master profession created received the full support of the Emperor plane's will, so it could have the powerful force to turn the tide of the battle. And this Tiger Man plane created the martial warrior profession before we invaded it. This martial warrior profession consumed most of the Tiger Man plane's energy. Now the Tiger Man plane does not have enough energy to create a profession that can turn the tide of the battle. We don't need to worry too much." As soon as these words came out, Yun Tian nodded with relief, and Yiling also closed her eyes and continued to say strange languages, using the power of language to change the surrounding language rules. At this time, the purple light spots in the sky stopped absorbing energy and flew in all directions. Ling Jie locked onto a light spot that was closest to her and stepped forward, saying without turning her head, "After the plane creates a new profession, it will definitely force people to awaken the profession and help the professionals quickly advance to the second order. We will go over and eliminate that person to avoid trouble." Ling Jie, carrying Yiling on her back, followed closely behind. The purple light spot quickly came to a small stream and stopped behind a tiger man who was fishing. This tiger man was ordinary and had not yet become a professional. His strength was very weak. The purple light spot directly entered the ordinary tiger man's back of the head, and the ordinary tiger man instantly exuded the aura of a first-order professional. A few seconds later, the tiger man crushed the fishing rod in his hand, his face full of confusion, and muttered to himself, "I have become a professional? But why not a martial warrior? And why is this strength increasing on its own? Didn't the chieftain say that strength improvement requires cultivation?" Before he could finish speaking, an arrow pierced through the tiger man's forehead, and the tiger man fell straight into the water with endless doubts. The flowing blood quickly stained the stream red. At this time, Ling Jie and the others came out of the shadows. Ling Jie put away the hunting bow in her hand and, after checking the tiger man's condition, solemnly explained, "This is a profession condensed by the Emperor plane 9,000 years ago, the illusionist." Upon hearing this, Yun Tian frowned. The illusionist profession is not strong in combat and is good at transforming into various things. It is difficult for outsiders to distinguish the truth from the false. However, after the illusionist advances to the second order, they can hunt other professionals, then disguise themselves as other professionals, and use the skills of other professionals, and use the exclusive props of other professions. Although the power of the disguised skills is only half that of a normal professional, the power of the profession's exclusive props will not decrease. Brought by the Transfiguration Master. Nowadays, the professionals who come to the Tiger Man plane to carry out tasks carry a large number of props with them. If a second-order illusionist gets these professionals' props, it will be troublesome. Ling Jie took out a pile of communication tokens and ordered Yun Tian and the other two, "Stop what you are doing and notify everyone to be careful of the people around you." Yun Tian put down Yiling on his back, picked up the communication token on the ground, and transmitted the message. Yiling also suspended changing the language rules and sent information out. In the Blue Tiger clan's base camp, corpses were scattered everywhere, and the bloody smell soared into the sky. The first-order tiger men piled the corpses together and set them on fire to burn. On the steps of the highest palace, Tiger Rain stood with his hands behind his back, watching all this with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Tiger Rain saw a purple spot of light descending from the sky and falling towards a certain room. Tiger Rain frowned slightly, came to the outside of the room where the purple light spot landed, reached out and pushed open the door, quietly watching the clansman sitting cross-legged in the room with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the clansman released the aura of a first-order professional, but this profession was a bit strange, unlike the profession that Tiger Rain knew. Tiger Rain stepped into the room, walked up to the awakened Tiger Man, and asked, "What profession did you awaken?" The tiger man who was sitting cross-legged immediately opened his eyes, quickly got up, and respectfully replied, reporting to the patriarch, I have awakened the illusionist profession. It seems to be a profession newly created by the plain will. Tiger Rain's eyes flashed with a hint of envy when he heard this, and then he said excitedly, you can directly obtain the new profession created by the plain will. It seems that the plain will intends to let me replace King Yellow Tiger. The tiger man who had just awakened as an illusionist scratched his head, not understanding what the connection was between awakening a profession and replacing King Yellow Tiger. Tiger Rain's face was full of excitement, and he rewarded, from today on, you can freely enter and exit the hunting ground, and freely eat the livestock in the hunting ground to improve your strength. The awakened illusionist tiger man shook his head and said, there's no need for such trouble. My current strength is rapidly improving. It is estimated that it will take a maximum of 3 days to break through to the second level. How is that possible? The smile on Tiger Rain's face disappeared, and he quickly reached out and grabbed the illusionist's wrist, carefully sensing it. After confirming that the illusionist's strength was rapidly improving, a flash of red light flashed in Tiger Rain's eyes, and his expression became serious. Tiger Rain wanted to cultivate some second-order tiger men to replace those previous people. However, your cultivation speed is too fast. I'm afraid it won't be long before you surpass me. If you want to seize the position of patriarch, can I resist it? The more Tiger Rain thought about it, the thicker the red light in his eyes became, and his expression became more and more hideous. The illusionist looked at Tiger Rain's face and nervously asked, Patriarch, could there be something wrong with my cultivation? Tiger Rain's expression returned to calm, and he looked at the illusionist with cold eyes. The next second, Tiger Rain suddenly reached out and grabbed the illusionist's neck, gently twisted it, and the illusionist's neck was snapped, and he died on the spot. Tiger Rain let go of his palm, looked at the illusionist lying on the ground, and muttered to himself, I need obedient subordinates, not subordinates who can threaten me. Rest in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of footsteps sounded outside the door, and then a group of tiger men ran into the room, looking at Tiger Rain and the corpse on the ground. All of them were shocked. Tiger Rain said angrily, professionals from other planes disguised themselves as the plane's will to create professions and manipulated our clansmen. Now pass on my order, as long as you encounter tiger men with problematic professions outside, kill them directly. Everyone was dubious, but thinking about Tiger Rain's past behavior, they didn't think Tiger Rain would deceive everyone, so they all bowed their hands and said, understood. Tiger Rain nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. At this time, in the Yellow Tiger clan's base camp, King Yellow Tiger was enjoying breakfast with the prince and chatting about the situation in the Blue Tiger clan's territory. At this moment, a young tiger man hopped into the restaurant and shouted excitedly, Father, brother, I have advanced to become a professional. King Yellow Tiger smiled and hugged the little prince in his arms, praising, that's amazing, you broke through faster than your brother. You will definitely surpass your brother in the future and help the clan expand further. The eldest prince beside him smiled and gently reminded, second brother, keep up the good work, don't slack off. The little prince shouted excitedly, it's different, I'm different from you. I just received a reward from the plane's will and got a new profession. I can quickly become stronger without cultivation. In 3 days, I will be promoted to the second level. As soon as these words came out, King Yellow Tiger looked surprised, and the smile on the eldest prince's face also subsided a lot, and a hint of vigilance was revealed in his eyes. However, the vigilant gaze quickly disappeared, and the eldest prince returned to his previous gentleness. Ha 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 ha. King Yellow Tiger suddenly laughed a few times, excitedly saying, recently, I have not been able to contact the plane's will. I thought that after destroying the Blue Tiger clan, I was disgusted by the plane's will. Now it seems that this is the plane's will taking the initiative to disconnect from me in order to create a new profession. Now that the plane's will has allowed my son to awaken a new profession, it is acknowledging my contribution to destroying the Blue Tiger clan. The eldest prince immediately echoed, Father is invincible and has outstanding strength. The plane's will can never hate Father. King Yellow Tiger said excitedly, well said. The little prince also clapped his hands and shouted, well said, well said. King Yellow Tiger touched the little prince's head, then picked up a lamb leg from the table and handed it to the little prince, smiling, you go out and play first. The little prince took the lamb leg and hopped away. After the little prince left, King Yellow Tiger looked at the eldest prince and said seriously, "Eldest, the new profession is very important. It represents the future development direction. Moreover, people who obtain new professions are likely to break through to the second level within 3 days. This is a force that cannot be underestimated. Now you go out and look for new professionals, recruit them to join my Yellow Tiger clan, give them the highest treatment, and put aside the invasion of other planes for the time being." Understood. The eldest prince nodded and continued to ask, "If the new professionals are unwilling to join us, should we kill them or imprison them?" King Yellow Tiger answered without hesitation, "Kill. Destroy even the tribe where the illusionist is located. We must not allow other tribes to threaten our position." The eldest prince nodded and said, "Understood. Does father have any other instructions?" King Yellow Tiger thought for a while and ordered, "When you go out, bring back all the resources you see to prepare for the large-scale cultivation of illusionists in the future. Besides that, there is nothing else." The eldest prince stood up and said, "Understood, I will go and act now." The eldest prince turned and walked out. King Yellow Tiger watched the eldest prince leave and shouted, "Come here." The guards outside the door quickly walked in, respectfully saluted, and waited for King Yellow Tiger's orders. King Yellow Tiger ordered, "Strengthen the guard force for the little prince, go down." Understood. Tiger Man in the underground space, the howling wind gradually subsided, and the number of Tiger Man souls emerging from the walls also decreased. Just then, a purple Tiger Man soul suddenly emerged from the wall. In an instant, the wind intensified dozens of times, the temperature in the underground space rapidly decreased, and a layer of white frost condensed on the soil. Fang Che, who was cultivating, was awakened and focused his gaze on the purple Tiger Man soul. After careful observation, he discovered that this soul contained the aura of a shapeshifter profession. Fang Che had previously learned that the Tiger Man plane only had the most basic warrior profession. Now that a Tiger Man with the shapeshifter profession has appeared, it must be because the will of the Tiger Man plane sensed danger and forcibly created the shapeshifter profession in an attempt to save itself. Unfortunately, what the Tiger Man plane is facing is the Emperor plane, one of the top planes, with tens of thousands of professions. Even if it creates thousands of powerful professions, the Emperor plane can send targeted professionals to destroy the Tiger Man plane with absolute advantage. The Tiger Man plane poses no threat to the Emperor plane, but Fang Che and the other professionals who entered the Tiger Man plane are in trouble. Shapeshifters can utilize various types of props. As long as the Tiger Men of the warrior profession eliminate some professionals with their numerical advantage, they can allow the shapeshifter to quickly become stronger. Fang Che must be more careful. So, Fang Che took out more props, inlaid them in the wall, and injected curse energy to put the props into a semi-activated state. Just after doing this, Fang Che noticed that the communication token was slightly hot. Fang Che took out the communication token and injected curse energy. Due to the different plane rules, the communication token was greatly restricted here. After Fang Che injected a lot of curse energy, Ling Jie's voice came from the communication token, "This plane is creating shapeshifters." After listening to this brief message, Fang Che put away the communication token and injected more curse energy into the voodoo doll. Fang Che wanted to eliminate the 30,000 Tiger Men as soon as possible and leave this place. Only by leaving here would he not be harmed by the shapeshifter. At this time, beneath the Blue Tiger clan's base, the voodoo doll released more invisible energy, merging into Huyu's body. Huyu, who was enjoying the blood and flesh delicacies to increase his strength, suddenly stopped eating, wiped the blood from his mouth, frowned, and shouted, "Someone." 2 guarding Tiger Men walked in and respectfully asked, "What are your orders, chieftain?" Huyu said, "Eating here is not enjoyable. I want to go to the hunting grounds to personally hunt livestock and eat on the grass. I will reward these foods to you." The 2 Tiger Men looked at the rich blood and flesh feast, swallowed their saliva, and excitedly said, "Thank you, chieftain." Subsequently, the 2 Tiger Men quickly pounced on the blood and flesh feast, devouring it voraciously. Huyu looked at the 2's crude eating habits and felt disgusted. He directly reached out and pinched their necks, twisting them until they snapped. Huyu turned and walked out of the room, arriving at the hunting grounds to look for prey. The hunting grounds were lush with vegetation, and every plant exuded abundant energy. Several wild rabbits were eating in the grass. With each bite, the meaty aroma emanating from the rabbits became more intense. Huyu ignored these wild rabbits and entered the interior of the hunting grounds to look for larger prey. After walking for a while, Huyu saw a tiger man lying on the ground, his head buried in the belly of a sick deer, devouring fresh entrails. Upon seeing this, Huyu walked to the tiger man's side, stomped on the tiger man's chest, and cursed with a frown, eating a meal like a dog, not dignified at all, disgusting. I will soon replace Great King Huang Hu. Having a disgusting clansman like you by my side is truly shameful. Subsequently, Huyu quickened his pace and quickly shuttled through the hunting grounds, killing any tiger man he saw with crude eating habits. With continuous killing, Huyu's eyes slowly became frenzied. Later on, Huyu killed anyone he saw, completely losing his mind, and the yellow fur on his body was completely dyed red with blood. After a long time, Huyu killed all the tiger men in the hunting grounds and returned to the Blue Tiger clan's base camp, beginning to slaughter the defending clansmen. Enemy attack. The tiger men in the distance saw a second-tier red figure frantically slaughtering and cried out in horror. The tiger men in the distance quickly surrounded him, and after recognizing Huyu, they were all shocked. Chieftain, what's wrong with you? Chieftain, Huyu didn't say a word and continued to kill. The 3 second-tier tiger men who remained here to kill, upon seeing this situation, directly rushed up to fight Huyu, blocking him. All 4 of them had awakened the warrior profession, were all second-tier professionals, and had no powerful props. Under the joint efforts of the 3, they quickly restrained Huyu and then seriously injured Huyu. Huyu couldn't hold on and fell to the ground unconscious. The 3 quickly tied Huyu up, looking blank. What exactly is going on? Why did the chieftain suddenly become like this? The other first-tier tiger men around were stunned in place, all at a loss. At this time, a tall second-tier tiger man suddenly had a flash of inspiration and whispered a reminder, "Do you remember? When the plain passage appeared, the captains of some patrolling teams around our base all went crazy and killed their teammates." The 2 next to him widened their eyes, and the short tiger man asked in a low voice, "Are you saying that the chieftain and their situations are the same?" The fattest tiger man shook his head in disbelief and said, "Impossible. The Great King said that the patrolling team had this problem because the Blue Tiger clan used special means." The tall tiger man retorted, "But we have not seen any evidence, we just heard the Great King saying it." The fat tiger man asked somewhat blankly, "Then what do you think is going on?" The tall tiger man looked confused and replied uncertainly, "I think it was done by professionals from other planes, but when the plane passage appeared before, we didn't see professionals from other planes. I really can't guess the reason." The fat tiger man thoughtfully said, "Maybe the enemy came before, but the enemy is good at hiding, and we haven't found them." The tall tiger man nodded with a solemn expression and agreed, "What you said makes sense. How should we find the enemy?" The short tiger man, who had not spoken all along, rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Don't think so much, we can't beat them even if we find them, and the other party may not be willing to negotiate. We should notify the Great King now and let the Great King send someone to solve the problem." As soon as these words came out, the other 2 tiger men widened their eyes in unison, shocked, and said, "You're crazy." The short tiger man was slightly stunned, only then did he remember that not long ago, everyone had just killed all the tiger men sent here by other tribes. Although the order was given by Huyu, the tiger men in the tribe were all executors. If they told the truth, they would definitely not survive. The short tiger man frowned and said, "Then we can only hide the problem. Who will be in charge next?" The 2 tiger men heard this, their faces changed drastically, they shook their heads in horror, and refused in unison, "I am trash, I don't know how to manage, I can't be in charge." The short tiger man knew from their answers that they were also afraid. Since the opening of the dimensional passage, the highest level managers of a group are the ones who inexplicably go mad and kill people. Becoming a manager under these circumstances is practically a death wish. The short tiger man suggested, "Fourth brother was sent out by the clan leader to find the patrol team. How about I call fourth brother back and let him make the decisions?" The other 2 tiger men said in unison, "Good idea." The tall tiger man added, "Just say that the clan leader entrusted the power to fourth brother before falling unconscious. Don't say a word about our suspicions." The short tiger man nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, the other first-tier tiger men gathered around, asking with some trepidation, "Captain, what should we do? What should we do?" Please make a decision. The two tiger men's expressions changed slightly. Without saying a word, they lifted tiger rein and left the area. The tiger men shouted blankly, "Captain, say something." "Captain," the two tiger men walked even faster, not daring to say another word, afraid of becoming the decision-maker. The many tiger men stood there dumbfounded, somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, in the underground space, after discovering that Tiger Rain was unconscious, Fangche began searching for a new leader. A leader becomes a leader because of their own strength and the recognition of others. Fangche discovered that near the witchcraft doll, there were 3 second-tier tiger men who were recognized by most people and could be influenced by the witchcraft doll. Fangche quickly locked onto a tiger man and was about to use the witchcraft doll to control him when he noticed him quickly leave his spot, moving away from most of the tiger men. Moving away from most of the tiger men would prevent him from using his leader status to kill his subordinates, which would not be conducive to Fangche's rapid slaughter. Therefore, Fangche quickly changed his target and selected another second-tier tiger man. At this moment, in the Blue Tiger clan's territory, the tall tiger man carrying Tiger Rain in front stopped, his eyes flashing red. The fat tiger man carrying Tiger Rain behind him frowned and asked, "Why did you stop?" The tall tiger man suddenly released his hands, dropping Tiger Rain to the ground, then turned around, jumped up, and smashed the fat tiger man's head with a palm. Then, the tall tiger man slapped the unconscious Tiger Rain to death and shouted excitedly, "From today on, I am the clan leader." The bewildered tiger men were filled with horror and instinctively moved closer to those around them. Seeing this, the tall tiger man widened his eyes and said angrily, "What do you mean by this? Do you think I'm not worthy to be the clan leader?" The crowd was filled with fear, their bodies trembling, and they shook their heads, saying, "No, no, you are very suitable to be the clan leader. Yes, you are very suitable to be the clan leader. We all recognize you as the clan leader, recognize?" The tall tiger man's eyes turned red, and he sneered, "I don't see the recognition on your faces. It seems I have to beat you into submission." The tall tiger man instantly accelerated, came to the other tiger men, and began to slaughter them. Seeing this, the tiger men turned and ran, not daring to fight the tall tiger man at all. Some tiger men threw away their weapons, thinking they were running too slowly, but they still couldn't escape their fate of death. When all the surrounding tiger men were dead, the tall tiger man said to himself with red eyes, "If you don't recognize me, I'll go find people who do. Someone will always recognize me." Then, the tall tiger man left the place quickly like the wind. Underground, the witchcraft doll quickly dug through the dirt, closely following the tall tiger man's footsteps. After the tall tiger man moved quickly for a while, an arrow suddenly shot out from the darkness, instantly killing the tall tiger man. Immediately afterward, Ling Jia and the other two walked out of the darkness and quickly searched the tall tiger man for resources. Then, the three looked in the direction the tall tiger man had come from. Ling Jia said, "The front is one of the places where the new profession light spots land. I didn't detect the aura of a third-tier professional. Let's go take a look. If there are many tiger men there, we'll change the language rules to cause chaos. If there are few, we'll just kill them directly." Yun Tian nodded lightly, carrying Yi Ling on his back, and walked forward with Ling Jia. Before long, the group saw the Blue Tiger clan's base camp. The three hid in the grass, and Ling Jia said somewhat nervously, "It seems this is some important area. We can't kill people here. Yi Ling, I'll leave this to you." Yi Ling didn't answer, but said incomprehensible words even faster. Ling Jia stared at the front for a while, then suddenly frowned and whispered, "Why aren't there any patrolling guards?" Yun Tian didn't think much about it and replied carelessly, "Maybe they're changing shifts, or maybe the tiger men here haven't encountered much danger and are more relaxed." Just then, Yi Ling opened her eyes and said puzzledly, "Strange, before, when I changed the language rules of some teams, it quickly caused chaos. Why isn't there any chaotic movement in front?" Ling Jia looked ahead with some confusion and wondered, could there be some special, dojo item/tool, protecting the language rules? This place is too strange. I'll go take a look. Then, Ling Jia activated a dojo item/tool, her body slowly becoming invisible, and finally disappearing. A moment later, Ling Jia's figure suddenly appeared at the city gate, and Yun Tian exclaimed in horror, "The leader is exposed." Yi Ling was startled for a moment, then confused, "Is the leader waving to us?" Yun Tian said in horror, "This might be a Tiger Man's trap. Let's run quickly." Just as Yun Tian was about to act, Ling Jie shouted from afar, "Everyone is dead. Yiling, Yun Tian, you two come over here quickly." Yun Tian and Yiling exchanged a glance, then ran towards Ling Jie's direction. Although there are many Daoju item/tool in this world that can steal memories, the speed of stealing memories is definitely not this fast. The fact that Ling Jie could call out their names meant that Ling Jie wasn't being impersonated. The two quickly ran to the city gate and looked inside, seeing corpses all over the ground. Yun Tian stared dumbfounded at the corpses, shocked. "This is an internal strife?" Immediately afterward, Yiling's excited voice sounded next to him, "Who cares if it's an internal strife or not? There must be a lot of resources here." Ling Jie nodded excitedly, reminding, "Search for treasures as much as possible under safe circumstances." Then, Ling Jie took the lead and ran towards the tallest building. Yiling and Yun Tian closely followed behind Ling Jie, also running towards the tallest building. Although searching for resources separately would be the fastest, Yiling and Yun Tian didn't awaken professions suitable for direct combat. In case they encountered enemies, the two didn't have much confidence in surviving. To be safe, it was better to follow Ling Jie. The three ran all the way and soon saw many gathered in burned Tiger Man corpses, which made the three even more certain that an internal strife had broken out here. Internal strife must have a winner. The place was empty, so the winner must have left to pursue the losers. They had to search for resources as soon as possible before the winner returned. Thinking of this, the three took out Daoju item/tool and used them to run even faster. Completion check. The entire original text has been translated. Length comparison. The translated text is appropriately lengthy, reflecting the detail in the original Chinese text. Confirmation statement. The translation is complete, accurate, and reads naturally in English. Third of the resources in the underground space, Fang Che sensed the death of the Tiger Man controlled by the voodoo doll and also noticed three professional individuals approaching. Fang Che didn't know who these three people were. However, Fang Che was very clear that the professionals of the Emperor Plane would not gather and act together. The smaller the group, the more likely they were from the Emperor Plane. To avoid harming the people of the Emperor Plane, Fang Che manipulated the voodoo doll to leave and search for groups of more than 100 people. Before long, Fang Che discovered a group of over 100 people, and he immediately manipulated the voodoo doll to launch a mental attack on them. Just as the curse was completed, Fang Che noticed the communication token slightly heating up. Injecting a large amount of curse energy, an excited voice from Ling Jie came from the communication token. "The three of us tracked the new professional light spots created by the plane and discovered a Tiger Man settlement erupting in internal strife, where we collected 1/3 of the resources needed by the Slaughter Saber Academy." Hearing this, Fang Che murmured to himself, "Could it be the place I just dealt with using the voodoo doll?" The voodoo doll had previously manipulated two second-order Tiger Men, influencing their minds and making them go on a killing spree, which was no different from internal strife, matching what Ling Jie said. Also, Ling Jie and the others were tracking the professional light spots created by the Tiger Man plane, and just now, the Myriad Souls banner collected the soul of an illusionist Tiger Man, which also matches what Ling Jie said. Most importantly, the Tiger Man controlled by the voodoo doll was killed by 3 professionals, and this number also matches Ling Jie's 3 people. With so many coincidences together, it was hard for Fang Che not to suspect. Fang Che pondered for a moment and sent a message to Ling Jie, "With the Tiger Man internal strife, there must be a victor. Did you encounter those Tiger Men when you went there?" After sending the message, Fang Che waited for a moment before the communication token emitted heat. Fang Che injected a large amount of curse energy, and Ling Jie's voice immediately came from the communication token. "We only encountered a crazy, blood-covered Tiger Man half an hour ago. Other than that, we didn't encounter any other Tiger Men." Hearing this accurate time, Fang Che could confirm that the place Ling Jie and the others went to was the place where the voodoo doll had fought. At this moment, Fang Che was somewhat excited. Because the Curse Master was not good at direct combat, and there were patrolling Tiger Men outside, and he wasn't sure how many resources were outside. Therefore, Fang Che didn't dare to openly go to the place where the voodoo doll had fought, and didn't dare to collect resources there. Unexpectedly, Ling Jie and the others went and gained quite a bit. With these gains, the Blue Sky Group members could leave the Tiger Man plane faster. The faster they left, the smaller the danger, and the more surviving experts there would be, and these experts would fully help Feng Che break through to the Third Order. This was great news for Feng Che. Feng Che immediately sent a message to Ling Jie: now that you've obtained these resources, I suggest immediately notifying the other members of the group, so they can gather as soon as possible and retreat with the materials. After a moment, Ling Jie's voice came from the communication token: we've already notified everyone according to the resource collection list, and asked them to wait in place. We'll personally go over to give them the resources. Feng Che smiled relaxedly and stopped sending messages. Now that the benefits had been obtained, there was no need to show off his merits, because even if he showed off, others wouldn't believe him, and instead would think that Feng Che wanted to steal credit. It was best to wait quietly now. After that, Feng Che continued to cultivate and continued to manipulate the voodoo doll to release mental attacks. On the other side, Ling Jie and the others were receiving the locations of the various teams through the communication token. After receiving all the information, Ling Jie looked at Yi Ling and ordered, "Yi Ling, next you must fully modify the language rules, causing the nearby Tiger Man teams to become confused due to language problems, making it impossible for the Tiger Men to organize and find us. Of course, we shouldn't attack these confused teams either. Our most important task now is to transport resources and let the experts in the group leave." Understood. Yi Ling nodded seriously, then jumped onto Yun Tian's back and quickly chanted strange languages, changing the surrounding language rules. Yun Tian carried Yi Ling on his back, following behind Ling Jie, and quickly went to the location of the other teams. Before long, Ling Jie and the others arrived at a forest and whispered, "Are the people here?" The next second, the surrounding trees split open, and a group of Blue Sky Group members with resentful faces walked out of the trees. The two second-order professionals at the head frowned and asked, "We just found some materials, why did you suddenly tell us to find a place to hide? What if the Tiger Men take the materials? We wouldn't dare to snatch them." Ling Jie didn't answer these questions, but just asked expressionlessly, "How many materials have you collected?" The second-order professional glared and replied, "We only have 3 flying flower grasses now. If it weren't for your order, we would have just..." The second-order professional's words were only halfway through when he saw Ling Jie take out a pile of materials. The remaining complaints could no longer be uttered, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Another second-order professional asked somewhat excitedly, "Team leader, where did you get the materials? We want to try our luck." Ling Jie didn't answer, but took out the materials needed by this team, then took away 3 flying flower grasses from them, before saying, "This is for you, you can leave now." Everyone was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Is it really for us?" Ling Jie nodded and said, "I need to preserve the strength of the Blue Sky Group. Now that we've obtained these materials, they're definitely for you." Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned red. They thought this action would be a near-death experience, but unexpectedly, they received a notice to leave after only 2 days. This Ling Jie is really a good person. The second-order professional quickly put away the resources, to avoid Ling Jie going back on her word, then cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, team leader. Please rest assured, team leader, I will definitely wait outside for you all to return safely. I will also do my best to help Feng Che break through to the Third Order, and will never complain." The others also expressed their opinions. "Please rest assured, team leader, we will definitely follow you firmly. Whatever you say, we will do." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ling Jie's face, and she said, "After going out, stay in the Slaughter Saber Academy first, to prevent others from assassinating you. I still need to send materials to others. After you gather a large group of people in the Slaughter Saber Academy, leave the Slaughter Saber Academy." "Okay, I won't chat anymore, we're going to send materials to others." After saying this, Ling Jie and the others hurriedly went to the next place. The remaining people watched the 3 leave, then quickly divided up the resources and put them into their Naiman Palace. A few seconds later, all the first-order professionals disappeared from the Tiger Man plane. At this time, one second-order professional asked another second-order professional, "Do you want to stay here and find some resources?" The other second-order professional hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, if we encounter a battle, we won't be able to activate the contract and leave. Safety is more important." The other person nodded in disappointment. "Okay, then let's leave." Afterwards, the two activated the contract and also left. Reinforcement and language. Changeling Jia and the others continued searching for other teams, distributing resources. The professionals forced to accept missions by the Butcher Academy were all extremely grateful, and their sense of belonging to the Blue Sky Squad increased many times over. Those professionals who had signed a betting agreement with Ling Jia and had to participate in the mission were originally emotionally volatile. However, the moment they received the resources, all their volatile emotions instantly vanished, and they were instead grateful that they had signed the contract in advance, otherwise, they would never have encountered such a good thing. At the same time, Feng Che was manipulating the voodoo doll to kill people everywhere, collecting souls. Suddenly, Feng Che noticed the voodoo doll pattern on the Curse Master gem flashing with white light. The light flashed and disappeared quickly. Feng Che was instantly excited and manipulated the voodoo doll to slowly wander around. The voodoo doll icon flashing with light meant that the voodoo doll had accidentally touched a material that could strengthen it. This was the first time Feng Che had encountered such a thing, and he had to search carefully. A moment later, the voodoo doll icon on the Curse Master gem emitted white light again. Feng Che immediately calmed the voodoo doll down, then used the flash of inspiration skill on the icon, continuously injecting curse energy. Feng Che wanted to remotely control the voodoo doll to absorb the material and complete the strengthening. Remotely absorbing the material consumed a lot of energy, and the strengthening speed was very slow. A full half-hour passed before the white light on the voodoo doll icon disappeared. Immediately afterward, Feng Che heard a faint voice coming from inside the voodoo doll icon. Seeing this, Feng Che excitedly checked the voodoo doll's enhanced information, bury the voodoo doll in a group's living area. The highest-ranking member of the group will become mentally deranged and slaughter other members within the group. The number of people in the group needs to be controlled to within 1,000, otherwise it will be ineffective. The voodoo doll can tunnel through the ground and disguise its aura as soil or rock. While moving forward, it can hear sounds from above. When the voodoo doll attacks the leader of a group, it can increase energy consumption to completely lock onto the group leader. Before the leader loses control of the group, the voodoo doll will not change its target for any reason. At this moment, the voodoo doll finally gained the listening ability that Feng Che needed most. Being able to hear the surrounding sounds would allow him to accurately find targets with different languages, without worrying about accidental killings. In addition, when encountering enemies from the Emperor Plane, he could also eavesdrop on the enemy's information and prepare accordingly. Feng Che's strength had been greatly improved at this moment. After that, Feng Che manipulated the voodoo doll and continued to act. Before long, Feng Che heard two completely different languages. One was the language of the Emperor Plane, and the other was the language of the Tigermen Plane. Feng Che had heard such languages when he opened the plane channel before. Feng Che understood that Ji Ling must have used the skills of the translation master profession to change other languages into the Emperor Plane language, thereby creating chaos. Although this Tigermen Plane created illusionists, the illusionists probably didn't have the ability to hunt down the heavily protected translation master in a short period of time, so they couldn't obtain the translation master's skills. The language problem of the Tigermen Plane would plague them for a long time. And what Feng Che needed to do was to kill as much as possible while the Tigermen were in internal chaos. So, Feng Che directly manipulated the voodoo doll to influence the leader of this group of Tigermen. At this moment, the leader of the Tigermen squad listened to the completely incomprehensible language in his ear. After thinking for a moment, he immediately made a gesture of silence. Some people immediately stopped talking, but others continued to talk. The reason was simple: gestures were also a language. In different planes, each gesture had a different meaning. Now that the language rules had changed, many Tigermen here could no longer recognize the meaning of this gesture. However, the Tigermen who couldn't understand the meaning of the gesture noticed that some people had quieted down. So, they all quieted down and began to cultivate. The Tigerman captain looked worried and shouted, "Those who can understand me, go to the forest on the east side." Some Tigermen quickly acted and walked towards the east. The Tigermen who couldn't understand didn't know what it meant, but their previous discipline told them that they should follow along. So, these Tigermen all walked towards the east. The Tigerman captain's mouth twitched, and he shouted with a distorted expression, "Those who can understand me, face me, and wink your left eye." Some Tigermen immediately looked at the Tigerman captain and began to wink their left eyes. The Tigerman captain was overjoyed and was about to gather everyone together when he noticed that a Tigerman who had been speaking strangely was also winking at him. The Tigerman captain stared at him and asked, "Can you understand me?" The Tigerman nodded and said, "I can understand." The Tigerman captain's face became even more unsightly. The Tigerman captain had already guessed that everyone's language was constantly switching. One second they could understand him, and the next second they might not. No matter how strong your command ability was, as long as the language was not clear, it would not work. The Tigerman captain pondered for a long time, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, shouting excitedly, "Regardless of whether you can understand me, everyone prepare for defense." The Tigerman captain realized that the language was only switching between two modes. As long as he repeated a sentence all the time, everyone would understand it. The Tigerman captain continued to repeat, "Regardless of whether you can understand me, everyone prepare for defense. Regardless of whether you can understand me, everyone prepare for defense." The Tigerman captain praised himself for his ingenuity, but he didn't notice that many Tigermen's faces were turning ugly. Faced with different languages, everyone could only understand the pronunciation, not the meaning. And when these pronunciations were combined, they would piece together another meaning according to their own understanding. At this time, many Tigermen heard that the Tigerman captain was scolding people, and the more he scolded, the happier he became. Everyone initially thought that this was due to different pronunciations. But after being scolded more than a dozen times, everyone's mentality changed. Could it be that the dog captain was taking advantage of the language changes to scold everyone madly? After speaking for a long time, the Tigerman captain suddenly noticed that many people were staring at him with unfriendly expressions. A red light flashed in the Tigerman captain's eyes, and his mood became heavy. "I finally thought of a way to communicate, but you are looking at me like this. Could it be that you want to rebel while the language is not clear? Or have you been controlled?" Thinking of this, the Tigerman captain said, "Kill all the people who can't understand the language. They have been controlled by unknown enemies." Those who could understand the Tigerman captain were all shocked and hesitated. The Tigerman captain shouted angrily, "If you don't kill them, we will be infected." When the other Tigermen heard this, a trace of fear flashed across their faces, and then they waved their hands to attack the people who couldn't understand the language around them. Internal strife broke out instantly. 16,000 tiger people. After a fierce battle, fewer than 50 tiger men remained alive. The Tigerman captain relaxed slightly, only to hear one of them ask, "What do we do next?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a fat Tigerman beside him punched the questioner to death. The Tigerman captain instantly understood that the fat Tigerman who killed him had once again had his language altered. And since he had ordered the killing of tiger men who couldn't communicate, the fat Tigerman acted so suddenly. Of course, it was also possible that the dead man's language had changed. The Tigerman captain couldn't tell whose language had changed and didn't dare to say another word, fearing he would be targeted. At that moment, the other tiger men realized what the fat Tigerman killing the questioner meant. Those who spoke the same language as the questioner immediately punched the fat Tigerman to death. Immediately after, other tiger men killed them, and the infighting erupted again. This time, the Tigerman captain didn't dare to participate and hid in the distance. Before long, only the Tigerman captain and another severely injured Tigerman remained. The Tigerman captain then walked over and punched the severely injured Tigerman to death. The Tigerman captain's eyes turned red as he muttered to himself, "Don't blame me, I want to live." However, the red light in the Tigerman captain's eyes quickly disappeared. The Tigerman captain shuddered, looked around at the corpses, and said in disbelief, "What have I done?" The red light flickered in the Tigerman captain's eyes again, and he said with a face full of grief, "You were all killed because of me. What face do I have to live in this world?" After saying this, the Tigerman captain slapped his forehead with his palm, committing suicide on the spot. In the underground space, as the Tigerman captain's soul was collected into the Myriad Souls banner, Fong Che instantly revealed a satisfied smile. In the past, when using voodoo dolls to deal with enemy groups, if the enemy leader did something too outrageous, the subordinates would join forces to subdue the leader. This forced Fong Che to constantly change his attack target, and the speed of eliminating the groups was very slow. This time, because the group couldn't communicate, most of the subordinates couldn't understand the leader's behavior. Even if the leader did something wrong, they couldn't judge what the leader did wrong due to language barriers and could only choose to endure it. This behavior prevented the subordinates from jointly ousting the leader. Without the subordinates being able to unite, the leader's power was infinitely great, which allowed the voodoo doll to exert its maximum effect. This translation master profession is indeed a good fit for voodoo dolls. Fong Che immediately manipulated the voodoo doll to act quickly and carefully listen to the conversations outside, searching for Tiger Man groups whose languages had been altered. In the following days, the voodoo doll killed the Tiger Men who changed the language rules at an even faster rate. In just a few days, the Myriad Souls banner had collected 9,000 Tiger Man souls. Upon seeing this, Fong Che immediately manipulated the Myriad Souls banner to release and destroy 2,000 weak Tier 1 Tiger Man souls. Fong Che needed to free up some space for other powerful Tiger Men, to avoid wasting the souls of those powerful Tiger Men. Afterward, Fong Che continued to manipulate the voodoo doll to kill. When Fong Che had eliminated more than 16,000 Tiger Men, there were no more Tiger Men around who were affected by the language rules. Occasionally, he discovered some Tiger Man teams, but the number of Tiger Men had also decreased significantly, with fewer than 50 people. Fong Che understood that the voodoo doll had probably moved away from the area where Yiling and the others were and had entered other areas. Fong Che was slightly disappointed, then manipulated the voodoo doll to quickly search for those large Tiger Man teams. Before long, a team with more than 800 people and more than 70 Tier 2 Tiger Men was found by Fong Che. Fong Che immediately manipulated the voodoo doll to release energy and influence the leader of this team. At this time, in a certain grassland, the Great Prince's team was heading to the next illusionist's location. After walking for a while, the Great Prince suddenly stopped, raised his hand, and pointed to a forest in the northwest direction. In the next second, all the surrounding Tiger Men stopped, raised their hunting bows, knocked their arrows, and aimed at the forest. The Great Prince shouted, "Come out, you people in front! I see you! Come out immediately!" There was no answer from the front. The Great Prince waited for 2 seconds, and waved his hand, released the arrows. In an instant, hundreds of arrows flew out, instantly covering the forest. The arrows struck the thick trees, and the powerful impact directly broke the trees. Rumble as the first row of trees fell, the trees behind were also broken in sequence, and dust flew into the air, covering the entire area. In the dust, vaguely appeared more than a dozen figures, scattered and fleeing. In the next second, the Tiger Men shot a second batch of arrows at these fleeing figures. Each figure was hit by dozens of arrows. However, the moment these arrows hit these figures, they were bounced away, and these figures were not affected in any way. However, there were too many Tiger Men and too many arrows. Countless arrows were shot out one after another, and soon some figures were pierced through the body by arrows and fell to the ground. In just 10 seconds, all these fleeing figures turned into corpses. The Tiger Men quickly approached to check for any omissions. "It's safe." As soon as a Tiger Man finished speaking, 8 Tier 2 Tiger Men sprang out from beside the Great Prince and quickly came to the corpses. These 8 Tiger Men placed their hands on the heads of the corpses, and in the next second, other professional information emanated from the 8 Tiger Men. Immediately after, they began to search for resources on the corpses. The Great Prince looked at the actions of these 8 people, a red light flashed in his eyes, and said expressionlessly, "These illusionists are really powerful, they can easily disguise themselves as other professions." A Tier 2 Tiger Man beside him said enviously, "These people are really lucky, they can break through to Tier 2 without much cultivation, and the Great Prince values them very much. I'm afraid it will be their world in the future." Hearing this, the Great Prince suddenly thought of the little prince who awakened the illusionist profession, and his eyes became a little gloomy. At this time, the 8 illusionists had already scavenged all the resources, and walked proudly to the Great Prince, complaining, "Great Prince, many of their props were destroyed. In the future, when encountering these professionals from other planes, we can no longer violently destroy them like today, we must engage in close combat and exhaust them to death." Hearing this, the Great Prince hesitated for a moment. Although the 8 Tiger Men can temporarily master the skills of other professionals, they can't exert the power of the skills, and I'm afraid they are not the opponents of the Tiger Men. The Great Prince was about to scold someone, but suddenly thought of a good idea. The Great Prince smiled and said, "We don't know how strong these professionals outside are. Since the 8 of you have copied their professions, let's have a competition with the warriors. Let us see the power of the outside world's professionals, so that we can better deal with the outside world's professionals in the future and help you keep your props." As soon as these words came out, the 8 illusionists instantly hesitated. Manipulated Prince seeing the 8 illusionists hesitating, the first prince mocked, "What, are you afraid?" The 8 illusionists, young and vigorous, felt looked down upon by the first prince and shouted, "I'm not afraid. I am willing to fight the warrior. I am also willing to fight the warrior. Illusionists are invincible." "Good, very good." The first prince nodded in satisfaction, reached out, pointed to several Tiger Men, and ordered, "You fight them 8 with all your strength." The second-tier Tiger Men who were pointed out drew their treasured sabers from their waists and walked towards the 8 illusionists with grim smiles. A Tiger Man next to the first prince glanced at the situation of the 8 people and reminded the first prince with some worry, "First prince, they usually can't stand these illusionists. I'm afraid there will be problems." The first prince's eyes flashed with red light, and he sneered, "Don't worry, illusionists are a powerful profession that surpasses martial artists. They won't fail." The 8 illusionists faced the 8 Tiger Men, cupped their hands, and began to say polite words. "Today, I am honored to be with you." Before they could say a few words, the 8 martial artist Tiger Men directly swung their sabers and slashed over. In an instant, the heads of 7 illusionists were chopped off, and one illusionist dodged in time, avoiding having his head chopped off, but his chest had a wound. The martial artist Tiger Men chased after him and slashed again, and the last illusionist also died on the spot. All of this happened so fast that others didn't even have a chance to stop their fight. But the first prince smiled and said, "Well done." A Tiger Man next to him shouted anxiously, "First prince, the king told us to win over illusionists. How can we kill them?" Hearing this, the first prince's face darkened, and he reminded unhappily, "Remember, father did not require the illusionists to be alive, and father asked me to find illusionists, not you." Hearing this, the Tiger Man panicked and quickly explained, "This subordinate did not question the first prince's idea. This subordinate just feels that they died too early and we should learn more about professionals through the illusionists." The first prince said expressionlessly, "This matter is easy to handle. You arrange for several teams to go in different directions to find illusionists." Seeing that the first prince didn't mind, the Tiger Man relaxed slightly and cupped his hands. "Understood." After that, the Tiger Man quickly thought and expressed his grouping ideas. The first prince listened for a moment, made some modifications, and the entire team dispersed, heading in different directions, with only the first prince and his party staying in place. After all the other teams left, the first prince looked at the Tiger Men he had deliberately selected and smiled. "I know that the warriors who stayed here all loathe illusionists, and the Tiger Men who left all have a good impression of illusionists. Today, I have kept you all here to lead everyone to eliminate all illusionists, eliminate all Tiger Men who approve of illusionists. Are you willing to act with me?" The Tiger Men shouted excitedly, "We are willing." The first prince's eyes flashed with red light, and he sneered, "Let's go." The first prince and his party began to act and quickly caught up with a team of Tiger Men. This team of Tiger Men heard the sound of footsteps, quickly stopped, and turned to look behind them. They saw the first prince, and before they had time to ask why the first prince had come here, they saw the first prince wave his hand. Immediately afterward, countless arrows flew over. A few seconds later, a team of Tiger Men was shot and killed. The first prince led the other Tiger Men to collect resources, burned the corpses with a fire, and continued to chase the next team. Before long, the Tiger Men of the other teams were wiped out by the first prince and his group. After burning the corpses of the last group of Tiger Men, a Tiger Man came to the first prince and asked, "First prince, where shall we go next to eliminate the illusionists?" The first prince pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Now the important thing is not to find illusionists. My younger brother has become an illusionist, and father values illusionists. It won't be long before the Tiger Men in the territory abandon me and go to join my younger brother. At that time, I will have no chance to take over father's position and cannot become the new king. Since this is the case, I will strike first and kill all the Tiger Men who approve of illusionists. Now you send a letter requesting help, saying that illusionists colluded with outside professionals and attacked us, causing us heavy losses and urgently needing support." Hearing this, the Tiger Man asked with a worried expression, I know that the first prince wants to deceive people and eliminate them, but what if the king personally takes action? The first prince replied with a calm expression, "Don't worry, outside professionals have strange abilities. It is normal for father to not be able to find anyone. If father can't find anyone for a long time, he will definitely go back, and he will definitely leave people to help us find illusionists. We can eliminate those who oppose me at that time." The Tiger Man complimented, "The first prince is wise, this subordinate will send a message back." Yellow Tiger Clan Base Camp. A Tiger Man quickly finished reading the first prince's plea for help, and then asked the Yellow Tiger King, "King, do you want to personally take action to eliminate the enemy?" The Yellow Tiger King pondered for a moment and shook his head. "There are not many illusionists, and the professionals from outside are good at hiding. Even if I take action, I may not be able to find the enemy. You take people to join the first prince and assist the first prince in winning over the illusionists." The Tiger Man respectfully said, "Understood." The Yellow Tiger King quickly wrote an order, handed it to the Tiger Man, and ordered, "Since the first prince said that illusionists colluded with people from outside, then you bring the illusionists who recently joined us and let these illusionists contact people from outside, set traps for people from outside, and eliminate them." The Tiger Man took the order and respectfully said, "This subordinate obeys, farewell." The Tiger Man took the order and quickly gathered a group of Tiger Men and came to the outside of a canyon. A second-tier Tiger Man looked at the canyon in front of him, frowned and said, "This canyon is very dangerous. If we are attacked, we will not be able to resist at all. Why did the first prince set the meeting place here?" The leading Tiger Man calmly replied, "The first prince was scared by those illusionists and is worried that illusionists will disguise themselves as us. That's why he chose the meeting place here. As long as we explain clearly to the first prince, there will be no problem. Let's go in." A group of people marched into the canyon. At this moment, the first prince's team was ambushed above the canyon, holding hunting bows and staring at the people below. The first prince carefully observed the people below and quickly saw 5 illusionists. The first prince's eyes flashed with red light, and he smiled cruelly. "After everyone enters the canyon, seal off the exit and shoot them all." As soon as he finished speaking, a Tiger Man next to him opened his mouth and said, "Tiger Yuan is below." "Tiger Yuan?" The first prince looked at the bottom of the valley and carefully searched for a moment before opening his mouth. "Tiger Yuan is one of us. Call Tiger Yuan and his men up and persuade him to deal with the illusionists with me." "Understood." The Tiger Man next to him nodded and shouted below, "Tiger Yuan, you take your men and come up from the crack 10 meters ahead. The first prince wants to understand your identities. Everyone else, put down your weapons and stay where you are." Prince in the Canyon, the team leader, a Tiger Man, took out the order from King Yellow Tiger and handed it to Tiger Yuan, commanding, "Take some men up to explain. The rest put down your weapons." "Yes, sir," Tiger Yuan replied, accepting King Yellow Tiger's order. He then shouted to those behind him, "Follow me." Subsequently, Tiger Yuan led dozens of Tiger Men toward the fissure. The remaining Tiger Men laid down their weapons and equipment, sitting on the ground, chatting and laughing, completely unaware of the danger. After a brief period of chatting and laughing, the crowd suddenly noticed the sky darkening. Looking up, they saw a sky-obscuring rain of arrows falling. The leading Tiger Man shouted in horror, "Quick, take cover!" However, only a few reacted in time. More than 70% of the Tiger Men were pinned to the ground by the arrows. The survivors fled in panic towards the canyon exit. Boom! After a series of loud explosions, the canyon exit was blocked by massive rocks. The sky darkened again. Above the canyon, the first prince looked at Tiger Yuan and smiled. "Next, I'll need you to return and report to father, saying that you were attacked by professionals from outside and got separated from the others. Tell him we need more support, preferably more illusionists." Tiger Yuan bowed. "Your subordinate obeys." In the underground space, Fang Che cultivated quietly. Periodically, Fang Che would see hundreds of souls drilling into the myriad souls banner. Sometimes, even Tier 2 Tiger Men with illusionist professions would enter the banner. Unknowingly, the number of Tiger Men killed by the voodoo doll reached 29,000, and the myriad souls banner once again gathered 10,000 souls. Fang Che temporarily stopped cultivating, put on his cloak and mask, collected the props he had placed in the underground space, and put away the Myriad Souls banner, preparing to leave. Although some Tier 2 Tiger Men's souls would be among the last 1,000 Tiger Men killed, Fang Che couldn't use the Myriad Souls banner to collect them. The reason was speed. The Tiger Men were dying quickly, with hundreds, or even thousands, dying in seconds. And the moment Fang Che killed the 30,000th Tiger Man, he would be teleported away in the shortest possible time. However, the souls of the Tiger Men moved slowly after death, unable to enter the Myriad Souls banner before Fang Che left. To avoid waste, the best way was to give up the souls generated next. While Fang Che was pondering, a mist appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Fang Che's body. In an instant, the mist disappeared, and Fang Che disappeared as well. Without the support of the props in Fang Che's hand, cracks appeared in the underground space, and the soil quickly collapsed. At the same time Fang Che disappeared, the voodoo doll hidden in the underground soil also vanished. In the forest above the voodoo doll, the first prince watched the Tiger Men cleaning up the battlefield, the red light in his eyes slowly fading. The first prince looked around, gazing at the corpses on the ground, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Was it really worth killing so many Tiger Man warriors for a group of illusionists? Even if he inherited the throne in the future, the strength of the Yellow Tiger clan would be weakened by him. Moreover, it would be difficult to inherit the throne as long as the little prince was alive. Why hadn't he thought about killing the little prince before? Wouldn't directly killing the little prince be a better choice? Why had he made such a stupid decision before? At this moment, the battlefield cleanup was completed, and Tiger Yuan walked to the first prince's side, asking, "Your Highness, shall we continue to request support from the king?" The first prince hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, "No need. Next, we'll split up the team and head to the plain passage." Now that the first prince had killed too many people, there was no turning back. If King Yellow Tiger found out, he would be lucky to survive, let alone inherit the throne. The first prince's only chance now was to enter the world behind the plain passage, slaughter the people there, and break through to Tier 3 as soon as possible. Only in this way could he survive under King Yellow Tiger. Hearing these words, Tiger Yuan became somewhat excited. Ancient Tiger Men obtained powerful strength through plane wars. Therefore, every Tiger Man longed to invade other planes to gain power. Previously, King Yellow Tiger dispatched soldiers to enter the plain passage, but Tiger Yuan didn't get a chance. He didn't expect it to be realized today in the hands of the first prince. After a moment of excitement, Tiger Yuan asked with some concern, "The king forbids us from going over there. If we go quietly and don't wait for the plain passage to open in a short time, we will be punished by the king." The first prince said calmly, "Don't worry, I can forge father's order, and the Tiger Man guarding the plain passage has a good relationship with me. He won't report me. Let everyone prepare." "Yes, sir." Tiger Yuan nodded excitedly and quickly gathered the other Tiger Men. After gathering everyone, the group set off on a small path and quickly headed to the plain passage. Before long, the first prince and his party approached the city wall built near the plain passage. On the city wall, a Tier 2 Tiger Man saw the first prince and asked with a smile, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" The first prince immediately took out the forged order and said, "Father ordered us to go to other planes to improve our strength." The Tiger Man guarding the city glanced at the order from a distance, not even seeing the words on it clearly, and ordered, "The order is fine, open the gate." The city gate slowly opened. The first prince put away the order and led the excited Tiger Men behind him quickly through the city gate, heading towards the plain passage. The group walked to the plain passage, looking at the pitch-black, curtain-like plain passage, and felt a little nervous. The nervousness was not because they couldn't see the situation behind the plain passage, but because they were worried that the plain passage hadn't opened. If it hadn't opened, they would have to wait, and the possibility of being discovered by King Yellow Tiger would increase. At this moment, the first prince reached out and touched the curtain, his palm passing straight through. Smiles of excitement and immediately appeared on everyone's faces. "Livestock of other planes, be prepared to be eaten." With excited hearts, the group quickly drilled into the plain passage, looking at the surrounding buildings, their faces showing cruel grins. Just then, the doors of 5 houses next to them opened, and 5 Tier 3 professionals walked out. Instantly, the smiles on the Tiger Men's faces froze, quickly turning into fear. A Tier 3 professional shouted expressionlessly, "Enemies are coming." The next second, a dense sound of doors opening echoed around, and hundreds of Tier 2 professionals ran out. After seeing the first prince and others, disappointment instantly appeared on their faces. They thought there were many enemies coming, but only so few people came. There were only 4 who could barely complete the task. However, everyone still took out their communication tokens and contacted their people to come end the task. After finishing the contact, everyone stayed quietly in place, avoiding the escape of the tiger men. Looking at so many professionals, the first prince retreated in horror. The next second, vines grew out of the ground, instantly binding the first prince and all the other tiger men, and everyone lost their ability to move. The first prince struggled slightly, then closed his eyes in despair. The Great Prince's disappearance. While the tiger men of the Yellow Tiger tribe were being imprisoned, Fang Che was in the forest 1,000 meters away from the plain passage, acclimating to his body. After leaving the Tiger Man plane, Fang Che's body was no longer suppressed, and his strength was slowly recovering. When his strength was fully restored, Fang Che suddenly felt a wonderful sense of satisfaction in his heart. Fang Che smiled slightly, carefully checked the cloak and mask on his body, and after confirming that the disguise was okay, he set off for the Butcher Knife Academy area. With the help of acceleration props, Fang Che arrived near the Blue Sky Group station in half an hour. At this time, hundreds of professionals had gathered inside the Blue Sky Group station. These people had entered the Tiger Man plane before. They should have obtained resources from Ling Jia and used the academy contract to be directly teleported near the Butcher Knife Academy. Fang Che did not use the academy contract. After killing 30,000 tiger men, he was forcibly teleported to the forest near the plain passage, and could only work hard to rush back. Fang Che watched for a while, then quietly left the place and went to the Cursed Master Mission Hall. On the way, Fang Che passed by the Butcher Knife Academy and found a group of Blue Sky Group members gathered outside the academy. Fang Che stopped curiously, and after listening for a while not far away, he learned that these people were also professionals who had returned earlier after obtaining resources from Lingjia. They stayed here to welcome other members of the Blue Sky Group, to prevent other members from being assassinated by other groups on the way back. With these people protecting them, they could safely submit their tasks. Fang Che could also safely trade the Myriad Souls banner with the Soul Master, without worrying about assassinations from other groups. However, after hesitating for a while, Fang Che gave up this idea. In the coming period, these people would have to do their best to help Fang Che break through to the 3rd level, and they must have resentment in their hearts. Even with the restraint of the contract, Fang Che couldn't trust them. Fang Che had to keep waiting until Ling Jia and the others returned before he could go to the Soul Master to trade. Before Ling Jia returned, Fang Che had to continue to receive tasks and collect the materials for each profession to advance to the 2nd level. Fang Che turned and left, and soon came to the Cursed Master Mission Hall to look for tasks that could be received. Inside the Tiger Man plane, King Yellow Tiger watched the tiger men kneeling in front of him, his eyes red and his expression ferocious as he asked, "Where did the Great Prince go?" The tiger men below knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling, and their voices trembling as they replied, "The Great Prince is just out of contact for a short time. He must have had a breakthrough in his cultivation and is in seclusion." Bullshit! King Yellow Tiger roared, "In the past few days, the Great Prince has sent people back every few hours to seek help. In addition, the Great Prince goes to the hunting ground on time at every meal, but an hour has passed now, and there is still no news from the hunting ground. He must be in trouble. The tribes of you people are near the area where the Great Prince last sent a message. Why is there no news at all? Did you join the Little Prince and kill the Great Prince together?" The tiger men cowed out in panic, crying and shouting, "We are wronged, Your Majesty. We dare not harm the Great Prince. Maybe the Great Prince took a shortcut to another place, and is with my tribe." Before this person could finish speaking, King Yellow Tiger directly pounced on him and slapped him to death, shouting with a ferocious expression, "Why would my son take a shortcut? Can't he just go to your tribe halfway to get supplies? I think you teamed up to kill him." The rest of the people cowed out in terror, their heads bleeding, and kept shouting, "We really don't know. Your Majesty, spare us." "Shut up!" King Yellow Tiger roared, and beat several people to death in a row. The remaining tiger men dared not beg for mercy, and the palace fell into a deathly silence. King Yellow Tiger looked sad, staring blankly at the graffiti on the palace pillars. King Yellow Tiger still remembered that when his father went out to slaughter other planes and he replaced his father in managing the tribe, the great prince stayed in the palace all the time, drawing everywhere with a pen. Now many patterns have faded, but King Yellow Tiger clearly remembers the scene of the great prince's graffiti. Those memories are very deep. It's just that I didn't expect that now the patterns have faded, and the great prince's life and death are also unknown. Thinking of this, King Yellow Tiger roared with a ferocious expression, "It's all because those illusionists colluded with professionals from other planes, otherwise my son wouldn't be in such a life or death situation. Pass my order, except for the guards, the plane passage team, and the teams near the border, do not move. Other teams will conduct a carpet search for professionals and illusionists from other planes, and kill them without mercy." The tiger men kneeling on the ground shouted, "Your subordinates obey. Your subordinates will go and deliver the order." Then, these tiger men quickly ran out of the palace to deliver the order. Countless tiger men teams left the base camp and headed in different directions. King Yellow Tiger watched the tiger men leave, turned and returned to the room, kicked over the table where letters from various places were stored, picked up the wine pot, and drank the strong wine. Outside the door, a tiger man responsible for delivering letters glanced inside the palace, but did not dare to enter. He just put a dozen letters on the doorstep and whispered to the guards at the door, "When the king checks the letters from various places, remember to send my information in." The guard nodded lightly and whispered in agreement, "Understood." Under the carpet search of the Yellow Tiger tribe, many professionals from the Emperor Plane were exposed and hunted by the tiger men. At this moment, in the border area of the original Blue Tiger tribe, Ling Jie single-handedly killed more than 50 tiger men before reaching out to pull out the arrows from her body. At this time, a boulder next to her cracked open, and Yun Tian and Yi Ling ran out of the boulder nervously, helping Ling Jie pull out the arrows from her body. While pulling out the arrows, Yi Ling said, "Just now we contacted our own people and learned that most people are on the edge of the Yellow Tiger tribe's territory. Except for a few people who were killed because they ran too slowly, everyone else is alive. In addition, there are some who cannot be contacted. I don't know if they are dead or have left, including Fong Che." "Fong Che?" Ling Jie paused as she pulled out the arrow, closed her eyes and carefully sensed for a moment, and said, "The Blue Sky Group badge and the contract with Fong Che have not failed. Fong Che has left the Tiger Man plane." Yun Tian's expression became solemn when he heard this. "Fong Che doesn't know what the Butcher Knife Academy asked us to collect. It seems that he killed 30,000 tiger men. His strength is really unfathomable." Ling Jie said calmly, "Maybe Fong Che has props for mass slaughter. Don't worry about these trivial matters. Let our people stay away from the Yellow Tiger tribe and hide for a while. Don't rush to find materials. With such a big event, many people will definitely die. The Butcher Knife Academy will definitely have new actions." Yi Ling and the other two nodded and said, "I will pass on the leader's order to everyone. Return Butchery Academy." Lu Jing glanced with a gloomy expression at the Blue Sky Group members at the academy entrance before entering the archives to check the contracts. Lu Jing knew that the Blue Sky Group was already difficult to suppress, and she only hoped that more members of the Blue Sky Group would die. Suddenly, Lu Jing saw many contracts signed by Blue Sky Group members disappear out of thin air. This meant that the people who signed the contracts had died. Lu Jing was extremely excited and stared at the contracts of the Blue Sky Group members with a face full of excitement. Just then, Lu Jing noticed out of the corner of her eye that the contracts of other people were also disappearing quickly, even faster than the contracts of the Blue Sky Group. Lu Jing frowned slightly, counted the remaining contracts, and found that 2/5 of the contracts had been lost. Lu Jing quickly took out a communication token, injected energy, and reported, "Principal, 2/5 of the people who entered the Tigerman plane have died. What should we do next?" The next second, the principal's message came over. "Immediately use the power of the contract to notify the Fierce Tiger Group and have their people enter the Tigerman plane to collect materials." Lu Jing was anxious upon hearing this. A large number of professionals entering the Tigerman plane were dying, which meant that a special event must have occurred in the Tigerman plane. Sending the Fierce Tiger Group in now was sending them to their deaths. If the Fierce Tiger Group was gone, Lu Jing's escape route would also be gone. So, Lu Jing hurriedly advised, "The Fierce Tiger Group has been gone for a long time and cannot return in a short time. let other people go instead. After the Fierce Tiger group left, didn't several new groups form? Let them, bang. The sound of the door opening suddenly interrupted Lu Jing's next words. The principal walked in from outside the door, quickly found the Fierce Tiger group's contract, activated the contract with his back to Lu Jing, and reminded without turning his head, I know you want to protect the Fierce Tiger group, but you must remember that you are first and foremost a member of the Butchery Academy. I can ignore what you did in colluding with other groups to deal with the Butchery Academy, but if the Butchery Academy is gone, I will definitely make you pay. Lu Jing's face turned pale when she learned that what she had done was exposed, and her mind went blank. After a moment, Lu Jing came to her senses and walked tremblingly to the principal, smiling obsequiously, I'll help you contact the Fierce Tiger group. The principal didn't even raise his head and refused expressionlessly, no need. You just said that the Fierce Tiger group can't come back in a short time, and even if they do come back, they will need time to prepare. Let those newly formed groups go in now. Lu Jing felt even more despair in her heart. Originally, Lu Jing was thinking that since she couldn't keep the Fierce Tiger group, she would keep the newly formed groups, but she didn't expect that these groups couldn't be kept either. Lu Jing didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and said obsequiously, yes, I will contact them immediately. Lu Jing picked up the communication token and quickly sent meeting information to the second-tier professionals of each group. Then, Lu Jing found the contracts signed by the professionals of each group and came to the meeting room. Entering the room, Lu Jing looked at everyone who had arrived and said with a cold face, someone here betrayed me. The principal already knows that I am harming the Butchery Academy from behind and has already issued a mission to the Fierce Tiger group. As soon as these words came out, many people's expressions became subtle, and they subconsciously avoided Lu Jing's gaze. Lu Jing sneered, instantly activated all the contracts, and ordered, you must go to the Tiger Man Plain in 1 day to collect materials. After saying this, Lu Jing turned and left with a gloomy face without looking back. After Lu Jing left, the people left in the room did not make a fuss and their faces were very calm. After a while, a man said, when the Fierce Tiger group returns, the Blue Sky group's attention will be on the Fierce Tiger group. As long as we cancel the assassination mission, the Blue Sky group will not waste energy on us. When the Fierce Tiger group sees the number of second-tier professionals in the Blue Sky group, they will not continue to escape and will definitely try to weaken the Blue Sky group for survival, and what we have to do is to help the weaker side so that their strength is equal. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to develop, but the problem now is that our strength is too scattered. After saying this, the man looked at the others, waiting for them to express their opinions. A person next to him said, don't worry, group leader Wang Ping, I will not violate the contract. When we come back from the Tiger Man Plain, I will take my subordinates and officially join your Xingxuan group. I will listen to your command. The others nodded in agreement. Wang Ping smiled slightly, took out a list, and introduced, this list contains some materials for advancing to the 3rd tier. As long as I get these materials, I can advance within an hour. If I advance to the 3rd tier, I can protect you and let you leave the Tiger Man Plain alive. I will put the list here now. If you want to sponsor me with resources, you can go to the Xingxuan group to find me. I'll take my leave. Wang Ping put down the list and got up to leave the room. After Wang Ping left, everyone looked at each other, frowning and discussing, should we provide Wang Ping with resources? I don't think so. If he breaks through to the 3rd tier and enslaves us, we won't have any chance to compete for power. But he can protect us if he breaks through to the 3rd tier and let us walk out of the Tiger Man Plain alive. Is it ensuring current life safety or competing for power in the future? What do you choose? Everyone suddenly fell silent. After a while, everyone left the room without discussing anything further. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Members of various groups entered the Butchery Academy one after another. At this time, Fang Che was outside the academy, wearing a cloak and mask, curiously observing everything. Yesterday, Fang Che entered the Curse Lord mission hall and did not find a suitable mission. He only found some missions to assassinate Blue Sky group members. When Fang Che went to the Curse Lord mission hall this morning, he found that all the assassination missions against Blue Sky group members had been cancelled. Fang Che felt that the group that cancelled the assassination mission was likely to enter the Tiger Man Plain to carry out the mission. Because when Ling Jia learned that she was going to enter the Tiger Man Plain, she cancelled all the missions and exchanged the mission rewards for life-saving props. Therefore, Fang Che came to the outside of the Butchery Academy early in the morning to see if his guess was accurate. Now that he saw these groups entering the Butchery Academy, Fang Che was very happy in his heart. These groups were sent to carry out the mission, so Fang Che didn't have to worry about assassination and could openly go to the Soul Master to hand over the Myriad Soul Banner. After watching the various groups enter the Butchery Academy, Fang Che immediately set off to their residences. After wandering around for a long time, Fang Che found that the residences of the various groups had been sealed off and were very quiet, without any professionals. Fang Che felt much more relaxed in his heart and immediately set off to the Butchery Academy. However, when passing by the mission hall shared by various professionals, Fang Che's footsteps suddenly slowed down, staring at a teleportation crack outside the mission hall. At this moment, Chen Xuan, the leader of the Fierce Tiger Group, was guarding the teleportation crack, and other members of the Fierce Tiger Group walked out of the teleportation crack one by one. The Fierce Tiger Group is back. Between Chen Xuan and Lu Jing, Fang Che hid to the side, watching the returning members of the Fierce Tiger Squad, lost in thought. The Fierce Tiger Squad's return at this time could mean two things. First, the Fierce Tiger Squad learned about the Blue Sky Squad's current situation, so they returned early to confront the Blue Sky Squad. Second, the Butcher Academy issued a mission to the Fierce Tiger Squad, using the contract to force them to return. Fang Che guessed that the second possibility was more likely. Because before the Fierce Tiger Squad left, they accepted a difficult mission. Difficult missions take a long time and are very difficult. As the strongest member of the Blue Sky Squad, Chen Xuan wouldn't leave casually. If Chen Xuan really wanted to deal with the Blue Sky Squad, he could just arrange for his subordinates to come over. The Fierce Tiger Squad is an old brand group, recognized by many people. As long as Chen Xuan's subordinates recruit members under the banner of the Fierce Tiger Squad, they can suppress the Blue Sky Squad. Therefore, the only possibility for the Fierce Tiger Squad's return is that the Butcher Academy issued a mission to them. Although the Butcher Academy's missions are difficult, there will always be a time to complete them. When the Fierce Tiger Squad completes the mission, they can fully deal with the Blue Sky Squad. This will bring great pressure to the Blue Sky Squad. The Blue Sky Squad members will definitely try their best to improve themselves to resist this pressure. However, Fang Che signed a contract with the Blue Sky Squad before, requiring them to fully assist Fang Che in advancing to the third tier. Before the contract is completed, the Blue Sky Squad members will not be able to improve, and the pressure from the Fierce Tiger Squad will definitely continue to increase. In this way, the Blue Sky Squad members will definitely complain about Fang Che, and even become hostile to Fang Che. Fang Che doesn't care about the potential threat from the Blue Sky Squad members. With the contract in place, even if they become hostile, it won't delay Fang Che's advancement to the third tier. Fang Che also doesn't care about the direct threat from the Fierce Tiger Squad. As long as Fang Che breaks through to the third tier, Chen Xuan will die and the Fierce Tiger Squad will be destroyed. Fang Che's biggest worry is that before he breaks through to the third tier, the Blue Sky Squad will disband because they can't withstand the pressure. If the Blue Sky Squad disbands, they will lose their cohesion. At that time, Fang Che's speed of advancing to the third tier will definitely slow down, which is what Fang Che is most unwilling to see. He must find a way to weaken the pressure from the Fierce Tiger Squad and strengthen the cohesion of the Blue Sky Squad. After a little thought, Fang Che realized that this matter was easy to solve. To weaken the pressure from the Fierce Tiger Squad, he just needs to use the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to keep killing people. In addition, Fang Che can look for advancement resources to allow the Blue Sky Squad members to continuously advance to the second tier. In this way, the cohesion will not dissipate too much. After figuring out these problems, Fang Che's mood returned to calm, and his attention refocused on the Fierce Tiger Squad members. At this time, other professionals around were also curiously observing the Fierce Tiger Squad situation. The Fierce Tiger Squad members kept walking out of the teleportation rift. As soon as they came out, they walked to Chen Xuan's side, paying slightly nervous attention to the surrounding situation. They haven't forgotten the problem of the poison doctor killing people. After a while, many Fierce Tiger Squad members walked out of the teleportation rift, and the teleportation rift closed instantly. Immediately afterwards, the Fierce Tiger Squad members, led by Chen Xuan, went to the Butcher Academy. Fong Che quickly followed. The Fierce Tiger Squad quickly arrived at the entrance of the Butcher Academy and saw the Blue Sky Squad members guarding there. Chen Xuan glanced at them casually, his mood a little heavy, but there was no change in his expression. However, the others behind Chen Xuan didn't do any disguise, and their expressions instantly became serious. The Blue Sky Squad has recruited more than a dozen unfamiliar second-tier professionals so quickly. The speed of development is a bit scary. If the Blue Sky Squad continues to develop, the Fierce Tiger Squad is afraid of being finished. However, the Blue Sky Squad members' feelings when they saw Chen Xuan and others were not just heavy, but fear. The number of second-tier professionals in the Blue Sky Squad has exceeded that of the Fierce Tiger Squad, but the biggest problem of the Blue Sky Squad is that there are no third-tier professionals. Facing Chen Xuan, the third-tier Sword Immortal, the Blue Sky Squad members lowered their heads and didn't dare to look directly at Chen Xuan. Seeing this situation, the Fierce Tiger Squad's mood instantly relaxed a lot, and they entered the Butcher Academy triumphantly. After Chen Xuan entered the Butcher Academy, he went directly to Lu Jing's office. After seeing Lu Jing, Chen Xuan respectfully said, "Mentor, I'm back. Can you tell me what happened these days?" When Lu Jing saw Chen Xuan, she was slightly nervous for a moment, then adjusted her emotions inside. "After you left, in order to help the Fierce Tiger Squad weaken the Blue Sky Squad, I gathered a group of people to form a new group." Hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a little disdain in his heart. After the Blue Sky Squad obtained the badge rewarded by the Plain Will, it established a fair competitive environment with the Fierce Tiger Squad. If Lu Jing is trying to attack the Blue Sky Squad for the sake of the Fierce Tiger Squad, she will be punished by the Plain Will. Lu Jing is still alive and well now, which proves that Lu Jing's attack on the Blue Sky Squad is not because of the Fierce Tiger Squad, but completely for her own sake. However, Chen Xuan did not expose Lu Jing's lies. The past development of the Fierce Tiger Squad cannot be separated from Lu Jing's help, and there will definitely be a place to use Lu Jing in the future, so he cannot fall out with Lu Jing. Therefore, Chen Xuan still listened to Lu Jing's narration of what happened after the Fierce Tiger Squad left respectfully and seriously. The Blue Sky Squad signed a contract, agreeing to fully assist Fong Che in breaking through to the third tier. The Blue Sky Squad has more than 100 second-tier professionals. Some time ago, more than 30 second-tier professionals from the Blue Sky Squad left the Tiger Man plane alive. Chen Xuan's expression kept changing as he listened to the recent developments of the Blue Sky Squad, and finally became completely numb. After listening to all the information, Chen Xuan suddenly laughed and said confidently, "If the Blue Sky Squad is fully helping Ling Jie break through to the third tier, I would be afraid, but Fong Che, this curse master, is too weak and not worth worrying about. When he breaks through to the third tier, I will kill him." However, Lu Jing shook her head and said, "I have different ideas from you." Chen Xuan asked curiously, "Please give me some advice, mentor." Lu Jing smiled and said, "Fong Che, a curse master, breaking through to the third tier will not bring much benefit to the Blue Sky Squad, but Fong Che still chooses to use means that we don't know to let the Blue Sky Squad help him break through to the third tier, which proves that in Fong Che's heart, the Blue Sky Squad is not important. We can invest in Fong Che, establish a good relationship with Fong Che, let the Blue Sky Squad doubt itself internally, destroy the Blue Sky Squad's unity, and let the Blue Sky Squad disband. As long as the Blue Sky Squad disbands, the badge bestowed on the Blue Sky Squad by the Plain will be taken back, and the Fierce Tiger Squad can eliminate the Blue Sky Squad without bloodshed." Chen Xuan thought carefully for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and said, "The Blue Sky Squad has already become an enemy of the Fierce Tiger Squad. They will not easily disband the Blue Sky Squad. However, we can pay some benefits to let Fong Che desperately squeeze his subordinates. After that, we can establish a good relationship with those who are squeezed, pull them into the Fierce Tiger Squad, weaken the Blue Sky Squad's strength, and let the Blue Sky Squad never have a chance to develop again." "Good idea." Lu Jing agreed and nodded, then took the initiative to request, "Leave this matter to me, I will talk to Fong Che, just talk, and will not destroy the principle of fair competition." Ning Lu Jing volunteered, actively trying to win over Fong Che, primarily for her own benefit. According to Chen Xuan's plan, once Fong Che was won over, the Azure Sky Squad would decline, and the Fierce Tiger Squad would rapidly increase its strength. If Lu Jing could participate in this, her influence within the Fierce Tiger Squad would increase in the future. Influence can bring enormous benefits, and Lu Jing had to find a way to secure it. Chen Xuan, standing aside, was also keenly aware of the significant benefits that would come from successfully winning over Fong Che. Chen Xuan didn't want to give up these benefits, but he didn't know Feng Chie's location. Most importantly, Feng Chie and Chen Xuan were from different groups and were wary of each other, so even if Chen Xuan found Feng Chie, they might not be able to come to an agreement. There had to be a middleman to help convey the message. Lu Jing, as Feng Chie's mentor, was the most suitable candidate. Therefore, Chen Xuan could only smile and say, "Then I'll have to trouble you, mentor." Lu Jing said happily, "Leave it to me." Chen Xuan smiled, immediately changing the subject to state the purpose of his visit. "The contract requires our Fierce Tiger Squad to go to the Tiger Human Plain tomorrow. Today, I brought the Fierce Tiger Squad members here to exchange for some life-saving items accumulated by the Butchering Blade Academy. This matter requires your help, mentor." "Leave it to me." Lu Jing readily agreed, then thought of something and immediately reminded him, "A soul manipulator came to the academy a few days ago, wanting to collect tiger human souls. You can go to room 001 in dormitory building 3 to find him." Hearing the information about the soul manipulator, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "I'll go find the soul manipulator right away. Also, I'll prepare some documents tomorrow and come back to discuss Feng Chie with you, mentor. Farewell." Chen Xuan left in a hurry, and Lu Jing also left the room to resolve the issue of the Fierce Tiger Squad exchanging for life-saving items. Outside the Butchering Blade Academy, Feng Chie waited for a while, but when he didn't detect any signs of teleportation, he turned and left, going to a nearby hotel to cultivate. Sometime later, Feng Chie saw through the hotel window that the members of the Fierce Tiger Squad had left the Butchering Blade Academy. They had not been teleported away. Feng Chie was not in a hurry and continued to cultivate in the hotel. The next day, the Fierce Tiger Squad members entered the Butchering Blade Academy again. Before long, a strong spatial aura appeared in the direction of the Butchering Blade Academy. This indicated that the Butchering Blade Academy had opened the teleportation array again. And judging by the spatial aura, the number of people teleported away was about the same as the number of Fierce Tiger Squad members. Feng Chie continued to cultivate, and it wasn't until the next day that Feng Chie left the hotel and went to check the situation at the various groups' residences. After confirming that all the group's members had left, Feng Chie went to the Curse Master Mission Hall to make sure there were no assassination missions about him before he confidently entered the Butchering Blade Academy. Feng Chie went directly to the security room at the entrance and asked the few Tier 2 professionals inside, "I'm here to see the Soul Manipulator, do you know where he is?" The Tier 2 professionals in the security room instantly recognized Feng Chie, then said expressionlessly, "Azure Sky Squad members entering the academy need to get Mentor Lu Jing's permission. Please wait a moment, I need to notify Mentor Lu Jing." Feng Chie remembered that Lu Jing had prevented Ling Jie from meeting the Soul Manipulator. If he notified Lu Jing, he probably wouldn't be able to see the Soul Manipulator. So, Feng Chie directly took out the Myriad Soul banner and said, "I'm here to submit a mission to the Soul Manipulator, so there's no need to see Lu Jing." The professionals in charge of security instantly showed a kind and amiable smile when they saw the Myriad Soul banner. "We will notify the Soul Manipulator about the Myriad Soul banner first, please wait." Then, the security personnel put down the communication token for contacting Lu Jing and began to contact the Soul Manipulator. A moment later, the security personnel looked at Feng Chie and said with a smile, "You can go to room 001 in dormitory building 3 to find the Soul Manipulator." "Thank you." Feng Chie put away the Myriad Soul banner and went directly to room 001. And the security personnel watched Feng Chie leave before contacting Lu Jing. Feng Chie quickly arrived at room 001 and saw the Soul Manipulator admiring flowers at the door. Feng Chie immediately took out the Myriad Soul banner and walked towards the Soul Manipulator. The Soul Manipulator focused his gaze on Feng Chie. When Feng Chie approached, he reached out and took the Myriad Soul banner, then walked towards the room, saying without looking back, "Come with me." Feng Chie followed the Soul Manipulator into the room and saw the Soul Manipulator taking out another flag emitting black gas. The Soul Manipulator waved the flag, and the souls inside the Myriad Soul banner floated out and entered the flag emitting black gas. After collecting all the souls, the Soul Manipulator smiled and said, "Not bad, especially these tiger human souls who have obtained the illusionist profession, their quality is excellent, you must be extraordinarily strong to obtain these items. My name is Gu Ning, and I would like to make friends with you. May I ask how you are called?" Feng Che replied, "My name is Feng Che. If you have any instructions in the future, please tell me, and I will definitely help with all my strength." Gu Ning nodded, took out a communication token and 2 storage rings, placed them all on the table, and said with a smile, "These are all for you. If I need anything, I will notify you." Feng Che put away the items on the table and said with a smile, "Then I'll take my leave first. Feel free to command me if you need anything in the future." Gu Ning nodded and said, "Take care." Feng Che turned around and left the room, hurrying out, preparing to find a place to see the resources Gu Ning had given him. If there were enough resources, Feng Che would definitely help Gu Ning in the future. Just then, Feng Che saw Lu Jing walking towards him in a hurry, with a kind smile on her face. Feng Che became vigilant and didn't want to contact Lu Jing, so he lowered his head and quickened his pace. "Feng Che, wait a moment, I have something to talk to you about." Hearing these words, Feng Che had no choice but to stop, look up at Lu Jing, and ask, "What do you need me for, mentor?" Seeing that Feng Che was expressionless and didn't seem interested in talking, Lu Jing gave up her previous negotiation plan and answered directly, "The Fierce Tiger Squad wants me to be a spokesperson, to have you help the Fierce Tiger Squad do some things. The Fierce Tiger Squad is willing to offer enough benefits." Hearing this, Feng Che immediately became interested and asked curiously, "What does the Fierce Tiger Squad want me to do?" Lu Jing looked around and, seeing that no one was around, whispered, "They want you to use the Tier 3 breakthrough contract to desperately squeeze the Tier 2 professionals of the Azure Sky Squad, making them unwilling to stay in the Azure Sky Squad. Then, the Fierce Tiger Squad will recruit these people." Hearing this, Feng Che showed a bright smile and said, "If you want me to help the Fierce Tiger Squad, you need to sign a contract first, ensuring that no one in the Fierce Tiger Squad can harm me." Seeing that Feng Che didn't have any objections, Lu Jing felt that the success rate of this negotiation was very high. Therefore, Lu Jing said excitedly, "Chen Xuan gave me many contracts before he left, including a contract that prevents harm to you. How about we find another place to talk about it?" Feng Che nodded and said, "Of course, no problem." Contracts. After arriving in Lu Jing's room, Lu Jing handed Feng Che a contract, introducing it by saying, "This is the contract signed by the Fierce Tiger Group promising not to harm you." Feng Che carefully examined it and found that the contract forbade members of the Fierce Tiger Group from assassinating him, and also prohibited the group from issuing orders to assassinate him. Even those who left the Fierce Tiger Group would be bound by the contract. Furthermore, if the Fierce Tiger Group discovered that someone else had issued a mission to assassinate Feng Che, they would try to cancel it. The contract placed many demands on the Fierce Tiger Group, but very few on Feng Che. The contract only forbade Feng Che from hiring others to harm members of the Fierce Tiger Group, and from ordering members of the Azure Sky Group to harm the Fierce Tiger Group, but it did not prohibit Feng Che from personally harming members of the Fierce Tiger Group. The Fierce Tiger Group clearly looked down on Feng Che's combat power. At the bottom of the contract, the Fierce Tiger Group's emblem and the signatures of some important figures were already stamped. As soon as Feng Che signed, the contract would immediately take effect. Feng Che read the contract several times, and after confirming that there were no problems, he immediately signed his name. The contract was instantly established and recognized by the will of the plane. A bright smile appeared on Feng Che's face. Now that this contract was signed, no one in the Fierce Tiger Group would harm Feng Che, but Feng Che could harm them at will. Could there be a better contract in the world than this? Feng Che turned to look at Lu Jing and asked with a smile, "Mentor, does the Fierce Tiger Group have any other contracts?" "Yes." Lu Jing nodded, handing a new contract to Feng Che. After reviewing this contract, Feng Che realized that he had been a little hasty earlier. There really was a better contract in the world. This new contract stated, the Fierce Tiger Group needs Feng Che to exploit members of the Azure Sky Group. If members of the Azure Sky Group can't stand the exploitation and join the Fierce Tiger Group, then the Fierce Tiger Group will find resources for Feng Che to replace the person who couldn't stand the exploitation. In addition, for every second-tier member of the Azure Sky Group who joins the Fierce Tiger Group, the Fierce Tiger Group will provide Feng Che with an extra resources payment for Feng Che's hard work in exploiting members of the Azure Sky Group. In other words, no matter what Feng Che did, the Fierce Tiger Group would support him to ensure Feng Che's smooth advancement to the third tier. And all Feng Che needed to do was to exploit the professionals of the Azure Sky Group, making them unable to bear the exploitation and leave the Azure Sky Group. As for the extent of the exploitation, it was not recorded in the contract, allowing Fong Che to do as he pleased, even if the exploitation was unsuccessful. This contract seemed beneficial to the Fierce Tiger Group, but they still overlooked Fong Che's strength. Once Fong Che broke through to the third tier and killed the third-tier experts of the Fierce Tiger Group, those second-tier professionals were likely to rejoin the Azure Sky Group. Even if they didn't rejoin the Azure Sky Group, they wouldn't stay in the Fierce Tiger Group. Fong Che signed this contract with a smile and asked expectantly, "Mentor, are there any other contracts?" Lu Jing took out another contract and handed it to Fong Che. Fong Che looked at the contract with some anticipation, but instantly frowned. This contract was very simple. It just hoped that Fong Che would delay breaking through to the third tier, preferably after the Fierce Tiger Group had cultivated 5 third-tier professionals. If Fong Che signed this contract, the Azure Sky Group would forever lose the chance to defeat the Fierce Tiger Group. Most importantly, Fong Che didn't want to postpone his breakthrough. Now that the small plane was almost completely destroyed, a battle of large planes was about to break out. If Fong Che didn't improve his strength quickly, he could only be cannon fodder in the future battles of large planes, which Fong Che couldn't tolerate. Therefore, Fong Che threw the contract on the table and refused. "No, if the Fierce Tiger Group can never gather 5 third-tier professionals, am I never going to break through? I won't agree to this contract." Lu Jing didn't mind the contract that Fong Che had thrown away, and took out another contract to hand to Fong Che, smiling. "The later you break through, the greater the benefits to the Fierce Tiger Group. It's normal to make the previous contract. Even if you don't agree, you should postpone it for a while, at least 20 years. Fong Che shook his head and refused. "No, I won't postpone the breakthrough." After clearly refusing, Fong Che suddenly thought of a good idea to take advantage, so Fong Che changed the subject and said with a smile, "However, I can sign a new contract with the Fierce Tiger Group." Lu Jing asked curiously, "What contract?" Fong Che replied, "Doesn't the Fierce Tiger Group want me to delay the breakthrough time? I can promise you now, and what the Fierce Tiger Group needs to do is to give me a portion of resources after I delay it for a period of time, until I break through." Lu Jing rolled her eyes when she heard this, and said helplessly, "You delay for a period of time, and the Fierce Tiger Group will give you a portion of resources, and then you can use these resources to speed up your cultivation. This back and forth will actually make your breakthrough speed faster. What is the Fierce Tiger Group trying to do?" Fong Che explained, "I won't use the resources provided by the Fierce Tiger Group to cultivate. I will use these materials to refine curse props. In addition, I can also use these materials to train second-tier professionals. Anyway, under my exploitation, second-tier professionals will join the Fierce Tiger Group sooner or later. The Fierce Tiger Group won't suffer." Lu Jing frowned and thought, feeling that Fong Che's idea was fine, but something didn't feel right. Lu Jing pondered for a moment but couldn't figure it out, so she could only reply, "I can't make the decision on this matter. The Fierce Tiger Group didn't mention this matter before leaving. I need to communicate with them after the Fierce Tiger Group returns." Fong Che smiled and said, "I'm not in a hurry. It's okay to communicate later. Does the mentor have any other contracts?" Lu Jing shook her head and said, "I don't have any contracts here. If you have any other ideas, you can tell me, and I will communicate with the Fierce Tiger Group in the future." Fong Che thought for a moment and replied, "I don't need the Fierce Tiger Group to help me now, but I would like to ask the mentor to help me with a favor." "Me?" Lu Jing asked suspiciously, "What kind of help do you need from me?" Fong Che replied, "The Butcher Knife Academy has many rare resources. I would like to ask the mentor to contact the Academy and allow the Azure Sky Group to exchange these resources." Lu Jing shook her head and refused. "No, the Academy's resources are used to train students. You have already graduated and cannot exchange resources." Fong Che smiled and said, "I know that the Fierce Tiger Group can exchange resources, otherwise I wouldn't have made this request. In addition, allowing the Azure Sky Group to have the opportunity to exchange resources is beneficial to the Fierce Tiger Group." Lu Jing frowned and asked suspiciously, "What are the benefits?" Fong Che replied, "There is a saying that one should not worry about scarcity but about inequality. As long as the power to exchange resources of the Azure Sky Group is given to me, I can divide the Azure Sky Group. Those members of the Azure Sky Group who cannot exchange resources will definitely hate the Azure Sky Group and thus leave the Azure Sky Group. Isn't this a good thing for the Fierce Tiger Group? Lu Jing shook her head slightly when she heard this. Fang Che said it nicely, but if Fang Che didn't divide the Azure Sky Group, it would be detrimental to the Fierce Tiger Group. Lu Jing was about to reject Fang Che when she suddenly thought that Fang Che had signed a contract with the Azure Sky Group for his own breakthrough to the third tier. Fang Che was a selfish person, and he was likely to divide the Azure Sky Group. Therefore, Lu Jing nodded and said, "No problem." Enthusiasm of Blue Sky Team. Members Fang Che smiled when he saw that Lu Jing agreed to help him solve the problem of exchanging resources. "Thank you, instructor. I wonder when I can exchange for the resources." Lu Jing replied, "Wait here. I'll go and communicate to inquire for you." Fang Che respectfully said, "Take care, instructor." After Lu Jing left, Fang Che took out the storage ring given to him by the Soul Master Gu Ning, injected a trace of energy, and checked the contents inside. Fang Che instantly discovered that the materials for the Curse Master to advance to the third rank were all gathered. Although these are just the promotion materials that have not been improved by Fang Che, even if the improvement is completed, these things will be used. This was the case when Fang Che improved the second rank promotion method last time. Fang Che continued to check the remaining materials and found a lot of materials for professionals to advance, as well as materials for strengthening curse props, and many cultivation resources that curse masters could use. Among them were some magical jade stones that could speed up cultivation. After checking all the items in the two storage rings, Fang Che took out the communication token given to him by Gu Ning and stored it in his most important storage ring. Fang Che decided that he must do his best to meet Gu Ning's requirements in the future. After another period of time, Lu Jing returned and handed a contract to Fang Che, introducing it. "This is the Blue Sky Group's resource exchange contract. After you sign the contract, you will be able to obtain the power to exchange resources in the future." "Thank you for your hard work, instructor," Fang Che said gratefully, then took the contract and carefully examined it. The contract clearly stated that only Fang Che could exchange resources on behalf of the Blue Sky Group, and no one else was qualified to exchange resources. In addition, the contract also recorded some of the resource types that the Butcher Knife Academy was willing to exchange, as well as the items that the Butcher Knife Academy urgently needed. Fang Che signed his name, and the contract took effect instantly, gaining the approval of the Plains Will. Fang Che put away the contract and smiled. "Instructor, I would like to ask, have all the groups in this area entered the Tiger Man Plain?" Lu Jing nodded lightly and said, "That's right. For the next period of time, your Blue Sky Group doesn't have to worry about other groups targeting you." Fang Che smiled, "That's good. If the instructor has nothing else, I'll leave first." Lu Jing thought for a while and had nothing to say, so she nodded, "Take care." Fang Che turned around and left Lu Jing's room, wandered around the Butcher Knife Academy, especially staying near the various teleportation arrays for a while. After confirming that all the groups had really teleported away, Fang Che left the Butcher Knife Academy and stopped in front of many members of the Blue Sky Group. The Blue Sky Group members had slightly complicated expressions when they saw Fang Che. Before coming out, everyone swore to Ling Jie that they would do their best to help Fang Che break through to the third rank. But now, facing Fang Che himself, everyone's emotions were a bit complicated, with an unspeakable feeling in their hearts. Fang Che took everyone's expressions into his eyes and said calmly, "Now all the hostile groups have entered the Tiger Man Plain, and those who return will not encounter too much danger. Everyone doesn't need to stay here wasting time. Come back with me, I have something to announce." After saying this, Fang Che turned and left. The Blue Sky Group members followed Fang Che's footsteps with heavy hearts. Is he going to issue tasks now? Is the miserable slave life about to begin? Thinking of this, everyone's mood became even heavier. A moment later, Fang Che led everyone back to the Blue Sky Group. The people staying behind in the Blue Sky Group also had complicated feelings when they saw Fang Che, and for a moment they didn't know how to greet Fang Che. Fang Che pointed to a room and said, "All second-rank professionals, gather in the room, go and notify the second-rank professionals who are not here." Then, Fang Che stepped into the room and waited quietly. Next, more and more second-rank professionals walked into the room. They didn't say much, just found a place to sit down. After a while, a second-rank professional said, "Fang Vice Captain, all the people who have returned are gathered. Hearing this, Feng Che looked at everyone, took in everyone's nervous and confused emotions, and said, "There are too few people now, I won't let you help me do things, I'll wait until the captain and the others return before talking about it." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they would have to help Feng Che sooner or later, there were few people now, and everyone helping Feng Che was at a disadvantage compared to the others who were not here. It's good to suffer less loss now. Seeing that everyone's emotions had relaxed a bit, Feng Che continued, "You will help me collect materials in the future to help me break through to the third rank. I can clearly tell everyone that I will not overexploit you. As long as your team helps me complete 3 resource collection tasks, your team can then carry out a task for yourselves." As soon as these words came out, everyone excitedly asked, "Really?" Feng Che nodded and said, "Of course, I will sign a contract with Ling Jie in this regard after she returns." Hearing this, everyone became excited, and the complicated emotions towards Feng Che also dissipated a lot, and their eyes looking at Feng Che became much more peaceful. Seeing this, Feng Che also showed a smile on his face. Feng Che knew very well that constantly exploiting them would weaken their enthusiasm. After a long time of exploitation, their speed of performing tasks would definitely become slower and slower. They need to be given some hope so that they can burst out with the greatest enthusiasm and work wholeheartedly for Feng Che. As for the contract signed with the Fierce Tiger Group, Feng Che never took it seriously from the beginning. The Fierce Tiger Group used the contract to deceive Feng Che in the first place, and today Feng Che will have a good time playing with the Fierce Tiger Group to vent his anger. Feng Che looked around, and after everyone's emotions calmed down a bit, he immediately took out the contract for exchanging resources and said, "This is the Blue Sky Group's contract with the Butcher Knife Academy for exchanging resources. I managed to get it. If you have anything you need to exchange, you can come to me, and I will help you exchange resources for free." Hearing this, everyone was instantly excited, and there was also a trace of respect in their eyes looking at Feng Che. Academy resources are used to cultivate students and are rarely exchanged with the outside world. Those who are qualified to exchange resources with the Academy are some powerful groups, and the Blue Sky Group does not have this qualification. Unexpectedly, Feng Che was able to obtain this qualification, which must have been at a huge cost. In addition, everyone has heard that people from the Fierce Tiger Group need to give Chen Chuan a portion of the resources as a service fee if they want to exchange resources. Unexpectedly, Feng Che would not charge a penny, which is really admirable. Even if Feng Che suddenly charges a service fee in the future, it is still a profit for everyone to exchange resources in advance now. So, everyone shouted, "I want to exchange resources, please help me, Vice Captain." "I also want to exchange resources." Feng Che took out a notebook and an empty storage ring, placed them in front of everyone, and smiled, "Put the materials you have inside, and write down the resources you want to exchange. I will help you exchange them later." "Thank you, Vice Captain." Everyone thanked excitedly, and then quickly checked the materials they had. Enhancement. Feng Che glanced at the Blue Sky team members who were lined up to exchange resources, put away the resource exchange contract, and remained silent. In fact, Feng Che was very clear that with this contract, he could charge them a service fee when they exchanged resources. However, Feng Che had decided to increase everyone's enthusiasm, so he didn't mention the service fee. As long as they could break through to the third tier, there was no need to haggle over small profits. After a while, everyone wrote down the resources they needed and put the resources they were using to exchange into their storage rings. Feng Che put some of his own resources into his storage ring, wrote down the items he needed to exchange on the list, and then reminded them, regarding the exchange of resources, don't publicize it. Also, when you usually talk about me, try to show disgust and create a false impression of discord to deceive other groups. Feng Che said this to deceive the Fierce Tiger team. Feng Che had signed a contract with the Fierce Tiger team. Although he didn't intend to execute the contract, he still had to deceive them in order to get benefits from them. The others frowned slightly when they heard Feng Che's words. Internal discord was not a good thing. A second-tier professional reminded him, "Vice Captain, using internal discord to deceive other groups can easily lead to attacks and divisions from other groups. In addition, internal discord can easily deceive those who are unaware, which will lead to them staying away from the Blue Sky team, which is detrimental to the development of the Blue Sky team." Fang Che smiled and replied, the Blue Sky team is strong enough that others won't take action openly, and our Discord is just a pretense, so we're not afraid of being split apart. Also, everyone in the Blue Sky team now has to serve me, which is inherently disliked by professionals outside, so it's difficult for us to recruit new members. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this, but they were still a little hesitant. Doing this kind of thing required the approval of the management. Although Fang Che was the vice captain, he was still a bit inferior to Ling Jia. If something went wrong, they couldn't bear the responsibility, but it wasn't good to directly offend Fang Che either. After a while, a professional cautiously advised, Vice Captain, we can only complain about you a few times at most. As for the issue of disliking you, can we discuss it after the captain returns? Seeing that everyone was a little hesitant, Fang Che thought for a moment and nodded, alright, emotions need a process of accumulation. It's not good to dislike someone directly, so let's just complain for now. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and assured him, we will definitely act well. Fang Che nodded lightly and stood up, saying, I'll go exchange the materials for you now. Everyone shouted excitedly, thank you, Vice Captain. Fang Che waved his hand and quickly left the Blue Sky Team station, went to the Slaughter Knife Academy's welfare office, took out the contract, storage ring, and list of items, as well as a bottle of cultivation pills, and handed them to the welfare office manager. Fang Che said politely, Mentor, hello, I would like to exchange some things, please take a look. The manager picked up the contract and checked it for a moment. After confirming that there were no problems, he returned the contract to Fang Che and said with a smile, please wait a moment, I need to calculate the price of the resources. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Che took the contract and sat down to the side. The manager then calculated the price of the resources on the list and calculated the value of the items in the storage ring. After confirming the value of all the items, the manager put the storage ring and the list into a bottomless drawer. After a while, the manager took the items out again and shouted to Fang Che, the exchange is complete. Please check if it's accurate. Fang Che took the two items, injected energy into the storage ring, compared it to the list for a moment, and said with a smile, no problem, thank you, Mentor. The manager smiled and then picked up the bottle of pills Fang Che provided, saying with a smile, I have an agreement with the Fierce Tiger team to have them come over on the 5th of every month to exchange resources. You are more sensible than the Fierce Tiger team. If you need certain important items, you can come over on the 4th. You can come over at any time to exchange ordinary items. Fang Che's face lit up with a bright smile, and he cupped his hands and said, thank you, Mentor. Next time we meet, I will definitely thank you properly. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. The welfare office administrator smiled and said, take care. Then, Fang Che turned around and left, went directly to a nearby hotel, and took out the materials he had exchanged. Immediately afterward, Fang Che also took out some of the materials provided by Gu Ning. These things were all used to strengthen cursed props. Fang Che took out 3 cursed props, placed the materials next to the props, and used the Flash of Inspiration skill. With the help of the skill, the 3 props quickly absorbed the materials. After a while, the strengthening was completed, and the abilities of the 3 props changed significantly. First of all, there was the Revenge Evil Mirror, which Fang Che was most concerned about at this stage. After receiving a mysterious attack, the damage can be increased by 80%, the damage time can be extended by 80%, and the enemy's appearance, location, name, occupation, and any other information can be displayed on the mirror surface. If the information of the target to be found is pasted on the Revenge Evil Mirror, the legs can be sacrificed to discover the target's location. The strengthened Revenge Evil Mirror finally gained the ability to find targets. With this ability, Fang Che could find Hong Fei, who stole the plane coordinates. However, the price of 2 legs was too high, and Fang Che was reluctant to pay it. He still needed to continue strengthening the Revenge Evil Mirror to reduce the cost. Fang Che put away the Revenge Evil Mirror and checked the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, which he had always valued. Write the enemy's name, surname, or a code name recognized by the enemy on any item, and you can use any item to replace the target's body. Then, with the help of the power of the curse, condense the text in the bamboo slit prop into 7 long nails and insert them into the replacement item. Bow and kowtow to the Nailhead 7 Arrows book and the replacement item once, and recall the target's appearance. Then, destroy the replacement item, and the enemy will die on the spot without any external injuries. After successfully eliminating the enemy, some of the enemy's energy will be stolen and divided into 5 parts for storage. The next time the Nailhead 7 Arrows book is used, any stored energy can be consumed to create professional damage of the same type as the stored energy. A maximum of 100 copies of professional energy can be stored. If more than 100 copies are stored, they cannot be stored continuously. Some energy can be abandoned in advance. The Nailhead 7 Arrows book stored more energy, which could be used to eliminate enemies in a targeted manner. After killing people, the probability of Feng Che being exposed was also lower, which was more conducive to Feng Che's survival. Feng Che put away the Nailhead 7 Arrows book with great satisfaction and checked the last copy of the Witchcraft doll. Bury the Witchcraft doll in the living area of a group, and the person with the highest position in the group will go insane and kill other members within the group. The number of people in the group needs to be controlled at 2,000, otherwise it will be invalid. The Witchcraft doll can dig and shuttle underground and disguise its aura as everything around it. The Witchcraft doll can hear the sounds on the ground and record image information within a radius of 10 meters. When the Witchcraft doll attacks the leader of a group, it can increase energy consumption and completely lock onto the leader. Before the leader loses control of the group, the Witchcraft doll will not change its attack target for any reason. Resources. After being strengthened, the Witchcraft doll can now attack up to 2,000 people, further enhancing its destructive power. But the most crucial aspect is its ability to record surrounding images. Previously, in the Tigerman plane, the Witchcraft doll accidentally discovered a material while traveling underground, leading to its enhancement. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of treasures underground, but many cannot enhance the Witchcraft doll. It simply won't react even upon contact. Now, with the ability to record image information, there's no need to worry about the doll's reaction. I can directly observe the images. With this ability, Feng Che can find more treasures and quickly increase his strength. Feng Che excitedly left the hotel and tossed the Witchcraft doll into the nearby bushes. Under Feng Che's control, the drill on the Witchcraft doll gently rotated, directly entering the ground. The next second, an image popped up on the Cursor Master's gem. The image included a portion of the underground and a portion of the surface. Feng Che was visible in this image. As the Witchcraft doll continued to travel downwards, the surface view gradually decreased until it completely disappeared. Subsequently, Feng Che headed towards the blue sky group space, controlling the Witchcraft doll to follow his movements. Approaching the blue sky group space, Feng Che discovered a protective shield in the image transmitted by the Witchcraft doll, safeguarding the area beneath the blue sky group. This protective shield was the blue sky group's defense mechanism, specifically designed to prevent enemies from launching underground attacks, preventing professionals from using soil to engulf the blue sky group space. If the current Witchcraft doll tried to pass through the protective shield, it would definitely be detected. Therefore, Feng Che controlled the Witchcraft doll to change its direction of movement, searching for treasures elsewhere. Afterward, Feng Che walked into the blue sky group space, heading towards the room where he had previously interacted with the Tier 2 professionals. The Tier 2 professionals on the road flashed a hint of excitement in their eyes when they saw Feng Che, but they quickly restrained their emotions and headed towards the room where they had previously communicated with Feng Che. A moment later, Feng Che arrived at the room, and the Tier 2 professionals also walked in one after another. The first Tier 2 professional to enter excitedly asked, "Vice Leader, have the items been exchanged?" Feng Che took out the storage ring and the list, handed them to the person who asked the question, and said, "You guys should first collect what you need according to the list." "Thank you, Vice Leader." The professional who asked the question happily took the storage ring and the list, put away what he needed, and then stood aside, excitedly checking the resources. The others also quickly lined up to receive the resources they needed. After a while, other Tier 2 professionals also entered the room and collected all the resources. After everyone had divided up all the resources, they all looked at Feng Che. A Tier 2 professional asked in a low voice, "Vice Leader, what are your arrangements?" Feng Che put away the storage ring and replied, "I will go out to find materials for promotion to Tier 2. You can act freely. After the leader comes back, send me a message, and I will bring back the promotion resources." Although Feng Che had the promotion materials in his hand, he didn't plan to take them out now. The people in the blue sky group space hadn't experienced too much danger in the Tigerman plane. If these people in the base were casually promoted, it would be unfair to those professionals who were performing tasks in the Tigerman plane. However, these people in the base had also faced danger. It would be unreasonable not to give them resources just because they faced less danger. Fong Che didn't want to offend anyone. Therefore, Fong Che decided to wait for Ling Jie to come back and hand over the matter of allocating resources to Ling Jie. The only thing Fong Che could do was to find resources for promotion to Tier 2, and try to solve the problem of resource scarcity as much as possible. If he could solve everyone's promotion problem at once, that would naturally be a win-win situation. When everyone learned that Fong Che was going out to find promotion resources, they all complimented him. Speaking of which, we were able to break through to Tier 2 thanks to Vice Leader. Yes, we haven't thanked Vice Leader yet. Vice Leader, you should pay attention to your health when you go out this time, don't get tired. Fong Che listened to everyone's compliments, but he didn't take it to heart. Fong Che understood that if he hadn't helped these people exchange resources, they wouldn't have said such nice things, and might even curse Fong Che in their hearts. Fong Che waved his hand, stopping everyone's compliments, and said, "You must also pay attention to safety when you stay at home. You can tell the Tier 1 professionals about my exchange of resources with the Academy. Everyone can count what the Tier 1 professionals need, and tell me when I come back. I will help them exchange it without charging any service fees. The exchange of resources will be known sooner or later, so there is no need to hide it. However, helping Tier 1 professionals exchange resources should not be done too actively, and Tier 1 professionals and Tier 2 professionals must be treated differently. These Tier 2 professionals have worked hard to improve their strength. If they are not given treatment far beyond others, they will definitely feel awkward in their hearts, even if they don't say it." Therefore, Fong Che handed this matter over to everyone in front of him to satisfy their vanity. Thinking about the issue of vanity, Fong Che suddenly thought that he had promised Lu Jing to split the Blue Sky Group by using the method of not worrying about scarcity but worrying about inequality. Originally, Fong Che hadn't figured out how to deceive Lu Jing, but now he had an inspiration. So, Fong Che looked at everyone and reminded with a smile, "You have to publicize that I only help Tier 1 professionals exchange resources for free, and I will charge Tier 2 professional service fees. You have to often complain about my discriminatory behavior." Everyone nodded and said, "Understood." Everyone had no objection to this matter. Anyway, the benefits had already been obtained, and it didn't matter if they suffered a little verbally. Moreover, this may not be a loss. Everyone is a Tier 2 professional, but their treatment is not as good as that of a Tier 1 professional. If it is publicized, they can get the sympathy of others. Sometimes, sympathy can bring huge benefits. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Fong Che thought for a moment and found that he had nothing else to say, so he stood up and said, "Then I will leave first, goodbye." Everyone said in unison, "Vice Leader, take care." After Fong Che left the Blue Sky Group, he put on his cloak and mask and went to the Cursor Master Mission Hall. Arriving here, Fong Che once again discovered a protective shield through the witchcraft doll. This protective shield was billions of times stronger than the protective shield under the Blue Sky Group. Fong Che didn't even have the courage to touch it. Therefore, Fong Che retracted the witchcraft doll in the corner before entering the Cursor Master Mission Hall. After observing the walls of the Cursor Master Mission Hall for a while, Fong Che found that there were no more assassination missions here. It seems that the departure of various groups also took away some dark things. Occupation: Fong Che didn't find an assassination mission, so he went to the administrator to purchase a cultivation room token. After confirming through the walls of the cultivation room that there were no traces of being followed on his body, Fong Che felt relieved and left the Curse Master Mission Hall. Subsequently, Fong Che quietly left the Butcher Academy area and headed to other academies. Last time, in order to collect advancement materials, Fong Che went to the Flame Play Academy area, where he obtained information about Hong Fei and the plane coordinates. Fong Che had long decided that he would never go to Flame Play Academy without obtaining the plane coordinates and becoming strong enough. Therefore, Fong Che walked in the opposite direction of Flame Play Academy. Not long after walking, the voodoo doll underground suddenly transmitted an image. The image showed a narrow space underground, where a man was setting up an altar, and on the altar was enshrined a portrait. The owner of the portrait was none other than Soul Controller Gu Ning. Fong Che felt a sense of familiarity with this scene, but his impression wasn't deep. Feng Che didn't stop walking, thinking as he moved forward, while the voodoo doll stopped to monitor the situation in the underground space. After walking for a while, Feng Che finally remembered that he had seen information about this altar in the Academy Library. This altar was a treasure specially crafted by those who awakened the Pope class, specifically targeting soul controllers. The Pope class has a long history, created by the Emperor plane to consolidate the core position of soul controllers, a special class. The Pope class has the ability to manipulate the thoughts of class holders. With the help of the Pope class, the position of soul controllers was solidified, and the first man to awaken the soul controller class became the commander of all class holders in the Emperor plane, revered by the world as Emperor. However, the Pope, after prolonged contact with the Emperor, discovered the weaknesses of soul controllers. The Pope exploited the weaknesses of soul controllers and targeted loopholes in the plane's will, creating a tool to manipulate the thoughts of soul controllers, attempting to control the Emperor's mind. The Emperor was lucky enough to escape the Pope's control. Later, the Emperor communicated with the plane's will and created a new class specifically targeting the Pope, Thinker. Furthermore, the Emperor issued an order prohibiting the teaching of the Pope class awakening method, prohibiting the dissemination of manipulation tool manufacturing methods, prohibiting the buying and selling of Pope class advancement materials, and slaughtering all Pope class holders. From then on, the Pope class disappeared, but Feng Che unexpectedly encountered a Pope today, and one who had even crafted a manipulation tool. His appearance here and preparation of Gu Ning's portrait clearly indicates his intention to manipulate Gu Ning's mind. Such behavior is courting death, but Pope class holders must do this. The Emperor plane prohibits the trading of Pope class advancement materials, making it difficult for ordinary people to obtain these materials. However, soul controllers, as the core class of the Emperor plane, have the opportunity to obtain Pope class advancement resources. Pope class holders must take risks if they want to advance. If this Pope in front of him completes all preparations, he might actually be able to control Gu Ning. Unfortunately, he ran into Feng Che. Feng Che left the area without making a sound and continued to eavesdrop on the Pope's information through the voodoo doll. The Pope is good at manipulating other people's minds and can easily obtain resources. If he kills him, Feng Che will make a fortune. Even if he doesn't have resources, he can hand his body over to Gu Ning, who will definitely spend a lot of money to buy it. In the underground space, the man placed various tools next to the altar, carefully checked them, and muttered to himself, "The plane's will is putting more and more pressure on the Pope class. I don't know if I can lure Gu Ning over this time, and I don't know if I can successfully control him after luring Gu Ning over. After controlling him, I don't know how long it will take for the plane's will to discover it. I only hope that this Gu Ning can help me gather the resources to break through to the third tier, as well as the subsequent cultivation pills. Master, bless me. After I become stronger, I will definitely overthrow the Emperor's rule, kill all the thinkers, enslave the life witches, and make the Pope class the new core of the Emperor plane. Please bless me, Chen Yu." After saying these words, Chen Yu released energy, merging it into the altar. An invisible force was released from the altar, spreading towards Gu Ning's location. But before long, the back of Chen Yu's head suddenly shattered, and he fell to the ground, his life signs completely gone. With Chen Yu's death, cracks appeared in the underground space, and dust and small pieces of soil fell off, hitting the corpse. Just as the underground space was about to collapse, the soil above suddenly softened, and Feng Che, wearing a cloak and mask, fell from above, standing next to Chen Yu's body. Feng Che quickly put the corpse into his storage ring, also collecting the altar tools for controlling soul controllers, and then quickly left the area using earth escape tools. Not long after Feng Che left, the cracks in the underground space widened, and it soon collapsed. Feng Che ignored the collapsed underground space and quickly moved away from the area where Chen Yu died, returning to the Butcher Academy area. Subsequently, Feng Che quickly entered the Curse Master Mission Hall, purchased a cultivation room token with a validity period of 5 days, and entered the cultivation room. As soon as he entered the cultivation room, a burst of white smoke emerged from Feng Che's body. This meant that tracking information had been left on Feng Che's body. And this tracking information came from the dead Pope, Chen Yu. The Pope class is good at manipulating people's minds, and after manipulating someone's mind, a special manipulation mark is formed. When the Pope dies, the manipulation mark transforms into a tracking mark, attached to the class holder who discovers the Pope's corpse. Those whose minds have been manipulated will track these marks and launch the most assassinations against all class holders who discover the Pope's corpse. This is the Pope class's revenge on the Emperor plane before death. For this reason, Feng Che returned to the Curse Master Mission Hall to clear the tracking marks on his body with the help of the cultivation room, in order to save his life. Before long, the white smoke emanating from Feng Che's body was completely absorbed by the walls of the cultivation room. Feng Che immediately opened his storage ring, took out the corpse of Pope Chenyu, and stared at the corpse. Under Feng Che's gaze, the corpse immediately released new marks, adding them to Feng Che's body. The next second, dense white smoke emerged from Feng Che's body again. The walls of the cultivation room quickly absorbed and purified the white smoke. However, the speed at which the walls absorbed and purified the white smoke was too slow to keep up with the speed at which the white smoke appeared. The white smoke quickly filled the entire cultivation room, reaching the point where one couldn't see their fingers. Feng Che took a pill that could improve his eyesight and continued to stare at the corpse. Feng Che wanted to absorb and purify all the tracking marks on this corpse, and then take the corpse to Guning to ask for benefits. At the same time, Feng Che groped Chenyu's corpse, took out various props, and storage rings. After confirming that Chenyu had no treasures on him, Feng Che took out the items in the storage ring, piled them next to the corpse, while observing the corpse and counting the resources. Killing Feng Che discovered that Chenyu only had 2 exclusive items for the sect leader class, and 1 altar item used to control spirit masters. Besides these few items, 70% of the remaining items were cultivation pills and tools common to all classes. Another 10% were funds used to purchase resources. The remaining 20% were valuable items from various classes, presumably contributed by those whose minds Chenyu had controlled. These items could help Tier 1 professionals advance to Tier 2, but most of them were advancement materials that rare classes could use. The Blue Sky Group didn't have many rare classes, so they could only use a little over a quarter of the materials. Feng Che was slightly disappointed, then he put away the items and continued to examine the corpse. Now, Feng Che's only chance to make a fortune was to remove the tracking mark on the corpse and hand it over to Guning in exchange for resources. In the following days, Feng Che idly watched the corpse. After 2 days, white smoke finally stopped rising from Feng Che's body. The moment the white smoke disappeared, Feng Che was slightly stunned, then carefully examined the corpse, turned it over, and continued to observe. White smoke still didn't rise from Feng Che's body. Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief and waited for a moment. Finally, the wall absorbed all the white smoke. Then, Feng Che put away the corpse and left the cultivation room. Coming to the small alley outside, Feng Che walked towards the Butcher Academy. Walking to a relatively wide street, Feng Che frowned. This street had always been quite lively, but today there were few people on it. Moreover, many houses on the street had been destroyed and turned into ruins. Feng Che had never seen such a scene before. Feng Che couldn't help but quicken his pace and arrived near the Butcher Academy. Then Feng Che discovered that the Butcher Academy was protected by a shield. "Who are you?" Feng Che suddenly heard a question. He turned his head and saw a group of Tier 2 professionals from the Blue Sky Group approaching fully armed, staring at him warily. Feng Che was slightly puzzled, then took off his mask and said, "I'm Feng Che, what happened?" The Blue Sky Group members relaxed instantly and quickly ran to Feng Che's side. A Tier 2 professional reported to Feng Che, "Recently, a group of lunatics came from outside, killing anyone they see, completely disregarding their own lives. We accepted a mission from the Butcher Academy to protect it." Hearing this, Feng Che subconsciously touched the defensive items on his body. After confirming that the items were activated, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, and then asked, "Where did these lunatics come from? What are their identities?" Everyone shook their heads and said, "We don't know. We just heard that other academy areas have also encountered these lunatics." Feng Che nodded lightly, then asked, "I want to enter the Butcher Academy now, is there a way?" A Tier 2 professional looked around, and after seeing that no one was eavesdropping, whispered, "Wait another quarter of an hour. The shield will open a gap. Lu Jing will come out to pay the patrol fee. Vice leader can ask her later." Feng Che nodded lightly and said, "I know, continue patrolling." Everyone nodded and went to patrol aside. Fang Che waited quietly for a moment. Lu Jing walked towards her, and glanced at Fang Che warily through the shield. Then, Lu Jing took out a token and threw it directly to Fang Che. The token easily passed through the shield and was held in Fang Che's hand. Lu Jing immediately said, "Inject energy into the token." Fang Che was slightly puzzled, then injected energy. The next second, the token emitted a golden light. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief, then reached out and touched the shield, opened a crack and walked out. Immediately afterwards, the crack closed instantly. Fang Che immediately asked, "Mentor, do you know something?" Lu Jing nodded lightly, and was about to speak when she saw the patrol team approaching. Lu Jing immediately shut up. Seeing this, Fang Che did not continue to ask, but remained silent. After the patrol team came over, Lu Jing handed them a storage ring, and whispered a reminder, "This is today's commission. Tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., I will give you tomorrow's commission. Continue patrolling." "Thank you, mentor." After thanking her, everyone left. Lu Jing turned to look at Fang Che and said, "You can come into the academy with me. I will tell you what happened, but after you go in, you can only come out at 7:45 a.m. tomorrow." Fang Che nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing this, Lu Jing grabbed Fang Che's wrist with one hand, and took out a token and stuck it on the shield. The next second, the shield emitted a suction force, sucking the two into the shield. Lu Jing let go of her hand, relaxed, and then narrated, "The lunatics who came recently are people whose minds are controlled by the sect leader class. The sect leader who controlled them is dead, so they ran over to destroy everything." Hearing this, Fang Che instantly thought of Chun Yu's corpse in the storage ring. Could it be that these people are professionals whose minds were controlled by Chun Yu? But if these people came here, they should attack the people who saw Chun Yu's corpse. Why would they destroy things randomly? Fang Che immediately asked, "I heard that people controlled by the sect leader will attack the people who saw the sect leader's corpse after the sect leader dies. People in the academy will not go out easily, so they should not be harmed." Lu Jing frowned, and replied somewhat irritably, "Gu Ning told the academy that a sect leader professional had improved the advancement ritual decades ago, causing the sect leader's ability to change. As long as the sect leader dies, the people whose minds have been changed by the sect leader will come to the area near the sect leader's death and kill indiscriminately. The spirit master killed the person who improved the advancement ritual. I thought the advancement ritual would not be spread, but I didn't expect today's events to happen." Speaking of this, Lu Jing was very angry. Because Lu Jing had previously united with others to deal with the Butcher Academy, the principal resented her. Now that this kind of thing has happened, the principal directly arranged for Lu Jing to distribute the daily commission. Although the current lunatics only have Tier 2 strength, which is not as good as Lu Jing of Tier 3, Lu Jing does not know what strength the dead sect leader had. If a few Tier 3 professionals come, Lu Jing will be dead. Therefore, Lu Jing is always worried every time she goes out, fearing that she will be killed. Fortunately, she saw Fang Che today. If Fang Che could help distribute the daily commission, then Lu Jing would be safe. Lu Jing needs to think about how to get Fang Che to help. Fang Che, who was on the side, did not know what Lu Jing was thinking at the moment, but was thinking about the problem of sect leader Chun Yu. People whose minds are controlled by the sect leader kill indiscriminately. The surrounding people hate the sect leader, and also hate the person who killed the sect leader. If others know that Fang Che killed the sect leader, then Fang Che will be in trouble. He must find a way to pin the sect leader's death on someone else. Conceal item information. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jing spoke, "Fang Che, I previously helped you secure the qualification to exchange resources. Now, I need your help with something." Fang Che, recalling Lu Jing's past actions of colluding with the Fierce Tiger Squad to deceive him, immediately became vigilant and asked, "What help do you need?" Lu Jing replied, "I hope you can order the patrolling members of the Azure Sky Squad to assist the Academy with patrols for free. I believe that since the Academy nurtures them, they should help unconditionally." Asking for this and that all day long, how are they different from animals? Upon hearing this, Fang Che sneered inwardly. According to Lu Jing's meaning, the Academy was not nurturing students, but slaves. Fang Che said, "I heard that the Academy's protective shield has an ultimate defense mode that can withstand attacks from Tier 6 professionals. The Academy can completely activate the ultimate defense mode and persist until the disaster passes, so there's no need to find people to patrol. Lu Jing's expression turned somewhat unsightly upon hearing this, and she then explained, if the protective shield protects the Academy for more than 2 days, it will automatically enter the ultimate defense mode. At that time, no one can enter the Academy, including the professionals heading to the Tiger Human Plane. The Academy previously signed a contract with the professionals heading to the Tiger Human Plane, requiring them to be teleported back as soon as possible. If they cannot be teleported back, the mission will automatically terminate, and the Academy cannot afford such a significant loss. Only then did Feng Che understand that Lu Jing's daily trips to distribute commissions were to prevent the protective shield from entering the ultimate defense mode. Subsequently, Feng Che said, even if the external patrol teams don't want commissions, the instructors still have to open a gap in the protective shield, and there is still danger when opening the gap. Lu Jing replied, if it's just opening a gap, it can be done from the inside, which is much safer than going out to distribute commissions. Can you help me? As she said this, Lu Jing looked at Feng Che with great anticipation. Feng Che shook his head and said, the instructors going out to distribute commissions is the principal's idea. I wouldn't dare offend the principal. Alright, I won't say more. I still need to find the soul manipulator. After saying this, Feng Che hurriedly left. Lu Jing watched Feng Che's departing figure with a gloomy gaze. After Feng Che disappeared from sight, Lu Jing cursed in a low voice, damn thing, I'll find someone to kill you sooner or later. On the other side, Feng Che quickly arrived at Gu Ning's residence. After gently knocking on the door, Gu Ning pushed the door open and walked out. Gu Ning looked at Feng Che and asked with some confusion, is there something you need? Feng Che nodded and said, there's an important matter that requires a private conversation. Come in then. Gu Ning invited Feng Che into the room, closed the door, and asked, what do you need help with? Feng Che shook his head and said, I'm not asking for your help, I'm showing you a few things. Subsequently, Feng Che directly took out the corpse of the cult leader, Qinyu, as well as the altar tool for controlling soul manipulators. Gu Ning's eyes widened instantly. He moved closer to the altar tool, examined it carefully for a moment, and then shouted excitedly, where did you get this? Feng Che pointed to the corpse and then told the lie he had already prepared, I discovered 2 groups fighting each other. One of the groups was protecting this corpse and the altar tool. I waited until they were both severely injured and then stole the things. Only then did Gu Ning look at the corpse, and then quickly put the corpse into his storage ring and took out a bottle of spray, spraying it on himself. After spraying for a moment, Gu Ning suddenly stopped and looked at Feng Che with some doubt, asking, did you clear all the tracking marks? Feng Che nodded and said, I stole the corpse and brought it to the Curse Master Mission Hall to clear all the tracking marks. Only then did Gu Ning relax. He then took out the corpse, examined it carefully for a moment, and smiled, the cult leader appearing near here with the altar tool must have been coming for me. You bringing back the altar tool is helping me eliminate a future threat. I'll give you something good. Subsequently, Gu Ning took out a token and handed it to Feng Che. Feng Che took the token and asked curiously, what is this? Gu Ning replied, put it into your Naiman Palace and touch the Curse Master gem. It will help you conceal all the tools you create for the next 50 years. No Curse Master can see the information of the tools you create, and they cannot refine the tools you create. You don't have to worry about others refining the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead to harm you. Upon hearing the words 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, Feng Che asked in disbelief, how do you know I refined the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead? Gu Ning smiled and said, because I am a soul manipulator. Feng Che was stunned, his expression somewhat complicated. He sighed, it seems I still underestimated the importance the plane will places on soul manipulators. I didn't expect you to even know about such a small matter. I presume other soul manipulators know about this as well. Gu Ning shook his head and said, no, I only learned about it after seeing your extraordinary strength and specifically asking the plane will. Other soul manipulators haven't seen you and wouldn't know about this. Also, with my token, the plane will not reveal the information of the cursed tools you create to other soul manipulators. Feng Che relaxed slightly upon hearing this. Feng Che possessed the origin protection skill and wasn't afraid of enemies using the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead to harm him. However, the Tier 2 professionals of the Azure Sky Squad didn't have this kind of defense. Now that he had this token, the members of the Azure Sky Squad wouldn't die easily and could serve Feng Che better. Feng Che quickly put the token into his 9-1 palace and touched the Curse Master gem. In the next second, a layer of hazy mist appeared on the surface of the Curse Master gem, obscuring the patterns of the 3 curse tools. Feng Che smiled slightly, then remembered that 10 copies of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead had been created within the Azure Sky Squad. Feng Che immediately asked, if someone has refined the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead before, can they spread the refining method of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead? Gu Ning replied, they will forget the refining method of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead and will not spread it. At most, they will only use the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead to fight. I've checked for you. Currently, besides you, there are only 10 Tier 1 Curse Masters refining the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, and they won't pose a threat to you. Feng Che didn't expect that until now. Only 10 Tier 1 Curse Masters in the Azure Sky Squad had refined the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. It seems that current Curse Masters don't pay attention to newly created tool information. Feng Che smiled and said, thank you. You're welcome. Gu Ning took out another storage ring and said, I heard that you are helping the members of the Azure Sky Squad find materials to break through to Tier 2. I have a lot of materials here and would like to exchange them for the things possessed by this cult leader. Upon hearing this, Feng Che immediately took out the cult leader Chen Yu's storage ring and checked the other storage rings, putting all the things belonging to Chen Yu into it, and exchanged storage rings with Gu Ning. Props. Feng Che examined the materials provided by Gu Ning, a bright smile spreading across his face. With these resources, the Azure Sky Squad could cultivate another 400 Tier 2 professionals. Now, Feng Che wouldn't have to painstakingly kill people to gather advancement resources, he could focus on what he wanted to do. Gu Ning, after checking the items in her storage ring, shook her head in disappointment. She then put the ring away, looked at Feng Che, and instructed, next, you should focus on cultivation and not waste time searching for advancement materials. Once you break through to Tier 3, I will assign you a new task. Feng Che curiously asked, what task? Gu Ning replied, collect a Tier 3 male soul of a mountain-pulling warrior and a Tier 3 female soul of a water controller. I need these 2 Tier 3 souls to advance to Tier 3. Feng Che was slightly stunned upon hearing this. According to the knowledge Feng Che had acquired, the materials needed for professional advancement should not exceed one's own level. Gu Ning was currently only a Tier 2, so the souls she needed for her Tier 3 advancement should also be Tier 2. Gu Ning's requirements were completely different from what Feng Che had learned. However, Feng Che didn't overthink it. When he had advanced to Tier 2, he hadn't followed the information recorded on the Cursed Master's gem. Gu Ning was a soul manipulator, a child of the world, so it was normal for her to be different from ordinary people. Therefore, Feng Che nodded and agreed, no problem. Once I break through to Tier 3, I will help you collect these 2 souls. Immediately after, Feng Che reminded her, however, I'm not sure when I will break through to Tier 3, so you may have to wait a while. Feng Che didn't have much patience and couldn't keep cultivating non-stop. Additionally, Feng Che needed to improve his advancement method, and the improved method might delay his advancement speed. Therefore, Feng Che needed to make this clear in advance, so Gu Ning wouldn't become impatient. But Gu Ning smiled, not minding at all, no rush, I can wait. You can take your time to prepare. Feng Che nodded, relieved, that's good. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hearing this, Gu Ning reminded him, right now, those lunatics outside are causing chaos everywhere because of the death of the cult leader. The academy won't let you leave casually. You have to wait until 9:45 a.m. tomorrow to leave. Feng Che was well aware of the departure time. Lu Jing had mentioned earlier that the next commission would be issued at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow. Feng Che would go to the academy gate tomorrow at 9:45 a.m., waiting for Lu Jing to open the rift. Therefore, Feng Che replied, I plan to go to the welfare center for the night and leave tomorrow. Gu Ning pointed to the room on the left and said, if you don't mind, you can stay there. Feng Che hesitated for a moment, then nodded, then I'll have to trouble you. After that, Feng Che walked into the room, closed the door, took a pill, and silently cultivated. Nothing happened overnight. The next day at 9 a.m., Fang Che walked out of the room, looked at Gu Ning in the living room, and greeted, "I'm leaving first, goodbye." Gu Ning nodded, "Take care." Fang Che left Gu Ning's residence and walked towards the academy gate. He soon saw Lu Jing. Fang Che immediately walked over to greet her, "Good morning, instructor." "Good morning," Lu Jing responded with a smile, then explained, "I thought about it yesterday and decided to give you a batch of resources so you can distribute the commissions to the patrol teams on my behalf. You can take a cut of the commissions for yourself. What do you think?" Lu Jing had thought about it yesterday and felt that the reason Fang Che didn't agree with her was because she hadn't offered enough benefits. As long as she gave him benefits, it would definitely solve most of the problems. And Fang Che, hearing this, also decided to earn some benefits. So, Fang Che said, "There are many lunatics outside right now. If they attack me, I'm dead. You know, cursed masters are fragile and can't take a beating. You need to give me some defensive items to protect myself." Lu Jing nodded, "No problem. After you get attacked, you can bring the damaged defensive items to me for reimbursement." Lu Jing felt that these lunatics outside were powerful. As long as they attacked Fang Che, they could kill him. Once he was dead, he definitely wouldn't be able to claim reimbursement for life-saving items. If Fang Che ordered others to distribute the commissions and then brought the damaged life-saving items used by others, Lu Jing would also have a way to identify who used the items and when they were damaged. In short, Lu Jing wouldn't have to pay anything. And Fang Che, hearing Lu Jing's words, just shook his head. "The instructor is distributing the commissions on behalf of the principal. I wouldn't dare offend the principal. Let's hurry to the gate." Lu Jing saw that Fang Che wouldn't act without seeing the benefits first, and she was furious. But she could only take out a golden ring and say, "Is this okay for you?" Fang Che held out his fist and demanded, "I want 10 life-saving items. Also, if my life-saving items are destroyed, you have to compensate me." Lu Jing was silent. When she was about to reach the gate, she handed a storage ring to Fang Che, gritting her teeth, "Deal." Fang Che reached out and took the storage ring, guaranteeing, "I will definitely complete the mission. Give me the commissions." Lu Jing took out another storage ring and handed it to Fang Che, explaining, "This contains 1 month's worth of commissions. If the enemies are eliminated early, you have to return the remainder to me." Fang Che put away the storage ring and said, "The patrol teams need encouragement. Only then will they patrol seriously. If the enemies don't retreat after a month, I'll pay out of my own pocket to encourage the patrol teams. If the enemies retreat within a month, then I'll take all the resources as my compensation." Lu Jing took a deep breath, didn't argue with Fang Che, and said, "Once 9:45 a.m. arrives, the inside of the protective shield will flicker. You can leave directly by touching the protective shield. I won't see you off." After saying this, Lu Jing turned and left. Fang Che waved his hand, "Take care, instructor." After that, Fang Che waited until 9:45 a.m. and touched the protective shield. A crack instantly opened on the protective shield. Fang Che stepped out and saw the Azure Sky Squad's patrol team walking over. The Azure Sky Squad members glanced behind Fang Che and asked suspiciously, "Vice Captain, why didn't Lu Jing come out?" Fang Che replied, "Lu Jing asked me to distribute the commissions to you. Come with me." The crowd nodded and followed Fang Che into an empty alley. Fang Che took out the storage ring and explained, "This contains 1 month's worth of commissions. You can take it yourselves. If the enemies retreat within a month, keep all the resources and don't hand them in. If the enemies don't retreat after a month, I'll ask for next month's commissions for you." Hearing this, the crowd said excitedly, "Thank you, Vice Captain." Fang Che waved his hand and continued, "Don't look too happy. You have to make others think that I've deducted your commissions, understand?" "Understood." The crowd nodded, quickly restrained their smiles, and began to build up their emotions. While everyone was building up their emotions, Fang Che put on his cloak and mask, and said, "I'll go first, you guys can patrol slowly." The others nodded with dark expressions and watched Fang Che leave. After leaving, Fang Che went to the Curse Master Mission Hall, rented a cultivation room for a month, and then entered the room to silently cultivate while taking pills. As for the energy in the cultivation room, the absorption efficiency was too low, so Feng Che directly ignored it. The only purpose of this cultivation room was to provide a safe environment to avoid being attacked by lunatics whose minds were controlled by the cult leader. No matter how strong those lunatics were, they couldn't kill people in the mission hall. In the following time, Feng Che stayed in the cultivation room, and besides cultivating, he took out the items in his storage ring to carefully admire. What Feng Che admired the most were the various methods for refining cursed items. These refining methods were researched by Feng Che using his eyes abilities before he became a professional, and they had a 100% success rate. However, to ensure a 100% success rate, the refining of cursed items used many precious materials. This Butcher Academy area had declined, unable to attract talent, and didn't have that many precious materials. Feng Che felt exceptionally lucky to be able to refine 3 cursed items now. That soul manipulator, Gu Ning, might have the precious materials Feng Che needed. However, Gu Ning was too wealthy, the treasures he possessed might be more than Feng Che had ever heard of. For example, the token that concealed information about the 3 cursed items. If Gu Ning hadn't taken it out, Feng Che wouldn't have known such a treasure existed. If Feng Che actively asked for materials to refine cursed items, he would miss out on this token. When facing a rich man like Gu Ning, actively making requests was a loss, passively accepting what he offered was the best strategy. Now, Feng Che just wanted to break through to the 3rd rank quickly, leave this small place, and find materials in a wider area. Thinking of this, Feng Che was motivated to cultivate, so he immediately put all the items back into his storage ring and cultivated while taking pills. However, this motivation dissipated quickly, and he once again felt towards cultivation. Feng Che took out various items again and silently admired them. There were no timing tools in the cultivation room, and Feng Che didn't know how long had passed, but he felt that each cultivation session was particularly long. One day, the cursed energy in the cultivation room suddenly gathered towards the wall and was absorbed by it. At the same time, the walls of the cultivation room made a rumbling noise and squeezed inward, making the space smaller and smaller. Feng Che understood that a month had passed, the usage time of the cultivation room was over, and the Curse Master Mission Hall was kicking people out. Feng Che checked his cloak and mask to make sure the disguise was okay, then looked around to make sure he hadn't left anything behind, and finally checked the life-saving items on his body before pushing the door open and walking out of the cultivation room. Coming to the alley outside, Feng Che walked towards the academy. Now that a month had passed, Feng Che was going to the academy to find Lu Jing, collect next month's patrol commission, and ask for 10 more life-saving items. However, after walking for a while, Feng Che found that the other streets had returned to their former prosperity. This meant that the lunatics controlled by the cult leader had been resolved. Feng Che was slightly disappointed and returned to the Blue Sky Squad, taking off his mask. "Good day, Vice Captain." "Good day, Vice Captain." As soon as Feng Che entered the Blue Sky Squad, the first-rank professionals greeted Feng Che with smiles, their eyes revealing eagerness. "You too," Feng Che nodded in response, knowing very well that they hadn't been so enthusiastic before. Now they were so enthusiastic only because Feng Che had promised to help them exchange resources for free. And this was also the reason for Feng Che's return. Feng Che quickened his pace and soon arrived at the room where the second-rank professionals gathered. Walking into the room, the second-rank professionals looked at Feng Che expressionlessly. After Feng Che closed the door, everyone stood up with smiles and cupped their hands, saying, "Vice Captain, you're back. Vice Captain, you've worked hard these past few days." Feng Che nodded slightly and said, "I asked you to collect the items that the first-rank professionals need to exchange. Have you prepared them?" "We've prepared them." A second-rank professional took out a storage ring and a notebook and handed them directly to Feng Che. Feng Che put away the 2 items and continued to ask, "When were those lunatics causing trouble outside resolved?" A second-rank professional replied, "Half a month ago, the soul manipulator invited a third-rank thinker over. The thinker released a golden light, and all the lunatics nearby surrendered. Only then did everyone realize that these lunatics who were killing people everywhere were being controlled by the cult leader. Now that the lunatics have surrendered, the area is stable again." Feng Che nodded slightly and said, "I see. I'll go to the academy to exchange resources now. Wait here, and you can distribute the resources to everyone when I get back." Everyone said in unison, "Understood." Fong Che turned and pushed the door open. The second-rank professionals instantly retracted their smiles and watched Fong Che leave expressionlessly. The protective shield outside Butcher Academy had disappeared, and Fong Che easily arrived at the benefits office to exchange various resources. Just as he was about to leave, Fong Che saw Ling Jie walking into the benefits office. Seeing Ling Jie, Fong Che asked with some excitement, "The mission is completed?" Ling Jie nodded with a tired expression and replied, "It's completed. Everyone who survived is back. I'm here to submit the mission, and the others have gone back to rest." Then, Ling Jie asked curiously, "What are you here for?" Fong Che smiled and said, "I'll tell you when we get back. You submit the mission first." Ling Jie nodded, walked to the administrator, took out a pile of storage rings, and said, "Our Blue Sky Squad lost 2/5 of its professionals. According to the contract, for every person who dies, the resources we need to collect will be reduced by a portion. After deducting those resources, the remaining resources are all here, plus the resources that those people brought back before. Not a single item is missing. Please check them." The administrator nodded and carefully checked the resources in the storage rings. Fong Che, who was on the side, heard that 2/5 of the professionals were lost, and his expression became much more serious. Previously, Ling Jie and the others had plundered 1/3 of the resources in the Blue Tiger clan's territory and allowed 1/3 of the professionals to leave. If it weren't for that 1/3 of the resources, the Blue Sky Squad's mortality rate would definitely exceed half. This mortality rate is too high. However, after thinking for a moment, Fong Che realized that such a high mortality rate was very normal. The purpose of this mission was to collect resources. To complete the mission quickly, they had to act separately, and the mortality rate for acting separately was always high. If they gathered together, the resource collection mission couldn't have been completed so quickly. In addition, the Blue Sky Squad didn't have any third-rank professionals. If they had gathered together, perhaps no one would have come out alive. The Blue Sky Squad's strength is too weak, such losses are normal. If the Blue Sky Squad had a Tier 3 professional, the losses could definitely be reduced significantly. Thinking of Tier 3 professionals, Fong Che immediately asked Ling Jie, "Guild leader, have you seen those from the Fierce Tiger Squad?" Ling Jie heard this and replied with a solemn expression, "After the Fierce Tiger Squad entered the tiger-human plane, they directly occupied a territory, attracting the attention of many tiger-human tribes. The tiger-humans tried to eliminate them, but each time they were repelled by Chen Chuan. Even Tier 3 tiger-humans were seriously injured by Chen Chuan. I can tell that if Chen Chuan wasn't focused on collecting resources and didn't want to escalate the conflict, those Tier 3 tiger-humans wouldn't have survived. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Fierce Tiger Squad. If the Fierce Tiger Squad hadn't attracted the vast majority of the tiger-humans' attention, we would have lost even more people." Understanding Chen Chuan's way of doing things, Fong Che felt that this method was quite good. The strongest in the tiger-human plane are only Tier 3. After Chen Chuan occupies the territory, he will be invincible in a short period. After a long time, the tiger-humans might have the ability to eliminate Chen Chuan. But after a long time, Chen Chuan would have already completed the task and successfully evacuated. Even if the tiger-humans had the ability to eliminate Chen Chuan, they wouldn't be able to find him. Of course, Chen Chuan's method can only be afforded by a small number of people. If Fong Che played this game, he would be beaten to death 8 times a day. The most suitable method for Fong Che is to kill people in secret, and then carry out the mission after killing. Fong Che looked at Ling Jie. Seeing that Ling Jie's expression was solemn, he comforted her. "When the guild leader breaks through to Tier 3, you can also use Chen Chuan's method to carry out the mission. There's no need to take it to heart." Ling Jie glanced at Fong Che with a complicated expression and nodded lightly, "You're right. I have to wait until I break through to Tier 3. At this time, the administrator also calculated the value of all the resources, and then took out a stack of contracts and said with a smile, "The mission has been completed. These are the contracts of the Blue Sky Squad members left in the academy. They will automatically end tomorrow. Of course, tearing them up now can also end the contracts." Ling Jie took the contracts, released a wave of energy to envelop the contracts, and the contracts instantly turned into powder. After all the contracts turned into powder, Fong Che suddenly felt a weight lifted from his heart. This is the normal reaction after the contract ends. Ling Jia, who was on the side, also happily put away the contract powder, cupped her hands to the administrator, and said, "Goodbye." After that, Ling Jia and Fong Che left the Butcher Academy together and headed towards the Blue Sky Squad. Before long, the two returned to the Blue Sky Squad and saw that the Blue Sky Squad's professionals were all happily communicating. They had already discovered that the contracts had ended. Fong Che looked around and found the Tier 2 professional who had asked him to exchange resources before. He handed the resources and the list he had just exchanged to this person and instructed, distribute the resources as soon as possible. The Tier 2 professional nodded expressionlessly, and then smiled at Ling Jia, "Guild leader, I'm going to be busy." Ling Jia didn't know what this Tier 2 professional was busy with, but she didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and said, "Go ahead." After the Tier 2 professional left, Ling Jia asked Fong Che curiously, "What did you give him?" Fong Che pointed to a certain room and said with a smile, "Let's go in and talk." Seeing that Fong Che was mysterious, Ling Jia became even more curious and quickly followed Fong Che into the room. After closing the door, Fong Che took out the contract for exchanging resources with the Butcher Academy and handed it to Ling Jia, smiling, "The reason I appeared in the welfare office just now, and the storage ring and list I gave him just now, are all because of this thing." Ling Jia took the contract for exchanging resources and carefully checked it. A happy smile appeared on her face. "I didn't expect you to be able to get such a good thing." Fong Che smiled and said, "The guild leader can ask the people in the group if they need to exchange anything. I can help everyone exchange these resources for free. However, after exchanging the resources, we have to publicize that I only help Tier 1 professionals exchange the resources for free, and Tier 2 professionals paid a lot of service fees." Ling Jia returned the contract to Fong Che and asked suspiciously, "Why do you want to publicize it like this?" Fong Che took the contract and replied, "This is a long story." Fong Che quickly told Ling Jia roughly about the contract he signed with the Fierce Tiger Squad and the exchange of resources with the academy. After hearing this, Ling Jia suddenly understood, no wonder the Tier 2 member had a different attitude when facing you and me. It turns out it was to deceive the Fierce Tiger Squad and create the illusion of internal discord. Fong Che nodded and continued to explain, "Regarding the issue of internal discord, everyone doesn't listen to me. At most, they are only willing to complain about me a few times. Whether to expand the internal chaos next depends on the guild leader's decision." Ling Jia fell into deep thought instantly after hearing this. After a moment, Ling Jia said, "If a professional leaves the Blue Sky Squad, the Fierce Tiger Squad will serve you in place of this person, and may even give you a sum of resources. This can reduce the pressure on our Blue Sky Squad. In addition, we can send our own people to the Fierce Tiger Squad to gather information through internal chaos. I think it would be better to have more chaos." Fong Che hoped for more chaos and hoped to deceive the Fierce Tiger Squad in order to obtain benefits. However, Fong Che did not agree with the action of sending undercover agents, so he kindly reminded, letting people join the Fierce Tiger Squad can indeed reduce the pressure on the Blue Sky Squad. But it's not easy to be an undercover agent. The Fierce Tiger Squad will definitely sign the strictest contract with the professionals who leave the Blue Sky Squad. It's impossible for the Blue Sky Squad to get too much information. Ling Jia retorted, "I think that as long as there is no plain-will supervision, there are loopholes in the contract. And the Fierce Tiger Squad can't possibly spend a huge price to hire the plain-will to personally supervise them for a few Tier 2 professionals. I think this is feasible." Seeing that Ling Jia had her own ideas, Fong Che stopped reminding her and just agreed, "What the guild leader said also makes sense. I will listen to the guild leader." Ling Jia did not speak and fell into deep thought again. After a moment, Ling Jia decided to sign several guarantee contracts with the Blue Sky Squad members when they quit. In this way, even if the undercover agent does not get the Fierce Tiger Squad secrets, it will not affect the Blue Sky Squad. Thinking of this, Ling Jia put the undercover issue aside for the time being and continued to ask, "You said before that you would eliminate Chen Chuan after you broke through to Tier 3. I thought you would hire someone else to eliminate Chen Chuan. But you signed a contract with the Fierce Tiger Squad and will not hire others to deal with the Fierce Tiger Squad. With your strength, are you confident to eliminate Chen Chuan alone?" Fang Che did not intend to reveal the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, but only replied, I can hire others, but it doesn't mean others can't hire me. Someone doesn't like Chen Xuan. After I break through to Tier 3, he will hire me to kill Chen Xuan. Ling Jie was slightly stunned, and then smiled. It seems that you also took advantage of the loopholes in the contract. I am more confident in sending undercover agents. Fang Che didn't want to continue discussing these issues, so he took out the storage ring containing the promotion resources and handed it to Ling Jie, introducing, these are the materials for promotion to Tier 2. Guild leader, please distribute them as soon as possible. Group begins to serve. Fang Che. Ling Jie took the storage ring, injected energy to check it, and was slightly lost in thought. She said in disbelief, did you collect all these resources after leaving the Tiger Man plane? Fang Che replied, I don't have such great ability. These were all given by the Soul Master. Upon hearing this, Ling Jie asked expectantly, did the Soul Master give you the materials to advance to the 3rd tier? Fang Che replied, I was given a portion, but I still need the Blue Sky Squad to help collect the other part. The advancement resources given by Gu Ning are suitable for ordinary 2nd tier Curse Masters, but Fang Che will also need to improve the advancement method in the future. In case additional resources are needed after the improvement, the Blue Sky Squad will also need to help provide them. Therefore, Fang Che dared not speak too definitively. Ling Jie was disappointed upon hearing Fang Che's answer. The most difficult part of helping Fang Che break through to the 3rd tier is finding the advancement materials. If Fang Che had the advancement materials, the difficulty would be reduced by at least 2/3. Ling Jie was slightly disappointed for a moment, but quickly adjusted her emotions and smiled. Next, the Blue Sky Squad will serve you. You can list the materials you need. Fang Che replied, any materials that Curse Masters can use can be collected for me. Of course, the most important thing now is the 2nd tier cultivation pills exclusive to Curse Masters. Ling Jie nodded and said, I will arrange for 2nd tier professionals to collect materials first. In the next 2 days, I will use the materials you gave me to help other members of the Blue Sky Squad break through to the 2nd tier. As for the remaining materials, I will use them to recruit some professionals who lack advancement materials. After these people advance, they will continue to help you collect resources. Do you think this arrangement is okay? Fang Che nodded lightly, then suggested, I want to increase everyone's enthusiasm. After everyone helps me complete 3 resource collection tasks, they can choose a task for themselves to collect resources for themselves. This matter can be signed into a contract. Ling Jie was overjoyed upon hearing this. If they can collect resources for themselves, the overall strength of the Blue Sky Squad will not decline too much. Immediately afterwards, Ling Jie thought of a good idea. Ling Jie suggested, this matter can be used to create internal discord. For example, people who have a good relationship with you don't need to collect resources for you, and people who have a bad relationship with you need to collect resources for you all the time. Of course, this is just a promotional slogan used in external publicity. When implementing it internally, we still need to treat everyone equally. Do you think it's okay? Fang Che replied, I have no objection to this matter. The leader can handle it herself. Ling Jie nodded, took out paper, and said while writing, I will draft the contract now. After a while, Ling Jie finished drafting the contract and handed it to Fang Che. After Fang Che checked it and confirmed that there were no problems, he left his Curse Master energy. Ling Jie also took out the Blue Sky Squad badge and left a mark on the contract. The contract was instantly established. Ling Jie put away the contract and continued to ask, where will you live next? How often should I send you resources? Fang Che replied, before entering the Tiger Man plane, I lived in room there in the future, resources will be sent every half a month. If the resources are not enough, I will come to you in advance. If the leader has nothing else, I will leave first. Ling Jie hurriedly asked, where is the Soul Master? I want to find a chance to meet him. Fang Che replied, dormitory building number 3 of the Butcher Academy, room 001. Ling Jie nodded and said, thank you for the reminder. Go ahead and get busy. Afterwards, Fang Che got up and left the room, came to room 303, set up various defenses and soundproofing props, and began to cultivate. Ling Jie then found Yun Tian and Yi Ling to deal with the issue of advancement resources. the issue of exchanging resources with the Blue Sky Squad, the issue of mobilizing second-tier professionals to perform tasks, arranging for first-tier professionals to assist in the execution of tasks, and various issues such as creating internal chaos. Under the arrangement of Ling Jie and others, various matters were completed in an orderly manner. Every once in a while, some second-tier professionals would be cultivated in the Blue Sky Squad, and then they would be arranged to perform tasks. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Che, who was bored and in a daze, suddenly heard the props hanging on the door shouting, "Someone is knocking, someone is knocking, someone." Fang Che injected a stream of energy into the props, and the props instantly quieted down. Opening the door, Fang Che glanced at Ling Jia outside the door and said, "Leader, please come in." Ling Jia walked into the room, handed a storage ring to Fang Che, and introduced, "These are the resources collected before. Also, the Fierce Tiger Squad returned 5 days ago." Fang Che asked curiously, "How are their losses?" Ling Jie sighed and replied, "The losses were very small, and they all died while collecting resources outside. In addition, before Qin Xuan left, he killed 2 third-tier tiger men and hundreds of second-tier tiger men, and exchanged a lot of good things from the Soul Master." Fang Che nodded expressionlessly. If it were before, if Qin Xuan got so many benefits, Fang Che would try to hide to avoid being targeted by Qin Xuan. But now Fang Che and the Fierce Tiger Squad have signed a contract, and they cannot harm Fang Che. Therefore, Fang Che is much calmer than Ling Jia. Fang Che asked, "Have the things that the Blue Sky Squad members need to exchange been collected? I'm going to the Butcher Academy to help them exchange resources and talk to Lu Jing about the contract." Ling Jia immediately handed a storage ring to Fang Che. "Thank you for your hard work." Fang Che took the storage ring, left the room, and went to the Butcher Academy. As soon as he entered the Butcher Academy, Fang Che saw Lu Jing waving at him in a room. Fang Che walked into the room, and Lu Jing quickly closed the door and said, "The Fierce Tiger Squad came back a few days ago, and I discussed your idea with Chen Xuan. The Fierce Tiger Squad agreed to give you a batch of resources every year until you break through to the 3rd tier. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I was worried that the Blue Sky Squad would find out, so I didn't remind you. Instead, I waited for you to come over. I didn't expect to wait for you for 5 days." Fang Che asked excitedly, "Where is the contract?" Lu Jing took out the contract and handed it to Fang Che, explaining, "According to the previous agreement, this resource can only help first-tier professionals break through to the 2nd tier, or refine curse props, and cannot be used for cultivation. In addition, the Fierce Tiger Squad has added a new requirement. Starting from the 2nd year, the Fierce Tiger Squad will only give you the New Year's resources if a member of the Blue Sky Squad joins the Fierce Tiger Squad in the previous year. If no member of the Blue Sky Squad joins the Fierce Tiger Squad in the previous year, then they will not give you resources. The Fierce Tiger Squad has already signed the contract. If you agree, you can leave your mark." Fang Che carefully checked the contract twice and confirmed that the contract record information was the same as what Lu Jing said, then smiled, "I agree to this contract." After saying this, Fang Che immediately released curse energy and left his mark on the contract. Members joined the Tiger team after Fang Che left the Curse Master imprint. The contract was instantly completed. Lu Jing put away the contract and handed a storage ring to Fang Che, introducing it, "This is the resource given by the Fierce Tiger Squad. There is a layer of seal on it. After injecting energy to check the items inside, the seal will be broken." Fang Che took the storage ring and immediately discovered a seal left by a 3rd-order sword immortal. The seal was very complete, with no signs of being damaged. Fang Che immediately injected energy and frowned after checking the internal items. "This is too little." Lu Jing replied very calmly, "Qin Xuan asked me to tell you that as long as this year members of the Azure Sky Squad join the Fierce Tiger Squad, the resources given by the Fierce Tiger Squad next year will definitely be more than this year." "Okay, I will try my best to squeeze them." Fang Che replied, put away the storage ring, and then asked, "Does the Fierce Tiger Squad have any other contracts to sign with me?" Lu Jing shook her head and said, "No more." Fang Che was slightly disappointed, and then reminded, "After the Azure Sky Squad members join the Fierce Tiger Squad, let the Fierce Tiger Squad provide me with various resources that Curse Masters can use, and please ask the instructor to transfer them to me at the Butcher Knife Academy. I will come over to collect them every half-month, and the value of the resources provided to me by each member who leaves the Azure Sky Squad should be equivalent to a bottle of 2nd-order Curse Master." Elixir, as for communication tokens and the like, don't give them to me. If Ling Jie and the others find out, it will be detrimental to me. Lu Jing pondered for a while, frowned and said, letting a second-order professional perform tasks non-stop, it will barely be enough to gather a bottle of second-order elixir in half a month. If you accidentally delay a little time, you may not be able to gather a bottle of second-order elixir. These people have already left the Azure Sky Squad, there is no need to squeeze them so hard. You might as well put this squeezing method on the Azure Sky Squad members. Feng Che retorted, I don't think so. With the help of first-order professionals, the second-order professionals of the Azure Sky Squad can easily gather a bottle of elixir in half a month. Since the Fierce Tiger Squad has agreed to help me find resources, they should send first-order professionals to assist in completing the task. If they don't agree, then don't contact me in the future. Lu Jing was silent when she saw Feng Che's arrogant appearance. If she annoyed Feng Che and he really didn't contact the Fierce Tiger Squad would definitely be unhappy, and she would be the unlucky one. It's better to just relay the message in the middle. Thinking of this, Lu Jing replied, I will tell the Fierce Tiger Squad your request. Are there any other requests? Feng Che shook his head and said, no other requests, goodbye. Goodbye. Feng Che turned around and went to the welfare office, exchanged various resources, and returned to the Azure Sky Squad. After finding Ling Jie, Feng Che closed the door and said, I signed another contract with the Fierce Tiger Squad just now. That is, Feng Che quickly told the story, and then handed over a part of the resources used to help professionals advance to Ling Jie. As for the other materials used to refine curse props, Feng Che did not take them out. Ling Jie put away the materials and smiled, don't worry, someone will definitely leave the Azure Sky Squad this year and join the Fierce Tiger Squad, and your harvest will be even greater next year. Feng Che smiled slightly, got up and said, then I will leave first, remember to send me resources in half a month. In addition, if everyone needs to exchange things, you can tell me in half a month. Ling Jie nodded and said, okay, goodbye. Feng Che returned to his residence, activated various props, and began a life of cultivating for 3 days and resting for 2 days. In the following time, Feng Che went out to exchange resources every half month, and never went out at other times, so he didn't know much about the outside news. Time flies, and soon it came to 2.5 months later. On this day, Ling Jie came to Feng Che's room happily, handed 2 storage rings to Feng Che, and smiled. Before, we signed a contract with everyone, the Azure Sky Squad provides advancement materials, and they must participate in the Tigerman Plane War, and must help you break through the Third Order. 4 people left the Azure Sky Squad half a month ago. I used the excuse that they did not fully implement the contract and demanded huge compensation from them. The Fierce Tiger Squad sent someone over to negotiate with me for a long time, but I still got a part of the compensation. Now the compensation is in the red storage ring. Pay attention to this when you go to see Lu Jing. Feng Che took the 2 storage rings and smiled, I didn't expect there to be extra gains, that's great, I will pay attention. After that, Feng Che went to the Butcher Knife Academy, went directly to Lu Jing's office, and reminded straightforwardly, Instructor, I heard that 4 people left the Azure Sky Squad and joined the Fierce Tiger Squad half a month ago. Please give me the resources that the 4 of them should give. Lu Jing took out a storage ring and handed it to Feng Che, smiling. Chen Xuan asked me to tell you that in order to get these 4 people, the Fierce Tiger Squad was blackmailed by the Azure Sky Squad. However, the Fierce Tiger Squad will not deduct this money from you, just consider it as making friends. Feng Che sneered, if these 4 leave the Azure Sky Squad, I won't be able to get the cultivation elixirs provided by the 4 of them. The Fierce Tiger Squad cannot provide me with cultivation elixirs either. I think the Fierce Tiger Squad will definitely give me some materials for refining curse props, or resources for advancing to the Second Order. After saying this, Feng Che broke the Sword Immortal seal on the storage ring and poured out the contents. As Feng Che said just now, there were no items or elixirs to speed up cultivation in the storage ring, all of them were materials for refining curse props. Feng Che put away these materials and sneered, for the Fierce Tiger Squad, as long as my cultivation speed is reduced, they will not suffer losses. It's just that the Fierce Tiger Squad's eating habits are too ugly. I don't want to be friends with this kind of person. Please tell the Fierce Tiger Squad that if you provide me with resources in the future, you must have a part of the Curse Master's exclusive Second Order elixir. Otherwise I will not continue to squeeze the Azure Sky Squad members. Lu Jing saw that Feng Che was not bluffed by a little petty prophet, put away her smile, and asked, I wonder how many cultivation elixirs you want? Fang Che replied blankly, that depends on Chen Chuan's attitude. After that, Fang Che turned around and went to the welfare office, exchanged resources, returned to the Azure Sky Squad, handed the resources to Ling Jia, and told the story just now. Then, Fang Che suggested, when publicizing to the outside world next, you can say that I have improved everyone's treatment and reduced the squeeze on everyone. I hope to use this method to get the Fierce Tiger Squad to take out more benefits. Please allow the leader. Ling Jia nodded lightly and said, no problem. At the same time, in the Fierce Tiger Squad, Chen Chuan also received a message from Lu Jing and summoned all trusted second-order captains. Chen Chuan told everyone the message from Lu Jing, and then announced, in half a month, give Fang Che a quarter of the cultivation elixir. Both sides. The red-haired captain next to Chen Chuan frowned upon hearing his words, saying, a quarter of the cultivation pills is too much. If that's the case, Fang Che's strength will definitely increase rapidly, which is not good for us. The others nodded in agreement. But Chen Chuan smiled and said, not much. Next, I will gradually increase the number of pills given to Fang Che. Eventually, I will only give Fang Che pills and nothing else. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and asked in unison, why? Chen Chuan replied, there aren't that many Tier 2 Curse Master exclusive pills on the market. After the Blue Sky Squad members complete their missions, they don't get many pills, just barely enough for Fang Che to use for cultivation. As soon as these words came out, some people seemed to understand, while others were even more confused. Chen Chuan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he confidently explained, Fang Che is a selfish person. Such people are short-sighted, always offending people for temporary gains, thus losing more long-term benefits in the future. If the Blue Sky Squad members cannot provide pills, and we provide a large number of pills, Fang Che will definitely become close to the Tiger Might Squad, forcing the Blue Sky Squad members to join the Tiger Might Squad. Once most of the Blue Sky Squad members join the Tiger Might Squad, we can directly stop providing Curse Master pills, which will slow down Fang Che's cultivation speed, and may even prevent him from ever breaking through to Tier 3. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly understood. The red-haired captain said excitedly, the leader is brilliant. At this time, Captain Lu asked, we have a contract with Fang Che. How do we resolve this contract? Chen Chuan smiled slightly and replied, the contract doesn't stipulate that we must provide cultivation pills. Moreover, the contract only requires us to provide resources for these Blue Sky Squad members after we accept them. In the future, we can let these people leave the Tiger Might Squad and form a new group. In this way, we don't need to provide resources for the Blue Sky Squad. Hearing this series of coherent strategies, everyone looked excited. The red-haired captain looked at Captain Lu and smiled, the leader is all-knowing and has already thought of everything before drafting the contract. Anyone who thinks there is a problem with the contract is just stupid. Captain Lu's face darkened. He wanted to curse, but seeing everyone around him so excited, he didn't want to spoil the mood and swallowed the curse back. Seeing that Captain Lu didn't dare to say a word, the red-haired captain felt even more proud. Then, he suggested to Chen Chuan, leader, I think we should provide Fang Che with resources now. The sooner we provide resources, the sooner we can achieve your goal. Chen Chuan shook his head and said, this matter cannot be rushed. Being too hasty can easily make Fang Che vigilant. We must take it slowly and gradually confuse him. In addition, our Tiger Might Squad doesn't have many Curse Master resources. Even if we are anxious, we can't provide resources. Captain Lu immediately chimed in, leader, I am willing to take people out to collect Curse Master exclusive pills. I will definitely not be like some people who don't use their brains and only talk. The red-haired captain's face darkened, and he hurriedly said, I am also willing to take people to collect Curse Master resources. Chen Chuan knew that these two had conflicts and didn't want to favor anyone, so he ordered, both of you go to collect Tier 2 Curse Master exclusive pills, but stay away from the Butcher Academy area and go to other places to accept missions to avoid being discovered by the Blue Sky Squad. The two said in unison, yes, sir. Chen Chuan then looked at another Tier 2 professional and asked, what is the situation with those 4 Blue Sky Squad members now? The Tier 2 professional who was asked replied, the 4 of them eat, drink, and have fun every day, living very freely. Every time they hear about a mission, they hide far away. They should have been exploited too harshly by Fang Che, resulting in psychological trauma. The four of them also don't do anything, just wander around every day. Our own people are very envious. After a long time, I'm afraid there will be problems. Should we assign some simple tasks to them? Chen Xuan shook his head and said, don't assign tasks. Treat them well. I want to establish them as role models to attract other Blue Sky Squad members to join us. Of course, we can't let them wander around our own territory. You plan a route for them to avoid our own people while they are eating, drinking, and having fun, and let the Blue Sky Squad members see it. The Tier 2 professional nodded and said, understood. Chen Xuan continued to order, there is one more thing, keep a close eye on the four of them. Sometimes you can leak some of the Tiger Might Squad members' whereabouts to them. The Tier 2 professional nodded with a serious face and said, Leader, don't worry, I will continue to test them. In the future, when Blue Sky Squad members join our Tiger Might Squad, I will also test them carefully to ensure that no spies are left behind. Chen Xuan nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you. In the Blue Sky Squad, except for a few people who were resting, most of the professionals were outside helping Fong Che collect resources. At this time, Fong Che stayed in room 303 to cultivate for a while, and soon shifted his attention, boredly counting the resources in his storage ring. After counting the resources for a while, Fong Che began to cultivate again. In this cultivation mode of working for 3 days and resting for 2, Fong Che didn't consume many cultivation pills. Even if the cultivation pills collected by the Blue Sky Squad were not many, Fong Che still hadn't used them all. At this time, Ling Jia came to the door and handed over the resources collected in the past half-month to Fong Che. Then, Ling Jia took out a few more storage rings and handed them to Fong Che, explaining, in the past half-month, when I promoted you, I said that you have improved the treatment of Blue Sky Squad members. However, your previous exploitation has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and coupled with the Tiger Might Squad treating the 4 Blue Sky Squad members who left before well, it has formed a considerable impact. Based on these impacts, I specifically selected 3 Blue Sky Squad members and let them join the Tiger Might Squad, exchanging them for a sum of compensation. In the future, I will continue to arrange people to join the Tiger Might Squad based on the subsequent impacts. Fong Che took the storage ring and reminded with some concern, both the enemy and we are promoting, and the current public opinion is unfavorable to the Blue Sky Squad. What I am most worried about now is that the public opinion will get out of control. If the public opinion gets out of control, it will only form 2 results. One is to make the Tiger Might Squad realize that they have been deceived and retaliate against us. The other is to continue to deceive the Tiger Might Squad and send more Blue Sky Squad members to join the Tiger Might Squad, targeting the impact. However, if we don't have manpower, many things will not be under our control. Therefore, when promoting in the future, don't make it too excessive, and be sure to keep the public opinion in your own hands no matter what, and ensure that you have people available. Upon hearing this, Ling Jia felt a little happy, but on the surface, she replied calmly, I have always had a publicity standard, that is, to ensure that the overall strength exceeds the Tiger Might Squad. However, if you want to firmly implement this standard, the Tiger Might Squad may not give you extra resources. Chen Xuan Ling Jia had set her own publicity standards long ago, but she didn't say anything. Ling Jia was just thinking that once her influence expanded slightly in the future, she would let Fong Che personally experience the consequences. This kind of thing would only lead to change after Fong Che personally experienced it. It would be unrealistic to expect Fong Che to give up his benefits just by saying a few words. Now that Fong Che had the idea of controlling public opinion, which was similar to Ling Jia's publicity standards, Ling Jia stated her standards. Fong Che didn't know what Ling Jia was thinking, but after confirming her publicity standards, he agreed, I agree with the leader's publicity standards. The most important thing in this world is martial strength. With martial strength, you have everything. As for the things the Fierce Tiger Squad gives us, they are not worth mentioning and can be abandoned at any time. Ling Jia revealed a smile after receiving Fong Che's definite reply, and replied with reassurance, leave the publicity to me. Fong Che nodded and said, then I'll go exchange resources. Afterwards, Fong Che went to the Butcher Knife Academy, exchanged resources, and obtained the resources provided by the Fierce Tiger Squad from Lu Jing. Then, Fong Che returned to the Blue Sky Squad's base and handed the exchanged resources to Ling Jia, saying, this time, the Fierce Tiger Squad provided a quarter of the cultivation pills. In the future, the cultivation pills they provide should not be less than this time. However, the Blue Sky Squad should not relax either. and continue to collect pills. I need a lot of pills. Upon hearing this, Ling Jie guessed that Feng Che might have low aptitude, or perhaps he hadn't fully comprehended the cultivation techniques, and his utilization rate of pills was not high, so he could only make up for it with quantity. Ling Jie didn't ask much, just nodded and said, "Okay, I'll have my subordinates collect more materials." Afterwards, Feng Che returned to his residence and continued to cultivate. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Feng Che had used up all the props that accelerated cultivation speed and completed half of his cultivation progress. This speed was not fast. If Feng Che didn't slack off and play around, and insisted on cultivating every day, he could now complete at least 2/3 of his cultivation progress. Of course, compared to other second-order professionals, Feng Che's cultivation speed was still very fast. An ordinary second-order professional needs to perform tasks every day to obtain resources without anyone's help, and the cultivation time is very short. If injured while performing tasks, it will also delay cultivation progress. It takes at least 15 years for an ordinary second-order professional to complete half of the cultivation progress. Even if a second-order professional joins a group and gets help from the group, it will take about 10 years to complete half of the cultivation progress. Feng Che was very satisfied with his current state. On this day, Feng Che came to the Butcher Knife Academy again and went to Lu Jing's office. As soon as Feng Che entered Lu Jing's office, he saw Chen Chuan with a smile on his face. Feng Che's footsteps paused slightly, then he closed the door and said with a smile, "This is the first time I've seen Senior Chen Chuan since I signed a contract with the Fierce Tiger Squad. I wonder what instructions you have for coming here this time." Chen Chuan looked at Feng Che and said with a smile, "A few months ago, I asked Instructor Lu Jing to send a batch of materials to Brother Feng Che. Thank you for squeezing the members of the Blue Sky Squad last year. I wonder if these materials are easy to use." Feng Che nodded with a smile and said, "It's okay." In fact, since the Blue Sky Squad started serving Feng Che had been either cultivating or slacking off, and had not used those materials. Chen Chuan said with a smile, "That's good. If more members leave the Blue Sky Squad this year than last year, then I will definitely give Brother Feng Che more materials next year." Chen Chuan came to Feng Che specifically today because he couldn't bear it anymore. The Fierce Tiger Squad had only been providing Feng Che with cultivation pills for 4 consecutive months. They thought that Feng Che could work harder to squeeze the members of the Blue Sky Squad and let them join the Fierce Tiger Squad. But unexpectedly, fewer and fewer members were joining the Fierce Tiger Squad. Moreover, the news coming out of the Blue Sky Squad recently was a mix of truth and falsehood, making it difficult to distinguish. Chen Chuan wanted to find out about the internal situation of the Blue Sky Squad, but the undercover agents he had arranged before couldn't endure the hardship and all ran away. Now, due to the continued victory of the Fierce Tiger Squad's public opinion war, no one is joining the Blue Sky Squad, and there is no chance to arrange new undercover agents. That's why Chen Chuan came to find Feng Che, using benefits to lure Feng Che and make him work hard to squeeze the Blue Sky Squad. Feng Che asked expectantly, "How many resources will you give me next year?" Chen Chuan smiled slightly, took out a cyan stone and placed it on the table, and replied, "It won't be lower in value than this thing." Feng Che glanced at the material, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The thing Chen Chuan provided was called resentful green mud, and its rarity reached the 3rd order. If Feng Che used resentful green mud with other precious materials, he could refine new curse props. Feng Che put away the resentful green mud without hesitation and said with a smile, "You can't use this thing either, just give it to me. I will definitely work hard to squeeze the members of the Blue Sky Squad." Chen Chuan nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Although this resentful green mud was a 3rd order material, only curse masters could use it, and no one else could use it at all. Chen Chuan had no plans to cultivate a 3rd order curse master, and used to trade materials with many 3rd order curse masters with resentful green mud. As a result, those 3rd order curse masters were all penniless and had nothing good on them, so they couldn't trade for resentful green mud at all. Therefore, Chen Chuan threw the resentful green mud in the storage ring and hadn't touched it for several years. Now that Chen Chuan wanted to lure Feng Che with benefits, he took out the resentful green mud. Anyway, Chen Chuan couldn't use this thing, so he didn't feel sorry for throwing it to Feng Che. As long as he could squeeze the members of the Blue Sky Squad, everything would be worth it. Afterwards, Chen Xuan took out a storage ring and said with a smile, "This is the resources collected by the members who joined the Fierce Tiger Squad in the first half of the month, please accept it." Fang Che took the storage ring and checked it, and found that the storage ring contained half of the Second Order Curse Masters' exclusive pills, and half of the materials that Curse Masters could use. Seeing these things, Fang Che was slightly stunned. In the previous months, the Fierce Tiger Squad gave him cultivation pills, so why did he get some materials this time? Seeing Fang Che's stunned look, Chen Xuan sighed helplessly. "Originally, I was going to give you pills for Curse Masters to practice this month, but we have too few people and couldn't get such tasks. But don't worry, we will definitely work hard to collect pills next month." Fang Che understood after hearing these words that Chen Xuan wanted him to squeeze the members of the Blue Sky Squad. If Fang Che's squeezing efficiency was too low and he didn't let the members of the Blue Sky Squad join the Fierce Tiger Squad, the cultivation pills provided in the future would definitely become less and less. It's a pity that Chen Xuan made the wrong calculation. Because Fang Che was working on and off, Fang Che still had a lot of cultivation pills left unused. However, Fang Che had never publicized this aspect of things, but instead accepted the pills without refusing. This led many people to naively believe that Fang Che's aptitude was too poor and his efficiency in absorbing and utilizing pills was not high. In fact, Fang Che's current stockpile of pills was enough for Fang Che to break through, and there would even be many left over. Formation facing Chen Xuan, Fang Che still didn't reveal that he didn't lack cultivation pills. Instead, he pretended to be anxious and eagerly assured him, "You must provide me with more pills. At the latest, in half a year, I will definitely get the Blue Sky Group members to join the Fierce Tiger Group." Chen Xuan smiled and said, "I'll do my best." Chen Xuan had already decided that as long as the number of people joining the Fierce Tiger Group didn't increase significantly, he would keep reducing the supply of cultivation pills. "I'll go back as soon as possible to handle this matter." After saying this, Fang Che hurriedly went to the welfare office to exchange resources and returned to the Blue Sky Group. After handing over the exchanged resources to Ling Jie, Fang Che resumed his life of cultivating on and off. Whenever he stopped cultivating, Fang Che would focus his attention on his Naiwan Palace, using his eye ability to observe a special pattern. As for the promise he made to Chen Xuan, Fang Che simply couldn't be bothered. 2 months passed like this, and the Fierce Tiger Group stopped providing cultivation pills. Another half-month passed, and Fang Che exchanged resources and returned. After handing the resources to Ling Jie, he requested, "I have something I need to borrow your healing ability for." Ling Jie curiously asked, "Is it for an injured friend of yours?" Fang Che shook his head and replied, "I'm preparing to set up the Evil Ascension Array to absorb the energy from the pills and quickly complete the energy accumulation process." Evil Ascension Array? Ling Jie pondered for a moment, then frowned and asked, "Are you talking about the Evil Ascension Array that sacrifices 90% of the energy from the cultivation pills and only uses 10% of the energy to improve cultivation?" Fang Che nodded and said, "That's right." Ling Jie said in disbelief, "Are you crazy? The 90% of the pill energy that is discarded will destroy your body and tear it apart. Even if I can help you heal, the toxins from the pills will accumulate in your body, making it impossible for you to ever break through." Fang Che smiled and said, "It's okay, the Evil Ascension Array I'm setting up is a modified version, there won't be any problems. If you're worried, you can also sign a contract with me. As long as I can never break through to the 3rd rank, the Blue Sky Group doesn't have to serve me." Ling Jie was silent for a moment, then said, "What you said is very attractive to me, but to set up the Evil Ascension Array, you need a massive amount of pills. Do you have that many pills?" Fang Che nodded and said, "Yes, the pills provided by the Blue Sky Group and the Fierce Tiger Group before are enough for me to complete my next cultivation." Ling Jie asked in confusion, "With your aptitude, can you use that many resources?" Fang Che smiled and said, "I don't cultivate diligently, the resources are enough." Ling Jie said in disbelief, "It seems your aptitude is very good. If you cultivated diligently, you would almost be done with the energy accumulation process. Why are you doing this?" Fang Che shook his head and said, "Even if I had countless tools to speed up cultivation, even if I cultivated non-stop from the moment I broke through to the 2nd rank, I would still have to wait another 3 months to complete the energy accumulation, but I don't have that many tools to speed up cultivation now, nor do I have the perseverance. If I were to cultivate now, I would have to endure at least 4 more years to accumulate all the energy. Now my only option is the Evil Ascension Array. As long as I set up the Evil Ascension Array, I can complete the energy accumulation process in half an hour. I think setting up the Evil Ascension Array is faster. Ling Jie sighed and nodded. Okay, I'll help you. If you can never break through to the 3rd rank, I will also help you find resources to solve the problem, as a thank you for your help to the Blue Sky Group. Sign the contract. Fang Che took out the contract he had drafted earlier and smiled. No need to help me find resources, I have confidence in myself. Ling Jie directly snatched the contract, quickly added a few more pieces of information, then stamped it with the Blue Sky Group emblem and handed it to Fang Che. Fang Che took the contract, looked at the newly added clauses, and shook his head. You are too kind. Being too kind is not a good thing. You have to restrain the influence of your occupational energy. Ling Jie said with a cold face, somewhat unhappy. I don't need you to remind me. Sign the contract. Okay. Fang Che nodded and injected his Curse Master energy into the contract. The contract was instantly completed. Ling Jie immediately asked, what do we do next? Fang Che turned around and said, go to my room. Arriving at room 303, Fang Che took out a pile of resources from his storage ring, ground them into powder, and mixed them with a special juice to make an ink. Then, Fang Che dipped the ink and painted the Evil Ascension Array in the room. Ling Jie stood aside, watching Fang Che's actions, and a feeling of infinite regret arose in her heart. Ling Jie believed that Fang Che was destined not to break through to the 3rd rank in the future, but she actually agreed to such a thing in order to stop the Blue Sky Group from serving Fang Che. This caused Ling Jie to suffer infinite torment in body and mind. Ling Jie silently advised herself that this was a good thing for the development of the Blue Sky Group, and that the reason she was regretting it was because the occupational energy exclusive to the living Buddha was influencing her. However, this advice didn't have much effect, but instead made Ling Jie even more tormented. At this time, Fang Che had already drawn the modified version of the Evil Ascension Array. Fang Che took out the Curse Master exclusive pills he had accumulated during this period and piled them in several array eyes of the Evil Ascension Array. In the end, only 2 array eyes were vacant. One was the core array eye where Fang Che needed to absorb energy, and the other was the auxiliary array eye where Ling Jie needed to release healing energy. Fang Che looked at Ling Jie, who was looking conflicted, and said, go to the vacant array eye on the corner and release healing energy. The regretful Ling Jie was awakened by these words, and then, Ling Jie suggested, give up on this Evil Ascension Array, it's just a few more years of cultivation, why take such a risk? Fang Che was very happy to see Ling Jie's compassion erupt. If it were other members of the Blue Sky Group, they would definitely support Fang Che in using the Evil Ascension Array, and then deliberately slow down the healing effect, exploit contract loopholes, and kill Fang Che. This way, Fang Che would no longer be able to restrain the Blue Sky Group. But Ling Jie is different. Ling Jie is a living Buddha, she is influenced by occupational energy, and her compassion is extremely strong. Even if Ling Jie was thinking of harming Fang Che, compassion would also influence Ling Jie, and make Ling Jie fully heal Fang Che. It is because of this compassion that Fang Che dared to ask Ling Jie for help. Fang Che smiled and said, Leader, my use of the Evil Ascension Array is beneficial to the cultivation and development of all members of the Blue Sky Group. You can't harm other members of the Blue Sky Group for my sake, please enter the array. Ling Jie was slightly stunned, and when she thought of the members of the Blue Sky Group, she immediately felt extremely conflicted. Should she help Fang Che, or help the other members of the Blue Sky Group? In a daze, Ling Jie walked to the auxiliary array eye and released healing energy. Seeing this, Fang Che immediately stepped into the core array eye and activated the Evil Ascension Array. In an instant, all the pills released terrifying energy, turning into a golden mist, and quickly drilled into Fang Che's body. After 1/10 of the energy entered Fang Che's body, the remaining energy turned from golden to black, and also drilled into Fang Che's body. The next second, the black energy raged in Fang Che's body, and tore cracks on the surface of his body. Blood was constantly flowing, and soon dyed Fang Che's clothes red. For advancing to level 3, Ling Jie, who was supporting the array eye, saw blood flowing from Fang Che's body. Instantly, she didn't dare to think too much and fully released healing energy, injecting it into the Evil Ascension Array. At the same time, she prayed in her heart that Feng Che could overcome this crisis. The evil ascension array quickly amplified the healing energy and applied it to Feng Che's body. Feng Che's wounds slowly healed, and at the same time, the black energy was slowly purified by the healing energy. Each time a portion of the black energy was purified, a wisp of black smoke would detach from his body and be absorbed by the evil ascension array. Simultaneously, a portion of golden energy would drill into his Naiwan palace. The purified black energy and the golden energy entering the Naiwan palace had a fixed ratio, 9:1. Feng Che endured the pain in his body, integrating all the golden energy into the illusory altar on the third level. After half an hour, all the black energy was purified, and the wounds on Feng Che's body healed. All the golden energy entered the Naiwan palace, filling the third level altar, allowing it to break free from its illusory state and become as real. At this moment, Feng Che had completed the second tier energy accumulation process and could prepare materials to advance to the third tier. Feng Che closed his eyes with peace of mind and silently muttered in his heart, "Observe." Illusory eyes appeared out of thin air, staring at the advancement method on the cursed master gem. In the next second, Feng Che saw the improved advancement method. This observation speed was many times faster than before. After carefully examining it, Feng Che discovered that the improved advancement potion had several hundred more materials. Most of these materials were not very valuable and were easy to gather. The only relatively difficult one to find was a third-tier earth attribute material that could be used by a cursed master. Third-tier materials could generally only be obtained by performing third-tier tasks. If the Azure Sky Group were to search for it, they could only rely on luck. However, Feng Che had previously met Chen Xuan and obtained a piece of grievance azure mud, which perfectly met the requirements. However, what puzzled Feng Che was that a second-tier cursed master only needed second-tier materials to break through to the third tier. How could it be improved to require a third-tier material? It seemed that Soul Master Guning had also said that he needed a third-tier soul to advance to the third tier. Although Feng Che was curious at the time, he didn't ask too much. After Feng Che breaks through next, he can ask Guning about it. Immediately afterward, Feng Che continued to check the improvement information. After adding some materials, the method of refining the advancement potion did not become more difficult. Just weigh the corresponding materials and mix them together according to the steps. In addition to the advancement potion being improved, the advancement ceremony was also improved. There were a total of 2 improved advancement ceremony plans. The first plan is, be cursed by a third-tier professional, absorb the cursing power of the third-tier professional, and ignore the mental oppression released by professionals who exceed one's own realm. Mental oppression is a very special kind of power. Here are some simple examples. Facing a professional with a higher realm than you is like standing at the foot of a mountain and looking up at the summit, making you feel small in your heart. If someone with a higher realm than you launches an attack, it is like a mountain collapsing and smashing towards you, inevitably creating fear in your heart. The feeling of insignificance and fear when facing a high mountain is a clear form of mental oppression. However, high mountains cannot move, while professionals can. Therefore, facing a higher-level professional, this mental oppression will be even stronger. If one can ignore mental oppression, one will be able to exert one's power more calmly in the future and will not weaken one's combat power due to fear. Although exerting all one's strength will not kill a professional of a higher realm, one will have the ability to escape in a chaotic battle. However, completing this advancement ceremony is not easy. The only third-tier professional nearby is Chen Xuan, and Chen Xuan does not want Feng Che to break through to the third tier, so he cannot help Feng Che. To succeed, one must ask Soul Master Guning for help. Guning needs Feng Che to find 2 third-tier souls, so he might help Feng Che, but this would incur a lot of favors, which might affect Feng Che's pure interest relationship with Guning. Feng Che didn't think too much about it and quickly focused on the second improved plan. The second plan is, make the will of the plane disgusted, and use the power of the will of the plane's disgust to complete the advancement ceremony, which can ignore the mental oppression of all strong people. Seeing this option, Feng Che instantly remembered that he had searched for a lot of dark star stones in order to be disgusted by the will of the plane when he advanced to the second tier last time. There are still some dark star stones stored in the storage ring. In addition, the witchcraft doll killed 30,000 people in the Tiger Man plane, and the resentment of these 30,000 people can please the will of the plane. After breaking through, as long as these resentments are released, the disgusted emotions of the will of the plane can be weakened, which Feng Che had already tested during his last breakthrough. Feng Che immediately decided to choose the second improved advancement ceremony plan. While Feng Che was checking the improvement plan, Ling Jie's attention was also focused on the evil ascension array. Ling Jie carefully observed and found that this evil ascension array was indeed different from the evil ascension array she knew. Is this the improved evil ascension array? I don't know if it's useful. Ling Jie glanced at Feng Che, who was silent with his eyes closed, and asked, Feng Che, are you okay? Feng Che opened his eyes and smiled, everything is fine. Ling Jie immediately took out a universal pill and handed it to Feng Che, expectantly saying, don't take the pill, use your body to absorb the energy in the pill. Feng Che smiled slightly, took the pill, and in the next second, the energy in the pill drilled into Feng Che's body, and the pill became dim, as if it had been stored for a long time. Seeing this, Ling Jie showed an excited smile on her face. Being able to absorb the energy of the pill through physical contact without taking the pill means that the professional's body is not affected by the pill poison and can continue to cultivate and break through. Feng Che completely ignored the terrifying side effects of the evil ascension array. Ling Jie asked excitedly, can you sell me the improved evil ascension array? Feng Che directly took out a notebook and handed it to Ling Jie, introducing, this contains the improvement plan, I'll give it to you as a thank you for helping me heal. Thank you. Ling Jie took the notebook and carefully checked it, excitedly saying, with this, we can promote professionals in large quantities when there are sufficient advancement materials. This is a treasure that can solve the crisis of group destruction. Thank you. If you need anything, just tell me. Hearing this, Feng Che immediately took out paper and pen and wrote down the various materials he needed, including the materials to strengthen the cursed props, as well as the dark starstones. Although Feng Che now has a batch of dark starstones stored, he is worried that it will not be enough. Therefore, he needs the Azure Sky Group to help collect some more. After writing down all the materials, Feng Che handed the list to Ling Jie and smiled, if you find these things, the Azure Sky Group members will no longer have to serve me. Ling Jie took the list and glanced at it, not understanding why Feng Che was looking for dark starstones. However, Ling Jie didn't ask too much, just nodded and said, I will inform everyone of the materials you need as soon as possible. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Feng Che nodded and said, goodbye. Changes in the promotion process. After Ling Jie left, Feng Che looked at the evil ascension array on the ground and sighed softly. Although the evil ascension array had been improved, the consumption had not decreased. In addition, the flesh bodhisattva for auxiliary treatment was a crucial core of the evil ascension array. The flesh bodhisattva must be of comparable strength to the person absorbing energy, or stronger, to activate the evil ascension array. These two requirements alone would trap countless people, making it extremely difficult for Feng Che to accumulate energy using the evil ascension array in the future. As for increasing Ling Jie's strength to continue helping Feng Che, that was also impossible. Because the improved evil ascension array could not help the flesh bodhisattva accumulate energy. As long as the flesh bodhisattva used the evil ascension array, they would be locked in the auxiliary treatment position. As for more powerful flesh bodhisattvas outside, Feng Che didn't trust them and couldn't use the evil ascension array in front of them. If Feng Che wanted to accumulate energy quickly in the future, he would have to think of other methods. Feng Che sighed and stopped thinking about these problems, instead taking out paper and pen to write letters to Lu Jing and Chen Xuan. Feng Che needed to trick them into going out when he advanced to the Third Order, and then kill them after breaking through, so that their resources could fall into Feng Che's hands. It would be a pity to kill them too casually. After writing the letters, Feng Che put them into the storage ring, cut his palm, and dripped blood on the storage ring, using curse energy to form a seal. If anyone checked the contents of the storage ring, the seal would definitely be destroyed and could not be restored. After dealing with the storage ring, Feng Che wrote a transfer contract, transferring the qualification to exchange resources from the Butcher Knife Academy to Ling Jie. Now that the Butcher Knife Academy had declined, there were not many Third Order resources available for trading, and Feng Che had not seen any Third Order resources suitable for cursors in recent years. Once Feng Che broke through to the third order, this contract to exchange resources would not help Feng Che, so it would be better to give this qualification to Ling Jie. Just as he finished writing the contract, Ling Jie's voice came from outside the door. Feng Che, I've collected the resources you need. Feng Che was slightly stunned, quickly walked to the door, opened it, and said in surprise, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to collect these resources. How did you complete it so quickly? Ling Jie handed a storage ring to Feng Che and smiled, this is thanks to you. Before, you allowed Blue Sky Squad members to take on needed tasks after helping you collect 3 portions of resources. Over the years, everyone accumulated a lot of resources by doing tasks. I told everyone just now, and everyone directly took out the accumulated resources and exchanged for the breakthrough resources you needed from the outside. Feng Che was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that some of his previous idle thoughts would actually help him at this moment. This feeling was truly wonderful. Feng Che smiled and said, thank you everyone for me. Please come into the room, I have something to tell you. Ling Jie walked into the room and asked, what's the matter? Feng Che closed the door, handed the transfer contract for exchanging resources to Ling Jie, and smiled, this thing is useless to me, I'll give it to you to thank the Blue Sky Squad for their help over the years. Ling Jie heard the meaning of farewell in Feng Che's words, took the contract, checked it briefly, and said with emotion, thank you, I will develop the Blue Sky Squad well. The Blue Sky Squad's door will always be open for you. Feng Che smiled and didn't say much, just handed the sealed storage ring to Ling Jie and introduced, there are letters for Lu Jing inside. To avoid her seeing my current strength, I won't go to her, please, squad leader, give this to Lu Jing for me. I want to use these letters to lure Chen Xuan out and eliminate him. Ling Jie took the storage ring, thought for a moment, and asked, can I discuss something with you? Feng Che asked curiously, what is it? Ling Jie replied, since you are going to eliminate Chen Xuan, I plan to announce to the public that you have increased the pressure on Blue Sky Squad members. In this way, most of the Blue Sky Squad members can join the Fierce Tiger Squad, earn huge amounts of liquidated damages, directly empty the Fierce Tiger Squad's family fortune, and prevent them from ever developing. Feng Che thought for a moment and nodded, in this way, it is more likely that I will lure Chen Xuan out. Let's do it. Ling Jie smiled and said, thank you, I'll take my leave. I wish you a smooth breakthrough. After that, Ling Jie turned and left, while Feng Che took out various props and arranged them in the room. The purpose of these props was to cover up Feng Che's third order aura and prevent it from being discovered by people outside. After arranging the props, Feng Che took out the grievance cyan mud and injected curse energy into it. After absorbing energy, the grievance cyan mud, which was as hard as iron, slowly softened and turned into a ball of clay. Then, Feng Che put the grievance cyan mud into a glass container, took out other materials, weighed and crushed them, and put them into the container. One by one, the materials were put into the container, and they quickly underwent magical reactions, slowly melting, constantly changing color, and emitting a strange fragrance. After a moment, all the materials were added together, and Feng Che obtained a pitch-black advancement potion. Feng Che collected the potion into his Nine Palace and directly sprinkled it on the cursor gem. The cursor gem emitted a suction force, firmly absorbing the advancement potion around the cursor gem, without a drop of the advancement potion falling. Then, Feng Che took out the Dark Star Stone, absorbed the energy inside, and stored it in his body. When the body stored enough Dark Star Stone energy, a vast and ethereal energy enveloped Feng Che's body. Immediately afterwards, the eye of the plane condensed in the Nine Palace, staring at the cursor gem with great disgust. The eye of the plane's aura of disgust was instantly absorbed by the cursor gem. Immediately afterwards, the cursor gem seemed to turn into plasticine, being kneaded by an invisible hand, slowly turning into a human form. Seeing this situation, Feng Che was extremely shocked. According to the knowledge Feng Che had learned, the profession gem turning into a human form was the cultivation process after breaking through to the third order. Lu Jing once said that after a professional breaks through to the third order, they would obtain the unique skill bestowed by the plane, Soul Escape. After obtaining this skill, if the body died, the soul could be hidden in the profession gem to escape danger and be reborn through possession. However, during the escape process, memory loss would occur, and after successful possession, it would be affected by the original memories of the possession target. In short, after possession, it would no longer be the original self, but would become another completely new person. In order to solve this problem, it was necessary to undergo cultivation to shape the profession gem into a human form. Therefore, the third-order cultivation process was the process of shaping the profession gem into a human form. Third-order cultivation would no longer condense new altars, and all accumulated energy would be stored in the profession gem to help the profession gem become a human form. When the profession gem completely resembled the professional, using the soul escape skill would not result in any memory loss. In addition, the profession gem turning into a human form also represented the end of the energy accumulation process, and one could advance to the fourth order. However, Feng Che only had second-order strength now. How could this suddenly happen? Chen Xuan left looking at the profession gem that was constantly changing into a human form. Feng Che didn't understand. However, Feng Che was not impatient. This promotion method had been improved using his eye abilities, and the improved version would definitely be different from the normal state. Feng Che only needed to patiently wait for the subsequent changes in the profession gem. While Feng Che was breaking through, Ling Jia had already prepared the public opinion campaign, and then came to the Butcher Knife Academy, entering Lu Jing's room. As soon as Lu Jing saw Ling Jia, she frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Ling Jia put on a humble smile, took out the storage ring Feng Che gave her, and replied, "This is something Feng Che asked me to bring to you." Lu Jing frowned and asked, "Why didn't he come in person?" Ling Jia replied, "Feng Che failed to refine items several times and is feeling a little irritable, wanting to go out. I was worried that he would exploit the Blue Sky Squad members, so I gave him some resources, and he happily went to refine items. Before refining items, he asked me to hand over the storage ring to you, mentor." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing took the storage ring. Seeing that the seal on it had not been broken, she relaxed slightly, and then issued an order to dismiss Ling Jia. "Now that the item has been delivered, you can leave." Upon hearing this, the smile on Ling Jia's face became even more humble as she pleaded, "Mentor, Feng Che told me that you take good care of him and that he respects you very much. So, could you please advise Feng Che to stop exploiting the Blue Sky Squad members?" Lu Jing sneered in her heart upon hearing this. Lu Jing never felt that Feng Che respected her. Feng Che said this only to cover up the issue of helping the Fierce Tiger Squad exploit the Blue Sky Squad members. Lu Jing was about to refuse Ling Jia when she saw her take out a storage ring. Ling Jia held the storage ring with both hands, respectfully offering it to Lu Jing, and pleaded, "Please help me, mentor. This is a small token of my appreciation." Lu Jing immediately swallowed back her words of refusal, took the storage ring and checked it. Her brows instantly relaxed, and she smiled, "I can talk to Feng Che about it, but I can't guarantee whether he will agree." Ling Jia excitedly bowed and said, "Thank you, mentor. Then I'll go back and wait for your good news." Lu Jing nodded and said, "Walk slowly." After Ling Jia turned and left, Lu Jing walked to the window and waited until Ling Jia had left the office building before sneering, "Want me to help you? No way. Just wait to die." After that, Lu Jing broke the seal left by Feng Che and took out the letter inside. After opening the letter, a contract fell out. Lu Jing picked up the contract, examined all the information, and excitedly took out her communication token to send a message to Chen Xuan, "I'm going to the Fierce Tiger Squad to find you." Then, Lu Jing released energy and injected it into the contract, leaving her mark. Immediately afterward, Lu Jing took a leave of absence, put on her cloak and mask, and hurriedly left the Butcher Knife Academy to go to the Fierce Tiger Squad's base. Arriving outside the Fierce Tiger Squad's base, Lu Jing saw many Blue Sky Squad members who had defected to the Fierce Tiger Squad. Lu Jing bypassed these people, came to the back door, and gently knocked on the door 3 times. The next second, the back door opened, and Chen Xuan welcomed Lu Jing in, then led her to a secret room and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Jing took out the materials prepared by Feng Che and explained, when Feng Che was looking for advancement materials, he inadvertently discovered a place with a unique terrain. At the time, Feng Che didn't pay attention to it. A few days ago, when Feng Che was reading, he learned that this kind of unique terrain can condense a special magnetic field, blocking various detection methods, making it most suitable for hiding treasures. Feng Che asked the two of us to go and take a look. He promised to give me 1% of the resources and you 5% of the resources. Let's go and take a look together. Chen Xuan frowned after reviewing all the information. Not long ago, many Blue Sky Squad members wanted to join the Fierce Tiger Squad, and the Fierce Tiger Squad helped these people, compensating a lot of breach of contract fees. Originally, Chen Xuan just felt that Feng Che had increased the exploitation, and didn't think about other aspects. But now, seeing the information provided by Feng Che, Chen Xuan always felt that there was a conspiracy. This was too coincidental. Seeing Chen Xuan hesitating, Lu Jing became a little anxious and said, "I must go with you to find resources. You can't leave me behind and go alone." Hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a little annoyed. Chen Xuan knew Lu Jing's thoughts very well. She was just worried that he would take all the resources for himself and then lie that he didn't find any resources. Lu Jing was always like this, losing her mind when she saw benefits. Chen Xuan couldn't satirize Lu Jing, so he could only patiently remind her, "I'm worried that Feng Che and the Blue Sky Squad are setting a trap for us." Seeing that Chen Xuan wasn't trying to take the resources for himself, Lu Jing relaxed a little. However, Lu Jing was worried that Chen Xuan would be too cautious and refuse to look for resources, so she persuaded him, "We are third-tier professionals, why should we be afraid of the Blue Sky Squad setting a trap? Even if it's really a trap, so what? You are a third-tier sword immortal." Hearing these words, Chen Xuan's emotions relaxed a lot. "Yes, I am a third-tier sword immortal, why should I be afraid of others? I survived being besieged by a dozen third-tier assassins before. Why should I fear the Blue Sky Squad, which doesn't even have a third-tier professional?" Seeing Chen Xuan relax, Lu Jing continued to persuade him, "More Blue Sky Squad members will join the Fierce Tiger Squad next, and in order to win back these people, Ling Jia will definitely increase the compensation fees. If you don't go out to find resources, the compensation fees will definitely drag down the Fierce Tiger Squad." Hearing this, Chen Xuan frowned and said, "What Mentor said makes sense. If the resources Feng Che mentioned are real, I won't have to borrow money from other groups." Lu Jing smiled and said, "Then let's sign the contract together." Chen Xuan nodded and left his sword immortal energy on the contract, leaving his mark. At this time, the contract showed the energy left by Feng Che, Lu Jing, and Chen Xuan. The three energies gathered together, revealing a line of text, "Somewhere in the 4th Canyon east of the Butcher Knife Academy." Seeing this information, Chen Xuan frowned and said, "I'd been to this place before, and I didn't find any special terrain." Lu Jing was worried that Chen Xuan would be too cautious again and not dare to approach, so she immediately reminded him, "Special terrains are good at deceiving outsiders, so it's normal not to find them. If you're worried about danger, you can prepare life-saving items and escape items before setting off." Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, put on his cloak and mask, and said, "Let's leave from the back door now." Lu Jing excitedly said, "Let's go." After Chen Xuan followed Lu Jing out of the Fierce Tiger Squad's base, he suddenly stopped. Lu Jing frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Mentor, wait a moment." Chen Xuan took out his communication token and whispered, "I'm going to be away for a while." After signing the contract with the Blue Sky Squad members, immediately arrange tasks for them, use the tasks to disperse them out of the base. Don't let them gather. However, our people must gather together and be careful. Wait for me to come back. After transmitting the information, Chen Xuan looked at Lu Jing and said, "Let's go." Level 3 and the privileges of the Son of the Plain. As Chen Xuan and Lu Jing departed, Feng Che remained fixated on the cursed gem. At this moment, the cursed gem had fully formed into a human shape, undergoing further refinement. The facial features of the humanoid cursed gem increasingly resembled Feng Che. Simultaneously, the gem was shaping the style of clothing that Feng Che wore. The patterns and symbols of the three cursed items, along with the method of advancement, were all imprinted on the clothing. After some more time passed, the cursed gem's shaping was complete. Subsequently, a phantom-like figure floated out from within the humanoid cursed gem and drilled into the altar below. Immediately afterward, the advancement ritual on the humanoid cursed gem's clothing changed, and Feng Che's body was strengthened. At this moment, Feng Che had successfully broken through to the third order. The instant the breakthrough was complete, Feng Che quickly expelled the dark starstone energy from his body. At the same time, he mobilized the power of the witchcraft doll, releasing 30,000 Tiger Man grudges, which merged into the Eye of the Plane. As the grudges merged into the Eye of the Plane no longer revealed any disgusted emotions, returning to its initial state of neither joy nor sorrow. The eye of the plane gently rotated, carefully observing the humanoid cursed gem, and suddenly revealed an expression of joy. Immediately afterward, 2 skill manuals appeared out of thin air around the cursed gem, all merging into the cursed gem. After observing, Feng Che discovered that one of the skills was the Soul Escape skill that every third-order professional was bound to obtain. And the other skill was the unique skill that only fourth-order professionals could obtain, Elemental Body. With the Elemental Body skill, one could slowly transform their body into a void-like element through cultivation. When attacked, the body could turn into an element, ignoring most of the enemy's attacks. If the enemy's realm was lower than one's own, one could even ignore all attack effects. In the past, gathering 300 to 400 first-order professionals could exhaust the energy within a second-order professional. Before the second-order professional could recover their energy, they would be killed. However, after mastering Elemental Body, attrition tactics would be completely useless. Even gathering billions of low-order professionals would not be able to kill a professional who had mastered Elemental Body. And this was not all the ability of Elemental Body. The greatest ability of Elemental Body was to absorb all external energy and convert it into the exclusive energy needed for one's own profession. This was a skill specially prepared for conquering other planes. With this skill, one could exploit the energy of other planes for cultivation. However, upon obtaining this skill, one would no longer be able to absorb any energy from the Emperor plane. In the future, if one wanted to increase their strength, they would either have to take pills or go to other planes. Normally, after fourth-order professionals obtained the Elemental Body skill, they would use special teleportation devices to go to other planes to fight and cultivate. But Feng Che was only third-order now. Even if Feng Che wanted to go to other planes to cultivate, he could not meet the activation standards of the teleportation devices. The only opportunity for Feng Che to become stronger was to absorb third-order pills. However, third-order pills were too scarce, and Feng Che's cultivation speed would be slowed down as a result. Just as Feng Che was worrying, the eye of the plane suddenly contracted, transforming into a red token with 4 large characters written on it, Child of the Plane. Feng Che instantly widened his eyes, incredulously taking the token out of his Naiwan Palace and holding it in his palm. After careful inspection, Feng Che finally understood the reason why he had obtained 2 skills. In ancient times, the Emperor plane had to face invasions from enemies at all times. In order to enhance its power, the Emperor plane bestowed both the Soul Escape skill and the Elemental Body skill upon professionals. This allowed professionals to master fourth order power at the third order, achieving invincibility within the same realm. In the future, as professionals continued to advance, they could master skills that others possessed one order in advance, continuing to be invincible in the same rank. However, the power contained within the 2 skills was too strong, and the professional's body simply could not withstand it. Without the help of the Emperor plane's will, the professional would undoubtedly die. Later, after research, the Emperor plane developed a special solution, which was using third-order materials to refine a special advancement potion. Sprinkling the special advancement potion on the second-order professional gem could prematurely shape a humanoid professional gem, prematurely bearing the Soul Escape skill. This way, after breaking through to the third order, one could easily master both skills. However, prematurely shaping a humanoid professional gem also contained huge risks. Only 1 in 10,000 professionals could successfully shape a humanoid professional gem alive. In order to cope with the danger, the Emperor plane paid a lot of resources to help the professionals of ancient times successfully shape humanoid gems. After the Emperor plane became strong, it stopped helping. However, the method of prematurely shaping humanoid professional gems was still passed down. If a professional successfully created a humanoid professional gem without the help of the plane's will, then they could obtain 2 skills, as well as a temporary Child of the Plane identity token. The temporary Child of the Plane token was not as good as a permanent Child of the Plane like the Soul Master, and would expire after breaking through to the fourth order. However, as long as the Child of the Plane token was placed in the Naiwan Palace, one could also obtain some privileges. The first is the cultivation privilege. Feng Che could freely absorb the energy of the Emperor plane, with an absorption speed equivalent to that of a first-order professional. The cultivation speed would never decrease. If items that increase cultivation speed were used, the effect of the items could be increased by 30%, further accelerating the cultivation speed. After taking pills, the toxins inside the pills could be eliminated during the energy absorption process. And in the past, if you wanted to eliminate pill toxins, you had to stop cultivating. The second is the combat privilege. After being attacked, the enemy's attack power would be directly weakened by half. When Feng Che attacked the enemy, the damage the enemy received would increase by 10%. If Feng Che was killed for no reason, the person who killed Feng Che would be disgusted by the will of the plane, the difficulty of future cultivation would increase, and even death would occur. The third is the treatment privilege. If Feng Che was injured or suffered from negative effects, the wounds would automatically heal and the negative effects would automatically be cleared. With the cooperation of pills and props, the recovery speed would be faster, and after recovery, no sequelae would be left. The fourth is the success rate privilege. When creating props or other items, the creation success rate is increased by 20%. When refining existing props or items, the refining success rate is increased by 40%. The fifth is the deterrence privilege. When others see Feng Che, they will immediately recognize the child of the plane privilege, feel respect, and reduce the desire to attack. The sixth is the question privilege. You can summon the will of the plane and ask the will of the plane a question. After the will of the plane answers, the plane token will be taken back. The seventh is the stealth privilege. Except for using the sixth privilege, no one can snoop on Feng Che's information or find Feng Che's traces. The last one is the task privilege. Any tasks that are not conducive to Feng Che cannot be published in the professional hall, and when Feng Che publishes tasks in the professional hall, the task rewards paid can be reduced by half. Enemies and strengthening items. Feng Che, understanding the privileges of the child of the world, excitedly stored the world child token into his Naiman palace. Subsequently, Feng Che adjusted his breathing and practiced the Ink Abyss Curse cultivation method. Various complex energy sources continuously poured into Feng Che's body, subsequently transforming into energy exclusive to Curse Masters. This cultivation speed was exactly the same as Feng Che's cultivation speed at the first rank. However, these energies did not enter the Naiman Palace but were stored in his body. Feng Che mobilized these energies, concentrating them on his head. Subsequently, a portion of the skin on Feng Che's head suddenly vaporized. As he continuously absorbed energy, the vaporized area continued to expand. According to the cultivation information recorded, when the entire body is vaporized, Feng Che can prepare to break through to the fourth rank. After cultivating for a while, Feng Che felt a little irritable, so he put on his cloak, took his mask, walked out of his room, and went to Ling Jie's room. Ling Jie, sensing the terrifying power on Feng Che's body, excitedly asked, "Have you broken through?" Feng Che nodded lightly and asked, "Has Chen Xuan gone out?" Ling Jie nodded and said, "He has gone out. Our people saw Lu Jing enter the fierce tiger gang and then saw Lu Jing leave with Chen Xuan." Feng Che smiled and said, "I will resolve the matter as soon as possible. Wait for my news." Subsequently, Feng Che put on his mask and turned to leave. Ling Jie gazed at Feng Che's departing figure, her face full of anticipation. Feng Che left the fierce tiger gang and walked out of the Butcher Academy area. In a hidden cave, he took out the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, and also took out white paper, wrote Lu Jing's name, and began to kowtow. Outside the 4th canyon east of Butcher Academy, Chen Xuan held a red orb in his hand, continuously injecting energy. The red orb emitted waves of invisible energy, spreading towards the front. After a moment, Chen Xuan put away the orb and smiled. There are no professionals or any traces of traps inside the canyon. It seems I was overthinking things before. Lu Jing grinned and said, "That's great. Let's go in and find the treasure." Chen Xuan nodded and walked into the canyon with Lu Jing to find the hidden treasure. While walking to a certain place, Lu Jing's body was suddenly split in half as if it had been chopped by a giant axe, instantly losing her life, and she couldn't even use the soul escape skill. Chen Xuan was shocked and immediately controlled the sword behind him to unsheath. The sword rotated in the air, and the grass, trees, giant rocks within a 10-meter radius, as well as Lu Jing's body, were instantly cut into pieces. The largest piece of rock was no bigger than a fist. Chen Xuan looked around and only saw shattered things scattered on the ground. He didn't find any traces of the enemy, as if the enemy had already fled far away, or as if there were no enemies around. Chen Xuan felt even more panicked and controlled the sword to continue cutting the surrounding things, while shouting, "I am Chen Xuan of the Fierce Tiger Gang. I am not friends with the dead woman. Please, senior, show mercy and let me leave. I am willing to leave all the resources on my body." After Chen Xuan said this, he didn't hear any answer, only the various sounds of the shattered items hitting the ground. Chen Xuan felt even more panicked. The sword was affected by Chen Xuan's emotions, and its destructive power became even stronger. Suddenly, Chen Xuan felt a pain in his chest, and then all thoughts left his body, and he fell straight to the ground. The sword in the distance stopped destroying and automatically returned to the scabbard behind Chen Xuan. The canyon returned to silence, with only the smell of blood lingering for a long time. Half an hour later, Feng Che, wearing a cloak and mask, came to this place and picked up the sword behind Chen Xuan. According to the information circulating outside, this sword was a treasure bestowed by the will of the world after the Fierce Tiger Gang completed a difficult task, and it has unlimited growth potential. Feng Che held the sword in his hand and checked it, then shook his head in disappointment. This thing is a weapon exclusive to the sword immortal profession. Feng Che, as a curse master, cannot exert the power of the sword at all. The only use of this thing is to sell it in the future and exchange it for various precious materials to refine curse props suitable for Feng Che. After that, Feng Che collected various defensive props from Chen Xuan's body, as well as the storage ring, and also scavenged Lu Jing's resources. After confirming that there were no other resources around, Feng Che cleaned up the traces of the surrounding battle, disposed of the corpses, and came to a hidden place nearby. Subsequently, Feng Che took out 3 curse props, and also took out all the materials he had accumulated, and used the flash of inspiration skill to integrate the materials into the props. When all the materials were integrated into the curse props, all 3 props were strengthened. First is the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. By writing the enemy's name, surname, profession, or the enemy's recognized code name on any item, you can use any item to replace the target's body. Then, with the help of the power of the curse, condense the text in the bamboo slip prop into 7 long nails and pierce them into the substitute item. Bow and kowtow to the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead and the substitute item once, and recall the target's appearance, then destroy the substitute item, and the enemy will die on the spot without any external injuries. After successfully eliminating the enemy, it will steal part of the enemy's energy and divide it into 10 parts for storage. The next time you use the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, you can consume any share of stored energy to create professional damage of the same type as the stored energy. Up to 200 shares of professional energy can be stored. If it exceeds 200 shares, it cannot continue to be stored, and some energy can be abandoned in advance. After the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead is strengthened again, as long as you know the enemy's profession and appearance, you can directly eliminate the enemy. And the professional aura is the easiest to identify, which is simpler and easier than understanding the enemy's name. In addition, the increase in energy stored after killing people also makes it easier to remove Feng Che's suspicion. Next is the strengthened witchcraft doll. If the witchcraft doll is buried in a living area of a certain group, the highest ranking person in the group will become mentally disordered and kill other members within the group. The number of people in the group needs to be controlled at 3,000, otherwise it will be invalid. The witchcraft doll can dig and shuttle underground and disguise its aura as everything around it. The witchcraft doll can hear sounds on the ground and record image information within a radius of 30 meters. When the witchcraft doll attacks the leader of a certain group, it can increase energy consumption, completely lock the leader of the group, and the witchcraft doll will not change its attack target for any reason before the leader loses control of the group. The number of people in the group that the witchcraft doll can attack has increased, and the range that can be observed has also increased a lot. This allows Feng Che to destroy more powerful groups and find more treasures. Feng Che threw the witchcraft doll into the ground and checked the information of the Vengeance Evil Mirror. After receiving a mysterious attack, all useful information about the enemy can be displayed on the mirror surface. If you paste the target information that needs to be found on the Vengeance Evil Mirror, you can sacrifice an arm to find the target's location. After the Vengeance Evil Mirror is strengthened, you don't need to continue to increase the damage received to see all the enemy's information. I don't know if further strengthening in the future can weaken the enemy's attack damage. As for the ability to find people, it has changed from sacrificing both legs before to sacrificing one arm. However, whether before or now, as long as you sacrifice, it will hurt Feng Che, and Feng Che must continue to strengthen it. Thoughts. Feng Che put away the revenge evil mirror and immediately returned to the Butcher Knife Academy area. Now that Feng Che has broken through to the third tier, it's time to help the Soul Master Gu Ning find a third tier soul. However, before searching for a soul, he needs to ask Gu Ning for the tool to collect souls. Feng Che used the power of acceleration items and quickly arrived at the entrance of the Butcher Knife Academy. The next second, the guard at the academy entrance came to Feng Che and bowed, saying, "Welcome, child of the world, to the Butcher Knife Academy." Feng Che glanced at the crowd, took off the mask on his face, and said, "You're all too kind, I'm here to find the Soul Master." When everyone saw Feng Che's familiar face, they asked in shock, "Feng Che, you've broken through to the third tier?" "Just a lucky breakthrough." Feng Che replied casually, not wanting to continue discussing the breakthrough issue, and directly changed the subject, asking, "Is the Soul Master currently in the academy?" Several people nodded and said, "He's in the academy, you can go to room 001 of dormitory building number 3 to find him." Feng Che nodded and went to find the Soul Master Gu Ning. The guards watched Feng Che walk away in disgust. Feng Che's breakthrough is too fast. It seems that those rumors on the market about Feng Che's poor talent are false. "I don't care about Feng Che's breakthrough to the third tier. I don't understand how Feng Che became the child of the world. I'm also very confused. Besides the Soul Master, only some powerful professionals can gain the favor of the world and become the child of the world. How does this cursed master look like a powerful profession? Who knows? Is it possible that the Soul Master helped Feng Che?" As soon as this view came out, everyone nodded in agreement. While the guards were discussing, Feng Che had already met the Soul Master Gu Ning. Gu Ning opened the door and looked at Feng Che, who had broken through to the third tier, and said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to know the secret of shaping a humanoid professional gem in advance. No wonder you didn't ask me why when I asked you to find 2 third-tier souls." Feng Che just smiled. In fact, Feng Che didn't know the reason why Gu Ning was collecting third-tier souls at the time. It wasn't until Feng Che broke through to the third tier and became a temporary child of the world that he knew the reason why Gu Ning was collecting third-tier souls. However, Feng Che didn't say these things, just smiled and said, "I'm here today to ask you for a tool to collect souls, to hold the third-tier souls." Gu Ning thought for a moment and invited, "Please come into the room." After Feng Che entered the room, Gu Ning closed the door and said, "Since you know about shaping a humanoid professional gem in advance, there's no need to hide some things from you." Seeing that Gu Ning seemed to want to say something secret, Feng Che immediately listened carefully. Gu Ning explained, "When the Soul Master controls the soul, he can only exert half of the soul's power during its lifetime. However, when we advance, if we can use the souls of 2 special professions to refine the promotion potion, we can gain mysterious power after our breakthrough and exert more power of the soul, and the souls of these 2 special professions are the professions possessed by the Soul Master's parents." Feng Che heard about this knowledge for the first time. Feng Che thought for a while and said, "You asked me to find a third-tier male mountain-pulling warrior soul and a third-tier female water control master soul. It seems that your parents possess these 2 professions." Gu Ning nodded and said, "That's right. Before I advanced to the second tier, I found a first-tier mountain-pulling warrior soul and a first-tier water control master soul myself. Now, to advance to the third tier, I must find a third-tier soul to refine the promotion potion in order to shape the humanoid professional gem in advance. Although the Soul Master can easily fight beyond his level, there are many strong people around the targets I'm looking for from the world's will. I can't deal with so many people alone, and I need you to help with the witchcraft doll." Feng Che was slightly relieved to see that Gu Ning had locked the target location. Dealing with a determined target is much easier than finding it yourself. Feng Che nodded without hesitation and said, "No problem, I will help you solve these enemies." Gu Ning smiled when he saw Feng Che agree so readily. In fact, before, Gu Ning wanted Feng Che to find the target alone. If Feng Che could find the soul, he would give him some benefits and ask him for help in the future. If he couldn't find the soul, it wouldn't matter. Anyway, Gu Ning had asked many people for help, and he didn't lack Feng Che alone. However, after realizing that Feng Che had shaped the humanoid professional gem in advance and became a temporary child of the world, Gu Ning changed his mind. Gu Ning felt that Feng Che had great potential and was ready to make friends with Feng Che. Gu Ning smiled and said, "There is a group that the world's will doesn't like, and they are performing tasks in other worlds. The group contains the target I want to deal with. Tomorrow we will go to that world to eliminate the enemy." At the same time, you can also squeeze the energy of that world to cultivate. Knowing that he could go to other worlds to cultivate soon, Feng Che nodded excitedly and said, "Okay, then I'll go back and prepare, and come to you tomorrow." Gu Ning smiled and said, "I'll wait for you, take care." Afterwards, Feng Che turned and left, returning to the Blue Sky Group space. In the Blue Sky Group space, many professionals had bright smiles on their faces. When they saw Feng Che, the smiles on their faces became even brighter. Feng Che broke through to the third tier, so everyone didn't have to serve Feng Che and could do what they wanted to do to quickly improve their strength. This was good news for everyone. Ling Jie in the room saw Feng Che come back and couldn't wait to walk out of the room, excitedly saying, "Let's talk in the room." Feng Che nodded lightly and followed Ling Jie into the room. Ling Jie quickly closed the doors and windows and asked, "Is he dead?" Feng Che turned his palm over and directly took out Chen Chuan's sword. Ling Jie couldn't wait to grab the sword, unsheathed it, and said excitedly, "Great, great, Chen Chuan is finally dead, the Blue Sky Group can develop better." Feng Che stood aside without speaking. After Chen Chuan's death, a new third-tier professional may appear here to compete with the Blue Sky Group, but Feng Che doesn't need to care about what will happen in the future. What Feng Che needs to do now is to solve the last bit of loophole. Feng Che said, "We have a fair competition contract with the Fierce Tiger Group. I can't hire others to attack Chen Chuan. If the person who has a feud with Chen Chuan asks me for remuneration, the fair competition contract will definitely protect Chen Chuan to survive. In the process of eliminating Chen Chuan this time, I didn't play any role." Ling Jie smiled, returned the sword to Feng Che, and said indifferently, "Anyway, it's fine as long as Chen Chuan is dead. Brother Feng Che, I know this place can't keep you. I wonder when you will leave. I can set up a banquet and gather everyone to see you off." Feng Che shook his head and said, "No need for such trouble. The most important thing for the Blue Sky Group now is to deal with the Fierce Tiger Group. My affairs are trivial matters, and I don't like crowds either." Seeing that Feng Che didn't like crowds, Ling Jie gave up the idea of hosting a banquet. Then, she took out a storage ring and handed it to Feng Che, saying, "Here are some curse materials, a small token from all of us. Please accept them." Feng Che took the storage ring, put away the items inside, and then placed the Tier 1 and Tier 2 elixirs he had accumulated into the storage ring. He handed it to Ling Jie and smiled, saying, "These things are of no use to me, so I'll give them to you. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Ling Jie took the storage ring and smiled, wishing him well. "Have a safe journey." Feng Che nodded slightly, turned, and left. Ling Jie walked to the door, watched Feng Che leave, and then went to do her own things. After Feng Che left the Blue Sky Group, he went directly to the Curse Master Mission Hall, rented a cultivation room, and focused on cultivation. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Early the next morning, Feng Che took out the Tier 3 universal life-saving item left by Chen Chuan and placed it all over his clothes. Then, he left the cultivation room and went to the Butcher Academy, knocking on Gu Ning's door. A few seconds later, Gu Ning walked out of the room and handed Feng Che 2 jade pendants, one black and one white, introducing them. The white jade pendant is a tool to go to the Stone Man plane. As long as you stick it to your forehead during the teleportation process, you can teleport to a safe place in the Stone Man plane. We are now going to borrow the Butcher Academy's teleportation array to go to the Stone Man plane to hunt Tier 3 targets. If you want to leave the plane, crush the black jade pendant. Feng Che put away the 2 jade pendants and followed Gu Ning to the Academy's teleportation array. The guard at the entrance of the teleportation array respectfully asked Gu Ning, "Do you want to borrow the teleportation array?" Gu Ning casually threw 2 storage rings to the guard and said, "Thank you for taking care of us at the Butcher Academy during this time. The black storage ring is for the Academy, and the red storage ring contains a tip for you. Please help us activate the teleportation array." The guard put away the storage rings and nodded excitedly, "No problem, I will activate the teleportation array immediately." "Where do you want to go?" Gu Ning said indifferently, "Any safe place will do." The guard thought for a moment and asked, "Is it okay to send you near the Tiger Man plane channel?" Gu Ning nodded, "Okay." The guard opened the door of the teleportation array room and smiled, "Please come in." Gu Ning raised his leg and walked into the teleportation array, followed closely by Feng Che. After the two entered the teleportation array, the guard outside closed the door. A few seconds later, a faint spatial fluctuation emanated from the teleportation array. Feng Che and Gu Ning understood that the teleportation array had been activated. So, the two stuck the white jade pendants on their foreheads and released energy, injecting it into the underground of the teleportation array. The next second, a crack opened in front of the two. A stream of energy floated out of the crack, enveloping the two and sucking them into the crack. At this time, the jade pendant above their heads atomized and diffused. The spatial crack was affected by the mist and paused for a moment. Then, Feng Che and Gu Ning disappeared. Afterward, the crack slowly closed and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The Stone Man Plain is a very magical place, a world of stone. The land here is uneven stone, without any soil. The flowers, plants, and trees here look like stone sculptures, but when the breeze blows, the flowers, plants, and trees sway with the wind. The river water is like moist stone powder, flowing towards the lower ground. Occasionally, a bird appears in the sky, also like a stone doll. The bird landed on a tree and pecked at a stone fruit, and a lot of flesh fell on the ground, which was picked up by Feng Che, who had just been teleported here. Feng Che looked at the stone-like pulp, gently pinched it, felt it was a little soft, put it close to his nose and smelled a fresh fruity aroma. Feng Che threw the pulp into his mouth and chewed it, then spit it out. This is stone. Gu Ning, who was on the side, introduced, everything in the Stone Man Plain is stone, but the hardness is different. The rulers here are humanoid stones, which we call stone men. The core part of the stone man's body is composed of different rock-based materials. The higher the realm, the more precious the materials. The strongest stone men here have tier 3 strength, and there are probably thousands of them. Every once in a while, the Emperor Plane will open the teleportation channel to this place to harvest the rock-based materials of the tier 3 stone men. Therefore, the highest strength of the professionals entering this place is only tier 3, so there is no need to worry about stronger people hurting us. Feng Che didn't relax his vigilance after hearing this. Feng Che was just a curse master with a fragile body, and Feng Che's body was not completely misted. If he encountered a tier 3 professional attack, it would still be dangerous. So, Feng Che said, let's find a place to hide, and then give me the target's portrait, and I can kill them. Gu Ning shook his head. I am not sure if the target has left this place. I need to find them first. Hearing this, Feng Che suggested, then let the witchcraft puppet find people, let's hide first. In any case, Feng Che would not actively contact the enemy. Gu Ning asked suspiciously, I have seen the information of the witchcraft puppet. It seems that the witchcraft puppet can only find professionals nearby, but cannot identify enemy information. Feng Che smiled and said, my witchcraft puppet has been strengthened, and now it can see the surrounding information and hear the surrounding sounds. Gu Ning said in surprise, it seems that you have obtained a lot of strengthening props. Your luck is really good. Feng Che smiled slightly, very clear why Gu Ning would say that. Under normal circumstances, there are 3 ways to strengthen curse props. One is to choose fixed materials like Feng Che and integrate them into the curse props. However, the materials required for props created by different people are different, and the same material will be invalid after being used several times. It takes a lot of time to find a material suitable for strengthening props, and low-level professionals can't access so many materials. Therefore, this strengthening method is the most difficult. The second method is to choose the origin supply skill when being promoted to tier 2, and wait for others to make the same props, then absorb some of the patent energy to strengthen the props. Nowadays, not many people know about the props created by Feng Che, and Gu Ning once gave Feng Che a token to hide the prop information, so others can't create witchcraft puppets, and it is impossible to provide patent energy. Therefore, the third method, which is to use a small number of strengthening props, is the most suitable for Feng Che. However, Feng Che has the eyes to view the improved information and chose the most difficult first method. Feng Che did not intend to reveal the ability of his eyes, so he defaulted to Gu Ning's idea. Then, Feng Che said, you are about to break through tier 3. I can use the witchcraft puppet to kill all the tier 3 professionals here and hand over their souls to you. Feng Che felt that the more souls he collected, the more resources Gu Ning would give him. Anyway, since he had already started killing people, killing more people would get more. Gu Ning shook his head gently and said, no, there are several groups entering the Stone Man Plain, and some groups have been recognized by the will of the plane and cannot be killed at will. Then, Gu Ning took out 2 portraits and handed them to Feng Che, introducing, "These 2 are my targets, and only they can be killed." Moving warrior Feng Che took the portrait, confirmed the target's appearance, and then threw the voodoo doll on the ground. The voodoo doll immediately burrowed into the ground, seeking the target's whereabouts to see if they were still in the Stone Man plane. At this moment, Gu Ning took out a Myriad Souls banner and handed it to Feng Che, explaining, "It's the same as the Myriad Souls banner I gave you before. Inject a trace of energy to temporarily control it. After killing the target, their souls will automatically enter the banner. Remember, you must ensure the target dies in the Stone Man plane to collect their souls. If they die elsewhere, the souls will be wasted. I will find them before taking action," Feng Che said, taking the Myriad Souls banner and skillfully injecting a trace of energy, immediately gaining control of it. Gu Ning then took out a piece of purple stone and threw it on the ground. The ground immediately cracked, forming a downward passage. Gu Ning took out an oil lamp, stepped into the passage, and said without looking back, "Let's cultivate here." Feng Che nodded and followed Gu Ning's steps. After walking for a while, Feng Che suddenly realized that his body hadn't changed at all. Logically, entering a low-level plane should cause significant pressure on the body, making one feel weak. Feng Che asked with some doubt, "I haven't felt any weakness so far. Do you feel anything?" Gu Ning smiled and said, "When I travel to other planes, I receive the protection of the plane's will and don't feel weak. Since you were brought in by me, you also receive the plane's will's protection and won't feel weak." "I see," Feng Che nodded, realizing the situation. At the same time, he felt a faint sense of disappointment. Feng Che had thought that the temporary plane son's privileges were similar to those of a soul master. Now it seemed he had overestimated things. This temporary plane son was ultimately inferior to a plane son like a soul master. Feng Che followed Gu Ning to a depth of 100 meters underground, where he saw Gu Ning take out 2 more red stones and throw them on the ground. The red stones quickly expanded into 2 cave dwellings. At the same time, the cracked passage behind them slowly closed, leaving no gaps. Gu Ning pointed to the right cave dwelling and said, "You can cultivate here. The energy of this Stone Man plane can be squeezed at will. It doesn't matter if it's drained. I'll explain it to the plane's will." "Alright," Feng Che nodded lightly, turned and walked towards the right cave dwelling, placed the Myriad Souls banner aside, and began to cultivate. A moment later, a cold, hard energy touched Feng Che's body, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, after this energy entered his body, it immediately transformed into a gentle and comfortable curse energy. Under Feng Che's control, the curse energy immediately vaporized part of his body. Then, Feng Che absorbed external energy through the vaporized skin. In an instant, more cold, hard energy poured into Feng Che's body through the vaporized parts. If the previous cold, hard energy was like a drizzle falling on him, the current cold, hard energy was like a waterfall crashing down. The energy contained in the two was vastly different. This act of using a cultivation technique and vaporized parts of the body to absorb energy was squeezing the energy. If normal energy absorption was like eating eggs, then squeezing energy was like eating the hen that laid the eggs. Squeezing energy would damage the plane's origin power and affect the plane's development potential. This behavior was completely prohibited in the Emperor plane, but in other planes, there was no need to worry about this. Feng Che tried his best to cultivate using the squeezed energy, but the energy was too concentrated, and his body was too weak to fully utilize it. Much of the energy stayed in Feng Che's body for a short time before leaving, resulting in direct waste. Even with so much wasted energy, the speed of Feng Che's body vaporization was still 50 to 60 times faster than before. At this rate, it would only take 2 or 3 years to completely vaporize his body. However, Feng Che was not very patient with cultivation, so it might take longer. Feng Che cultivated while controlling the voodoo doll to search for the 2 targets. Time flew by, and 5 days quickly passed. At this time, in a certain plane, 3 stone men were running fast, chased by 3 men. With each step forward, the stone men's bodies expanded. After running for dozens of meters, the 3 stone men turned into giants hundreds of meters tall. They stopped and turned to kick the 3 cultivators chasing behind them. The cultivators on the left and right were instantly kicked hundreds of meters away, crashing through thick trees, but still didn't stop. The strong man in the middle simply reached out and caught the stone man's foot. The strong man lifted his palm, directly knocking the stone man to the ground. Then, the man squatted down and jumped up, arriving at the left stone man's chest and punching out. The left stone man instantly flew out. Cracks appeared where the stone man was hit, and countless stones fell off. When the stone man landed, it had returned to its original state. The stone man slid on the ground for a moment, further grinding off many stones, and finally fell to the ground, motionless. After knocking the left stone man away, the man's body landed on the ground. Then, the man swept his leg, knocking down the last standing stone man. The man reached out his hands, grabbed the legs of the two fallen stone men, and with a little effort, swung them up and slammed them into the ground. Boom boom, accompanied by bursts of loud noises, the ground was smashed into deep pits of dozens of meters, and the bodies of the two stone men quickly disintegrated, turning into a pile of rubble. In the center of the rubble, there were also two round stones that shimmered with golden light. The man picked up the stones, jumped out of the pit, and saw the two cultivators who had been kicked away by the stone men running over, carrying the stone man who had been knocked away earlier. The two men threw down the stone man. The one on the left praised, as expected of the mountain-pulling warrior, "This strength is truly amazing." The one on the right also praised, "Brother, you alone are enough to kill all the stone men. Our destructive power is weak, and we can't even break the stone men's defense. Coming here is just a burden." Hearing this, the mountain-pulling warrior's mouth turned up, his face full of smiles, but he still humbly said, "You two are too kind. I'm just a little stronger, I have no other advantages. If you encounter trouble in the future, I'll still need your help." Hearing these words, the two men smiled and said in unison, "Brother, you are too modest." After the three men complimented each other for a while, the mountain-pulling warrior punched the chest of the last stone man, took out the round stone from inside, and then left. Not long after they left, the voodoo doll drilled out of the ground, wandered around the place where the mountain-pulling warrior fought, and then re-entered the ground to chase after the three leaving cultivators. Before long, the voodoo doll heard more languages from the Emperor Plain and discovered a fortress built high up. At this time, the mountain-pulling warrior and the other two had entered the fortress. Promoted to level 3, the three mountain-moving Herculeans entered the fortress and handed over the 3 portions of rock-type materials to a man. The man put away the materials, took out a map and placed it on the table, pointing to a location as he introduced it. "This is the area where the Stone Man Cemetery is located. Most people are digging here now, but the progress is relatively slow, so we need you to go and provide support." The three nodded lightly and said, "Understood." Afterward, the three left the fortress and quickly headed towards the Stone Man Cemetery. The underground witchcraft doll immediately followed the three. The three mountain-moving Herculeans did not notice the witchcraft doll and focused on their journey. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the entrance of the canyon between two mountain peaks. At the entrance of the canyon, simple walls had been built, and many professionals were patrolling the area. The three mountain-moving Herculeans walked over, exchanged a few words, and then crossed the walls and walked inside. Passing through the canyon, they arrived at a wide plain. At this time, professionals were using various tools to hammer the ground, trying to break through it, but the tools only chipped off a few pieces of gravel. There were also several water control masters nearby summoning water to moisten the ground, trying to reduce its hardness, but it was useless. When the mountain-moving Herculeans appeared here, a professional closest to the canyon shouted, "The mountain-moving Herculeans are here." As soon as these words came out, the professionals who were destroying the ground excitedly raised their heads. The mountain-moving Herculeans walked to the center of the wide plain with a smile, raised their left foot, and stomped hard on the ground. Crack! The sound of rocks cracking echoed from under the mountain-moving Herculeans' feet. Immediately afterward, spiderweb-like fine cracks spread outward from under the mountain-moving Herculeans' feet, and the sound of rocks cracking rose and fell. Bang, bang. The mountain-moving Herculean stomped twice more heavily, the ground cracks widened, and then slowly collapsed downward. The mountain-moving Herculean quickly took a few steps back, away from the collapsed area. The others quickly gathered around, looking at the collapsed ground, their hearts filled with emotion. Everyone had been digging here for most of the day, but it was not as powerful as the 3 stomps of the mountain-moving Herculean. As expected of the mountain-moving Herculean profession, known as the pinnacle of strength. A place like the Stoneman Plain, which specializes in developing physical defense, is really too suitable for the mountain-moving Herculean to exert its power. After a moment of emotion, everyone excitedly gathered in front of the pit, watching the constantly sinking rocks. Before long, a loud noise with an empty echo came from underground, and the long-dormant earth energy rushed out directly from the sinking area, blowing away the white clouds in the sky. "It's open! Great!" The crowd cheered excitedly, but the cheers quickly dissipated and turned into fear. Because the previously lively and vigorous mountain-moving Herculean suddenly collapsed to the ground, without any signs of life. Immediately afterward, a rank 3 female water control master next to him also inexplicably collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. "It's poisonous, retreat quickly!" A nearby professional shouted in horror and quickly ran away. The others around him didn't have time to think too much and fled one after another, leaving only the bodies of the mountain-moving Herculean and the water control master next to the pit. In the underground space, Fang Che put away the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Just now, when he confirmed that the earth energy was overflowing through the witchcraft doll, Fang Che directly used the power of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead to eliminate the 2 targets. Fang Che wanted to plant the blame for the target's death on the earth energy. Therefore, Fang Che did not use the energy of other professions to activate the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, but instead, like before, eliminated the 2 targets without leaving any traces. After solving the enemies, Fang Che immediately controlled the witchcraft doll to move away from that area. Although there were Stoneman tombs and precious rock-type materials underground, the rocks in that area were too hard, and the witchcraft doll couldn't drill into them at all, so it could only stay on the periphery. Since he couldn't get in, there was no need to force it. It was better to leave early to avoid being discovered by the enemy. A few seconds after controlling the witchcraft doll, gusts of wind suddenly blew in the cave where Fang Che was. Immediately afterward, the souls of the rank 3 mountain-moving Herculean professionals drilled out of the wall and automatically entered the Myriad Souls banner. A second later, the soul of the water control master also drilled out of the wall and walked into the Myriad Souls banner. At this time, Gu Ning's excited voice came from outside the cave. "Which soul did you collect?" Fang Che reached out and picked up the Myriad Souls banner, walked to the entrance of the cave, and directly handed the Myriad Souls banner to Gu Ning, answering, "Both targets have been collected." Gu Ning was slightly stunned, then quickly took the Myriad Souls banner, carefully checked it, and said excitedly, "Great, thank you for your hard work. I'm going to break through to rank 3 now. After I break through, I will ask the Plain Wolf for some rank 3 treasures and give them to you as a reward for the mission." After saying this, Gu Ning hurriedly returned to his cave with the Myriad Souls banner and casually set up a layer of barrier to seal off the cave. Fang Che looked at Gu Ning's cave, feeling doubtful. Under normal circumstances, after breaking through, one must return to the Emperor Plain to receive the reward from the Plain Will. When Fang Che awakened, he was summoned back to the Emperor Plain and then given skills. In addition, when Gu Ning breaks through to rank 3, he has to shape a humanoid professional gem in advance, which is more dangerous. It would be better to return to the Emperor Plain to break through directly, which would be safer. Fang Che couldn't guess why Gu Ning was breaking through here. However, when he thought that Gu Ning was the son of the plain, Fang Che put down all his doubts. There must be a reason for Gu Ning to break through here. Even if Gu Ning was forcibly taken away by the Emperor Plain Will, Fang Che didn't need to worry. Before coming, Gu Ning had already provided the black jade pendant needed by the plane. He could just crush it if he wanted to leave. Fang Che could leave anytime, anywhere, and would not be trapped here. After that, Fang Che turned around and returned to the cave, controlling the witchcraft doll to wander around, looking for materials buried underground. As for cultivation, Fang Che temporarily stopped to avoid affecting Gu Ning's breakthrough. Of course, this was just an excuse. The main reason was that he was a little irritable from cultivating for too long and wanted to take a break. After wandering around for more than half an hour controlling the witchcraft doll, Fang Che didn't find any materials buried underground. Besides stones, there were only stones underground in this Stoneman Plain, without any resources at all. Just then, Gu Ning's voice came from outside the cave. I have broken through to rank 3, is it convenient for me to come in? Please come in, Fang Che responded, immediately got up and walked to the door to welcome Gu Ning. In the next second, Fang Che saw Gu Ning, who had already broken through to rank 3. Moreover, Fang Che sensed the aura of the soul escape and elemental body skills on Gu Ning. Fang Che curiously asked, "Did you just return to the Emperor Plane?" Gu Ning understood that Fang Che had this question because he believed that only by returning to the Emperor Plane could he obtain the skills bestowed by the Emperor Plane. Gu Ning smiled slightly and replied, "I can directly communicate with the plane will and obtain skills and various rewards after breaking through anywhere." Upon hearing this, Fang Che had a deeper understanding of the powerful privileges of the son of the plane. Then, Fang Che congratulated, "Congratulations on your promotion to rank 3. Capacity of the voodoo doll. Hearing Fang Che's congratulations, Gu Ning smiled slightly, took out a storage ring and handed it to Fang Che, saying, "Thank you for helping me collect souls. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it." Fang Che excitedly took the storage ring, but didn't immediately check what was inside. Instead, he asked, "Is there anything else you need my help with?" Gu Ning nodded gently and said seriously, "I just communicated with the will of the plane. The will of the plane has decided to permanently reward the Stone Man plane to me, so I can use it to cultivate and break through." Fang Che was a little envious when he heard this. Most people only get a not-so-important plane coordinate as a reward from the will of the plane after performing various dangerous tasks, and it will be taken back when the time is up. The plane coordinate that Hong Fei stole was like that. But Gu Ning permanently obtained a precious plane that can produce rock-based materials. The will of this plane is really too biased towards soul masters. Gu Ning continued, "In order to make my future cultivation smoother, I plan to bury some props in the Stone Man plane in advance to form a rule array to suppress the will of the Stone Man plane. This requires the use of your voodoo doll." Fang Che shook his head gently and said, "Although the voodoo doll can dig and shuttle underground, it doesn't have the ability to transport resources, so I'm afraid it can't help you." Gu Ning smiled slightly, pointed to the storage ring he had just given to Fang Che, and said, "There is a special enhancement item inside. Using this enhancement item can give items the ability to store and release items." Upon hearing this, Fang Che immediately opened the storage ring and took out the most conspicuous enhancement item. The enhancement item was a token-like thing, but the enhancement token was painted with various complex patterns, which other enhancement items did not have. Fang Che briefly checked the enhancement item and said, "Please wait a moment, I will take the voodoo doll back." Then, Fang Che immediately controlled the voodoo doll to drill into the ground. Before long, the voodoo doll drilled out of the ground and appeared in a gathering area of stone men. The stone men quickly discovered the voodoo doll, and then stepped on the voodoo doll. Crack! The voodoo doll didn't dodge and was instantly crushed. Immediately afterwards, the shattered voodoo doll virtualized and disappeared. In Fang Che's Naiwan Palace, the human-shaped curse gem flickered gently, and a stream of energy floated out from the symbol pattern representing the voodoo doll. This energy kept twisting and shrinking, and when it shrank to the limit, it turned into the appearance of a voodoo doll. Fang Che gently flipped his hand and took out the voodoo doll. Then, Fang Che attached the enhancement item to the voodoo doll and used the inspiration skill. The enhancement item instantly merged into the voodoo doll, and the voodoo doll also emitted slight spatial fluctuations. The original abilities of the voodoo doll did not change, but a new ability description information was added. The voodoo doll has a storage space of 1 cubic meter inside, which can store and release various items. After the voodoo doll is destroyed, the stored items are lost at the location where it was destroyed. Fang Che smiled when he saw this new information. Although the original voodoo doll could check the situation in some areas, there were concerns about discovering treasures. However, if the treasure cannot be used by the voodoo doll, then Fang Che can only come to the treasure location to dig it up. But in order to avoid trouble, Fang Che usually wouldn't go to dig up treasures himself. But now that the voodoo doll has the ability to store and release items, it can more easily take away underground treasures. Although the storage space of 1 cubic meter is not large, as long as the storage ability appears, it can be strengthened, and one day it can take away any volume of treasures. As for the weakness that the voodoo doll will lose items after being destroyed, it can also be solved through strengthening. The weakness of the revenge evil mirror was solved by strengthening, and Feng Che was already mentally prepared. Gu Ning, who was on the side, saw Feng Che smiling and immediately asked, "How is it? Does it have the ability to store items?" Feng Che nodded gently and said, "There is a storage space of 1 cubic meter, which can transport some things." Upon hearing this, Gu Ning immediately took out a pile of palm-sized black cones, and then took out a map marked with various spots. Gu Ning pointed to the only red spot on the map and introduced, "This is the location of the map. The other black spots are the areas where the cone props need to be buried. Each burial area is underground, but at different depths. When the cone prop reaches a fixed position, the black spot will transform into gold. You can let the voodoo doll take these cone props and slowly explore the burial location." "No problem." Feng Che nodded and threw the voodoo doll towards the cone props. The voodoo doll instantly stored the cone props into its body, and then drilled underground. Feng Che stared at the map, calculated the distance, and let the voodoo doll advance towards the nearest black spot. Gu Ning on the side took out the myriad soul banner and said, "The map is placed with you. In addition, I also need you to help me eliminate 10 Tier 3 stone men. I need to be protected by these stone men to go out and collect the souls of the dead that have not yet dissipated in this plane to enhance my own strength." Feng Che took the myriad soul banner, nodded gently and said, "No problem." Then, Feng Che injected a trace of energy into the myriad soul banner, temporarily mastered the myriad soul banner, and then took out white paper and the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to start the killing. In the stone man gathering area, a group of stone men were staring at the sole of another stone man's foot, discussing, "It's strange, a little man just drilled out of the ground. Why did it disappear after stepping on it? There isn't even a bit of residue left. It can't be that all of us are hallucinating. Could it be a trick left by those soft things? If it's those soft things, there's no need to care. Except for a few that are stronger than us, everything else is a toy." Just as everyone was discussing, the stone man who crushed the voodoo doll suddenly collapsed to the ground. The stone men were quiet for a moment, then shouted in horror, "He's dead. How could he die? He still has 500 years of life. There are no enemies around, and his body is not cracked. How could it be?" Before he could finish speaking, this stone man also fell to the ground, with a gap in his chest, as if pierced by a sharp sword. The stone men stopped talking, quickly formed a circle, and looked around in horror. However, stone men continued to die. The stone men quickly dispersed and expanded their bodies, but people still died. Only after 10 stone men died did it become quiet here. The remaining stone men looked at each other, their faces full of horror. After a moment, a stone man said, "It seems that in addition to that thing with great strength that can hurt us, there is also an invisible thing hurting us. Let's move. He can be invisible, where can we hide? Anyway, let's move." Then, many stone men tore apart the earth, buried 10 corpses, and left this place. Puppets and enhancement in the underground space, the Een wind howled as 10 stone men's souls lined up and entered the myriad souls banner. Gu Ning, standing to the side, showed no joy on his face as he watched the 10 souls. Just now, Gu Ning had personally witnessed Feng Che's method of killing. Gu Ning felt that the defensive item the Plains Will had prepared for him was no match for Feng Che's strengthened 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. It seems he needs to continue researching defensive items. After all 10 stone men's souls had entered the myriad souls banner, Gu Ning instantly adjusted his emotions and said with a smile, "Thank you, I will give you other gifts when I return." Feng Che handed the myriad souls banner to Gu Ning and said with a smile, "I wish you a smooth journey." Gu Ning took the myriad souls banner and stuck a gemstone on the wall, immediately opening an upward sloping passage. Gu Ning quickly left this place, and the passage slowly closed. Seeing this, Feng Che immediately took out the storage ring Gu Ning had given him and checked the items inside. Inside the storage ring were some materials for advancing to the 4th rank, some materials for strengthening curse items, a large number of curse materials, and cultivation pills. Feng Che carefully checked these materials and found that they were enough for him to refine a brand new curse item. Feng Che excitedly took out these materials, picked out a piece of yellow wood, flattened it, drew a human figure on it, and carved out the human-shaped wood along the edges of the pattern. Then, Feng Che took a knife and shaved the human-shaped puppet into thin slices. In the end, Feng Che obtained a total of 49 human-shaped wood chips, each with a thickness comparable to a fingernail. Fang Che arranged the human-shaped wood chips in order and took out other materials to prepare black ink. Fang Che dipped a brush in the ink and drew various strange symbols on both sides of the human-shaped wood chips. When the symbols were finished, Fang Che would stick them together. After sticking 24 human-shaped wood chips together, Fang Che picked up the 25th wood chip and wrote the substitute puppet's function information. The substitute puppet can be split into a core rune and 48 substitute runes. Integrating the substitute runes into the bodies of other curse masters allows you to treat those curse masters as substitutes. When you receive a fatal injury, the core rune can transfer the damage to any substitute, who will bear the fatal injury. After writing this information, Fang Che flipped the wood chip over and wrote the repeated function information on the other side. Then, Fang Che stuck this 25th wood chip on the other wood chips and drew symbols on the other wood chips. After a long time, all 49 wood chips were completely stuck together. The wood chip with the substitute puppet information was sandwiched in the middle, which was also the core rune of the substitute puppet. Then, Fang Che condensed curse energy to wrap the substitute puppet and used the flash of inspiration skill. The next second, all the wood chips seemed to come alive, freely stretching their bodies. At this moment, the substitute puppet was successfully refined. Fang Che put the substitute puppet into his 9-1 palace and contacted the Curse Master Gem. The Curse Master Gem instantly condensed the pattern logo of the substitute puppet, and the substitute puppet was successfully bound to Fang Che. After that, Fang Che closed his eyes with some anticipation, but waited for a long time without receiving a reward from the plane's will. Fang Che sighed and muttered to himself, "The temporary son of the plane is ultimately no match for the soul master. It seems that I have to return to the Emperor plane before I can get a reward." Fang Che shook his head helplessly, quickly adjusted his emotions, and silently said in his heart, "Observe." The next second, a pair of illusory eyes condensed in the 9-1 palace, focusing on the substitute puppet. After a moment, the substitute puppet's strengthening information was clearly seen by Fang Che. After memorizing all the strengthening information, Fang Che found that the strengthening method of this substitute puppet was very different from the previous 3 items. To strengthen the substitute puppet, in addition to finding suitable curse materials, you must also find the corpses of various professions, and devour the corpses and curse materials together to complete the strengthening. And at this time, Fang Che's storage ring contained many corpses. These corpses were all people Fang Che had killed. In the past, Fang Che didn't know how to deal with corpses. To avoid being discovered, he put the corpses in the storage ring, which now came in handy. Fang Che carefully searched for a moment and took out 2 relatively common corpses of attacking professionals. One was a fire manipulator and the other was a water controller. Then, Fang Che took out 2 kinds of curse materials from the storage ring and stuffed them into the corpses' mouths. Finally, Fang Che took out the substitute puppet, stuck it on the corpse's face, and used the flash of inspiration skill. The next second, the corpse turned into light and merged into the substitute puppet. After absorbing 2 corpses and 2 materials, the substitute puppet's information also changed. The substitute puppet can be split into a core rune and 48 substitute runes. Integrating the substitute runes into the bodies of curse masters, fire manipulators, and water controllers allows you to treat the 3 as substitutes. When you receive a fatal injury, the core rune can transfer the damage to any substitute, who will bear the fatal injury. The substitute runes can hide their aura in stone-filled environments. At this moment, the number of substitutes that the substitute puppet can choose has increased to 3, and it has gained a certain degree of stealth, making it easier to stick to others. Especially in the current Stone Man plane, the stealth ability has been improved, making it easy to find a substitute. It's a pity that although Fang Che's storage ring now has corpses, it no longer has the exclusive materials to strengthen the substitute puppet, and he cannot find more substitutes. As for the general strengthening props, Gu Ning did give some, but Fang Che wants to use the strengthening props on the Revenge Evil Mirror, and the strengthening problem of the substitute puppet can only be solved in the future. Then, Fang Che took out the Revenge Evil Mirror and used the strengthening props. After using all the strengthening props, the information of the Revenge Evil Mirror changed again. After receiving a mysterious attack, all useful information about the enemy can be displayed on the mirror surface. If you stick the information of the target you need to find on the Revenge Evil Mirror, you can find the target's location. After finding the target's location, you will be blind for 1 year. The strengthened Revenge Evil Mirror reduces the damage to the body. There is no need to worry too much about the blindness problem. Since it is marked as blindness for 1 year, it will definitely recover after 1 year. However, anything can happen in this year. If you encounter danger, Feng Che will not be able to solve it. What's more, Feng Che now has to help Gu Ning bury the cone prop, and his eyes cannot be damaged. So, Feng Che put away the revenge evil mirror, temporarily put aside the idea of finding Hong Fei, and controlled the Witch Gu doll to return to this place. After the Witch Gu doll drilled out of the ground, Feng Che tore off all 48 substitute runes, put them in the Witch Gu doll's storage space, and controlled the Witch Gu doll to find a suitable substitute. As for burying the cone prop, Feng Che temporarily postponed it. The most important thing now is to find a substitute. As long as there is a substitute, Feng Che doesn't have to live as cautiously as before, and can have more room for activity. Replacement Feng Che stored the core rune of the substitute puppet into his Naiman palace, then controlled the Witch Gu doll to head to the area where the mountain-pulling strongman had died. At this time, in this area, a large number of professionals were hiding in the canyon, watching the place where the mountain-pulling strongman and the water-controlling master had died. At this moment, a man was carefully examining the two corpses. This man's clothes were adorned with hundreds of props, the light from which intertwined, completely enveloping the man's body. The man carefully examined for a moment, collected the corpses with doubt, then jumped into the deep pit, storing the buried stone man's corpse below into his storage ring. Afterward, the man climbed out of the deep pit, walked to the crowd, and said, "There are no wounds on the bodies of the two dead people, but some earth energy was detected in their bodies. Although this earth energy contains toxins, it is impossible for it to cause instant death. There should have been time for treatment. These two people died somewhat strangely." As soon as these words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. One of the professionals said, "Since there is poison, it is normal for it to kill people, and they have both been quite tired recently. It's normal that they couldn't resist the poison." Others nodded in agreement, saying, "It's normal for poison to kill people, as long as it wasn't an attack by someone else." Yes, it's normal. Never mind the issue of poison killing people, tell us how many treasures are at the bottom of the deep pit. The man who jumped into the deep pit still had doubts about the cause of the deceased's death, but seeing that everyone didn't care, he stopped thinking about it and replied, "There are 76 corpses of Tier 3 stone men below. The bodies of the low-tier stone men haven't been counted. Let's count them after we go back." Everyone nodded and walked towards the outside. On the way, the man who jumped into the deep pit took off the various props on his body and handed them to the people around him. These props were all jointly supported by everyone, the purpose of which was to investigate the cause of death of the mountain-pulling strongman and the water-controlling master, and to collect the stone men's corpses. Now that everything was done, they naturally had to return them. After a while, the group walked out of the canyon and ran towards the fortress. However, after some people walked through an area, a yellow humanoid rune inexplicably appeared on the soles of their shoes. And this rune quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. After everyone left, the ground vibrated slightly, and then, the Witch Gu doll burrowed out of the ground. The Witch Gu doll touched the ground, and an unremarkable piece of ground instantly revealed a substitute rune. The Witch Gu doll put away the substitute rune, then ran to other places to collect the remaining substitute runes. After collecting all the substitute runes, the Witch Gu doll burrowed into the ground and continued to chase the leaving professionals, placing substitute runes on their path, waiting for them to step on them. After placing the substitute runes several times, most of the qualified professionals in this group had stepped on the substitute runes. So, the Witch Gu doll moved away from this group and went to find other groups entering the Stone Man plane. At this time, in the underground space, Feng Che noticed that whenever a substitute rune merged into a professional's body, the core rune in the Naiman Palace would release a ball of energy. This energy slowly formed an illusory figure, the appearance of which was exactly the same as the person who stepped on the rune. Then, the illusory figure would quickly compress into a thin sheet, stick next to the core rune, and replace the original substitute rune. A few days later, all 48 substitute runes had found their targets. The substitute puppet in the Naiman Palace returned to its original thickness, but this substitute puppet looked more like a stack of humanoid stickers, completely different from before. Then, Feng Che immediately summoned the Witch Gu doll to return. Half an hour later, the Witch Gu doll returned. Feng Che put the cone prop into the Witch Gu doll's storage space, controlling the Witch Gu doll to continue burying the cone prop. At this moment, Gu Ning was wandering around the stone man plane with the myriad soul banner. Gu Ning walked to a place where the traces of battle were more obvious, gently shaking the myriad soul banner, and a gust of wind instantly blew around. Then, more than a dozen stone man souls floated out of the ground and drilled into the myriad soul banner. After observing the strength of the souls, Gu Ning shook his head in disappointment and continued to walk forward. Boom bang! Gu Ning walked for a while, and suddenly heard bursts of violent noises. Gu Ning looked around and quickly found bursts of smoke rising from the left. Gu Ning lifted his leg and walked to the left, and soon found some stone man corpses, as well as Tier 3 professionals who had been beaten into mincemeat. Gu Ning waved the myriad soul banner, collected the souls, and continued to move forward. Before long, Gu Ning saw a group of stone men chasing a Tier 3 fire manipulator. The fire manipulator kept releasing flames to attack the stone men behind him, but the destructive power of the flames was average, only breaking some of the stones on the surface of the stone men's bodies. At this moment, one of the stone men chasing the fire manipulator noticed Gu Ning. Roar! The stone man roared, and some of the stone men stopped chasing the fire manipulator and ran towards Gu Ning's direction. Gu Ning stared at the stone men expressionlessly. A cloud of black mist emerged from his body, condensed into dark clouds, and rushed towards the stone men. During the advance of this dark cloud, it was accompanied by bursts of wind, and some grimacing human faces appeared from time to time in the dark cloud, which looked very terrifying. Before long, the dark cloud enveloped the stone men, and fierce fighting sounds came from inside the dark cloud. 2 seconds later, the fighting sound disappeared, and the dark cloud continued to move forward without stopping, leaving only the broken bodies of the stone men. Before long, the dark cloud caught up with the remaining stone men. After swallowing them all, fierce fighting sounds came from inside the dark cloud. The fleeing fire manipulator relaxed slightly and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, Your Excellency." After saying this, the fire manipulator spat out a large mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and looked painful. Gu Ning glanced at the fire manipulator and shook his head, saying, "You are too badly injured. You will die without rescue. I can help you in the pain." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark cloud swallowed the fire manipulator's body, and then moved towards Gu Ning's direction. And on the ground, there were more piles of stone men's corpses. The fire manipulator also fell to the ground, without any signs of life. When the dark cloud turned back into smoke and drilled into Gu Ning's body, Gu Ning smiled and said, "There are 7 more Tier 3 souls and more than a dozen Tier 2 souls. The harvest is not bad." Then, Gu Ning began to clean up the battlefield, collecting resources from the corpses. When he came to the fire manipulator, a trace of confusion flashed in Gu Ning's eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Strange, why did I suddenly sense Feng Che's aura?" Gu Ning carefully sensed for a moment, but did not find where Feng Che's aura was specifically hidden. Gu Ning shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and began to scavenge resources. At the same time, in the underground space, Feng Che found that the substitute puppet in the Naiwan Palace vibrated slightly, and a humanoid sticker suddenly atomized. The atomized energy did not dissipate, but turned back into the appearance of a substitute rune. Feng Che knew that one of the substitutes he had chosen had died. Coordinates regarding the death of the substitute doll, Feng Che felt a bit of a pity. Such a good substitute doll, dying before even helping Feng Che bear any damage, was truly a waste. However, Feng Che didn't have any intention of avenging the substitute doll. Firstly, because Feng Che didn't know how the substitute doll died, and secondly, because substitute dolls weren't valuable, he could just find a new one when it died. Feng Che quickly put the death of the substitute doll out of his mind and continued to control the voodoo doll to find the location where the conical props were buried. At this moment, the voodoo doll was digging downwards along a straight line. After a period of time, the voodoo doll stopped moving and took out a conical prop. In an instant, a certain black spot on the map turned golden. This represented that the voodoo doll had successfully found the burial location. The voodoo doll threw the conical prop there and went to the next burial location. With the experience from the first time, the speed of finding the burial locations increased a lot. Feng Che also stopped paying too much attention and started cultivating again. Time flew by, and more than half a month quickly passed. Now, Feng Che had buried half of the conical props, and half of the black spots on the map had turned golden. It was also on this day that a crack channel suddenly opened on the wall, and Gu Ning walked in from outside. Gu Ning looked at Feng Che, and after a slight daze, immediately closed his eyes. The next second, Gu Ning opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to refine new props again. No wonder some professionals I've encountered during this period have your aura on them." Feng Che smiled and said, "I just happened to create a prop. With your status, I'm sure you wouldn't care about it." Gu Ning shook his head, looked at Feng Che seriously, and said with some excitement, "Your substitute puppet is very powerful, and I'm very envious. You will definitely receive the highest level of reward from the plane will." Feng Che looked at Gu Ning's appearance and asked in surprise, "Is this thing that powerful?" Gu Ning nodded solemnly and said, "It's very powerful, more powerful than all the props you created before. The most powerful thing is that this thing can cooperate with Soul Masters to increase the Soul Master's survivability." Feng Che immediately understood that Gu Ning's praise was from the perspective of being useful to Soul Masters. And Soul Masters were the core profession of the Emperor Plane, so things that were useful to Soul Masters would definitely receive the highest reward from the plane will. Immediately afterwards, Feng Che thought of a question and then said, "The substitute puppet is a cursed prop, different from ordinary props. Can Soul Masters use it?" Gu Ning smiled slightly and said with some pride, "You underestimate the Emperor Plane will's love for Soul Masters. As long as it's something useful to Soul Masters, the Emperor Plane will pay any price to arm the Soul Masters with it. Do you know how many development directions you can choose after awakening the Soul Master profession?" Feng Che was slightly stunned, carefully recalling for a moment, but found that he had not learned about this aspect of knowledge. Feng Che thought of the 3 professional choices for cursors, pondered for a moment, and replied uncertainly, 5 development routes? Gu Ning sneered disdainfully upon hearing this and replied, "There are a total of 724 development directions." Feng Che was speechless in shock upon hearing this. This number was simply beyond Feng Che's imagination. And Gu Ning said with a smug look, "After the Soul Master chooses a development direction, they can choose their favorite skills from hundreds of skills. As long as the Soul Master is willing, they can obtain the attack power of the Sword Immortal profession, the healing ability of the Physical Bodhisattva profession, and they can also add curse states to enemies during battle like cursors." But Gu Ning suddenly changed the subject and said disdainfully, "But these are all minor paths. The truly powerful force is to rule over the souls of all professionals." At this moment, Feng Che truly realized the power of the Soul Master profession. Feng Che's vigilance towards Soul Masters increased infinitely at this moment. Under no circumstances should he offend them without absolute certainty. And Gu Ning looked at Feng Che's solemn expression and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Until now, the defensive props created by the plane will were unable to withstand the attack of the enhanced Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Feng Che was a very dangerous person in Gu Ning's eyes. Gu Ning had thought about killing Feng Che one step ahead of time. However, after Feng Che created the substitute puppet, Gu Ning gave up this idea. A creative person can make Soul Masters stronger and should not be harmed casually. Therefore, Gu Ning chose to tell Feng Che about the power of Soul Masters at this time and hide his weaknesses in order to deter Feng Che. Now it seems that the effect is good. Of course, simple deterrence is not very effective. Some benefits must be combined to better win over Feng Che. So, Gu Ning took out a jade pendant from the storage ring, handed it to Feng Che, and said with a smile, "If you inject energy into this, you can directly summon the plane will to give you the reward for creating the substitute puppet. With my jade pendant, the reward you receive can be increased by at least 1 level." "Thank you." Feng Che took the jade pendant and injected a trace of curse energy. The jade pendant immediately turned into a ball of light, drilled into Feng Che's Naiwan Palace, and gathered into a ball. Immediately afterwards, this ball of energy disappeared, and the eye of the plane appeared out of thin air. The eye of the plane gently rotated and locked onto the substitute puppet. The eye of the plane revealed a trace of joy, released a ray of light that merged into the cursor gem, and threw down a rhombus-shaped gem, then disappeared. Feng Che immediately focused his attention on the cursor gem and found that the record on the cursor gem was that the advancement plan for the 4th level had changed and was better than the previous plan. This was the plane while helping Feng Che improve the advancement plan. However, Feng Che was not too excited. He himself had the ability to improve the advancement plan and didn't need the plane will to help. Even if the plane will help Feng Che improve the advancement method now, Feng Che would have to improve it again in the future before using it. Then, Feng Che's attention focused on the rhombus-shaped gem. Inside the rhombus-shaped gem, there was a miniature continent, and some information was also marked above the continent. This plane coordinate will be automatically reclaimed after 1,000 years. Feng Che opened his eyes excitedly and cupped his hands to Gu Ning. Thank you, thank you. Gu Ning asked with a smile, what did the plane will reward you with? Feng Che replied excitedly, an improved version of the advancement plan and the right to use a plane for 1,000 years. Feng Che didn't hide anything about this. Feng Che believed that even if he didn't say it, Gu Ning could learn about it from the plane will. Gu Ning didn't envy him when he heard this, but just nodded lightly. Congratulations, you can create more props that are helpful to soul masters in the future. This may allow you to obtain more plane coordinates. The more plane coordinates, the greater the benefits to you. Stoneman Plane Feng Che was well aware of the importance of plane coordinates to professionals, and he would definitely look for more opportunities to find them. However, Feng Che might not be able to create props that would help soul masters. Because Feng Che didn't understand soul masters, and he didn't know what soul masters lacked. However, Feng Che still guaranteed, I will try my best to create props that will help soul masters, please rest assured. Gu Ning nodded slightly when he heard the words, then took out a storage ring and handed it to Feng Che, and said with a hint of apology, I killed some of your clones before, although it was unintentional, please forgive me. This is a token of my appreciation. Feng Che looked at Gu Ning's current state, feeling a little puzzled. Gu Ning is a soul master, favored by the will of the Emperor Plane. He should know that those clones are not important, so why would he apologize for the clones? Does he value my creative ability and want to have a good relationship with me? Or is it because I have something that makes him afraid? These thoughts quickly flashed through Feng Che's mind, but his hands naturally took the storage ring and smiled, you are too polite. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to ask. Gu Ning nodded and said, okay, if I need anything in the future, I will ask you for help. You are busy, I won't bother you. Afterwards, Gu Ning turned and left. Feng Che sat down cross-legged and pondered hard for a moment. Feng Che felt that Gu Ning shouldn't care too much about his creative ability. If Gu Ning valued Feng Che's creative ability, he should give support in all aspects, and should not be entangled in the clone issue. Only when you are afraid will you make concessions on small matters and try to maintain the relationship. But what is Gu Ning afraid of? Is it the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead? Apart from the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, Feng Che doesn't seem to have anything else powerful. Thinking of this, Feng Che decided to temporarily stop strengthening the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. If he continues to strengthen it, Gu Ning's fear will turn into terror. Gu Ning is a soul master with a very high status, and his fear will bring great trouble to Feng Che. The current simple state is pretty good. Afterwards, Feng Che stopped thinking about it and continued to practice. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed quickly. On this day, Feng Che put the last cone prop into the fixed area. The last black spot on the map turned gold. At the same time, the Stoneman Plane suddenly vibrated, and at the same time, the sky in the Stoneman Plane became dim. Many creatures born in the Stoneman Plane inexplicably developed a sense of sadness, but this emotion quickly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Feng Che didn't know what was happening outside, but he was ready to activate the defensive props to prevent the underground space from collapsing and burying himself. After a while, the vibration stopped, and Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, Gu Ning's voice came from outside the cave, is it convenient for me to come in? Please come in. Feng Che responded, got up to greet Gu Ning. Although Feng Che believed that Gu Ning was afraid of the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, Feng Che still had to maintain his original behavior and give Gu Ning enough respect. If the behavior changes suddenly, it will give people a feeling of being a villain, causing Gu Ning's disgust. Gu Ning's disgust is not good for Feng Che. Feng Che needs to keep a low profile. Gu Ning looked at Feng Che, who came to greet him. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, then he turned his head to look at the map, and said excitedly, it seems that you have put the cone props in a fixed place, thank you for your hard work. Afterwards, Gu Ning put away the map, handed a storage ring to Feng Che, and thanked him, this is a token of my appreciation, please accept it. Thank you. Fang Che thanked politely, reached out and took the storage ring, and then asked, "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Gu Ning took out a white jade pendant and a myriad souls banner, handed them to Fang Che together, and smiled, "Just help me collect some tier 3 souls. I don't have much requirements for souls. After collecting 10,000 souls, you can use the white jade pendant to find me in the Stoneman Plain. The usage of the white jade pendant is the same as the previous one. Find a teleportation array and stick the token on your forehead." In the past, Gu Ning asked others to help find souls, and they were all looking for relatively rare ones. Now arranging this kind of task for Fang Che is just to have a good relationship with Fang Che. With this relationship, Fang Che will not help others attack him. Fang Che didn't know what Gu Ning was thinking. For Fang Che, it was a good thing to be profitable. Fang Che put away the two things and smiled, "I will try my best to help you collect souls, I will take my leave." Gu Ning smiled and said, "Walk slowly." Afterwards, Fang Che put on his cloak and mask, took out the black jade pendant for leaving, and crushed it directly. The shattered jade pendant immediately turned into a ball of energy, tearing a crack. The crack emitted suction, directly sucking Fang Che in. Fang Che only felt that the things his eyes saw suddenly became blurred. When the things in front of him returned to clarity, he had already returned to a teleportation room in the Emperor Plane. At the same time, the witch Gu doll also returned to the Ninwen Palace at this moment. Feeling the familiar energy of the Emperor Plane, Fang Che relaxed slightly, then walked out of the room to check the situation outside. Fang Che found that he was now in a task hall that was common to all professions, and he could often see some tier 3 professionals looking for suitable tasks here. Fang Che understood that he was far away from the Butcher Academy area. If he was in the Butcher Academy area, it would be impossible to see so many tier 3 professionals. And Fang Che had always wanted to stay away from the Butcher Academy and go to a more prosperous place. This teleportation saved Fang Che a lot of time. Fang Che immediately walked to the wall where the task tokens were hung and looked for tasks. At Tier 3, the number of tasks that could be received increased a lot, including many tasks of guarding plane passages. However, as soon as this task appeared, it was taken away by the professionals guarding it, and others didn't even have a chance to react. In addition to the above tasks, there are some tasks to mine resources in other planes. There are also people guarding these tasks, but they did not accept the tasks immediately, but were on guard against others from receiving them. In addition, Tier 3 professionals can still receive tasks to resist invaders from other planes, but the rewards for these tasks are less than other tasks. And the assassination task that Fang Che liked the most did not appear in this place. So, Fang Che left the general task hall and prepared to go to the Curse Master task hall to take a look. When he reached the door, Fang Che suddenly saw two old acquaintances. These two people are exactly Captain Lu and Red Hair Captain of the Fierce Tiger Group. At this time, these two people failed to compete for the task, and they were talking with frowning faces. In the Fierce Tiger Group before, where did we need to compete for tasks? It's really a bit unaccustomed now. Being able to escape the pursuit of the Blue Sky Group is already a great blessing, so don't complain. Fang Che walked out of the task hall with a blank expression, and looked around and found that this area was actually the Iron Hand Group area. The Iron Hand Group was one of the earliest organizations established in Iron Hand Academy, dating back tens of thousands of years. It is said that their strongest member has already broken through the 7th rank. Previously, the group healing banner obtained by the Blue Sky Group after opening the Tiger Man Plane passage was traded to the Iron Hand Group. When Fang Che broke through to the 2nd rank and obtained the power to restrain all professionals, Ling Jia took Fang Che to welcome the 3 professionals from the Iron Hand Group. In addition, Fang Che also influenced the 3 members of the Iron Hand Group during negotiations, making them pay a higher price. He never thought he would see people from the Iron Hand Group again, but unexpectedly, he was teleported here. Fang Che quickly walked to a corner, looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, immediately took out the communication token to contact Ling Jia, injected energy, and whispered a reminder, "Guild leader, I found 2 members of the Fierce Tiger Group, they are here at the Iron Hand Academy." After transmitting the information, Fang Che hurriedly left the place. Fang Che had previously scammed the Iron Hand Group's negotiators, allowing the Blue Sky Group to obtain more resources, and now that he had arrived here, Fang Che felt a little guilty. Although he wouldn't be afraid of the Iron Hand group because of this, Fang Che felt a little awkward. Therefore, Fang Che decided to leave this place and find suitable tasks elsewhere. He hadn't walked 2 steps when a third-rank translation master suddenly stopped Fang Che, smiling and asking, "You are Fang Che, right?" Fang Che glanced at the man blocking his way and found that this man was Gao Ping, who had led the team to negotiate with the Blue Sky Group. Gao Ping was only a second-rank professional before, but he didn't expect that he had already broken through to the third rank and even recognized Fang Che. Fang Che didn't want to admit it and was about to leave when he heard Gao Ping say with a smile, "A few days ago, when we were chatting with the Blue Sky Group, we judged from guild leader Ling Jia's conversation that you had become a temporary Plains Chosen. After learning that you had left the Blue Sky Group, we wanted to invite you to join the Iron Hand Group, but we heard that you had left with the Soul Master. We have been trying to find you, but we didn't expect to meet you here." Fang Che thought for a moment, took off his mask, and asked curiously, "I am just a temporary Plains Chosen, why invite me to join?" Gao Ping smiled slightly and replied, "I won't hide it from you, a temporary Plains Chosen can also receive the Plains Will's favor. If you can join the Iron Hand Group, the Iron Hand Group can gain the favor of the Plains Will when trading with the Plains Will. If the Soul Master needs to eliminate some professionals to increase his strength in the future, the Plains will not recommend the Iron Hand Group to the Soul Master, but will recommend other groups." Hearing this, Fang Che thought of Gu Ning, who had specifically asked the Plains Will to find the mountain-pulling warrior and the water-controlling master. There were many groups with mountain-pulling warriors and water-controlling masters, and the Plains Will might tell Gu Ning all the information of the groups that met the conditions. However, when the Plains Will arranges the order of these groups, it will definitely put the disliked groups first and the liked groups last. In addition, in the Stoneman Plain, Fang Che proposed to eliminate everyone, but Gu Ning told Fang Che that some groups had been recognized by the Plains Will and could not be killed at will. The recognition Gu Ning mentioned should be the favor Gao Ping mentioned. Now that he could help the Iron Hand Group gain favor, he didn't need to feel guilty and didn't need to leave quietly. Then, Fang Che asked, "How much benefit will you give me?" Gao Ping smiled and said, "You can return to the Iron Hand Group's headquarters with me and talk to our deputy guild leader." Fang Che nodded and said, "Okay, please lead the way. Please follow me." Gao Ping led Fang Che to the Iron Hand Group's headquarters, and on the way, Gao Ping excitedly said, Because of you, I bought the group healing banner at a high price, and the brothers in the group had some opinions. However, as the Fierce Tiger group was eliminated, these opinions disappeared. After learning that you had become a temporary Plains Chosen, everyone praised my unique vision. I also owe it to you that I obtained all the promotion materials 5 days ago and advanced to the 3rd rank. Now that I have brought you back, the group will definitely give me more rewards. You are my lucky star." Fang Che shook his head gently and responded, "I am not a lucky star. You have your current achievements because of your own choices." Gao Ping grinned and said, "You are too modest. I have high hopes for many people, but none of them have developed better, only you have truly developed. Don't worry, I will take you to find a deputy guild leader who is easier to talk to and give you the highest treatment. This can be considered mutual achievement, don't you think?" Fang Che grinned and said, "Then I will thank you in advance." Gao Ping waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be polite with me. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me." Fang Che smiled and said, "Okay." After that, the two continued to walk towards the Iron Hand Group. Gao Ping began to talk about the situation in the Iron Hand Group, and Fang Che listened quietly. Before long, Fang Che, led by Gao Ping, arrived at the Iron Hand Group's headquarters, which was next to the Iron Hand Academy. As soon as they entered the Iron Hand Group's headquarters, the professionals inside the Iron Hand Group all looked at Fang Che and Gao Ping with surprise on their faces. Fang Che looked around and found that the highest level of professionals here was only the 3rd rank, and there were no 4th rank or stronger professionals. This situation is normal. Most professionals cannot absorb the energy of the Emperor Plane for cultivation after breaking through to the 4th rank. Therefore, professionals above the 4th rank basically live in other planes. Fang Che followed Gao Ping and soon arrived outside a room. Gao Ping knocked gently on the door and respectfully shouted, "Deputy Guild Leader, I have brought Fang Che over." The next second, the door opened, and a 6th rank translation master walked out of the room. As soon as this person appeared, Gao Ping became more respectful, with even a hint of nervousness on his face. The sixth-rank translation master glanced at Feng Che expressionlessly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He praised, "Other temporary planes chosen ones will feel pressure and show nervous emotions when they see me because of the difference in realm, but you don't have the slightest nervous emotion. If I hadn't noticed the aura of a curse master on you, I would even think of you as a soul master. You are very powerful." Hearing this, Gao Ping was surprised. He never expected Feng Che to have such abilities. Then, Gao Ping became excited. The more powerful Feng Che was, the more benefits Gao Ping would definitely get. Feng Che's emotions did not change much when he heard the praise from the sixth-rank translation master. When Feng Che was still an ordinary person, he would be happy because of the praise from a third-rank mentor. This was a different kind of spiritual oppression brought about by the difference in realm. The gap between the sixth rank and the third rank is even greater than the gap between ordinary people and third-rank professionals, but Feng Che did not have any joy. All of this was because Feng Che ignored the spiritual oppression of all the strong after being promoted by a special method. Feng Che just smiled slightly, showing a respectful posture, and replied, "Senior, you are too kind. This junior doesn't dare to accept it. This junior came here today because he is compatible with Brother Gao Ping and wants to join your organization. Please allow me, senior." With the Iron Hands hearing Feng Che mention him, Gao Ping, who was standing to the side, felt a surge of excitement. With Feng Che's words, whenever the higher-ups of the group talked about Feng Che in the future, they would think of Gao Ping. If a person is remembered by a strong individual countless times, as long as they don't die, their future will definitely be smooth and prosperous. The sixth-order translation master glanced at the excited Gao Ping and said, "Gao Ping, thank you for bringing Feng Che back. Go back and rest first. I'll look for you again after some time." Gao Ping respectfully nodded. "Junior will take his leave." The sixth-order translation master then looked at Feng Che and said with a smile, "Let's go to the room and discuss your compensation." Feng Che nodded and followed the sixth-order translation master into the room. The sixth-order translation master placed a cup of tea in front of Feng Che and introduced himself. "My name is Li Xing. I am one of the vice leaders of the Iron Hand Group. You can call me vice leader, you can call me Li Xing, or you can call me senior." Feng Che respectfully greeted, "Hello, senior." Li Xing nodded slightly and directly started the negotiation. "As far as I know, the temporary favored one of the plane status is only effective within one level. If you advance, the temporary favored one of the plane status will become invalid. For the benefit of the Iron Hand Group, we will not provide you with any materials that would help you advance. However, we can compensate you in other areas. This is the standard of our Iron Hand Group. If you agree, we will continue the discussion." Feng Che nodded without hesitation. "No problem. I agree to this request. I wonder what I can get." Li Xing replied, "First, you will get as many life-saving items exclusive to Curse Masters as you can use. Second, you will have the qualification to cultivate in other planes. We can let you go there for 3 months a year, which is 2 months more than others. Once you complete the energy accumulation, these 3 months of cultivation time will not be cancelled and will still be reserved for you. You can do your own things. The first benefit is ordinary, and most people wouldn't care too much about it. The second benefit is very good for ordinary fourth-order professionals. With the qualification to cultivate in other planes, ordinary fourth-order professionals can quickly completely elementalize their bodies and reach the advancement standard. However, Feng Che obtained a plane coordinate some time ago. With the plane coordinate, Feng Che will not be restricted by energy and will soon reach the advancement standard. The benefit that Li Xing offered was not attractive to Feng Che. Li Xing had been paying attention to Feng Che. Seeing Feng Che's expressionless appearance, he didn't know if Feng Che looked down on these benefits or was hiding his emotions. Li Xing could only continue to talk about other benefits. "After you advance to the fourth order, we will also give you a plane based on your contribution to the Iron Hand Group. The more you contribute, the larger the plane will be." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Feng Che's face. This benefit was not bad for Feng Che. With the plane provided by the Iron Hand Group, plus the plane owned by Hong Fei, and the coordinates rewarded by the plane will, Feng Che would have 3 planes. In this era, more than 90% of small planes have been swallowed by large planes. Most professionals share a very ordinary plane with 6 or 7 other professionals. A person who can get 3 planes has already surpassed 90% of the professionals. Feng Che was very satisfied with this benefit. Seeing that Feng Che finally showed a satisfied smile, Li Xing relaxed a little and continued to talk about it. In addition to the above, every time you help the Iron Hand Group complete something, you can choose some treasures. The above are the benefits that our Iron Hand Group gives. However, when you choose treasures, you cannot choose advancement materials. If you want advancement materials, you need to use 3 months of your time each year to find them. Feng Che nodded lightly. These benefits are okay. I wonder what I need to do specifically. Li Xing replied, the first thing is to sign contracts on behalf of the Iron Hand Group. For each contract signed, we will provide you with treasures of different prices based on the importance of the contract, for you to choose from. Feng Che was not surprised by this requirement. The temporary favored one of the plane is watched by the plane will, and the contracts signed by the temporary favored one of the plane can also be watched by the plane will. Contracts watched by the plane will are difficult to break by exploiting loopholes. Letting Feng Che be responsible for signing contracts can fully utilize Feng Che's ability. In addition, during the process of signing contracts, others will also prepare some hard work fees, and Feng Che can get a lot of good things. Li Xing continued to talk about it. Second, when we encounter difficulties in performing tasks, we need you to go to the area where the task is located. Don't worry, we will not ask you to perform tasks, and we will send people to protect you. We just want to use your identity to gain the attention of the plane will. We need to let the plane will see our difficulties and reduce the punishment for task failure. Feng Che could understand this requirement. The development of the Emperor plane cannot be separated from various tasks. Completing the tasks 100% can gain the favor of the plane will. However, many people accept more difficult tasks for task rewards, for grabbing territory, and for various other reasons. The Emperor plane will likes professionals who dare to challenge and hates professionals who overestimate themselves. If a professional completes a difficult challenge, they can gain the recognition of the Emperor plane. But if the task fails, they will be disliked by the plane will. The development of a group cannot be separated from the recognition of the plane will. Therefore, using the identity of the temporary favored one of the plane to ask the plane will to be lenient is a very common method. Seeing that Feng Che had no objections, Li Xing continued to talk about it. There is also one last thing. The temporary favored one of the plane can give up their identity and ask the plane will a question. We hope to keep this question in the Iron Hand Group. Hearing this, Feng Che frowned slightly. The questioning privilege was very important and could solve many of Feng Che's troubles. Feng Che was reluctant to hand it over to others. Li Xing saw Feng Che's hesitation and persuaded. Most people use the questioning privilege to find plane coordinates. However, the plane will only provide an ordinary plane that has not given birth to professionals or an ordinary plane that has already been destroyed. We guarantee that the basic plane we give you in the future will be a plane that has created first-order professionals and has not been destroyed. Your future contributions to the Iron Hand Group can increase the value of the plane on this basis. Hearing this, Feng Che relaxed slightly. In the future, if Feng Che does not encounter any troubles, in addition to requesting plane coordinates, he will also request materials for refining curse props. Li Xing's conditions are acceptable. Seeing Feng Che's expression relax, Li Xing did not relax because of this, but continued to add chips. According to the rules of our Iron Hand Group, once you join the Iron Hand Group, you cannot leave casually. After you break through to the fourth order, we can give you the right to leave the Iron Hand Group at any time and will never restrict your freedom. Feng Che glanced at Li Xing, and seeing that Li Xing did not say any more benefits, he nodded lightly. Okay, let's do it that way. Iron Hand seeing that Feng Che agreed to sign the contract, Li Xing immediately took out paper and pen and said with a smile, I'll draft the contract now, please wait a moment. Seeing Li Xing preparing to draft the contract, Feng Che immediately asked, Senior, please wait a moment, I would like to ask if the 3 months of cultivation in other planes can be divided into more than 10 times? Feng Che didn't have much patience for cultivation. If he cultivated continuously for 3 months, he would probably waste more than half of the time. If the cultivation time was divided into more than 10 times, Feng Che might be able to complete the cultivation. Hearing Feng Che's question, Li Xing didn't ask Feng Che for the reason, but answered according to the situation of the Iron Hand Group. The Iron Hand Group arranges a group of people to go to other planes to cultivate every month, and they will bring people back after a month. In order to save transmission resources, I can divide your cultivation time into 3 times at most, 1 month each time, no more than that. Feng Che was slightly disappointed when he heard this. Even if he cultivated continuously for a month, Feng Che would still waste a lot of time. However, cultivating for 1 month each time is better than cultivating for 3 months at once. Therefore, Feng Che nodded with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. A moment later, Li Xing drafted the contract and handed it to Feng Che to check. Feng Che carefully checked it again and made sure there were no problems, then immediately released the power of the Curse Master and left a mark on the contract. Immediately afterwards, Li Xing took the contract, took out a seal, pressed it on the contract, and left the Iron Hand Group's emblem mark. In the next second, the contract was established, and Feng Che successfully joined the Iron Hand Group. Li Xing took out a key and handed it to Feng Che, smiling. Welcome to the Iron Hand Group. You can go to room 122 in the northwest corner to rest. Tomorrow, I will let Gao Ping bring the Curse Master's exclusive life-saving props to you, and Gao Ping will convey the contract matters on my behalf. If you have other matters, you can come to me directly. As for the cultivation matters, it will be arranged for you on the 1st of next month. Is that okay? Feng Che took the key and nodded. I will listen to Senior's arrangements. Does Senior have any other instructions? Li Xing thought for a while, took out a communication token and handed it to Feng Che, and said, before signing the contract, you can move freely, go wherever you want, and I will contact you through the communication token when something happens. Just return within 2 days, go and rest. Feng Che took the communication token and got up and said, Junior will take his leave. After walking out of the room, Feng Che came directly to room 122 in the northwest corner, opened the door with the key, and walked in. The room was simply furnished, with nothing but tables, chairs, benches, and a bed. Feng Che simply cleaned up, then took out various props and hung them on the wall to isolate external noise and prevent outsiders from peeping. Then, Feng Che took out the storage ring that Gu Ning had prepared for him. Since leaving the Stone Man plane, Feng Che had been busy, and now he finally had time to check what Gu Ning had given him. After carefully checking for a moment, Feng Che found that there were no strengthening props specifically used to strengthen curse props. He didn't know if Gu Ning didn't have any strengthening props, or if he was worried that Feng Che would strengthen the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. However, although there were no strengthening props, there were some materials for improving curse props. In addition to the materials for improving curse props, there were also some advancement materials needed to advance to the 4th rank, as well as a small amount of materials for refining new curse props. Besides that, there were all kinds of pills, but among these pills, there were only no pills needed for cultivation. Gu Ning knew that Feng Che had obtained the plane coordinates, so he didn't prepare any cultivation pills. Feng Che took out the materials for improving curse props, and put away the materials for improving the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, and used the remaining materials to strengthen the props. A moment later, the strengthening was completed. The storage space of the Witch Gu doll was expanded to 3 cubic meters, and there were no other changes. The concealment ability of the substitute puppet was slightly improved, but there were no other major changes. The cost of the Vendetta Evil Mirror to find a target was reduced from blindness for 1 year to blindness for 9 months, but there were no other major changes. Feng Che put these things away, then lay on the bed and began to cultivate. After the previous cultivation in the Stone Man plane, half of Feng Che's head had become vaporized. His palm could easily pass through the vaporized head, and with a gentle wave, the vaporized head would even disperse. However, after the vaporized head dispersed, it would not affect Feng Che's vision or hearing. Everything was like a normal person. In addition, the dispersed mist would quickly reconcentrate and form the appearance of half a head. Feng Che played around with childlike innocence for a long time before finally remembering to cultivate. However, cultivating in the Emperor plane, he couldn't squeeze the energy of the Emperor plane, and the cultivation speed was greatly reduced. After cultivating for a short time, Feng Che couldn't stand the snail-like speed, and directly ended the cultivation and lay on the bed to sleep. Someone's coming, someone's coming. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Fang Che was awakened by the message delivering prop at the door, and he staggered up, rubbed his face to cheer himself up, walked to the door to turn off the prop, and opened the door. Outside the door, Gao Ping grinned and said, "Brother Fang Che, I am ordered to bring you the Curse Master's life-saving props, as well as the contract for the next period of time." Fang Che immediately stepped aside and invited, "Please come in." "Sorry to bother you." Gao Ping walked into the room, sat on a chair, took out a storage ring and handed it to Fang Che, introducing, "These are the Curse Master's life-saving props, please accept them." Fang Che smiled and took the storage ring, checked the items inside, then took out the props he needed, stuffed them into his clothes, and injected curse energy to put the props into an activated state. While Fang Che was dealing with the props, Gao Ping took out a notebook and checked the information on it. After a moment, Fang Che stuffed the usable props into his clothes, looked up at the notebook in Gao Ping's hand, and asked, "Are these the contracts to be signed next?" Gao Ping nodded, "That's right. Next we will take the teleportation array together and go to various places to negotiate with others. Before departure, I am responsible for selecting bodyguards, and Brother Fang Che has to go to find the deputy head to receive the props for round-trip teleportation, as well as a one-time signing seal." Fang Che nodded slightly and asked, "When do we leave?" Gao Ping replied, "I can gather the bodyguards in at most a quarter of an hour, and Brother Fang Che can go to receive the teleportation seal at any time." Fang Che got up and said, "Then I'll go find the deputy head to receive various props now. Where shall we meet later?" Gao Ping also got up and replied, "Let's meet at Brother Fang Che's door." Then, the two went out together. After Fang Che locked the door, he came to Li Xing's residence and knocked on the door. A moment later, Li Xing opened the door and smiled, "Come in, this is your first time going out to sign a contract with someone. I have a few words to tell you." The Blue Sky Group. After Fang Che entered the room, Li Xing handed him a storage ring and said, "Inside is a one-time contract seal, as well as round-trip teleportation items. You can check the specific usage yourself. Keep these things safe and don't give them to others." Fang Che took the storage ring and nodded, "This junior will definitely keep these things safe." Li Xing nodded and continued to remind him, "Before teleporting, communicate with Gao Ping and the others first. Once you get there, leave the negotiation to Gao Ping. He's very experienced. You just need to wait for the negotiation to end, get my approval, and then be responsible for signing the contract. Also, after completing the mission, you must immediately return to report to me and receive the treasures you need. Don't stay outside for too long. If others give you resources, you can keep them for yourself. Other than that, there's nothing else. You can leave." Fang Che nodded. This junior takes his leave. Afterward, Fang Che returned to his residence. On the way, he took out the teleportation item to learn more about it. Before long, Fang Che returned to his room and saw Gao Ping outside, along with the 2 third-tier professional bodyguards he had brought. Fang Che stepped forward and said, "I've retrieved the items. Brother Gao Ping, thank you for contacting them on the other side." Gao Ping nodded, took out a communication token, injected energy into it, and asked, "Is it convenient for us to go over?" The next second, Ling Jie's voice came out, "Come on over." Fang Che was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that on his first day in the Iron Hand Gang, he would be trading with guild leader Ling Jie. Gao Ping put away the communication token and explained to Fang Che, "There are no third-tier professionals around the Butcher Academy. So to prevent third-tier professionals from other places from coming to seize territory, they hired us to help. Originally, the Iron Hand Gang didn't want to bother with these things. The Blue Sky Guild is too weak to get much profit. However, for Brother Fang Che's sake, we decided to help the Iron Hand Gang. Brother Fang Che, don't worry, we won't ask the Blue Sky Guild for too many resources." Fang Che nodded slightly, "Alright, then let's go. Give me the address information for the Blue Sky Guild." Gao Ping immediately took out a notebook, tore off the page with the Blue Sky Guild's information, and handed it to Fang Che. Fang Che took the information, took out the teleportation item, wrapped the information on it, and injected curse energy. The page of information quickly turned into energy and merged into the teleportation item. When Fang Che crushed the item, a spatial rift immediately opened in front of him. The 2 third-tier professionals responsible for guarding immediately entered the spatial rift, followed closely by Fang Che and Gao Ping. The next second, Fang Che arrived in a room and saw 3 familiar faces, Ling Jie, Yi Ling, and Yun Tian. The three of them were not surprised by Feng Che's arrival, they simply nodded with a smile. Then, the three of them saw Gao Ping, and Ling Jie said, "Welcome, Senior, to the Blue Sky Guild again. This time, we will definitely pay a price that satisfies the Iron Hand Gang." Ling Jie and Gao Ping began to communicate and negotiate. Feng Che was not responsible for the negotiation, so he simply walked aside and sat down. At this time, Yun Tian walked over and sat down next to Feng Che, thanking him in a low voice. "You sent a message back earlier, providing information about the fleeing captain of the Fierce Tiger Gang. We have already eliminated them today." "Thank you." Feng Che smiled. "It's a small matter, don't worry about it." "Have things been handled well on the Fierce Tiger Gang's side?" Yun Tian replied, "After eliminating those two who escaped, everything has been handled. The Fierce Tiger Gang will no longer threaten the Blue Sky Guild, but we still have many challenges to face." Seeing Yun Tian's solemn expression, Feng Che softly comforted him. "The most dangerous Fierce Tiger Gang has been resolved. The future development of the Blue Sky Guild will definitely be smooth. When I came over, Brother Gao Ping told me that he wouldn't ask the Blue Sky Guild for too much reward." Yun Tian relaxed slightly, took out a storage ring and handed it to Feng Che, smiling. "I know that the Iron Hand Gang directly rejected us last time after learning about our request. This time, it's for your sake that they are negotiating with us again. This storage ring contains a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Feng Che took the storage ring and reminded him in a low voice, "It doesn't matter if you give it to me, but you can't leave out the others." Yun Tian smiled. "Don't worry, everyone has one. Now that you're here, stay here for a while longer. We didn't even have time to see you off when you left before." Feng Che shook his head. "No, I have to go to other places next to sign contracts on behalf of the Iron Hand Gang. I can't stay here all the time." Hearing this, Yun Tian asked in surprise, "Isn't this the responsibility of the translation master? Are you friends with the top experts of the Iron Hand Gang?" Feng Che immediately understood that Yun Tian didn't know about the temporary plain child. He thought Feng Che was someone who got a job with the help of friends. So, Feng Che explained, "I don't know anyone from the Iron Hand Gang. I have my current job because I am a temporary plain child." Seeing the confusion in Yun Tian's eyes, Feng Che carefully explained the matter of the temporary plain child. Yun Tian's expression became very complicated upon hearing this. When Yun Tian communicated with Ling Jie before, Ling Jie said that she had sensed the aura of a plain child on Feng Che. Yun Tian thought that Feng Che had been in contact with soul masters a lot and had been contaminated with some aura, so he didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until today that Yun Tian learned about the information of the temporary plain child. This made Yun Tian a little regretful. If he could have kept Feng Che before, the development process of the Blue Sky Guild would definitely have been much easier. However, Yun Tian quickly thought that such an important identity as a temporary plain child would definitely be sought after by many people. The Blue Sky Guild couldn't compete with others, let alone the Iron Hand Gang. Yun Tian smiled in relief and congratulated him. "With the identity of a temporary plain child, your future will definitely be bright. Congratulations." Feng Che replied modestly, "I have what I have today thanks to the help of the Blue Sky Guild. If there are any opportunities suitable for the Blue Sky Guild in the future, I will tell you." "Then thank you very much." Yun Tian thanked him with a smile, but he didn't care in his heart. The Blue Sky Guild is too weak. Even if they were told about ordinary opportunities that the Iron Hand Gang didn't care about, it would be difficult for the Blue Sky Guild to seize them. And the huge gap between the Blue Sky Guild and the Iron Hand Gang cannot be bridged in the short term. It requires thousands of years of effort. Yun Tian stopped talking about the affairs of the guild with Feng Che and said in a low voice, "I'm going to give some hard work money to the others." "Excuse me." Afterward, Yun Tian walked to the professionals responsible for guarding and gave them some gifts. A moment later, the negotiation ended, and Ling Jie personally handed a storage ring to Gao Ping and left with Yun Tian and Yi Ling. Then, Gao Ping took out the communication token, injected energy into it, and said, "Vice Guild Leader, the negotiation has ended. The things the Blue Sky Guild paid are." Favorite negotiation task. After Gao Ping relayed the negotiation information, Li Xing's voice quickly returned, "I agree. Draft the contract, and leave the rest to Feng Che." Upon receiving the order, Gao Ping immediately drafted the contract. After carefully checking it, he said, I'll invite the people from the Azure Sky Group to take a look and confirm everything is in order before signing. Feng Che nodded gently and said, all right. Afterward, Gao Ping opened the door and invited Ling Jia and the others in, handing the contract to Ling Jia. Ling Jia carefully reviewed it and nodded, no problem. I can sign it now. Subsequently, Ling Jia took out the Azure Sky Group's emblem, left a mark on the contract, and handed it to Feng Che, saying with a somewhat complex expression, please sign the contract. When she went out earlier, Ling Jia had already learned about the situation from Yun Tian, knowing that Feng Che had become a temporary child of the world. Ling Jia knew she couldn't keep Feng Che, but seeing him still made her feel complicated. Feng Che, unaware of Ling Jia's complex emotions, directly took out the seal for signing contracts, injected a trace of energy, and stamped it on the contract. The contract took effect instantly, and the seal shattered into powder, rendering it unusable. At this moment, Ling Jia said, would you like to stay for a meal before leaving? Feng Che gently shook his head, no, thank you. We have other matters and must leave immediately. Just a final reminder, the contract I signed will be monitored by the will of the world. You should be careful. Hearing this, Ling Jia gratefully nodded, thank you for the reminder. We will be careful. Ling Jia was well aware that contracts monitored by the worlds will had to be handled with utmost care. Any attempts to exploit loopholes would be punished by the world's will. Ling Jia wouldn't try to outsmart the Iron Hand Group or exploit loopholes in the contract, but mistakes were inevitable during the execution of the contract. Without Feng Che's reminder, the Azure Sky Group might make mistakes due to carelessness. Ling Jia didn't know the price of making mistakes, but it would definitely affect the Azure Sky Group's development. Therefore, Ling Jia was very grateful for Feng Che's reminder. Seeing that Ling Jia had taken his words to heart, Feng Che took out a teleportation device and crushed it. The shattered teleportation device immediately released energy, opening a spatial rift. Feng Che said, I'm leaving. Farewell, until we meet again. Ling Jia nodded, take care. Afterward, Feng Che and Gao Ping stepped into the spatial rift first, followed closely by the two professional guards. The next second, Feng Che and the others returned to the Iron Hand Group, stopping outside Feng Che's residence. Feng Che looked at Gao Ping and asked, I'll go submit the mission now. Do you know when the next mission will depart? Gao Ping replied without hesitation, any time is fine. Feng Che asked, you've been working hard negotiating. Don't you need some rest? Gao Ping smiled and shook his head, no, I'm used to it. Just take the next mission. I'll take the two brothers to submit the new protection mission. Feng Che nodded gently and said, all right, we'll meet here later. Afterward, Feng Che turned and went to Li Xing's room, gently knocked on the door, and after Li Xing opened the door, immediately handed the contract to Li Xing, saying, this is the contract signed this time. Also, we'll start the next negotiation and signing mission soon. Please give me the teleportation device and the one-time signing tool. Come into the room, Li Xing said, putting away the contract and turning to enter the room. Feng Che followed Li Xing into the room and saw Li Xing walking towards the table, saying as he walked, I'll record your merits first. You can also write down anything you need, and I'll help you prepare it. Saying this, Li Xing stopped beside the table, picked up a pen and paper, and handed it to Feng Che. Then, Li Xing opened the notebook and recorded Feng Che's merits. Feng Che took the pen and paper and went to the side, writing down various materials to strengthen the evil mirror of revenge. A moment later, Li Xing finished recording, and Feng Che also stopped writing, handing the information he had written to Li Xing, saying, please help me collect these materials, senior. After these materials are exchanged, I will write down the information for other materials. All right, Li Xing responded, his eyes fixed on the material information Feng Che had written. A moment later, Li Xing took out a copy of the props to strengthen the evil mirror of revenge from the storage ring, as well as a round-trip teleportation prop and a one-time signing tool. Li Xing said, I wish you a safe journey, go ahead. Feng Che took these things and said respectfully, Junior will take his leave. Feng Che returned to his residence and waited in the room for a short time before Gao Ping and the others arrived. After a few simple greetings, Feng Che activated the teleportation device and went to a new area to negotiate. In the following period, Fang Che and Gao Ping did not rest for a moment, and kept going to various regions to negotiate. Of course, Gao Ping did most of the negotiating, and Fang Che was mostly in a daze, and Fang Che was only used when signing the contract. In addition, the third-order professionals responsible for protecting Fang Che and the other two were replaced several times. Gao Ping told Fang Che that the negotiation mission was a relatively easy mission with many rewards and more extra money. In addition, Fang Che has the identity of a temporary son of the plane, and hostile forces will not disturb him at will, and the safety is further improved, which makes the negotiation mission more popular. In order to have a good relationship with the people in the group, the bodyguards will be replaced every once in a while, so that everyone can get some benefits. Fang Che had no objection to this and agreed with this behavior in his heart. In a group, eating alone will not end well. Time flies, and soon it's the end of the month. After Fang Che handed over the contract to Li Xing handed Fang Che the mission reward in a new one-time signing prop, and then reminded, after completing this negotiation mission, don't go out to negotiate for the time being. On the 1st of next month, you will be arranged to go to other planes to practice for a month. Fang Che nodded excitedly when he heard the words, understood. During this period, Fang Che was in a daze every day during the negotiation process, and his life was very boring. If Gao Ping and the others were not around, Fang Che would have quit long ago. Now that he can get rid of his boring life and practice for a month, Fang Che is very happy. Li Xing looked at Fang Che's excited appearance, and thought of the days when he was young and went out to negotiate. Those days were really torturous, so Li Xing understood Fang Che's excitement. However, Li Xing didn't understand Gao Ping. Gao Ping has always been very enthusiastic about negotiation, and Li Xing doesn't understand where this enthusiasm comes from. Li Xing stopped thinking about it and smiled, go back and tell Gao Ping and the others to let them rest for a while. Fang Che nodded and said, understood, I'll go back and tell them. Before training, what, you're not going out to negotiate next month? Gao Ping felt incredibly disappointed after receiving this news from Fang Che. Gao Ping's favorite thing in life was negotiating with others, and he was always incredibly excited when he gained the upper hand in negotiations. However, in the past, negotiations always involved various troubles, which diminished some of Gao Ping's enthusiasm. But since Fang Che joined the negotiation team, everything had changed. Fang Che exuded an aura of awe, and the negotiation targets didn't dare to cause trouble, which allowed Gao Ping to negotiate to his heart's content. The past period had been the happiest days of Gao Ping's life. He never expected these happy days to end so quickly. The two Tier 3 professionals responsible for guarding were very calm. The guard work for negotiation missions was accepted by everyone in rotation, and regardless of whether Fang Che participated or not, the guard work would not be cancelled. The two guards couldn't understand Gao Ping's disappointed emotions and remained silent. Fang Che looked at Gao Ping's disappointed appearance and was a little confused, so he could only comfort him, although I can't participate in the negotiations, you can go and negotiate yourselves, it won't delay you from accumulating resources. Gao Ping sighed and said, how can this be the same? Forget it, let's set off as soon as possible and complete this negotiation. Afterward, Gao Ping handed the new negotiation location information to Fang Che. Fang Che no longer guessed the reason for Gao Ping's disappointment and directly wrapped this information on the teleportation prop, crushed the prop, and opened the space crack. The two Tier 3 guards entered the space crack first, and Fang Che and the other followed closely behind. The new negotiation location was in a room of a certain group. Several managers in the group had been waiting for a long time. After greeting them, Gao Ping began a new round of negotiations, and Fang Che continued to shrink in the corner in daze. After a while, a Tier 3 professional walked up to Fang Che, handed Fang Che a storage ring, and said nervously, this is a little something from us, please accept it. Fang Che had seen scenes like this many times. Before, when going to other places to negotiate, every negotiation target would nervously give Fang Che a share of resources as a hard work fee, which was also a link that Fang Che looked forward to. Fang Che skillfully took the storage ring and smiled, thank you. The Tier 3 professional saw Fang Che's friendly smile and instantly relaxed a lot, and said, if you have any requirements, you can tell me, I'll excuse myself first. Fang Che smiled and said, okay. After that, this Tier 3 professional went to give the two guards a hard work fee. Before long, the negotiation ended, they gave Gao Ping a hard work fee, and left the room. Next, Gao Ping communicated with Li Xing according to the procedure, and after obtaining Li Xing's consent, Fang Che signed the contract, and then returned to the Iron Hand Group. Fang Che looked at Gao Ping and the others, and smiled, "We'll see you again in a month." Then, Fang Che turned and went to Li Xing's room, preparing to hand over the contract. After walking 2 steps, Gao Ping followed and said, "You won't be here next month, I need to discuss the signing with the deputy head." Fang Che nodded lightly and said, "Then let's go together." A moment later, Fang Che and the other arrived at Li Xing's room and handed the newly signed contract to Li Xing. Li Xing put away the contract and handed a material to Fang Che, and said, "This is your mission reward, also, come to me tomorrow at Chinchur, 9 a.m., I will arrange for you to leave." Fang Che nodded lightly and said, "Understood." Subordinate takes his leave. After Fang Che left, Gao Ping said, "Subordinate came here this time to receive the one-time prop for signing, as well as the teleportation prop." Li Xing didn't take out the prop immediately, but instead stretched out his hand and demanded, "Hand over the negotiation list to me first." Gao Ping took out the negotiation notebook list and said, "Deputy head, we have completed 1/3 of the negotiation missions. You've worked hard during this time." Li Xing patted Gao Ping's shoulder with a smile, then put away the notebook, then took out a thicker notebook and handed it to Gao Ping, and ordered, "You will handle these negotiation missions for the next month." "Understood." Gao Ping took the notebook, casually flipped through 2 pages, and frowned. "These missions have low profits, and there is no difficulty in negotiating, not as good as those previous missions. How about you give me those previous negotiation missions?" No. Li Xing shook his head and refused, then explained, "Fang Che is a temporary son of the plane. Since he joined the Iron Hand Group, important negotiation missions must be signed by him personally, so as to ensure the maximization of benefits. When Fang Che is not around, you can handle some ordinary negotiation missions and accumulate some experience." Gao Ping didn't think that handling simple missions could accumulate experience. However, since Li Xing had already issued the order, Gao Ping couldn't refute it, and could only nod his head and say, "Understood." Afterward, Gao Ping obtained the one-time contract prop and teleportation prop from Li Xing, and turned to leave. On the other side, Fang Che had already put on his cloak and mask, quietly left the Iron Hand Group, and took out the temporary son of the plane token from Naiwan Palace, hiding his identity as a temporary son of the plane. After doing all this, Fang Che immediately set off for the Curse Master Mission Hall. During this time, Fang Che participated in negotiation missions with Gao Ping non-stop, and had not performed assassination missions, and had not helped Gu Ning accumulate souls. Now that he had time, Fang Che could first assassinate some Tier 3 professionals, earning resources while accumulating some souls. Fang Che observed the walls of the Curse Master Mission Hall for a moment, and soon found a pile of assassination mission information. The assassination targets of these missions were either ordinary professionals without team protection, or they were far away from the Iron Hand Academy area. Fang Che selected a mission with good rewards, and rented a cultivation room again, and quietly left through the cultivation room. Afterward, Fang Che came to an uninhabited area, took out the Myriad Soul banner and placed it beside him, and with the help of the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, killed the target. After successfully killing the target, the Myriad Soul banner did not respond, and no souls were absorbed. Fang Che took out the corpse-seeking compass with some doubts, pasted the target's portrait on it, and looked for the target's trace. A spot quickly condensed in the center of the corpse-seeking compass, then, this spot moved quickly to the edge, and soon disappeared. Fang Che saw this situation for the first time. According to the corpse-seeking compass usage information record, this situation represents that the corpse is in another plane. The souls of people who die in other planes will not be collected into the Myriad Soul banner. Fang Che was slightly disappointed, then put away the Myriad Soul banner and the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, cleaned up the traces on the ground, and returned to the Curse Master Mission Hall in the Iron Hand Academy area to hand in the mission. Next, Fang Che successively accepted several assassination missions, and most of the dead souls were collected into the Myriad Soul banner. When others noticed Fang Che stopped receiving missions, recollected the temporary son of the plane token into Naiwan Palace, and returned to the Iron Hand Group. Sealer the next day, as the bell chimed for Chinchur, 9 a.m., Fang Che knocked on Li Xing's door. After a moment, Li Xing opened the door and said, "Come with me. I'll take you to the interdimensional teleportation array." "Understood," Fang Che nodded, following behind Li Xing. On the way, Li Xing explained, the place you're going to this time isn't the Iron Hand Gang's private dimension. We're helping the Iron Hand Academy clear out a dimension to provide a comfortable environment for nurturing professionals. In return, besides receiving a batch of cultivation resources, we can also send some people there to cultivate, but they need to sign a contract beforehand. Once you get there, find a place to hide and focus on cultivating. After a month, the Academy's contract power will directly teleport you back. Upon hearing this, Feng Che immediately asked, can I hunt Tier 3 professionals in that dimension? Li Xing nodded and said, the Emperor has issued a slaughter order, so you can hunt freely. Feng Che smiled upon hearing this. Hunting Tier 3 professionals from other dimensions allows him to obtain souls to sell to Gu Ning and gain favor from the dimension's will, which is excellent news for Feng Che. Li Xing turned to look at the excited Feng Che and reminded him, to ensure the safe awakening of the Iron Hand Academy students, the strong individuals in this dimension have been driven to a designated area. This area not only contains tens of thousands of Tier 3 professionals but also numerous Tier 4 professionals. They are beyond your capabilities. It's better for you to find a place to hide and cultivate diligently. Feng Che looked disappointed upon hearing this and sighed, alright, I will focus on cultivating. Feng Che said this only to reassure Li Xing and prevent him from worrying. Li Xing might not care about Feng Che's life or death, but he certainly doesn't want the Iron Hand Gang to lose a temporary child of the world. If Feng Che insists on killing, Li Xing might arrange for Feng Che to cultivate in a dimension without enemies. In short, he needs to stabilize Li Xing for now. Once he arrives in that dimension, he can do whatever he wants, and Li Xing won't be able to control him. Li Xing didn't know what Feng Che was thinking. He judged from Feng Che's expression that Feng Che had a strong self-preservation mindset and wouldn't go to dangerous places. That's good too. As long as Feng Che doesn't court death, the Iron Hand Gang's efforts won't be wasted. After that, the two stopped talking and soon arrived outside the teleportation array of the adjacent Iron Hand Academy. At this moment, a large group of Iron Hand Gang professionals had gathered outside the teleportation array, queuing up to sign contracts. Feng Che glanced over and found that most of the professionals here had Tier 4 strength, with very few Tier 3 professionals. And these Tier 3 professionals hadn't preformed humanoid professional gemstones and couldn't absorb energy from other dimensions. Perhaps these people were going to perform other tasks, or perhaps they were carrying tools to convert energy. Feng Che wasn't sure about this. At this time, a Tier 4 instructor walked up to Li Xing and smiled, Vice Leaderly, in about half an hour, everyone will have finished signing the contract. Li Xing nodded slightly, pointed at Feng Che, and said, prepare a contract for him. Seeing that Li Xing had personally brought Feng Che over, the Tier 4 instructor immediately asked, what kind of contract should I give him? Li Xing replied, a contract that teleports him to the safest location. The other aspects should be the same as everyone else's. The Tier 4 professional nodded slightly, took out a contract, carefully checked it, and handed it to Feng Che. Feng Che took the contract and examined it, finding that the contract was similar to the information Li Xing had just mentioned. After confirming that there were no problems, Feng Che immediately injected a curse energy and successfully signed the contract. Li Xing said, take the contract and wait inside the teleportation array. Once the teleportation array door closes, the teleportation can begin. Junior will take his leave. Feng Che cupped his fist in salute, then entered the teleportation array. Next, more and more professionals entered the teleportation array one after another. Half an hour later, the teleportation array door closed from the outside. Upon seeing this, Feng Che immediately released curse energy and injected it into the ground. Immediately afterward, the contract in Feng Che's hand transformed into a ball of energy and opened a spatial rift in front of Feng Che, sucking Feng Che in. The next second, Feng Che arrived at a stone nest covered by weeds, and his body quickly weakened. After taking a pill to adapt to his weakened body, Feng Che saw several lines of golden text floating in the sky through the gaps in the grass and trees. The beings in this dimension do not respect the king's teachings, their character is low, they are fickle, and their people are like pigs and dogs. The Emperor has issued this year's slaughter order number 7, leave the land, but not the seed. This was exactly the Emperor's slaughter order that Feng Che had seen in other dimensions when he awakened as a Curse Lord. Feng Che lowered his head, no longer paying attention to it, took out a prop, and injected energy. The next second, the ground softened, swallowing Fong Che, and then the ground returned to its original state. After Fong Che arrived hundreds of meters underground, the prop in his hand immediately opened up a wide underground space. Fong Che took out various props to reinforce the underground space and enhance its defense, and then he couldn't wait to start cultivating. Energy like a waterfall directly smashed into Fong Che's body. Fong Che, who hadn't cultivated for a long time, absorbed the energy greedily. Perhaps it was because he hadn't cultivated for a long time. Fong Che's cultivation lasted for 2 whole days, breaking his previous longest cultivation record. After that, Fong Che became tired of cultivating again. After Fong Che stopped cultivating, he took out the Myriad Soul banner and placed it beside him, and threw the witchcraft doll underground, controlling the witchcraft doll to go out and find targets that could be hunted. Fong Che closed his eyes, admiring the scenery of the outside world transmitted back by the witchcraft doll. Outside was a scorched earth, with no traces of life. After the witchcraft doll dug underground for most of an hour, Fong Che encountered some members of the Iron Hand Gang. At this time, they were capturing a group of humanoid creatures with turtle shells. In the Iron Hand Gang, a sealer gently waved his hand, releasing a beam of light that enveloped these humanoid creatures with turtle shells. These humanoid creatures with turtle shells slowly weakened, and after a long time, they all lost the power of professionals, like ordinary people who had not awakened. This powerful sealing energy that turns professionals into ordinary people is only mastered by sealers. However, the process of sealers performing seals is very long, and their abilities in other aspects are very weak. Any professional can escape the sealer's sealing range or even kill the sealer before the seal ends. Therefore, almost no one will actively awaken as a sealer. Only academies will pay a huge price to cultivate a group of sealers. The purpose is to seal the professionals of other dimensions when the students graduate, to help the students awaken their professions. Fong Che was able to awaken as a Curse Lord because he relied on the help of the sealers of the Butchering Blade Academy. Even with academies specializing in cultivation, the number of sealers who awaken ranks last in the Emperor's world. Collection resources. After the seal masters sealed those humanoid creatures with turtle shells, the Iron Hand clan members escorted them to find ordinary people who needed to awaken their professions. The voodoo doll followed the Iron Hand clan's professionals underground, listening to their conversations. After a while, Fong Che learned about the professionals in this plane and also confirmed the location where the Tier 3 and above experts were imprisoned. Subsequently, Fong Che manipulated the voodoo doll to take action. Next, the places the voodoo doll went to were not as desolate as before, and Fong Che also saw many ordinary people behaving strangely. And their strange behaviors mostly revolved around those sealed humanoid creatures. These strange behaviors were precisely the rituals to awaken professions. Those awakening rituals that harmed the humanoid creatures were almost all successfully completed, successfully awakening profession gems and being teleported away by the Emperor Plane's will. However, those awakening rituals where the humanoid creatures caused harm mostly ended in failure, sacrificing lives. Subsequently, these surviving humanoid creatures were escorted by the Iron Hand clan professionals to other places to be used by others to awaken professions. Fong Che did not pay much attention to these people awakening professions and continued to search for the imprisoned humanoid creatures. After some more time passed, the ordinary people around who were awakening professions decreased, but there were more Iron Hand clan members patrolling, and the further he went, the more patrol personnel there were. Fong Che understood that the place where the humanoid creatures were imprisoned should be ahead. Fong Che was a little excited and manipulated the voodoo doll to speed up. However, the voodoo doll stopped suddenly after not moving forward for long, and no matter how Fong Che manipulated it, he could not move it at all. Immediately afterward, 2 Tier 4 professionals appeared in the soil above the voodoo doll. One of the Tier 4 professionals reached out and touched the ground, then said, "It's a prop manipulated by a curse master. There are no curse masters in this plane, so it's one of our own." Another Tier 4 professional waved his hand gently, and Fong Che immediately felt that he could control the voodoo doll again. Subsequently, Fong Che manipulated the voodoo doll to drill out of the ground, bowed to the 2 Tier 4 professionals, and then drilled back into the ground. The 2 Tier 4 professionals smiled at each other and turned to leave. The voodoo doll continued to move forward, and no further obstacles were encountered. Soon, Tier 2 and Tier 3 humanoid creatures were discovered. Upon seeing this, Feng Che immediately took out the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead, and also took out white paper, writing down the 7 professions that this plane possessed. Immediately afterward, Feng Che recalled the appearance of a certain Tier 3 professional in his mind and kowtowed to a certain piece of white paper and the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. After the kowtow was completed, the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead did not respond at all. This meant that Feng Che had guessed the target's profession incorrectly. Therefore, Feng Che changed to a piece of white paper with the profession written on it and continued to kowtow. This time, Feng Che kowtowed correctly, and the words on the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead successfully condensed into a long nail, piercing into the white paper. The moment Feng Che tore up the white paper, a hole appeared on the body of the Tier 3 humanoid creature who was lurking in the haystack, and the hole emitted the aura of an assassin professional. A few seconds later, gusts of wind appeared out of nowhere in the space where Feng Che was, and the humanoid creature's soul drilled out of the wall and entered the Myriad Souls banner. Subsequently, Feng Che manipulated the voodoo doll to drill out of the ground, take away the treasures on the corpse, and drill into the ground again. Next, whenever Feng Che encountered a lone Tier 3 humanoid creature, he would directly kill it with the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead. When encountering a group of Tier 3 professionals, he would use the voodoo doll to eliminate a portion, and finally use the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead to finish them off. If Tier 2 and Tier 3 humanoid creatures acted together, then Feng Che would use the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead to kill the Tier 3 humanoid professional and let go of the Tier 2 humanoid creatures. Killing in other planes can get rewards from the Emperor plane's will. Killing professionals of the same level has the highest reward. If the professional's level is relatively low, the reward will not be too much. Therefore, Feng Che did not intend to eat alone, but instead left the Tier 2 professionals to the Tier 2 professionals of the Iron Hand clan. As for whether the Tier 2 professionals of the Iron Hand clan can kill them, it is not something Feng Che needs to consider. After killing for most of the day like this, the voodoo doll crawled to the ground again to collect resources. Suddenly, a dagger flew from a distance and pierced into the voodoo doll's body. At the same time, a humanoid creature quickly approached the voodoo doll. The voodoo doll quickly pulled out the dagger and drilled towards the ground. As it continued to drill downwards, the voodoo doll's body slowly shattered. When it drilled more than 10 meters deep underground, the voodoo doll completely shattered and disintegrated, and all the stored resources were scattered in the surrounding soil layers. At the same time, the humanoid profession gem in Feng Che's Naiwan Palace released a ball of energy, condensing a complete voodoo doll out of thin air. Feng Che took out the voodoo doll, threw it directly on the ground, and manipulated the voodoo doll to approach the place where it had shattered and disintegrated. At the same time, Feng Che used the 7 Arrows book with Nailhead to eliminate the humanoid creature that had just shattered the voodoo doll with a dagger. When the Myriad Souls banner collected the humanoid creature's soul, Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief, and then injected more energy into the humanoid profession gem, using the voodoo doll's pattern mark to transfer the energy to the voodoo doll. The voodoo doll obtained this energy, and its movement speed continued to increase. After a long time, the voodoo doll came to the place where it had just shattered and disintegrated, collecting the resources scattered in the soil layers. Feng Che used the voodoo doll's vision to observe the surrounding situation, and found that there was a 2-meter deep pit above the voodoo doll's head, and the humanoid creature's corpse that had shattered the voodoo doll was lying in the pit. This humanoid creature obviously wanted to dig out the voodoo doll. If Feng Che hadn't eliminated this humanoid creature in time, the scattered resources might have been taken away by him. After a while, the voodoo doll collected all the resources and moved towards Feng Che's direction. The current voodoo doll cannot directly transmit resources to the Naiwan Palace. If the voodoo doll is shattered by someone, all resources will be lost. Therefore, Feng Che decided to take the resources back first. After the voodoo doll moved away from the blocked area, Feng Che relaxed slightly, and then used his mind for 2 purposes, cultivating on one hand, and manipulating the voodoo doll to return on the other. After the voodoo doll returned, Feng Che took out the resources inside and manipulated the voodoo doll to continue searching for Tier 3 professionals. In the following time, Feng Che only did 3 things: 1 was cultivation, 2 was killing, and 3 was manipulating the voodoo doll to travel back and forth, transporting resources. Time flew by, and 25 days passed quickly. At this time, Fang Che had already killed more than 1,000 Tier 3 humanoid creatures, and the number of Tier 3 humanoid creatures around had also increased a lot. Just as Fang Che locked onto a target again and hadn't had time to attack, a series of fireballs flew from a distance. Each fireball exuded the aura of a Tier 4 professional. The frontmost fireball landed on the ground above the voodoo doll, directly blasting open a pit more than 10 meters deep. Fire was still coming out of the pit, burning the soil into glazed glass. Fang Che understood that the voodoo doll had been discovered by the Tier 4 humanoid creatures here.